A man in a suit stood at a Jamsil bus stop in Seoul. He received a phone call, during which he was informed that the bus was arriving soon, allowing him to reach his meeting on time. His caller stressed the importance of the meeting, urging him not to fail. He confidently assured his caller that there was nothing to worry about, though his expression hinted at a hidden tension. The man's confident demeanor faltered as he suddenly felt a sharp pain. A large crack appeared in the ground near his feet, indicating a powerful, unseen force had struck. A violent energy erupted in the city streets, shattering the pavement and leaving a gaping chasm in its wake. Nearby, a young man in a suit and two women looked on in shock, their faces etched with disbelief and fear. Is this?" one of the women whispered, her voice barely audible above the chaos. The source of the destruction was revealed to be a swarm of grotesque, monstrous creatures, their red eyes glowing menacingly as they surged through the city. The creatures continued their relentless advance, their terrifying forms filling the frame, their numbers seemingly endless. The young man's face contorted in horror as he recognized the scale of the event. "It's an outbreak," he exclaimed, his voice filled with a mix of terror and grim determination. The title card read, "Outbreak." A dimensional door opened, connecting to a different dimension and unleashing monsters into the real world. People screamed, "Run," as they fled the encroaching horde. A man in a suit, witnessing the chaos, muttered to himself, "I need to get away from here." His face showed a mixture of fear and determination. He ran, desperately trying to escape the monstrous invasion, until he saw a young girl fall to the ground, crying out, "Yua! Mommy!" The man, despite his own fear, stopped and scooped the child into his arms, shielding her from the approaching danger. He looked back, seeing the monsters closing in. It's too late. The man in the suit clutched the child close, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. "I'm done for," he muttered, his voice strained. A spray of crimson splattered across the page, marking the intensity of the moment. The man's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. "What's this?" "It doesn't hurt," he questioned, his voice laced with disbelief. He looked down at the child, concern etched on his face. "Are you two okay?" he asked, his tone gentler now. "You'll be fine now." A woman with vibrant red hair, clad in a yellow and black bodysuit, smiles confidently. She holds a sword at her hip. Behind her, a man with brown hair, wearing a blue jacket, looks on with a slightly annoyed expression, chewing gum. The focus shifts to a young man with short, dark hair, his face expressing a mixture of relief and slight apprehension. The scene changes to a cityscape. A speech bubble appears, shouting, "Hey! Park Do-hyuk!" Inside an office, a man in a suit scolds another man, also in a suit. "Didn't I tell you that it was a very important meeting? Didn't I? But you come back here without even making the deal?" He continues, explaining that if an outbreak happened, the other man should have run to their meeting place. The man in the suit nervously agrees, "Yes, that's right." An unnamed man in a suit was scolded by his superior for his failure to predict an outbreak. The superior's words, "You. This time, I'm going to fire your ass," echoed the man's anxieties. As he was handed a document to be signed and returned by evening, the weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him. The man, clearly stressed, muttered to himself about the harshness of his boss and the impossibility of predicting such events. He then shared his aspirations with a colleague, expressing a desire to make money to become an awakened individual, referencing a game. His colleague responded with skepticism, reminding him of the high stakes and the consequences of failure. The man, however, remained undeterred. The man continued to fantasize about the power and status associated with being an awakened individual, envisioning himself among other powerful figures from the game. His colleague, however, quickly dismissed his fanciful notions. A colleague reminded the ambitious man in a suit that he needed to catch the bus. He retorted that he would leave right away and see his colleague tomorrow. The man reflected on how far he had come to get the contract signed, sighing in relief. He resolved that his boss would not get away with letting him off twice. The man declared his determination to get the contract signed, no matter what. Suddenly, he was thrown off balance by a powerful force, which he initially mistook for an earthquake, but then realized that something far more unusual was happening. He exclaimed that this was too much, twice in a row. A man in a suit, startled by an unexpected event, is urged to take cover by a colleague. "You there! Take cover over here, quickly," the colleague shouts. He flees, several grotesque goblins in pursuit. The goblins closing in on him as he runs through the city streets. The man in the suit desperately dodging their attacks. One goblin lunges, its clawed hand reaching for him, but he narrowly avoids capture. Clutching a file, the man in the suit muttered, "Files that are as important as my life." Suddenly, goblins emerged from the shadows, their beady eyes fixed on him. "Huh," he exclaimed, startled. One goblin lunged, attempting to grab the man's hair. A colleague, witnessing the scene, yelled, "You doing it quickly." The man in the suit, despite his fear, managed to evade the goblin's grasp, falling to the ground as they swarmed him. His colleague, seeing the man surrounded, charged forward, shouting. The colleague arrived, displaying a card, a determined expression on his face. A wave of intense, golden energy erupted from the man in the suit's colleague, engulfing the pursuing goblins. The blinding light momentarily obscuring the scene, buying the two men precious time as the energy subsided, leaving behind stunned, disoriented goblins. The colleague, panting slightly, stated that this would only hold the goblins back for a short while. He warned the man in the suit that the awakened would arrive soon. The man in the suit, his face etched with worry, quickly got into his car. The unnamed man in the suit and his colleague fell from a significant height after the colleague used an energy blast to incapacitate the goblins. The colleague, assessing the situation, noted the large number of goblins remaining and their low individual threat level. While the man in the suit, still recovering from the fall, heard his colleague's assessment and saw the opportunity to make some money from the goblins. Kim Chul-jung, a Ranky fireball user, along with his team, arrived on the scene, ready to engage the remaining goblins. Kim Chul-jung, energized and confident, urged his team to attack. The team, including the man in the suit, engaged the remaining goblins in a fierce battle. A man in a suit engaged in close-quarters combat with a goblin, the scene filled with dynamic motion lines suggesting a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, another man in a suit delivered a swift kick to another goblin, sending it sprawling. Kim Chul-jung, having arrived with his team, found himself momentarily airborne, the force of an unseen impact sending him soaring above the fray. He landed amidst the goblins, unleashing a devastating blast of energy that decimated his immediate surroundings. The battle concluded with the goblins defeated, leaving behind a scene of destruction and the exhausted but victorious team. Two onlookers, observing the aftermath, expressed their awe at the spectacle, one exclaiming, "So cool! This is awesome!" An unnamed man in a suit approached a group of people cleaning up after a goblin attack. He asked if he could leave, explaining that he had urgent business to attend to, but was stopped by his colleague, who pointed out that his file was still being processed. Kim Chul-jung, having retrieved his belongings, confidently declared that helping the weak was natural for those awakened with the power of Deus. He further boasted that he was the chosen one to bring justice to reality. The unnamed man in the suit, unimpressed, muttered that their leader was boasting again. Suddenly, Kim Chul-jung lunged at the man in the suit, striking him. The monstrous figure loomed, its crimson eyes burning with malevolent intensity. A hulking orc, wielding a crude club, descended from the heavens with a roar, its sudden appearance sending shockwaves through the two men in suits below. Kim Chul-jung, the man with fiery red hair, reacted instantly, shouting at his colleague to get out of the way. But the colleague, paralyzed by fear, could only watch as the orc's club descended. Kim Chul-jung, seeing his colleague's frozen state, urged him to flee as soon as possible. Kim Chul-jung, his fists ablaze, faced a monstrous orc. He shouted to his colleagues, "As for the people who can move, help me out here." He braced himself, determined to buy them time to escape, uttering a battle cry as he prepared to engage the beast. The unnamed colleague, paralyzed by fear, watched in horror as the orc swiftly overpowered Kim Chul-jung. the leader falling to the ground in a matter of seconds. The orc's foot came down heavily on Kim Chul-jung's chest. The unnamed colleague, witnessing the brutal display of power, cried out in terror. The leader was beaten in the blink of an eye. "We can't do this with our strength. Run!" Kim Chul-jung, his body racked with pain, despaired. "Is my life going to be over just like this?" Without being able to accomplish anything, he thought, his eyes welling with tears. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him. He gritted his teeth, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. With a defiant roar, he unleashed a desperate counterattack. The orc, momentarily surprised by the unexpected resistance, stumbled back. "I don't want to die," Kim Chul-jung screamed, his voice raw with terror and defiance. But the orc's superior strength proved too much. With a brutal blow, the orc sent Kim Chul-jung crashing to the ground. The orc loomed over his fallen opponent, a cruel smile twisting its lips. The man in the suit and his colleague watched in horrified silence. The orc's massive club came down, shattering the stone beneath it. The impact sent tremors through the earth, signaling the end of the fight. Park Do-hyuk found himself sitting beside his car, disoriented and confused. A system message appeared before his eyes, revealing that he had been awakened and granted access to the roles and abilities of DGF. The message further explained that he had been injected with necessary experiences to familiarize himself with the system. Simultaneously, a colleague urged him to escape. Another system message flashed across the screen, indicating that control of his body had been temporarily transferred due to a detected danger. Park Do-hyuk, now seemingly in control, unleashed a magic missile attack against the pursuing orc. The attack connected, surprising onlookers who questioned his sudden power and awakened status. Park Do-hyuk, still reeling from his recent awakening, stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding a brutal blow from the pursuing orc. The orc, wielding a crude club, loomed over him, its red eyes burning with malice. Park Do-hyuk, however, was not defenseless. A surge of newfound power coursed through him, his eyes glowing with an unnatural teal light. He raised his hand, the words burning hands appearing above it. A wave of intense heat erupted from his palm, engulfing the orc in a fiery explosion. The force of the blast sent Park Do-hyuk sprawling, but the orc was momentarily incapacitated. He watched the orc, smoke curling from its scorched form, a grim determination etched on his face. Park Do-hyuk, bracing himself, raised his shield against the orc's furious attack. The impact sending tremors through his body as the ground cracked beneath his feet. He countered swiftly, his movements a blur as he drove his newly acquired weapon. A surge of energy coursing through the blade as it sliced through the orc's defenses. The orc, eyes wide with shock and pain, staggered back. Do-hyuk's resolve hardening as he prepared for the final blow. Park Do-hyuk, in a swift, decisive movement, parried the orc's brutal blow with his newly acquired weapon. Then countered with a powerful strike, the energy of his attack leaving a trail of light, the force of which shattered the orc's weapon and sent splinters flying, leaving the orc severely wounded and disintegrating into dust. The remaining fragments of the orc vanished into nothingness, leaving only a faint trace of dark dust in the air. A system message appeared, confirming the elimination of the threat and the restoration of Park Do-hyuk's full control over his body and abilities. One of the observers gasped, "That's a dual awakening?" Park Do-hyuk, still reeling from his recent victory, reflects on the intensity of his duel. He muses, "No, it could be more than that." A declaration then appears, confirming his suspicions. Starting from now, Park Do-hyuk has become an awakened dot. The narrative begins 20 years prior, in the year 2000. When countless unknown towers, constructed from a material unknown to this world, appeared in capitals across the globe. Each tower housing a transcendent being known as Deus. However, these towers were promptly sealed by the respective governments. Despite this, rumors of the towers spread widely. 20 years passed. The year is now 2020. And the world acknowledged the awakened, ushering in the Great Transition. It is March 27, 6:12 p.m. Park Do-hyuk, eyes blazing with determination, glared intensely. He had been reborn as an awakened. The exterior of a modern building is shown, suggesting an urban setting. Park Do-hyuk, looking pensive, examines a suit jacket. He reflects that yesterday's events felt unreal, like a dream. But the lingering effects of his awakening are undeniable. He effortlessly disintegrates a shadowy, monstrous figure with a burst of energy. The remnants of the creature dissipate into dust as Do-hyuk stands, his expression serious and contemplative. Do-hyuk's gaze hardens, his teal eyes reflecting a newfound determination. A title card appeared, declaring, "Elimination of the source of danger has been confirmed. Control of the body and skills have been returned." Park Do-hyuk stood bewildered, a ghostly image of himself flickering beside him, a sword materializing in his hand. The blade identified as an unidentified steel sword. He questioned, "Why am I holding this?" Do-hyuk reflected on his near-death experience, recalling, "I'm sure I was about to die at the hands of a goblin warrior." A monstrous goblin loomed behind him, its features terrifyingly clear. But Do-hyuk, seemingly calm, wondered aloud, "Is it perhaps still alive?" Park Do-hyuk, still bewildered from his recent awakening, looked around the aftermath of his encounter with the goblin warrior. His gaze settling on the spot where the creature had stood moments before. He questioned aloud, "It's not there?" A broken goblin club and a low-grade dimensional stone lay on the ground, the only remnants of the fierce battle. Do-hyuk muttered to himself, "There's no way it left." The sudden realization dawned on him. He held the mysterious sword he had somehow acquired during the fight, a look of disbelief washing over his face. He questioned, "Did I really awaken and defeat it?" Two onlookers approached, their words confirming his incredible feat. One exclaimed, "Master, I saw your amazing magic which defeated the goblin." Do-hyuk remained confused, responding, "Pardon? What are you talking about?" Park Do-hyuk, still reeling from his recent awakening and the effortless defeat of a goblin warrior, listened to the frantic pleas of two young awakened individuals. They explained that their leader had recently died, a fact that seemed to be treated as commonplace by the pair. And they urged him to join their group, emphasizing his strength and potential as a newly awakened individual. Do-hyuk, overwhelmed by the situation and his own newfound abilities, requested some time to process everything. The two continued to plead with him, desperate for his help. Their desperation palpable as they walked away. Moments later, the two returned, their expressions shifting to one of relief and surprise as they explained that the KBI, a powerful organization, had arrived on the scene. The KBI agent's swift arrival and efficient handling of the situation left Do-hyuk even more perplexed. He was informed that he was now under their command. The title card introduces the KBI, the Awakened Management Organization, formed 20 years ago to address the emergence of the awakening system. 3 guilds are shown: Black Leopard, White Lotus, and Pear Blossom. The KBI is tasked with maintaining civilian safety and order among the awakened. A large, modern KBI building is depicted in the city. KBI agent Lee Yunso explains that their arrival is earlier than usual due to a high-ranked monster outbreak. Agent Lee Yunso orders 2 awakened individuals, including Park Do-hyuk, to come forward. Park Do-hyuk and the other awakened individual look surprised and confused as they are suddenly apprehended by the KBI agents. The other awakened individual asks what they should do, and Agent Lee Yunso curtly replies, instructing them to apprehend the other awakened individuals. A powerful explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying. As Lee Yunso, a KBI agent, swiftly apprehended 2 individuals, subduing them with practiced efficiency. One of the agents questioned his superior's decision to apprehend the other awakened individual, but Lee Yunso firmly stated, "No, there's no reason to do that." Despite successfully apprehending the targets, Lee Yunso expressed a feeling that they would encounter the awakened individual again. The next morning, an alarm blared on a smartphone, signaling the start of a new day. Park Do-hyuk, recently apprehended, lay on a cot, his mind racing. He muttered to himself, "What do I do now?" His apprehension weighed heavily on him. He knew his boss wouldn't believe his explanation about the outbreak derailing the deal. The weight of his failure pressed down, a wave of frustration washing over him as he covered his ears. But amidst the turmoil, a spark of determination ignited. He resolved, first of all, I need to understand my abilities in order to survive as an awakened. He recalled the system message from his awakening, remembering it mentioned a game ability. A status screen appeared before him, detailing his stats and skills as Awakened Park Do-hyuk. He noted his rank as F and his job as Mechanic Alchemist. His skills included Identify, Charm, Missile, and Enchant Weapon. Park Do-hyuk reviewed his in-game stats, a surprised expression on his face as he noted his character's job, Wizard, Mechanic, and Alchemist. Right, this character setup, he thought, a grin spreading across his face. Isn't it the first character I made in the game I enjoyed, DNF? He continued, a thoughtful expression replacing his grin. Even the dual job awakened were rare, highly sought after by guilds worldwide. And then, the system message hit him, and you're telling me I'm a triple awakened? Do-hyuk reacted with disbelief, his hands clenching around the screen. Coup! He let out a cry of astonishment, throwing his arms up in the air. That's insane! A wave of manic laughter erupted from him as he stood up, his excitement palpable. He was leaving his apartment. Park Do-hyuk, still reeling from his recent discovery, let out an exclamation of surprise. Considering the implications of his newfound abilities as a triple awakened, he mused that going to a dungeon immediately was too risky. And that many awakened die soon after awakening, needing to raise their abilities to a certain level. He pondered a way to earn money without fighting. And then, while drinking milk, his eyes widened. As he focused intently on a particular skill among his mechanic abilities, the max LVL replication. This skill allowed him to perfectly replicate an item, with the replication time increasing with the item's complexity. He considered testing it out. Park Do-hyuk, intrigued by his new replication skill, decided to test its limits. He held a damaged glass in his hand. And with a thought, commanded his power to replicate the object. He muttered, noble and miraculous power, replicate this, as he activated his max LVL replication skill. Park Do-hyuk, holding a glass, decided to test his new skill. He stated, first of all, let's test it on this glass cup. He activated his max LVL replication skill, aiming to replicate the glass. And watched in amazement as the replication process began, a wave of energy surrounding the glass. The replication was successful, a system message confirming the result, replication successful. A perfect copy of the glass materialized. Do-hyuk grinned, holding up the newly replicated glass, pleased with the outcome. Park Do-hyuk, pleased with himself, examined the two glasses he had just replicated. From their weight to their appearance, everything was perfect. His max LVL replication skill had evolved from its previous, limited form, now allowing for perfect replication of items regardless of rank, though the failure rate varies depending on the target's rank and volume. The higher his skill level, the lower the failure rate becomes. He considered this a significant upgrade, superior even to the in-game version. Following a large-scale outbreak in 2000, antiques and old items began to emit dimensional energy, becoming known as relics. These relics are ranked from poor to rare based on their abilities. The narrative explained that antiques had unexpectedly become relics, items of immense value, each priced at a minimum of 10 billion won. This transformation brought immense wealth to their owners. However, a significant problem arose, a lack of individuals capable of analyzing these newly formed relics. Park Do-hyuk arrived at his destination, informed by his driver. He stepped out of the vehicle and surveyed his surroundings. Do-hyuk's expression turned serious as he considered his next move. He was there to search for some relics. Park Do-hyuk, while examining a newly discovered relic, muttered to himself, to think that such an insane item would exist. The item, a ring, displayed its properties on a digital interface, ORT ring, analytical rate, 100%, rank, rare. Options included increasing mana by 100, increasing intelligence by 10%, or recovering 1 mana when activated, regardless of the spell used. Do-hyuk, awestruck by the ring's power, exclaimed, "Are you for real? Isn't this insane?" He continued his search, uncovering additional items. "Found a lot of other stuff," he mused, gesturing towards a collection of antique boxes and a peculiar kettle. The shop owner, observing Do-hyuk's diligence, commented, "You're quite diligent even though it's still morning." Do-hyuk replied, "It's my day off, so I decided to come look for some antiques, since collecting is my hobby." Do-hyuk, having finished his search, left the shop carrying a bag of his newly acquired relics. Park Do-hyuk received a call from his boss, the phone screen displaying the name Boss Bastard. He sighed, muttering ugh. Do-hyuk, looking irritated, ended the call, stating, "Right, I don't need to care anymore." The boss called back, demanding to know why Do-hyuk hadn't clocked in yet. Do-hyuk responded by explaining that he was quitting because the company didn't care about its employees, and angrily refuted the boss's claim of kind treatment, citing excessive workload and lack of holidays or weekends off. He declared that even a dog would find the situation laughable. Finally, Do-hyuk ended the call, announcing that he would not be returning to work. Park Do-hyuk, whistling a cheerful tune, walked down the street, unaware of the confrontation brewing behind him. A young man bumped into him, and a heated argument ensued. "What did you say? Try saying that again," the young man demanded. Do-hyuk retorted, "I said, don't go flaunting around with your pathetic deal out of bumping into you. You should apologize when you hit someone." The argument escalated, with both exchanging angry words. "Why should I apologize for just bumping into you?" the young man insisted. Do-hyuk's expression hardened. "Just bump? Now you're really..." Park Do-hyuk, already angry from a prior confrontation, found himself facing off against another man in a tense standoff. The air crackled with barely suppressed energy as the two exchanged heated words. One man scoffed, "You bastard, seems like just words aren't going to do it." The other retorted, "What bullshit, that's for me to say." Their argument escalated into a physical altercation. A flurry of blows exchanged between the two combatants. A woman, witnessing the fight, intervened, quickly separating the two men with a swift kick that sent one flying. She then sternly declared, "Awakened fighting against each other is against the law. Please read the distributed Awakened info sheets carefully." A young woman with long brown hair walked past, causing a stir among onlookers. One bystander commented on her beauty and coolness. Another echoed the sentiment, emphasizing her attractiveness. Meanwhile, a different group of young men watched the woman from afar. One of them expressed his surprise at seeing her in person, while another, noticing the woman's gaze directed towards someone else, wondered if she was calling out to him. The woman, however, was addressing Park Do-hyuk, calling out his name and asking him to retrieve a forgotten item. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of a building, showing the setting where the interaction took place. The unidentified woman offered Park Do-hyuk instant coffee, apologizing for the lack of other options. He accepted, stating that it was all right. Park Do-hyuk then inquired about the item he had left behind. The unidentified woman retrieved a worn briefcase, explaining that it was the bag he left at the outbreak site. Park Do-hyuk expressed his gratitude. She apologized for having to search through his bag to find the owner. He reassured her that it was fine, given the circumstances, and suggested they move on to the main topic of their meeting. The unidentified woman explained that to become a powerful awakened, Park Do-hyuk needed to register as an awakened. She offered to guide him through the examination process. Park Do-hyuk agreed, and the woman directed him to complete the examination and wait at the information desk. After completing the examination, Park Do-hyuk received a document from the woman. She briefly explained the document's contents before leaving him to review it. Park Do-hyuk felt nervous about the results. Park Do-hyuk anxiously wondered if his results were below average. The woman returned, pointing out the client-approved stamp on the document, confirming his passing. The unidentified woman addressed Park Do-hyuk, confirming his successful completion of the Awakened registration examination. and informing him that he could now continue his life without further complications. She added a final, somewhat cryptic instruction: remember to survive. Park Do-hyuk, slightly unnerved by her last words, exited the building and paused, noticing the unidentified woman's unusual kindness towards him, prompting him to question her motives. Why are you so nice to people with such low prospects? The unidentified woman, a playful smirk dancing on her lips, offered a cryptic answer to Park Do-hyuk's question. Her response, a single word, hung in the air: curiosity. Park Do-hyuk walked down the street, a phone call ending as he passed a building. He was preoccupied by the recruitment efforts of the True Nature Guild, actively seeking out promising awakened individuals. He observed their attempts to recruit others, noting with a sense of relief that they seemed uninterested in him. He reflected that it was better to avoid unwanted attention than to be put on a blacklist as a beginner. His primary focus remained on making money. Park Do-hyuk, while observing nearby guild recruitment efforts, reviewed a message on his phone detailing a method to replicate a powerful item. The message stated, "Noble and miraculous power, replicate this." He initiated the replication process, a glowing ring appearing before him, which then transformed into a glowing cube, only to receive a system message: replication has failed. This item cannot be replicated due to your current level. The success rate is 0%. Frustrated, Do-hyuk rubbed his temples, the remnants of the failed replication process dissipating around him. Park Do-hyuk, still frustrated from his replication failure, muttered to himself, there are still 3 antiques left. A detailed list of 3 items appeared: Grandma Kim Ok-boon's 67-year-old kettle, writer Yu Dae-sun's fountain pen, and Baeko strongman Choi Gyu-sung's champion belt. Each item's analytical rate was 100%, with various options for mana increase, intelligence boost, or health recovery enhancement. He sat contemplating his next move, his fingers tracing the lines of his palm. Since he'd enrolled as an awakened, he should be able to log into the Deus Net. Do-hyuk decided, I'll list all the replicated items in the auction house. The Deus Net was described as a space where the awakened community interacts and trades. It's a place to share news and dungeon information. In the past 20 years, many awakened have joined. An informational box appeared, explaining that through the Deus Net auction house, relics can be traded. In Nagoya, Japan, awakened Gunner Ri sat at her computer, browsing the Deus Net. Ri clicked her mouse, searching for a specific relic, and found a rare normal object that had become a relic, a pen with 32 bids and a current price of 74 million won. The pen's options were to increase mana by 20, increase intelligence by 20, or decrease strength by 3. Ri noted the importance of intelligence and decided to buy it, as increasing that stat is difficult. Despite the high price, Ri placed a bid, noting that there were still quite a few persistent bidders. Ri successfully outbid others for a relic pen, declaring, however, this is mine. The final bid reached 120 million won. A notification appeared: Japanese awakened Ri has succeeded in obtaining the fountain pen. Meanwhile, at the top floor office of the Seoul White Lotus Personal Building in Yeoksam Station, a scene unfolded. Min Sun-yeol, relaxing in a bathtub, was addressed by Kang In-han. He inquired, honey, you know I look at your recent bids on the Deus Net, right? Kang In-han, the White Lotus Guild master, observed a peculiar transaction. There's one thing I observed: an awakened listed 1 rare and 1 normal relic at once. He questioned, isn't that a dealer? Min Sun-yeol, reviewing the details on her tablet, noted, it can't be a second ID since you can make only 1 ID with 1 license. So, what are you trying to say? Ri voiced her suspicions, noting the unusual lack of relics despite their guild's extensive dungeon exploration, leading to a discussion about the possibility of a skilled relic user acquiring a large number of them. The conversation shifted to the Deus market and the distribution of relics. High-ranked relics are found in dungeons and sold in Gangnam, while lower-ranked relics appear on the Deus Net. As Ri got ready for her day, Kang In-han agreed with Ri's assessment, stating that only someone with exceptional abilities could obtain such high-level relics. He immediately contacted the Subjugation Administration team to investigate the individual responsible for the unusual relic acquisition. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair, wearing a white coat, holds a small, dark object. She smiles and says, "Thanks." The scene shifts to an outdoor park. Several people are walking around, and the number 47 is visible in the panel. A young man with short, dark hair is doing push-ups. The numbers 48 are displayed. He continues his push-ups, the counter showing 49. A blue challenge task box appears, indicating do 50 push-ups and showing his progress, 49/50ths. With a final, determined push-up, he completes the challenge. The number 50 appears above him. A blue box appears, announcing that the challenge is complete, experience points have been awarded, and Park Do-hyuk has leveled up to level 11. A system message appeared before Park Do-hyuk, "You have become a wizard of class 2. Park Do-hyuk, surprised, mused that he hadn't expected this to work, but it was a good idea to act as if he were in a game. Even his stats were being distributed as he wanted. His status screen showed his level as 11, his job as wizard mechanic alchemist, and his stats, including a mana of 154. And 0 available stat points. He commented that he was slowly turning into an actual mage. Park Do-hyuk considered obtaining the wizard class's vital passives autocast and cast concentration next, because he wanted to avoid the attacks of different types of monsters. Park Do-hyuk, now a level 11 class 2 wizard, muttered to himself, however, the only way to create skills is through repetitive practice. He clenched his fist, determinedly stating, "The solidity within my mentality, armor." Attempting to cast an armor spell, a surge of magical energy surrounded him. But the spell faltered. A system message appeared, "You have failed to concentrate on the spell. The armor spell has been cancelled." Do-hyuk, undeterred, muttered, "There's no way it'd work on my first try." He resolved, "I'll do this until it works," and continued practicing, his movements becoming increasingly precise. Preparing for another attempt, he declared, "Alright, one more time." Park Do-hyuk, driven by his resolve to master his abilities, focused intently, attempting to cast an armor spell. He muttered to himself, "The solidity within my mentality, armor." However, a system message appeared, declaring, "You have failed to concentrate on the spell. The armor spell has been cancelled." The spell dissipated, leaving Do-hyuk slightly frustrated but undeterred. Nearby, two boys watched him, one commenting, "Wow, that guy is still running around, isn't he tired?" The other boy, noticing a soccer ball rolling away, shouted, "Hey! What are you doing losing sight of the ball?" One of the boys, chasing after the ball, apologized, "Sorry. I'll go get it." He ran swiftly to retrieve the ball, his movements a blur as he crossed the street. A young man, seemingly startled, shouted a warning, "Get out of the way! Look behind you!" Another young man, turning around, looked confused, a question mark forming above his head. A small, paper airplane zipped past him. He reacted instantly, breaking into a full sprint. He reached the scene, but it was too late, a soccer ball had already struck his target. His face fell as he muttered to himself, "I'm too late. The solidity within my mentality." A soccer ball soared through the air, a blur of motion against the bright sunlight. As two young men, locked in a fierce struggle for possession, collided with a resounding impact. Park Do-hyuk, propelled by an inner resolve, dribbled the soccer ball with surprising speed and skill. His movements precise and powerful as he muttered to himself, "The solidity within my mentality." A sudden impact sent him sprawling, the force of the collision echoing in the sharp sound effect. Park Do-hyuk, propelled by an unseen force, launched himself forward, smashing through the front of a delivery truck. His body radiating a teal energy as he impacted the vehicle with immense force. The impact sent shards of glass and metal flying. A thin trickle of blood ran down his forehead. He touched his forehead, a look of concern crossing his face as he muttered to himself, "Did the armor not properly activate?" A voice called out from a distance, "Hey, kid! Are you okay?" Do-hyuk, winded and slightly injured, looked up in surprise. Park Do-hyuk lay injured on the ground, amidst shattered glass and debris from a recent collision. A young boy approached cautiously, his eyes wide with a mixture of concern and awe. Inquiring, "Mister, are you perhaps a hero?" Do-hyuk, still assessing his injuries and the situation, remained silent, his expression unreadable. A system notification appeared before him, detailing the creation of two new skills, auto-spell cast and spell concentration. The auto-spell cast skill allows for instantaneous spell casting for 10 seconds, consuming 1 mana point, while the spell concentration skill enhances spellcasting but risks health loss if mana is low. Park Do-hyuk, still recovering from his injuries but now possessing newly acquired magical skills, found himself in an unexpected situation. He was approached by a young girl who seemed to be in distress. Her anxious expression was evident as she tugged at her sleeve, seemingly hiding something. And then urgently demanded, "Your name. Tell me your name." Do-hyuk hesitated, internally questioning the implications of revealing his identity. He thought, "Isn't a rumor going to start if I tell him my name? What do I do?" After a moment of contemplation, a determined expression crossed his face. He silently decided, "Let's do this." With a sly smile, Do-hyuk confidently declared, "As I said, I'm working as a hero. However, you can't tell this to anyone." Park Do-hyuk, maintaining his playful demeanor, confided in a mysterious girl, whispering, "This is a secret between us." Suddenly, he made a hasty retreat, leaving the girl behind. He vanished in a flash, leaving only a faint disturbance on the ground. A group of men, observing from a distance, reacted with surprise. One of them questioned, "What? Did he run away? I don't think that's it. There's no reason for him to run away." One of the men approached the girl, inquiring, "Hey kid, do you perhaps know who that was?" The girl remained silent, her expression unreadable. The panel then cuts to a close-up of her mouth, hinting at a secret she is keeping. Later, two men are seen walking down a street at night. One of them reports, "I have confirmed." Two men in suits, their faces obscured by sunglasses, confirmed the completion of a large monetary transaction. The belt, they stated, cost 450 million won, and a total of 1.53 billion won was being transferred. Meanwhile, Park Do-hyuk, seemingly unaware of the transaction's magnitude, displayed a thoughtful expression. A mobile phone screen showed a bank notification. KBI had deposited 1,530 million won into Park Do-hyuk's CZ bank account. A subsequent screen displayed Park Do-hyuk's bank transaction history, confirming the large deposit and a previous withdrawal of 50 million won. "It's here," he exclaimed internally. Overwhelmed by the sudden influx of funds, Park Do-hyuk, who previously had less than 10 million won, marveled at the 1.5 billion won now in his account. The men in suits reported the successful transfer to Park Do-hyuk, assuring him that the two relics would be safely sent to the buyers. Park Do-hyuk reflected on the eventful day, considering whether to buy some chicken on his way home. The next day arrived, and he found himself at a bus stop. He moved through the crowd of commuters, finding a spot to wait for his bus. Park Do-hyuk checked the bus schedule, looking for the number that went to Awaken Road. Discovering that the number 30 bus would arrive in approximately 15 minutes. Park Do-hyuk anxiously awaited the appearance of something, his inner thoughts questioning if it would appear soon. A sudden, unexpected event unfolded before him. He was shocked to witness a horrifying scene. Several grotesque monsters emerged from seemingly nowhere, their red eyes glowing menacingly. "This can't be," he exclaimed in disbelief. The text "An outbreak" appeared on the screen, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Do-hyuk's face reflected his growing concern and fear. Do-hyuk's attention shifted to the source of the monstrous invasion, his mind racing to understand the origin of the dimensional rift. He wondered, where is the dimensional door opening from? Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as something impacted the ground nearby. Do-hyuk, startled, looked around. Park Do-hyuk, alarmed, witnessed a door opening from above, and looked up in shock as a monstrous creature emerged. The creature descended, its wings shattering into crystalline shards. releasing a wave of energy that sent Do-hyuk reeling. He braced himself as sharp projectiles hurtled towards him, forcing him to dodge with incredible speed and agility. Park Do-hyuk's eyes narrowed, his expression one of intense focus, as he witnessed the destructive power of the projectiles impacting the ground. The power to break the floor with arrows, he thought, his alarm growing. The force of the impact was clearly beyond anything ordinary. These aren't normal monsters, he realized, bracing himself for further attacks. Do-hyuk's gaze shifted, his mind racing to identify the source of the threat. This guy is, he wondered, a sense of unease washing over him. The monster revealed itself, a grotesque creature with a twisted face, short arms, and legs. With its short arms and legs, Do-hyuk observed, assessing the creature's unusual physique. A flashback surfaced in Do-hyuk's mind, the monster I hunted when I was bored and deaf. So it's a gnome, he concluded, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. A young man in a white jacket faced off against a small, fierce goblin wielding a crossbow. The goblin unleashed a dark red energy blast, the blast narrowly missing the young man, who shouted, "Hey, you! Wait right there!" A young woman with long brown hair, clad in dark clothing and wielding a sword, appeared, effortlessly tossing aside a piece of clothing. Her expression hardened with determination as she glared intensely. She swiftly moved to intercept the goblin, her sword glinting in the sunlight as she closed the distance. A goblin, its eyes blazing with malevolent intent, emerged from the shadows, shouting a warning, "Attention!" The young man, already on the run, braced himself for impact as the goblin lunged, claws extended. The young woman, however, intercepted the attack, swiftly moving to deflect the goblin's blow with a precise strike. She then launched herself forward, leaving the goblin momentarily stunned as she pursued her escape. However, more goblins appeared, emerging from the bus stop, ready to engage. The young woman, pursued by a volley of projectiles, dove to the ground, narrowly avoiding the onslaught as the arrows whizzed past her head. A triumphant grin spread across her face. The young woman, now visibly injured, clutched an arrow protruding from her shoulder, her expression shifting to one of surprise and disbelief as she looked towards the young man. "Did that person just save me?" she thought. The young man, having deflected the goblin's attack, stood poised, his finger pointed towards the fleeing goblin. "Close," he muttered. An elderly man, his face etched with determination, charged forward, shield raised, shouting, "Don't get distracted and look in front of you." The young woman, momentarily startled, found herself overwhelmed by a sudden, intense wave of panic. She focused her will, muttering the incantation, "Magic's harmony, absolute precision. Magic missile." Two beams of energy shot forth from her hands, striking the oncoming attacker with pinpoint accuracy. The impact sent the elderly man sprawling, his face bloodied and his expression one of pained surprise. The young woman, visibly shaken by the violence of her own spell, let out a gasp of horror. The young woman, shaken but resolute, knelt on the ground. A young man with dark hair stood beside her, advising, "It's dangerous, so it's best if you get out of the way." He warned her, "I bet you'll change your mind when you see that." A colossal, armored figure emerged from the shadows, its red eyes glowing menacingly. The metallic clang of its movements echoed through the scene. The young woman's eyes widened in fear as the monstrous figure advanced. She braced herself, a surge of magical energy flaring around her as she prepared to defend herself. The young man, surprised by her resolve, questioned, "That's a high-ranking monster's intimidation. Once you're affected by it, your body becomes frozen as it is now. How are you unaffected?" She calmly replied, "I've already been affected by it before." The young woman, still reeling from a recent battle, questioned the meaning of a cryptic warning. As the young man, his face etched with concern, scooped her up into his arms and began to carry her away at speed. He carried her through a bustling city street, narrowly avoiding obstacles as he moved with surprising agility. Finally collapsing onto the ground, breathless but relieved to have escaped immediate danger. The young man's expression shifted to one of intense worry as he looked at the young woman. He cautioned her about the approaching danger, specifically mentioning arrows and the subpar performance of her sword. The young man, having just rescued the young woman, examined his modified rapier. A system menu appeared, displaying options for its enhancement: modifying rapier, rank, normal, option 1, increase strength by 10x. He muttered, "This works fine." He leaped from the rooftop, making a daring escape from his pursuers, who were revealed to be a formidable group of gnomes, 10 hammer-wielding gnomes, 9 archers, and 1 heavily armored gnome leader. Observing from a distance, the young woman noted the impressive strength of the pursuers' energy shields. The young man, however, moved with speed and precision, dodging their attacks. He launched himself into the air, his movements a blur, his energy blast striking his pursuers with deadly accuracy, causing them to stumble. He landed gracefully, his sword drawn, ready to continue his escape. A satisfied smirk played on his lips as he internally assessed the effectiveness of his magic missiles, noting their improved power compared to his previous experience in DNF. 2 grotesque, gnome-like figures, wielding crude axes, glared menacingly. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural red intensity. A young man, pursued, dashed through a city street, a shimmering blade materializing in his hand. He spun, deflecting blows with practiced ease, his eyes blazing with a similar crimson light as he declared, "Foolish creations, meet your maker." The young man unleashed a wave of dark energy, striking the pursuers, sending them reeling backward in pain. The young man, empowered by his dark energy, unleashed a devastating attack. A blinding flash erupted from his hand, leaving one of his pursuers incapacitated, a single arrow piercing his skull. The man fell, defeated. The remaining pursuers, their faces contorted in fear, watched as the young man approached. The text above them revealed that his fierce skill's effectiveness is amplified by intelligence and intimidation. The young man, pleased with his replicated fountain pen, prepared for the final confrontation. He knew the fear effect wouldn't last long, and resolved to eliminate the remaining boss quickly. The heavily armored figure of the boss loomed before him, a menacing presence. The young man unleashed a torrent of dark energy from a spinning device, the beam slicing through the air, the force impacting his pursuers with concussive power. Observing the effects, the young woman noted a magic negating shield, but the young man dismissed it, confident in another approach. He muttered to himself, "There's another way." He then channeled the principles of nature, invoking an enchantment to empower his weapon. The system interface displayed the specifications of his newly enchanted Modipus rapier: analytical rate 100%, rank rare, with options to increase critical hit by 35x or deal 500% minimum damage on a critical hit. The cooldown was 30 seconds. With a final burst of speed, he vanished, leaving only a crater in the ground where he once stood. A towering, armored figure, its face obscured by a helmet, loomed over the scene. Dark, almost viscous energy pulsed from its edges. The young man, however, moved with surprising speed, his magic-imbued weapon crackling with energy as he launched a swift attack. His attack struck the armored figure's shield, creating a brilliant green explosion of energy. The young woman watched intently, noting the effectiveness of the magic-negating shield. But the young man's attack was not without effect. The force of the blow sent the armored figure staggering. He followed up with a swift, decisive blow, his voice ringing out, "You relied too much on your shield." The armored figure, weakened and off balance, stumbled and fell to the ground. The armored figure loomed, its red eye glowing menacingly, its massive form collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. As young man stared in disbelief, muttering, "What?" The young man, propelled by a surge of energy, launched a swift attack against the armored figure. He unleashed a concentrated blast of green energy, the force of the impact sending shockwaves outwards as it struck the armored figure's shield. The sheer power causing the armored figure to stumble backward, its legs buckling under the strain. The young man, eyes narrowed in concentration, muttered, "Too much on your shield." The armored figure, unable to withstand the assault, collapsed to the ground, defeated. The armored figure loomed, its visor reflecting a malevolent red glow.
Then, with a sudden, earth-shattering impact, it collapsed, leaving the young man staring in disbelief, his mouth agape as he uttered a single word, "What?"
The young man's eyes widened further as he realized the horrifying truth: the armored figure was hollow on the inside. The young man, now armed with a glowing green sword, stood over the fallen remains of his opponent. The armored figure lunged at the young man, its metallic fist aimed at his head. But with surprising speed and precision, the young man sidestepped the attack, exploiting the opening to strike at a critical point on the armor. The young man's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he noted the precision required for the attack, a small, almost imperceptible detail he had noticed earlier. He swiftly drew his sword, aiming for a weak point in the armor. And with a series of precise strikes, he overwhelmed the armored figure's defenses, causing it to falter and ultimately deactivate. The young man, still astonished from his recent victory, stood over the fallen armored figure. He gripped his sword, his breath coming in ragged gasps, as the armor suddenly crumbled, revealing a smaller figure within. A gnome-like leader, whose true form was concealed beneath the heavy plating. The real body was covered by the thick armor, the narrator observed, noting the gnome's skill with machinery. With his shield broken, the gnome's spells began to falter. "Due to the shield being broken, my spells are starting to work," he muttered, his red eyes gleaming with barely contained power. The young man observed the defeated gnome and his terrified goblin companions. "But in a bit, my fear effect will begin to disappear," the gnome thought, his expression grim. The young man, sensing the shift in power, focused his resolve. "I need to finish this as fast as I can," he determined, preparing for a final, decisive blow. The young man, unwavering in his resolve, launched a series of magic missiles, each blast striking the armored figure with pinpoint accuracy. The gnome leader, initially shielded, found his defenses failing under the relentless assault. The impact shattered the armor, revealing the gnome leader's true, menacing form. His eyes glowed with an ominous red light. The young man pressed his advantage, continuing his attack. A final blow sent the gnome leader reeling, his magical power visibly waning. The young man unleashed a torrent of energy, a focused blast that struck the armored gnome leader, the force of the attack sending shockwaves through the ground and visibly impacting the gnome's defenses. He declared, "I'll finish it with this," and launched a final, decisive attack. With a swift, precise movement, the young man's blade pierced the gnome leader's armor, the gnome leader falling to the ground, defeated. The young woman observed from a distance, taking in the scene. The young man, victorious but cautious, launched himself through the air, a brilliant blue energy erupting from his blade. The energy slicing through the air with deadly precision, striking the armored gnome leader. A shockwave of force sending the leader reeling back, leaving a trail of dust and debris in its wake. The young man landed, his sword still glowing faintly, as he surveyed the scene. The gnome leader lay defeated, his true form revealed, his magic depleted. The young woman observed from a distance, assessing the situation. He looked down at the remaining gnomes, muttering to himself, "I guess, these guys?" With a swift, decisive movement, the young man advanced, his sword glinting in the sunlight, ready to deal with any remaining threats. Two armored gnomes tumbled through the air, the force of the impact sending a cloud of dust and debris billowing around them. The young man, victorious but wary, sat on a bench, assessing the situation. He muttered to himself, noting that, luckily, only the gnome leader possessed a magic resistance shield, but he was unsure how to proceed against the remaining threats. His thoughts turned to the challenges of facing stronger opponents, his current abilities limited to Class 2 spells. A young woman approached, addressing him as Mr. Park Do-hyuk. She commented on their frequent encounters. She questioned him about his solo victory, specifically about the other person involved, Kim Lee-unn. The young man, still wary from his recent battle, explained to the young woman that he had moved her to safety after she was injured at the start of the conflict. The young woman, however, was more interested in the details of his victory over the armored gnomes, expressing a desire to hear more about the events. Meanwhile, two men in suits discussed the rewards offered for resolving unprecedented outbreaks caused by awakened individuals. The young woman, seemingly unconcerned, assured the young man that he didn't need to worry about the aftermath. Elsewhere, the aftermath of the battle was shown. The gnome leader lay dead, his body and weapons rendered unusable due to the dimensional stones used in the fight. Having dealt with the immediate threat, the young man prepared to leave, only to be stopped by the young woman, who questioned his sudden departure. The young woman approached the young man, her tone inquisitive.
"Aren't you going to do an interview for the TV or something?" she asked. The young man, slightly annoyed, responded. "All right, then the aftermath is that we, the KBI, will take care of it.
Thank you for your hard work, Park Do-hyuk."
He continued, "Yes, you too.
Also, remember to give the rapier back to that person from a while ago." Elsewhere, the young woman interrupted a conversation.
"Excuse me. Can I have a moment of your time?" She pressed further, "Where is the awakened that fought with all the gnomes? I want to know about that person.
Please tell me." Later, inside a sleek office building, a voice called out, "Please tell me what that awakened looks like and how." Near Shiniru Street, an outbreak occurred, but there were no casualties, only two F-ranked awakened individuals. One of them was a swordsman. An F-ranked rookie swiftly defeated E-ranked gnomes using a sword and magic. However, when facing monsters, it said that he used a type of spell incantation, not magic. It involved moving and saying an incantation to grant him powers. Chunhua, the Plum Blossom Guild Vice Guildmaster, and Lizzie, the Guildmaster, discussed the unusual nature of the rookie's abilities. His skills were unlike anything they had seen before, including multi-target and area of effect magic.
Lizzie, recognizing the rookie's exceptional potential, decided to recruit him before other guilds made a move.
Lizzie, the Plum Blossom Guildmaster, reflected on the exceptional abilities of a particular spellcaster. He possessed not only potent single-target spells but also impressive area of effect and multi-target magic.
Remarkable for an F-rank awakened individual.
Before other guilds could act, she determined
that securing his recruitment was paramount. Lizzie's subordinate nervously reported to her, but she reacted with immediate anger,
berating him for his inaction. Had he known the spellcaster's potential, he should have immediately secured his recruitment.
Lizzie and her subordinate discussed a powerful spellcaster.
Lizzie argued that the spellcaster's unique abilities made him a valuable asset, and insisted on recruiting him immediately into their guild.
The subordinate, visibly anxious, apologized
and stated his intention to leave immediately.
Lizzie, impatient, urged him to hurry,
as time was of the essence. The subordinate, in a panic, fled the room.
A high-angle shot shows a city street scene, with tall buildings and a busy intersection. A sleek, white sports car pulls up to the curb. Min Sunyul, the White Lotus Vice Guildmaster, sits behind the wheel, wearing sunglasses. News reports about a powerful awakened individual named Park Do-hyuk dispatching a large number of gnomes flash on the car's dashboard. The news report continues, detailing the incident and an interview with a witness.
A phone call comes in, the caller ID shows Baby.
Min Sunyul answers the call.
Her boyfriend is on the other end, complaining that she is leaving all the work to him and going out. He asks her to put down a contract for 3 billion won for recruiting a powerful awakened individual. She agrees, expressing some concern about the price. Min Sunyul, slightly annoyed, negotiated a contract with her client. The fee was set at 10 billion won, but the client insisted the target individual must pass a guild test. A condition she reluctantly agreed to, muttering that she would make the effort to secure the target regardless. The client, concerned about the potential risks, warned her to avoid getting sidetracked and focus on the task. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers observed the situation unfolding, one of them commenting on how incredible or crazy the situation seemed. Wondering about the true extent of the target's abilities, given his unusual behavior.
A sleek white car, possibly a Bentley, speeds down a city street.
Its tires leaving faint skid marks on the asphalt as it comes to a sudden stop. Nearby, three figures in suits observe the vehicle, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and apprehension.
One of them whispers, "Isn't that the White Lotus Vice Guildmaster?"
Min Sunyul emerges from the car, her dark hair cascading down her shoulders.
She mutters to herself, "Why are there so many fruit flies here?"
The suited figures exchange worried glances.
One suggests, "Should we leave?" It seems like he doesn't want to enter any of the guilds anyways. Another counters, "Has he already been in talks with the White Lotus Guild?"
The White Lotus Guild's recruitment standards were high, as evidenced by the statement, "You need to be as capable as us, the White Lotus Guild, if you want to recruit an irregular." A large sum of money was displayed, 100 billion won. The accompanying text stated, "For anyone considering an offer below this amount, please leave." Min Sunyul's reaction to the sum was one of disbelief and uncertainty, her face filled with question marks. A subtle smirk played on her lips, suggesting a calculated consideration of the offer. Kim Hoon, the vice guild master of the Wooden Soul Guild, appeared, his expression one of disdain.
He muttered, "Knee sick."
Kim Hoon voiced his skepticism, questioning the existence of an awakened individual capable of spellcasting.
Min Sunyul, unimpressed, countered Kim Hoon's skepticism. "It's not just any spellcasting, it's irregular. Have you ever seen an awakened who uses spellcasting?"
Kim Hoon admitted he hadn't, but he still found the offer absurd.
"This amount is insane. That bastard will never get this amount of money." Min Sunyul, however, remained unconvinced, suspecting Park Do-hyuk's motives. "I wonder.
I'm sure Park Do-hyuk is just looking for a place that will recognize his value."
She then declared, "Do-hyuk, I'm leaving for today, but I'll meet you next time with a better offer." Min Sunyul departed, leaving Kim Hoon behind.
The scene then shifted to show her driving away in a luxury car, leaving Kim Hoon to ponder the events that had just transpired.
He questioned, "Did they?"
Min Sunyul contemplated the potential sacrifices required for guild membership, concluding that joining a guild solely for monetary gain wasn't currently worthwhile.
He reviewed maps detailing locations of power and growth,
intending to leverage this information to enhance his abilities. A confident smile played on his lips as he finalized his plan. 5 days later, Min Sunyul encountered a warning sign from the KBI Awakened Management, indicating a restricted area with potential monster appearances.
Min Sunyul arrived at his destination, declaring, "I have finally arrived." He proudly displayed the relics he had found over the past 5 days, a bracelet made of stones, wooden prayer beads, the Yuhana bracelet, the Yuyena bracelet, and blessed binoculars. Each item offered various stat-boosting options. These were complemented by the Kim Young Kwan's belt, which offered options to increase dexterity and strength, with weight-dependent effects. Min Sunyul also revealed his new defensive suit from Shinryu Street, and a 500 million armor vehicle, a significant investment in his personal safety and mobility. His stats had greatly increased compared to 5 days prior. His current stats, as Park Do-hyuk, a wizard mechanic alchemist of rank F, were displayed: Strength 35, Endurance 64, Intelligence 57, Dexterity 44, Mana 199, Luck 5, Charm 38, Physical Defense 11, Magical Defense 1. He declared, "With this much, I'm practically done with the preparations." Min Sunyul, having completed his preparations, stood confidently before a gate. A man in a suit informed him, "You have been confirmed as a new member. You may now enter." The suited man then barked an order, "Open the gates." A brilliant, white light erupted from the gate as it opened. Min Sunyul, a determined look on his face, stepped through the gateway. The narration begins 20 years after awakened beings started appearing, resulting in the emergence of countless dungeons across the country. However, these dungeons are located in areas controlled by various guilds, making access difficult for unaffiliated individuals. Min Sunyul, an F-rank adventurer, finds the system too cumbersome. He explains that unlike dungeons, fields are areas where monsters establish bases after escaping dungeons through dimensional doors. Within these fields, monsters rapidly multiply, offering adventurers a chance to gain significant experience and dimensional stones. 2 figures in futuristic armor stood amidst a radiant blue glow, one of them explaining that solo awakenings without significant funds often lead individuals to these specific locations. The scene shifted to a forest clearing where several goblins were gathered around a pile of what appeared to be brains. The goblins were seen devouring the brains with gusto. Two goblins, in particular, were intensely focused on consuming the brains. Observing them from a tree, Min Sunyul watched the goblins' gruesome feast from a distance. Min Sunyul muttered to himself, "Magic's harmony, absolute precision." He then prepared to launch a magic missile. The missile streaked across the field, striking the goblins with pinpoint accuracy, sending them sprawling into the earth. Sunyul, observing the aftermath, reflected, "Since my stats have gone higher, there's no reason for me to hide in order to hunt anymore." He continued his internal monologue, "Even though it's my first time seeing so much gore, it's not too bad. The reason that I'm able to adapt to these things even though I wasn't comfortable with it before awakening is..." Min Sunyul pondered his newfound abilities, questioning if his proficiency stemmed from the experience he gained upon awakening. He mused that his awaken system proved quite useful in these situations. He swiftly deployed his magic, a crimson wave erupting from his hands. The force of the attack obliterating the goblins before him. Two goblins, their menacing grins now frozen in place, stood before him, their demise imminent as a large, menacing wolf emerged from the shadows. Min Sunyul, confident in his abilities after defeating goblins, reflected on the strength of the monsters in the field. He then encountered a group of goblins and monstrous wolves in a forest clearing, a smirk playing on his lips as he considered his next move. He pondered aloud, "Shall I clean them up?" Min Sunyul, confident in his recent successes, approached a vendor to sell the corpses of monsters he had slain. The vendor expressed gratitude for the high quality of the corpses, and after a brief discussion, the price was settled at 300 million for the lot. Min Sunyul, surprised by the large sum, received the payment and a package intended for Park Do-hyuk. He apologized for opening the package, explaining that he had checked for dangerous contents, and reassured the vendor that everything was all right. Min Sunyul, already wealthier from his recent sale of monster corpses, mused to himself, "Though I would rather act quietly without getting jealous gazes." He received a package from a staff member. Meanwhile, a group of young men observed the transaction, one of them commenting, "Hyung, look at that guy. Do you see that?" "What?" another asked, to which the first responded, "I was listening to them, and apparently, he made 300 million with just monster corpses. We've been working our asses off for days and we barely made 3 million. One of the men continued, "That staff isn't even that nice to us like he is to that guy." The other men shared his sentiment, with one adding, "That guy probably thinks that he has it all just because he can use some magic." Three young men sat together, their faces contorted in anger. "That guy really pisses me off," one of them seated, "I want to kill him." Another added, "I want to beat him to death." A close-up of a man's face, his lips curled into a sinister smile, revealed a plan forming in his mind. "Let's kill that guy," he thought. One of the young men, his eyes gleaming with avarice, spoke, "Since he made that much money, I'm sure he's hooked and will come back." Another young man, observing a newcomer, commented, "We've been here for 2 years, and since it's our first time seeing his face, we can confirm that he's a newbie. And with that ability, I'm sure his truck is filled with monsters too." A plan solidified. "Don't you think we can just end him by ambushing him?" one of them suggested. Two young men discussed their plan to eliminate Min Sunyul and Park Do-hyuk. When they leave with the truck, they will claim to be working with the targets, conveniently absolving themselves of any responsibility. They also mention a death agreement already signed by those inside the field, covering everything from money to vehicles and dimensional stones. The conspirators gleefully anticipate their spoils. The next day, Min Sunyul is seen approaching an armored vehicle, seemingly unaware of the impending ambush. Min Sunyul pondered the difficulty of dealing with corpses, a task he found more challenging than the act of killing itself. He then resolved to proceed, requesting backup from his companions as he moved forward. His companions agreed, providing him with support as he approached his target. Suddenly, he was ambushed, receiving a powerful blow that sent him sprawling. The impact of the attack sent him flying, leaving him vulnerable.
One of the ambushers watched, his expression unreadable. One of the young men, his eyes glowing ominously, grinned.
"This is what you get."
His companions echoed his sentiment, shouting, "He got what he deserved, and hit him more, Hyung." The scene shifted to Min Sun-yeol, who was being brutally attacked.
A swift blow landed, the impact obscured by motion lines.
Another attacker swung a weapon, connecting with Min Sun-yeol's head, sending him reeling.
Min Sun-yeol, dazed and injured, clutched his head in disbelief.
He seemed to be struggling to comprehend the situation. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of defiance ignited within him as he thought, "To beat me." Min Sun-yeol, already injured from the ambush, felt a surge of anger as he was attacked again.
His hands flared with a burning energy.
He retaliated with a fierce blow, striking his assailant with the full force of his burning hands. His eyes blazing with a cold fury, Min Sun-yeol justified his actions as self-defense against the murderous intent of his attackers. The intense heat from Min Sun-yeol's burning hands erupted in a powerful blast,
engulfing his attackers in a wave of searing flames, leaving one of them screaming in agony.
Two young men, their faces etched with surprise and dawning fear, watched as Min Sun-yeol's body began to glow with an inner fire.
Min Sun-yeol stood over a fallen assailant, his expression grim.
He surveyed the scene, his eyes scanning the surrounding area.
A look of wary determination etched on his face.
He sensed danger nearby, the adrenaline still coursing through his veins, and a new, unfamiliar power simmering beneath his skin. He felt a surge of heat, a fiery energy he had never experienced before. Nearby, other young men watched from a distance, their faces a mixture of fear and awe as they witnessed Min Sun-yeol's transformation. Min Sun-yeol stood defiantly before two young men, his expression hardening as he sized up his opponents. One of the young men, eyes wide with fear, stared back at him. The young man reported to his companion that he had indeed hit their target, but that the target was not who they expected.
He urged his companion to flee.
The two young men turned to flee, but Min Sun-yeol called out to one of them, "Lee Chang-young." Min Sun-yeol, irritated by their incompetence, questioned why they bothered him when their skills and coordination were so poor.
With a flick of his wrist, Min Sun-yeol unleashed a magic missile, striking Lee Chang-young with pinpoint accuracy. Min Sun-yeol's pursuers, emboldened by their numbers, closed in.
One of them shouted, "Chang-young." He grimaced, muttering to himself, "I can't go out like this." The lead attacker, confident in his shield, assessed the situation. "However talented he may be compared to what we imagined," he reasoned, "he won't be able to use big magic like that continuously." The attacker charged, declaring, "I'll endure his attacks with this shield, then finish him." But Min Sun-yeol, eyes blazing with newfound power, unleashed a wave of energy, a vibrant mist described as vividness within death.
Min Sun-yeol, eyes narrowed, confronted his attackers. He questioned them, "Are you planning on disrupting my sight?"
A text box appeared, explaining, "Vibrant mist is a magic that has a sight disruption effect as well as a conditional stun effect which triggers by long exposure." Min Sun-yeol unleashed the spell. However, the range and power of the spell were amplified by his intelligence stat. It caused an energy ripple that not only shook the body but its insides as well.
One of the attackers recoiled, clutching his head in agony. Another attacker, disoriented and bleeding, fell to the ground, muttering, "What got me? I didn't feel any attacks."
Min Sun-yeol stood amidst the aftermath of his confrontation, his breath ragged but his eyes sharp. The ground was littered with discarded weapons, the air still hummed with residual magical energy. One of his attackers, his face contorted in pain and disbelief, muttered, "Something's wrong." The young man's words reflected the unspoken truth, Min Sun-yeol's power had surpassed their expectations. His skill was far beyond what they had anticipated.
Another attacker, watching from a distance, observed, "This guy is anything but a newbie."
Min Sun-yeol, his expression hardening, moved swiftly, delivering a decisive blow. Finishing the fight with a chilling declaration, "Pay the consequences for attempting to take my life." Min Sun-yeol stood over a defeated young man, his sword sheathed at his side. Another young man, bruised and battered, emerged from the bushes, his eyes wide with fear. He stumbled back, clearly terrified of the victorious Min Sun-yeol. Desperate, he begged for mercy, "Spare me. I will never appear before your eyes again." His pleas were filled with genuine terror and remorse. Min Sun-yeol, however, showed no mercy, his expression remaining unchanged. He is not a saint to spare someone who tried to ambush him. Min Sun-yeol effortlessly dodged a series of attacks, his movements a blur, countering with a burst of speed that left his opponents reeling. One attacker cried out in terror as he was sent flying backwards, while Min Sun-yeol unleashed a barrage of precise strikes, each blow finding its mark with deadly accuracy. One of the defeated young men lay bleeding, his armor torn and his body bruised. Min Sun-yeol sat amidst the ravaged undergrowth, his breath misting in the cold air. The scene a testament to his recent, brutal victory. A trail of defeated young men lay scattered around him, their bodies bearing witness to his swift and merciless efficiency. One particularly hapless attacker, his body still twitching, had been unable to even cast a single spell before falling to Min Sun-yeol's blade. A grim reminder of the disparity in their skills. Min Sun-yeol sheathed his sword, his expression unchanged. He reflected on the encounter, deeming it a disturbing experience. Two more figures fled the scene, their panicked retreat a silent testament to Min Sun-yeol's overwhelming power. One of the fleeing figures paused, his face a mask of fear and disbelief. Min Sun-yeol stood amidst the aftermath of a brutal confrontation, his sword resting on the ground near several fallen bodies. A military vehicle was parked nearby, adding to the scene's grim atmosphere. Three men in suits approached cautiously, surveying the scene. One of them spoke, questioning what had transpired. Min Sun-yeol, unfazed, simply replied, "Yes, of course." The scene shifted to a close-up of Min Sun-yeol swiftly incapacitating one of the suited men with a precise strike, followed by another, and another, each attack executed with lethal efficiency. He moved with a speed that was almost impossible to follow. The remaining suited men, having witnessed their colleague's swift defeat, offered a proposition: "We understand the situation. We have the video footage and consider it as legal defense by the special law, but we'd like you to cooperate with us for now." Min Sun-yeol stood amidst the aftermath of his battle, seemingly unfazed by the recent conflict. Two men in suits approached cautiously, one of them remarking on a strange energy. Their attention was drawn to a powerful surge of mana emanating from a nearby location. Min Sun-yeol, despite his heightened senses from the fight, dismissed their concerns, stating that he would investigate instead. His eyes narrowed, focusing intently on the source of the mana. And with a sudden burst of speed, he launched himself towards the source, leaving the men in suits behind. One of the men in suits paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he pondered the source of the mana surge. A large, luminous white wolf materialized before him, its eyes glowing with an ethereal light. The creature snarled, revealing sharp teeth. The wolf's ferocious roar echoed through the forest as it lunged forward. A large, white wolf-like creature, radiating magical energy, lunged forward. Min Sun-yeol, observing from a distance, recognized the creature as one he had previously encountered. He internally confirmed, "This guy was definitely the boss of the field wolves that I hunted in DF." The creature unleashed a powerful magical attack. A man in a suit, witnessing the scene, reacted swiftly, deploying a magical shield just in time to deflect the attack. The man shouted, "Shield!" Min Sun-yeol, his eyes wide behind his sunglasses, registered a sudden surge of magical energy. A powerful, unfamiliar presence. A wave of heat radiating from the fingertips of one of the men in suits prompted an urgent warning, "Quick! Run away!" The man in the suit, sensing the imminent danger, attempted to pull Sun-yeol away from the approaching threat. From the swirling dust and smoke, a monstrous, white wolf-like creature emerged, its eyes blazing with magical fire. The creature unleashed a devastating magical blast, creating a shockwave that sent tremors through the ground. The wolf's powerful attack tore through the air, leaving a trail of searing energy in its wake. A powerful magical creature, a wolf-like beast with piercing blue eyes, is shown in close-up. Its dual-toned fur, gray and white, hints at immense power. Min Sun-yeol, reacting to the creature's presence, tenses, his expression one of focused alertness. He notes the creature's cry. The men in suits, observing the same creature, exchange worried glances. They recognize the wolf pack as underlings to a powerful being. One of the men in suits confirms their suspicions, noting the wolf pack's presence in the field. Sun-yeol, standing amidst the approaching wolf pack, acknowledges the gravity of the situation. This encounter will be challenging. Min Sun-yeol, still apprehensive from his recent encounter, urgently instructed the men in suits, "You guys get out this place using the car that I brought here.
It's modified so it's more than enough to get you out of here." One of the men in suits responded, showing a surprising amount of resolve, "What are you saying? We'll help as well." However, another man in suits expressed concern, "What are you talking about? You almost died just now."
The scene shifted to reveal a powerful magical creature, a large white wolf-like beast, looming over Min Sun-yeol and one of the men in suits.
The men in suits, despite their initial resolve, began to reconsider their options.
Min Sun-yeol stared, wide-eyed, as a large, wolf-like creature emerged from the forest, its presence radiating power. A man in a suit, seemingly undeterred, faced the creature, his expression resolute. But the other men in suits looked on in growing fear as the creature advanced. He declared, "First of all, I'll stall them for now. The rest of you, get ready to get out of here." The man in the suit lunged forward, striking the creature with a powerful blow. The impact sending shockwaves through the air. He muttered, "I don't need weapons to do this much." Min Sun-yeol stood defiantly, a fist raised against a pack of menacing wolves with glowing blue eyes. The creatures lunged, their jaws snapping shut around him. One wolf's gaping maw loomed, teeth bared in a terrifying display. But Sun-yeol countered with blinding speed, his movements leaving streaks of light as he fought back. Meanwhile, inside a vehicle, a man in a suit reported, "Sunbae. We're done preparing." The vehicle's hatch opened, revealing a glimpse of advanced technology. Min Sun-yeol, exhausted but resolute, stood amidst the aftermath of his battle with a pack of wolves. A military vehicle approached, its arrival heralded by the words, "With awakens to reinforce you." The words hung in the air, a promise of support in the face of overwhelming odds. He collapsed, his body spent from the fight. A moment of disorientation followed, a flicker of something unexpected in his eye. Suddenly, a monstrous wolf lunged, its claws glowing with an unnatural energy. Min Sun-yeol braced himself for the attack. The wolf's claws were imbued with a power far beyond anything he had encountered before. A surge of energy erupted from Min Sun-yeol, a brilliant blue light countering the wolf's attack. He had activated a new ability. A massive, luminescent wolf lunged at Min Sun-yeol, its claws extended. The beast's attack was swift, a powerful strike from above. But Min Sun-yeol reacted instantly, dodging the initial blow and preparing for the next move. Recognizing the predictable pattern of the wolf's attack, he anticipated its tail whip. He expertly evaded the attack, his mind racing as he considered the implications of the approaching reinforcements. As he anticipated, a pack of smaller, equally aggressive wolves descended upon him. Min Sun-yeol, anticipating further attacks, unleashed a powerful blast of energy, sending a shockwave that decimated the immediate area and incapacitated a pursuing wolf, leaving him alert but bracing for the next wave of attacks. He thought, next is. Another wolf, seemingly empowered by some unknown force, charged at him with heightened ferocity, its body crackling with electric energy. The wolf unleashed a torrent of blue energy. But Min Sun-yeol, reacting instinctively, deflected the attack with a burst of his own energy. Min Sun-yeol unleashed a powerful energy blast, the force of which sent a shockwave through the surrounding trees. A ferocious wolf, its eyes glowing menacingly, lunged at him with terrifying speed, leaving behind a trail of dust and debris as it charged. A pack of wolves gathered around a steaming crater in the ground, their eyes fixed on the crater, anticipating something. Min Sun-yeol, dodging and weaving through the relentless assault of the wolves, retaliated with precise energy blasts. Min Sunyul continued his desperate fight for survival, dodging a flurry of attacks from the pack of wolves, some of which seemed to possess unnatural strength and speed. He retaliated with bursts of energy, pushing back against the relentless assault. But the wolves were relentless, their numbers overwhelming. He knew he needed to end this quickly. Observing the wolves' movements, Min Sunyul noticed a pattern in their attacks, a slight delay in their movements after each lunge. He smirked, a plan forming in his mind. "You can't move because of the skill delay, can't you?" he thought, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He prepared his counterattack. With a swift motion, Min Sunyul unleashed a powerful energy blast, a magic missile, targeting the heart of the wolf pack. A wave of intense energy erupted from Min Sunyul, radiating outward in a fiery burst. The force of the attack impacting the ground with tremendous power, and striking the remaining wolves with devastating effect. The creatures were thrown back, their forms momentarily obscured by the intense light and heat. One wolf, larger than the others, momentarily resisted the onslaught. But the sheer force of Min Sunyul's attack proved too much, and it too was overwhelmed by the explosive energy. The remaining energy dissipated, leaving behind only the lingering scent of ozone and the sight of defeated wolves. Once the reinforcements arrived, they confirmed the boss's death. The protagonist, questioned about the three attackers, explained that thanks to a black box in his car, the investigation concluded that the three attackers were at fault. The investigation concluded with the three attackers being at fault. He reflected on the danger of relying solely on armor and shields for protection, recognizing the need for additional preparation and trustworthy companions. Concluding that, at his current level, a mini-drone would suffice. The protagonist, a young man with short, dark hair, sat atop a military-grade vehicle on the field outskirts. A system notification displayed his mechanic level as 5. He began assembling a mini-drone, using materials purchased from the Deus market. He commented that he could have done this in his lodging, but preferred to test it immediately. A confident smile touched his lips as he contemplated the project. He mused that he should be able to create a high-quality drone using dimensionally stone-coated steel, a process he had only seen in games before. A holographic projection of a mini-drone appeared, indicating the construction process had begun. The construction progress was displayed, 10%, then 25%. The protagonist, brimming with confidence, watched the progress of his mini-drone construction. A digital display confirmed its completion was nearing 50%, a testament to his mechanical prowess. He then remembered the Ablin wands, two slender, glowing blue devices capable of enhancing magical abilities. With a focused expression, he integrated the wands into the drone's design, the digital display updating to 75% complete. The final stages of construction were swift, culminating in a completed mini-drone, a sphere of intricate, glowing blue energy. A look of wonder and accomplishment washed over the protagonist's face as he held the finished drone. He had successfully created a powerful new tool. He climbed into his armored vehicle, the mini-drone hovering beside him, ready for deployment. 3 goblins, their bodies partially concealed within the earth, emerged from the undergrowth. Their menacing expressions were clearly visible. The protagonist, a confident smirk playing on his lips, pondered aloud, "Shall I test it on those guys?" He gave a curt command, "Go." With a swift motion, he launched his newly constructed mini-drone. The drone, propelled by Ablin wand-enhanced mechanics, zipped into action. Its speed amplified by the integrated Ablin wand technology. The narration box explained that this speed enhancement was due to the mechanic's spell, making it a natural counter to monsters lacking ranged abilities. The drone swiftly targeted the goblins, proving itself an effective weapon against such close-range threats. Too many drones descended from above, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts upon a group of goblins below. The goblins were swiftly overwhelmed by the drone's firepower, leaving behind only a scene of utter destruction, so complete that even identifying the remains was impossible. The protagonist reflected on the scene, noting the drone's effectiveness. He mused that their destructive power was sufficient for support, and the next step was to test their overall effectiveness. The protagonist planned to use the drones to increase his mechanic level.
Reaching level 11, the requirement for constructing a golem, would bring him closer to his goal of creating one. The video displayed a dynamic battle scene. Park Do-hyuk, the Awakened, engaged in a fierce confrontation against 3 attackers and a formidable field boss. The intensity of the fight was palpable, showcasing Do-hyuk's exceptional combat prowess, culminating in a visually stunning display of power as he unleashed a devastating attack. The following comments section revealed a wave of reactions to the video. Mint Chocolate expressed awe, stating, "Wow, I'm shaking." Albatross connected the Awakened in the video to the individual who resolved the outbreak on Awakened Street, questioning his unexpectedly high power level for a D-rank Awakened. A comment appeared on a video, "This is total bullshit." Park Do-hyuk reflected on his unexpected online fame, "To think that I'd get so many subscribers and likes with the footage that I secretly took." A young woman, watching the video's view count climb, mused, "I'll get subscribers from posting videos, and Park Do-hyuk's fame will grow. Isn't this a win-win?" A man and a woman reacted to the video with shock. "What the hell is this? What happened? I found a video, but just look at this." The unnamed woman watched the video, a puzzled expression on her face. What could it possibly be, she wondered, her eyes fixated on the screen. She continued to watch, her initial confusion giving way to understanding. The unnamed man beside her spoke, "That's right. I thought this was just a normal video of Park Do-hyuk hunting, but..." A burst of energy erupted from Park Do-hyuk's hands in the video, a powerful force visible in the bright light and motion lines, the impact of which was shown by a large explosion. The unnamed woman and man watched, captivated by the unexpected display of power. The unnamed woman and man sat together at their computer, their hands touching. They were strategizing, their faces obscured. The unnamed woman pointed towards the screen, indicating a specific part of the video. They were clearly planning their next move. The unnamed woman addressed the unnamed man, saying, "Chunhwa, I think it's a good idea for you to go recruit this time. Did you not feel anything after watching this video? He seems especially strong even though he's an F rank." "That's right. That F rank just beat 3 people and killed the boss. Still, isn't giving an F rank rookie 100 billion won. Were you able to defeat monsters that strong when you were F rank? No, it's unheard of. If Park Do-hyuk is at this level when he's just an F rank, then when he matures." The unnamed woman, her eyes blazing with determination, urgently addressed her male companion. "We have to get moving." She pushed past him, her resolve unwavering. Clearly driven by the need to secure Park Do-hyuk's recruitment for her guild rank 54, big picture. Meanwhile, members of Guild rank 101, Swords Comet, also discussed the importance of recruiting Park Do-hyuk, emphasizing the potential boost to their guild's standing among the top guilds. A member of Guild rank 70, Freedom, echoed this sentiment, stating definitively, "Our guild must recruit him." Park Do-hyuk walked purposefully toward a group of men, his expression serious. He checked his phone, a notification displaying a large sum of money received, 2,361,250,001. He muttered to himself, "This much isn't even surprising anymore." Recognizing one of the men as Chunhwa, the vice guild master who had previously attempted to recruit him. Do-hyuk had saved Chang's number after receiving his business card. A woman's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Park Do-hyuk? You finally answered. I'm the guild master of White Lotus Guild, Lizzie." Lizzie, while driving, contacted Chunhwa, asking for Park Do-hyuk's number. Chunhwa confirmed that he was currently driving and offered to give Lizzie his location. Lizzie, having obtained Park Do-hyuk's location, immediately contacted him, interrupting his current activity. She wasted no time in cutting to the chase, stating that she wanted to recruit him into her guild and offering him 100 billion as an immediate payment. Explaining that his impressive NeoTube video demonstrated his abilities, making him a worthwhile investment for the guild. Park Do-hyuk, surprised, could only utter Lizzie's name in response to the unexpected offer. Lizzie, on a phone call, learned that someone named Soo Hyori uploaded a video, a fact she was previously unaware of. She stated that she was going to investigate what was going on.
And then she suddenly remembered Park Do-hyuk. Chang Chunhwa, seemingly frustrated, urged Lizzie to give up on recruiting Park Do-hyuk, but Lizzie insisted that now was the time to act. Park Do-hyuk stared at his phone, a mixture of surprise and concern etched on his face. A video of him fighting 3 opponents had been uploaded online without his knowledge. He wondered who was responsible for this. Do-hyuk realized that the video's upload was likely an attempt to gain views and subscribers. But he also worried about the implications of his monster hunt being public knowledge. He considered the potential consequences of his spellcasting abilities being revealed. Park Do-hyuk, concerned about the recent video leak, clarified that he was not responsible for its upload, further stating that his abilities are now worth far more than the previously offered 100 billion.
The location of the Chungsung building was then shown. Meanwhile, Baek Eun-ho, CEO of Blue Castle Group, was shown deep in thought as his daughter, Baek Do-wi, pleaded with him,
explaining her need for specialized gear for dungeon exploration.
And then, Baek Do-wi's father presented her with a new suit made by their guild.
An unseen individual presented a tablet displaying a video of Baek Do-wi in a revealing, low-defense suit, questioning, "How do you plan on defending when you're that exposed?" Baek Do-wi, examining the new suit provided by her father, noted to him, "Dad, that suit has less defensive properties than what I'm currently wearing."
She reacted with a surprised, "What?" Then, she explained her intentions, "Anyways, Dad, I'm thinking about making a move this time."
Her father inquired, "Did someone pique your interest?"
Do-wi responded, "Yes. I watched Park Do-hyuk's recent video."
2 figures, a fire and a water element specialist, were shown, illustrating the high cost of damage dealing.
Following Park Do-hyuk's video, Baek Do-wi felt something was amiss.
She sensed that Park Do-hyuk was more than just an ordinary mage. Baek Eun-ho, her father, expressed uncertainty but admitted his intuition rarely failed him. His intuition suggested something significant about Park Do-hyuk. Baek Do-wi, observing his daughter's rare smile, reflected on how long it had been since he'd last seen such a joyful expression.
His thoughts turned to Park Do-hyuk, the F-rank newbie who had somehow managed to elicit this reaction.
He questioned whether he should allow this relationship to continue.
Baek Do-wi then directly addressed the reason for Park Do-hyuk's visit, the cost of his services. He proposed a payment of 10 billion won. His daughter, Baek Eun-ho, responded immediately, stating that she needed at least that much to compensate Park Do-hyuk for his work.
Baek Do-wi's eyes widened in surprise at his daughter's firm stance. He agreed to the payment, but stressed the importance of not wasting the opportunity presented by Park Do-hyuk's abilities. Baek Do-wi expressed her gratitude to her father with a heartfelt embrace, exclaiming, "Thank you so much, Dad.
I love you."
The scene shifts to a nighttime view of the Gangnam Daeus market, where a sign indicates the time as midnight. Inside, Lee Yoon-so, the host, addresses the audience, announcing, "Hello everyone.
I am the host for today, KBI's Lee Yoon-so."
2 individuals, seemingly attendees, observe the proceedings from the sidelines. One appears slightly anxious. Lee Yoon-so continues, explaining that instead of a relic auction, today's event will feature something more unique. Lee Yoon-so, addressing the audience at the Gangnam Daeus market, announced, "I'm sure there are people who already know, but let me introduce you to the one currently heating up the community, spellcaster Do-hyuk." Park Do-hyuk, the spellcaster in question, confidently held a microphone, a smirk playing on his lips.
Continuing his introduction to the crowd,
Do-hyuk stated, "As you saw in the video, unlike ordinary mage class awakened, I do not have any skill delays." However, his claim was met with immediate skepticism from a member of the audience, who retorted, "Don't try to swindle us, bastard.
I've never seen or heard of magic that doesn't have any skill delay."
The skeptical audience member, clearly angered by Do-hyuk's claims, declared, "If you're just gonna talk about it, I'm done with you. I'm sure the videos were tampered with." Park Do-hyuk, confident and slightly arrogant, demonstrated his unique magical abilities. He pointed a finger, and glowing blue energy manifested, forming the word shield armor. instantly enveloping him in a protective shield and armor. System messages appeared, confirming the spell's activation. The spell shield has been applied, and the spell armor has been applied. Lee Yunso and another observer reacted with surprise. "Oh, that's so fast," one exclaimed. "It seems like there really isn't a delay," added the other. Park Do-hyuk, noticing their reaction, smirked. "The speed is totally different, right?" He looked expectantly at Lee Yunso, a hint of challenge in his eyes. "Satisfied now?" Lee Yunso, visibly frustrated, clenched her jaw, her expression hardening. The question of instantaneous spellcasting was raised, specifically whether it was possible for attack skills, given that shields were considered simple skills. Park Do-hyuk, anticipating the doubt, confidently announced that he had a demonstration prepared. He proceeded to showcase his abilities using a substitute scarecrow. Lee Yunso, observing from the audience, volunteered to assist in the demonstration. Highlighting her experience as a tank trained by the Blue Castle Guild, believing her expertise would be beneficial. Her confident expression suggesting a proactive role in the upcoming demonstration. Lee Yunso, her expression one of quiet confidence, stood behind Park Do-hyuk. She watched as he prepared for his demonstration, a slight smile playing on her lips. A Discord server address and playful emojis appeared on the page, signaling the end of the chapter. The chapter title card announced skills and spells. The narration explained that for mage class awakened to use a skill, they are required to use casting, but ordinary magic takes time to cast and they cannot move during casting. A mage demonstrated the casting process. A visual representation of the time-consuming nature of ordinary magic was shown, during which they are vulnerable to attack. The mage was shown being attacked by a golem while casting. The narration concluded that mages require the help of a tanker for protection during casting. However, for the protagonist, as long as he chants the incantation, the spell activates immediately, allowing for movement during the casting. This instantaneous activation means there's no casting time, and he can maintain mobility while the spell is in effect. While the raw firepower isn't inherently different from normal skills, the overall potency is significantly amplified. It's much stronger. This is his unique specialty. The protagonist was informed that the price of doing a dungeon with Ma Sungmi was quite hefty. Ma Sungmi, a Blue Castle Guild affiliate, introduced herself. And the protagonist seemed surprised by her appearance. Ma Sungmi explained that this arrangement would be better than using a scarecrow, and that she also wanted to personally experience the power of his spells. Ma Sungmi, reiterating her affiliation with the Blue Castle Guild, stood beside the protagonist. Ma Sungmi, to demonstrate her capabilities, announced that she would display her defensive stats, inviting the others to observe. The displayed stats showed high defensive capabilities, particularly magical defense, which was noted as unusually high for someone without the aid of stat points. It was explained that defensive abilities could not be increased with stat points alone, they relied on skills or relics. Ma Sungmi's high stats were a testament to her abilities. Her physical defense was 101, and her magical defense was 155. It was noted that these numbers would likely be even higher during an actual battle. Ma Sungmi smirked confidently, anticipating the upcoming battle. The scene then shifted to a dynamic action sequence showing Park Do-hyuk engaging in combat, his sword clashing against an opponent's attack in a flurry of motion. The protagonist observed Park Do-hyuk launching a powerful attack, a blue energy surge propelling him forward. He internally mused that this was his chance to test his abilities against Ma Sungmi, a tank known for her exceptional defense. He planned to utilize his abilities to their fullest extent. Ma Sungmi, confident and ready, declared, "I'm ready." A pink energy shield enveloped her, her determined expression reflecting her unwavering resolve. As a safety precaution for the audience, a force field was deployed around the arena, containing Ma Sungmi within a protective barrier. The protagonist watched from a distance as the test began. Two figures observed Ma Sungmi's defensive capabilities during a combat test. The protagonist, impressed by her skill, muttered to himself, "Magic's harmony, absolute precision."
He planned to test his own abilities. Multiple energy blasts targeted Ma Sungmi, testing the limits of her defensive shield. But her defenses held firm against the barrage. Park Do-hyuk, observing the test, thought, every single shot is strong, but for him to fire 5 at once. He then unleashed a powerful, concentrated blast of energy. One observer gasped, such destructive spells, and he doesn't even seem to be trying. Ma Sungmi braced herself, activating her energy shield. The force of the attack impacting her defenses with a resounding crack, causing the shield to fracture and shatter under the immense pressure. A second observer commented, Big Sister Sungmi's first defenses have been broken, even though Big Sister Sungmi is evaluated as one of the top D-rank awakened. She smiled knowingly, adding, he's still able to break her defenses. The protagonist, having observed Ma Sungmi's impressive defensive capabilities, was challenged by Park Do-hyuk. Park Do-hyuk, he stated, I believe you still have more to show? Ma Sungmi, though defeated in the previous test, readily agreed. It feels like we haven't even started, she commented, I'm hoping you can show me a bit more. Meanwhile, unseen observers, including a woman with dark hair, noted Ma Sungmi's reluctance to work with anyone unless they possess significant long-range damage-dealing capabilities. Her interest in the protagonist was piqued. The protagonist, understanding the implication, simply replied, all right, I understand. He prepared to demonstrate his full potential. A sinister grin spread across his face as he prepared to unleash his power. With a burst of energy, the protagonist revealed his Burning Hands ability, a fiery manifestation of his power. The protagonist, confident in his abilities, raised his hand, and a surge of fiery energy erupted around him, forming swirling patterns of light and heat. Ma Sungmi watched with wide eyes, a mixture of surprise and intrigue evident on her face. She clearly found the display impressive. The intense energy manifested as a powerful blast, radiating outward in a dazzling display of power. The force of which shattered a nearby window, leaving Park Do-hyuk visibly impressed by the unexpected power. The reactions of the onlookers, including Ma Sungmi and another woman, were a mixture of shock and disbelief. Their expressions clearly reflected their astonishment at the protagonist's unexpected power. Another woman, observing from a distance, also displayed a look of disbelief and surprise at the sudden display of power. The protagonist, having just showcased his power, stood defensively, a futuristic shield glowing faintly in his hands. His face a mask of grim determination, despite the visible scratches marring his skin. Park Do-hyuk approached cautiously, his words a mixture of apology and gratitude. I'm sorry. I didn't plan on going this far. The protagonist, however, merely replied, no, it's, before a sudden, sharp pain shot through his arm. He winced, but a small, satisfied smile played on his lips as he examined the fresh wound. This is an honorable scar, the sort that I haven't gotten in a while. Park Do-hyuk, relieved and grateful, offered his hand. Thank you very much for helping me. Due to unforeseen stage complications, the demonstration concluded prematurely. Park Do-hyuk, pleased with the protagonist's performance, proceeded to discuss the terms of their agreement. He stated his intention to work as an independent contractor rather than joining a guild. A guild representative scoffed, deeming him unworthy of guild membership due to his current status. Park Do-hyuk, unfazed, accepted the terms, ending the negotiation. Later, a woman, presumably Sun-il, expressed surprise and concern to a man about the protagonist's abilities. The guild representatives debated the merits of employing a mercenary, concluding that it was not in line with their training methods, leaving only 2 potential employers remaining. One of the remaining representatives expressed disbelief at the protagonist's ability to create magical constructs, questioning if he possessed dual awakening abilities. A question the protagonist chose to deflect. The terms of the contract were then laid out, a 5-year term for 150 billion, plus an additional 1.5 times the amount offered by the White Lotus Guild. A lucrative offer that sealed the deal. News reports detailed the extraordinary contract signed by Park Do-hyuk, a rookie awakened, with the Blue Castle Guild for 150 billion, a sum 30 times higher than the previous record.
The articles highlighted the unusual nature of Do-hyuk's status as a mercenary rather than a guild member, emphasizing the unique terms of his contract.
Park Do-hyuk shook hands with a Blue Castle Guild representative, sealing the deal. Online discussions immediately erupted, questioning the reasons behind such a massive investment in a rookie and speculating about Do-hyuk's abilities.
Some comments expressed skepticism, suggesting the contract might be a scam, while others praised Do-hyuk's skills, citing a recent demonstration at the Deus Market. Despite the rapid spread of news, Park Do-hyuk remained calm, having not even informed his parents about the contract due to concerns about their worry and potential opposition. Park Do-hyuk's parents expressed their worry, urging him to prioritize his safety and avoid recklessness. They emphasized the importance of cherishing his life.
Do-hyuk, however, reassured them, mentioning that he had even acquired some relics during a recent break. The panel displayed several items: Grandma Kim Ok-boon's bracelet, Marathon Kim Youngcho's shoes, an old mobile prayer notebook, and Nobu's twilight ring. Each item possessed unique magical properties and enhancements. Do-hyuk checked his stats, revealing a significant increase in intelligence and mana, exceeding 300 points each. His other stats also showed considerable improvement, reaching levels comparable to C-rank awakened individuals. Considering his enhanced stats, Do-hyuk concluded that focusing on acquiring spells would be more beneficial than collecting more relics for now. He resolved to continue his journey. The scene opens at the Blue Castle Guild lobby, a bustling hub of activity. Park Do-hyuk, the protagonist, stands out amidst the crowd. Other guild members whisper about him, their words carrying a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Do-hyuk, aware of their attention, reflects on the numerous complaints lodged against him. He approaches the reception desk, his demeanor calm despite the undercurrent of tension. He politely requests to see the guild master. A receptionist, initially surprised by his request, processes his identity. Two guild members discussed Park Do-hyuk, referring to him as the recently contracted super rookie. Another guild member questioned if John Min-cheol was causing trouble again. The guild members wondered how Park Do-hyuk would fare against the rite of passage. John Min-cheol introduced himself to Park Do-hyuk, commenting that it was nice to meet him. John Min-cheol and Park Do-hyuk shook hands. John Min-cheol smirked, revealing a sinister expression. Park Do-hyuk and John Min-cheol shook hands, a seemingly innocuous gesture. But Do-hyuk's eyes narrowed, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. John Min-cheol's inner thoughts revealed his true intentions. He mused about the handshake being a rite of passage, a scene from a movie. Despite his suspicions, Do-hyuk remained outwardly calm, internally questioning John Min-cheol's motives. John Min-cheol pressed further, urging Do-hyuk to reveal more of himself, suggesting that what he had shown was insufficient. John Min-cheol's eyes burned with a predatory intensity. The scene opens on a modern office lobby, debris scattered across the floor, suggesting a recent struggle. Park Do-hyuk and John Min-cheol stood facing each other, their hands clasped in a tense handshake, a surge of energy emanating from their joined hands. Two onlookers watched from a distance, one expressing concern that John Min-cheol was going too far, while the other, more optimistic, noted that Park Do-hyuk seemed to be handling himself well. John Min-cheol's face, however, revealed a simmering rage, his eyes burning with intensity. His inner thoughts echoed a single, dismissive question: is this all? Park Do-hyuk, outwardly calm but inwardly suspicious, dismissed the rite of passage as insignificant. John Min-cheol, seething with barely contained rage, responded with a curt "all right." He warned Do-hyuk not to regret this encounter, referring to him as a super rookie. Do-hyuk, unimpressed, internally questioned the weakness of his opponent's mentality. The two clashed in a brief but intense exchange of blows, a flurry of motion and energy. Observing the fight, a young woman urged someone to intervene. Park Do-hyuk stood, unimpressed, observing John Min-cheol. John Min-cheol, seething with barely contained rage, glared, his voice rising in a furious outburst. He shouted an unintelligible word, his face contorted with anger. Park Do-hyuk, maintaining his composure, stared back. A brief but intense physical altercation ensued, ending with John Min-cheol on the floor, defeated. cracks spiderwebbed across the polished floor around him. Park Do-hyuk stood over his fallen opponent, his expression unchanged. The scene was punctuated by a large, imposing boot, suggesting the force of the blow. A young woman, clad in gray armor, scowled intensely. She had just returned from a dungeon, and her expression reflected her displeasure. She addressed someone unseen, requesting that John Min-cheol undergo further manners training. A man, seemingly an instructor, agreed, admitting his previous training had been insufficient. And the scene shifted to show John Min-cheol lying defeated on the ground after a confrontation with Park Do-hyuk. The armored woman then spoke to Park Do-hyuk, mentioning she had heard he came looking for her and suggesting they team up. Park Do-hyuk, seemingly surprised by the woman's sudden appearance and the convenient timing of events, expressed his disbelief that he was being drawn into a situation beyond his control. Park Do-hyuk, having just defeated John Min-cheol, stood over his fallen opponent. The scene was set outside a modern building, the aftermath of their battle marked by cracked pavement. As a mysterious woman in armored attire approached, she carried herself with an air of quiet confidence, her gaze assessing the situation. The woman in Park Do-hyuk entered the Blue Castle Guildmaster's room, a spacious and modern office. The woman identified the location to Park Do-hyuk. Park Do-hyuk expressed surprise at the opulence of the office, commenting on its similarity to a home. The woman, seemingly unfazed, questioned his priorities, noting that he should be busy managing his money given his recent contract. Park Do-hyuk explained that his immediate concern was finding a specific dungeon suited to his abilities. He wasn't focused on spending his money at the moment. The woman, intrigued, clarified that he was looking for a mechanized goblin dungeon. Her expression suggested a deeper understanding of his request. Park Do-hyuk, still focused on his objective, received confirmation from the armored woman that the dungeon he sought was indeed listed. The image showed 2 goblin mechanics, hinting at the nature of the dungeon's inhabitants. And the armored woman revealed that it was an EF rank dungeon, with the boss being the goblin chief engineer. She then presented Do-hyuk with a list of dungeons requested by guilds, offering it as a gift, explaining that it was a way to help him grow stronger as a mercenary working with them. The document detailed the dungeon specifics: Cinderim, D731, a mechanic goblin dungeon, ranked FA, requiring 1 to 3 people, with low efficiency and almost no experience gain. It also noted the goblins' use of counter-guerrilla warfare, making advancement difficult. Park Do-hyuk learned that the dungeon he was about to enter had similarities to the Death Golem blueprint, meaning a golem would certainly be present. The armored woman addressed him formally as Mr. Park Do-hyuk. She revealed that the dungeon was currently managed by her guild. In exchange for allowing Park Do-hyuk to enter, she proposed a single condition. The scene opens in the Blue Castle Guild's underground training center, a stark, metallic space, where 3 small, humanoid golem training units stand motionless. The armored woman, sweat beading on her brow, leans heavily on her staff, clearly exhausted. Her breathing is ragged, she is visibly spent from an intense training session. She straightens, her expression hardening as she prepares herself for something more. The armored woman confronts Park Do-hyuk, who is being carried by another guild member, seemingly unconscious. She asks, "Aren't you tired after training from morning till now?" The armored woman, her brow furrowed in concern, looked down at Park Do-hyuk, who lay unconscious on the floor. "What is that?" A man in a black suit explained, "Oh, this?" The guildmaster happened to see him go wild during a conflict with Park Do-hyun in the lobby, so I got put in charge of educating him again. Meanwhile, the armored woman overheard a conversation about Park Do-hyun's recent success. "I've heard that Park Do-hyun made a huge contract worth 150 billion won, that's right, it's going to be recorded as the highest contract ever." She then approached the man in the black suit, inquiring about Park Do-hyuk's condition. "You once powers since you know his powers since you once blocked his attack." "How is he? It's the first time I've been bruised in a while." The armored woman examined her own bruised arm, a small smile playing on her lips. "It was my first time feeling that." A determined glint appeared in her eyes. "I want to fight him properly next." The armored woman and a man, presumably a weapons dealer, conversed.
I'm glad we found a long-range dealer like that, she stated, expressing relief at their successful acquisition.
He simply replied, yes.
He then added thoughtfully, you'll feel more like a healthy young lady if you fix that accent. The armored woman, unfazed, responded, it's a habit since I come from a military family. She appeared slightly embarrassed, but quickly composed herself.
The man continued, anyways, I'll make sure you're safe. It'll be nice if he can team up with you, and don't go overboard with your training. Nothing good comes out of overworking your body. She nodded in agreement, quietly murmuring, yes, understood.
The armored woman, slightly embarrassed but determined, stood before a young man, Mr. Doo-hyuk. He explained that her joining their guild meant certain expectations were to be met,
including having porters on standby.
These porters, he clarified, were normally civilians, tasked with collecting monster corpses. But as members of a top Korean guild, even their porters were awakened. Mr. Doo-hyuk explained that this was to give new recruits a taste of dungeon life, a chance to face monsters in controlled field breaks before full deployment. The armored woman, having received her weapon and training advice, asked if she could enter the dungeon now.
Mr. Doo-hyuk, though hesitant, ultimately agreed, expressing concern about her going alone. Mr. Doo-hyuk, brimming with self-assurance, declared, yeah, I'm confident I won't die.
His statement prompted a response, that's a lot of confidence.
Doo-hyuk clarified, of course, it's a calculated confidence.
A surge of green energy emanated from him as he stood poised and ready.
The energy intensified, swirling into a vortex, completely engulfing him.
The green glow subsided, revealing Doo-hyuk with a subtle green tint to his hair, now unawakened.
Mr. Doo-hyuk, brimming with newfound confidence after his awakening, declared, let's go.
The scene shifted to a misty, tall grass field, the entrance to a dungeon. A surge of green energy enveloped Mr. Doo-hyuk as he materialized from a swirling vortex of green light. The armored woman observed, the structure of the dungeons are random, and it looks like this time it's a tall grass type.
She added, there don't seem to be any.
As Mr. Doo-hyuk and the armored woman emerged from the dungeon, she stated that she would observe from the rear, advising him to proceed as he saw fit. Mr. Doo-hyuk, now alone, pondered his next move, surveying the landscape before him. He observed the armored woman from a distance as he considered his options.
The terrain split into two distinct areas, a dense forest to the left and a well-maintained grassland to the right.
The narration explained that most people would opt for the grassland. However, Mr. Doo-hyuk, displaying his enhanced mental fortitude, chose the forest, anticipating potential goblin traps in the seemingly safer grassland. His internal monologue confirmed his suspicions, goblins known for their cunning would likely set numerous traps in the open grassland. A technological scan revealed an ambush, anticipating its prey to take the easier path through the grasslands. But Mr. Doo-hyuk, ever the strategist, chose a different route, his footsteps carrying him into the dense forest. The trees loomed, their shadows swallowing him whole as he ventured deeper into the unknown. Suddenly, a projectile hurtled towards him from the unseen. He barely registered the attack before it exploded in a fiery blast near his feet. The force of the explosion sent him sprawling, but he quickly recovered, the smoke clearing to reveal the aftermath of the attack. Two goblin-like creatures, armed with heavy weaponry, lay in wait, hidden amongst the foliage, the mist obscuring their position from any casual observer. Mr. Doo-hyuk, however, anticipated their ambush and skillfully evaded their attack, using a burst of speed to propel himself through a narrow gap. The energy blasts narrowly missing him as he hurtled through the air. He landed gracefully, dodging another volley of shots fired by the surprised goblins. Mr. Doo-hyuk smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he confirmed his location. He then proceeded to swiftly move through the forest, his movements blurring as he utilized his enhanced speed, leaving behind two bright trails of energy as he dashed past. He suddenly stopped, his expression turning serious as he questioned the whereabouts of the others.
Where are the rest?
The scene shifted to reveal a group of goblins, armed with heavy weaponry, lunging towards him.
But Mr. Doo-hyuk, anticipating their attack, easily evaded their clumsy assault with a joyful expression. A goblin, eyes blazing red, lunged forward, a heavy weapon whirling in a blur. But Mr. Du-hyuk, anticipating the attack, calmly raised a finger, a small orb of energy glowing at its tip. The armored woman's shield deflected the goblin's barrage of attacks. Idiots! Did you expect that kind of attack to work on me? Mr. Du-hyuk sneered, his confidence unwavering. A surge of fiery energy erupted from his fingertips, engulfing the remaining goblins in a devastating wave of burning hands. The intense heat of Mr. Du-hyuk's burning hands engulfed the goblins, reducing them to ash in a fiery explosion, leaving behind only scattered embers and the lingering smell of burnt flesh. Mr. Du-hyuk, slightly winded but otherwise unharmed, stood amidst the devastation. He raised a hand to his forehead, wiping away a bead of sweat. He looked around, his gaze lingering on the charred remains of his foes before he turned his attention to the glowing embers still flickering in the air. He reached out a hand, carefully collecting one of the glowing embers. A faint smile touched his lips as he examined the ember closely. "They're gone," he thought, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. Mr. Du-hyuk stood at the edge of the clearing, surveying the aftermath of his battle. The charred remains of several goblins lay scattered amongst the tall grass, a grim testament to the power of his burning hands spell. He mused, "There's nothing left here, so shall we continue?" He began to walk away, the faint scent of smoke clinging to the air. A sense of quiet satisfaction settling over him despite his exhaustion. The faint sounds of his footsteps were the only sounds in the otherwise silent forest. Ahead, a vast, fog-shrouded maze materialized before him, a daunting challenge in the path ahead. The entrance to the maze was a jagged chasm in the earth, and Mr. Du-hyuk, without hesitation, began his descent into the labyrinth, the words "the mechanical labyrinth" echoing in his mind. Park Du-hyuk continued his journey, his footsteps echoing slightly in the cavernous space. A silent observer noted that his abilities surpassed expectations, his progress was exceeding even the most optimistic predictions. The observer mused on the accuracy of his spellcasting, a skill typically underdeveloped at his rank. She was astonished by his precision, a stark contrast to the average F-rank magician's 35% accuracy rate. The observer was left speechless, contemplating the implications of an F-rank magician, barely a month into his powers, demonstrating such skill. Next up is the mechanical labyrinth, where taking the wrong path triggers various traps, including the vampiric wasp, the poisonous thorn trap, and the chainsaw trap. The silent observer, witnessing Park Du-hyuk suddenly stop, questioned his actions. Why is he standing still? What is he doing? Did he give up? It was the drone he had showcased at the Deus Market. Park Du-hyuk, a strategic and resourceful individual, tested his drone's functionality within the dungeon, questioning its operability in such an environment. Meanwhile, the silent observer, a curious and analytical figure, expressed skepticism, stating that no man-made machine should function within the dungeons. Despite the skepticism, Du-hyuk's drone successfully launched, navigating the complex maze-like structure of the dungeon. The drone's camera feed revealed the locations of hidden goblins and numerous traps within the dungeon. Park Du-hyuk considered attacking goblins to gain experience. He then deployed 2 drones, stating that using them would prevent him from getting lost or falling into traps, and proceeded deeper into the dungeon. Du-hyuk smirked, pleased with his plan. He cautiously advanced, his drones scouting ahead, revealing a group of goblins armed with rocket launchers. A goblin leader shouted, "Attack!" Du-hyuk reacted swiftly, leaping back to avoid the incoming fire. Park Du-hyuk, having anticipated a goblin ambush, found himself suddenly surrounded. The goblins, their expressions a mixture of surprise and aggression, charged. A particularly large goblin bellowed, "Take aim," as it prepared to strike. Du-hyuk reacted instantly, shouting fire, as he unleashed a volley of drone strikes, the concentrated blasts impacting the goblins with explosive force, resulting in a massive explosion that engulfed the area. The dust settled, revealing Du-hyuk seemingly unscathed.
The goblin's attack, however, had been unexpectedly effective. The force of the blast had created an illusion, momentarily masking Do-hyuk's presence.
Park Do-hyuk, momentarily hidden by a goblin-created illusion, smirked. He mused on the irony of attacking an illusion.
Summoning his drones and activating a protective shield.
With a burst of fiery energy from his hands, he unleashed a wave of intense heat, engulfing the illusionary goblins in a searing inferno,
reducing them to ashes.
The heat intensified as Do-hyuk channeled more energy, his expression hardening with determination.
Park Do-hyuk unleashed a wave of fire magic, the intense heat engulfing the area. As the system messages flashed across the screen, announcing his level up.
You have leveled up. Moments later, Do-hyuk stood amidst the lingering embers, observing the aftermath of his attack.
A mysterious woman watched him from a distance, her expression unreadable. She noted his skill in combat, commenting on his ability to attack, defend, and buff simultaneously, a feat unseen even by S-rank awakened. The woman's awe deepened as she considered his self-made drones, a further testament to his ingenuity. Do-hyuk, seemingly unaware of her observation, expressed his own astonishment at his recent performance. "My God," he murmured. A triumphant declaration appeared on the page. As expected, the 150 billion investment was worth it. Park Do-hyuk stood before a swirling, crimson portal-marked boss chamber entrance. He paused, a question forming in his mind: shall I take a look? Do-hyuk stepped into the portal, a surge of energy enveloping him. As he was met with a sight that left him speechless, cannons lined up on both sides of a vast chamber. The mysterious woman's voice echoed in his mind, and that guy in the middle should be the... Park Do-hyuk found himself in a vast chamber, the Goblin Lord enthroned upon a raised dais. The Lord, a grotesque figure in goggles and tattered armor, surveyed his domain with a chilling calm. The title Goblin Lord emblazoned across the panel above him, a stark declaration of his power. The mysterious woman's earlier words echoed in Do-hyuk's mind. The red gem on the Goblin Lord's forehead was connected to the cannons surrounding the throne. Those cannons, she warned, were 5 times stronger than his underlings. Do-hyuk's apprehension grew. With only his shield and armor, he knew he was outmatched. He grimaced, a silent acknowledgement of the daunting odds. However, a glimmer of hope appeared as he calculated the cannon's 1-minute cooldown. That, he realized, was more than enough time to act. The Goblin Lord remained seated on his throne, oblivious to the plan forming in Do-hyuk's mind, surrounded by his powerful artillery. Park Do-hyuk stood before the Goblin Lord's fortress, his gaze fixed on the imposing structure. He muttered to himself, magic's harmony, absolute precision. A tense standoff ensued between Do-hyuk and the Goblin Lord, their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills. Do-hyuk's expression held a hint of a confident smirk. As drones, deployed by Do-hyuk, zipped into action, their movements swift and precise. The drones, guided by Do-hyuk's magic, unleashed a barrage of energy beams, targeting the Goblin Lord's defenses. The beams struck with pinpoint accuracy, piercing through the Goblin Lord's defenses and causing a significant disruption. The resulting explosion rocked the fortress, leaving the Goblin Lord momentarily stunned and vulnerable. The Goblin Lord, his eyes blazing with barely contained fury, emerged from his damaged vehicle. His face a mask of barely controlled rage as he surveyed the damage to his defenses. The recent drone strike had clearly shaken him. A surge of power pulsed within him, a desperate attempt to regain control and retaliate. Meanwhile, Park Do-hyuk, observing from a distance, felt a twinge of unease. His earlier confidence wavering slightly as he witnessed the Goblin Lord's furious reaction. The Goblin Lord was far from defeated. He noted the Goblin Lord's powerful energy signature, a clear indication of his imminent counterattack. Do-hyuk prepared himself for the next phase of the battle. The Goblin Lord roared in fury, his massive fist impacting the ground with earth-shattering force. The drone's metallic hand crumbling into fragments under the sheer power of the blow. Park Do-hyuk, surrounded by deactivated golems, watched the scene unfold with a grim expression. His initial confidence had waned, replaced by a growing sense of unease. 3 heavily armored goblin soldiers stood poised for attack,
their red eyes glowing menacingly. Their mechanical forms suggesting a blend of organic and technological enhancements. The Goblin Lord's rage was palpable. Park Do-hyuk watched from a distance, his apprehension growing as he witnessed the Goblin Lord's overwhelming power. The drone's destruction a stark reminder of the threat he faced. His expression hardened with determination. He prepared himself, readying his own countermeasures against the approaching goblin forces. Park Do-hyuk, bracing himself, unleashed a wave of energy. The force of the blast obliterating several goblin underlings. The raw power of his attack cracked the very earth, leaving behind a trail of destruction. That should be enough to deal with the underlings, he thought, confident in his abilities. However, the Goblin Lord's eyes, glowing menacingly, locked onto Do-hyuk from afar. A sudden, unsettling feeling washed over Do-hyuk. Park Do-hyuk unleashed a devastating energy blast, obliterating several goblin underlings. The raw power of the attack leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. But even as he triumphed, a chilling sense of foreboding washed over him as he sensed the Goblin Lord's ominous presence nearby. The Goblin Lord, observing from a distance, watched Do-hyuk's display of power with cold calculation. A sinister smile playing on his lips as he prepared for a direct confrontation. Do-hyuk, sensing the imminent threat, braced himself for the Goblin Lord's attack. The Goblin Lord, seated within a mechanized contraption, observed the battlefield with a calculating gaze. Park Do-hyuk, his eyes blazing with determination, channeled his magical energy. A surge of power emanating from his fingertips as he muttered, "Magic's harmony, absolute precision." He unleashed a precise blast of energy. The Goblin Lord's mechanical contraption whirred and clanked, its metallic limbs moving with unsettling precision. Meanwhile, Park Do-hyuk, eyes blazing with determination, prepared for his next attack. He unleashed a torrent of blue energy, a focused magical blast aimed directly at the machine's core. The raw power of his magic surged, the onomatopoeia quang, echoing the impact. Do-hyuk's attack struck true, causing a significant disruption to the Goblin Lord's machine. The text "one more time" reflected his resolve. But the Goblin Lord's creation, though damaged, remained operational, its red eyes glowing menacingly as it prepared a counterattack. Park Do-hyuk, anticipating the Goblin Lord's counterattack, braced himself. The Goblin Lord's massive mech swung a powerful blow, aimed to crush him. But Do-hyuk, with a burst of speed, evaded the attack and countered with a swift kick, striking the mech's leg. The impact sent tremors through the mech's frame. Do-hyuk unleashed a series of precise magical strikes, targeting the mech's joints. Park Do-hyuk unleashed a torrent of magical energy, striking the Goblin Lord's mech with pinpoint accuracy. The powerful blast causing a significant disruption to its systems, sending the massive machine tumbling to the ground. The Goblin Lord's mech lay deactivated, its head separated from its body. Do-hyuk smirked, a glint of triumph in his eyes. The Goblin Lord's face, visible through a crack in his helmet, contorted in a mask of furious rage. Park Do-hyuk unleashed a concentrated energy blast, the intense heat warping the air around the Goblin Lord's mech. The force of the attack visibly impacting the mech's systems. The Goblin Lord, inside his mech, braced for impact. The energy blast striking the mech's core, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that engulfed the mech in a blinding flash of light. Park Do-hyuk, bracing himself, unleashed a powerful energy blast, the force of the explosion sending him sprawling backwards. His shield shattered in the process. "My shield broke, it would have been dangerous if I didn't have armor," he noted, assessing the damage. Do-hyuk's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp and focused. He was assessing the situation. The Goblin Lord's cannons were almost fully charged. With a roar, the Goblin Lord prepared to unleash a devastating attack from his mech. Park Do-hyuk, acutely aware of the dwindling time, muttered to himself, "I don't have much time left." He sprinted forward, dodging a volley of attacks from the Goblin Lord's mechanical golems. Two hulking machines advanced relentlessly, their red eyes glowing menacingly. Do-hyuk's expression hardened, a grim determination etched on his face.
He unleashed a powerful energy blast,
shattering the golem's defenses with a resounding crack.
Park Do-hyuk, already strained from battle, felt a surge of exhaustion as the Goblin Lord's golems continued their relentless assault. He braced himself, dodging a heavy blow as two golems swung their metallic fists. He rolled, narrowly avoiding another attack, his mind racing to find an opening. Spotting a weakness in the golem's coordinated attack, Do-hyuk unleashed a concentrated burst of energy.
The blast struck true, sending one golem reeling.
With a powerful kick, he sent the damaged golem crashing to the ground, its systems overloaded and sparking. The Goblin Lord, his face streaked with the blood of his defeated golems, glared at Park Do-hyuk with barely contained fury. Do-hyuk, however, remained undeterred. He channeled his energy, his hands beginning to glow with an intense, fiery light. With a battle cry of burning hands, he unleashed a searing blast of energy. The intense heat engulfed one of the remaining golems, causing it to shriek in agony as it was consumed by flames.
Do-hyuk, a grim smile playing on his lips, watched the golem disintegrate before him.
The final remnants of the golem were sucked into a vortex, leaving nothing but scorched earth behind. Park Do-hyuk, propelled by an intense surge of energy, launched himself forward. A fiery blast erupting from his body as he hurtled towards the remaining golems,
the force of the blast leaving a trail of destruction in its wake.
Park Do-hyuk found himself struggling against a large golem, its metallic fist closing in on him. His face contorted in exertion as he braced for the impact. A surge of green energy emanated from the golem. Observing the scene, a woman's internal monologue revealed her concern. "I can't let Do-hyuk die like this." She resolved to intervene. The woman prepared to act, her thoughts confirming her decision. "I'll have to intervene," as she moved to engage the golem. She unleashed a fiery, explosive attack, the energy crackling around her hands as she moved with speed and precision. The unidentified woman, her expression fierce, channeled intense energy into her weapon. A surge of fire erupting from the blade as she prepared to strike.
Park Do-hyuk, though battered, watched with a glimmer of hope as the woman prepared to intervene. A mysterious, seductive whisper filled the air, its source unknown. Park Do-hyuk charmed the Goblin Lord, who was smitten by his charm. The Goblin Lord's affection was clearly visible. His expression showed complete infatuation. The Goblin Lord's affection for Park Do-hyuk intensified. As the Goblin Lord's hands gently caressed Park Do-hyuk's neck, Park Do-hyuk, seizing the opportunity, launched a surprise attack, exclaiming, "Nice! I got him!" Park Do-hyuk stood before a massive, metallic golem, its single red eye glowing ominously. A surge of green energy emanating from both the golem and the young man. The golem shuddered violently as an unseen force overwhelmed it. Then, with a final, explosive burst of green light, the golem collapsed, deactivated. A female warrior, her expression grim, emerged from the dust cloud, her sword still drawn. The female warrior, still shrouded in dust from the recent battle, voiced her astonishment. "The boss just now, did it really protect Park Do-hyuk?" The golem, heavily damaged from the previous attack, shuddered violently, as bolts of energy crackled across its metallic frame. Before finally succumbing to the unseen force, its body disintegrating into scrap metal. The remains of the golem scattered across the battlefield, a testament to its complete destruction. Approaching the scene cautiously, the female warrior called out to Park Do-hyuk, concern evident in her voice. "Mr. Do-hyuk, are you okay?" Park Do-hyuk stood amidst the rubble, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He let out a breath, muttering, "Phew, that could have been dangerous." The female warrior approached, expressing surprise. She commented that the golem was sturdier than she anticipated. Do-hyuk, dusting off his clothes, admitted that it was tougher than expected, but still. It ended exactly as he had foreseen. The golem, battered and broken, glared with its final ounce of defiance. As multiple level-up notifications flooded Park Do-hyuk's vision. He had gained several levels in rapid succession. His wizard level reached 20. A pleased smile touched his lips as he mused, "That's a lot of EXP. Is it because I'm alone? The golem's defeat yielded not only experience points but also valuable loot, a red book, scrolls, and a luminous blue gem.
The female warrior approached, addressing Park Do-hyuk directly, Mr. Park Do-hyuk. She expressed her curiosity about the spells he'd used, but prioritized letting him examine his spoils first. I have a lot of questions about the spells you just used against the boss, but I'll head out first to let you check the items that the boss dropped. The female warrior, her expression a mixture of curiosity and respect, addressed Park Do-hyuk. I look forward to working with you, she stated, her words carrying a hint of genuine enthusiasm. The guild master, having delivered her message, departed, leaving Park Do-hyuk and the female warrior alone in the aftermath of their shared victory. Park Do-hyuk reviewed his spoils. Among them was a medium-class Dimension Stone, a 2-class spellbook granting a plus 50 strength boost, as well as 2 additional 2-class spellbooks, one for a web spell, capable of ensnaring enemies with spider webs, and another for a mirror image spell, creating a clone that mimics his movements. Finally, he obtained blueprints, a medium-class golem blueprint, allowing for the construction of golems using medium-class dimension stones, and a goblin mechanical engineering blueprint, detailing the creation of 3 different types of goblin bombs. He had exited the dungeon with highly satisfactory rewards. Park Do-hyuk, pleased with his dungeon delve, carefully examined the acquired blueprints and spells. He decided to put them to use immediately. Let's make it straight away. 3 days later, Park Do-hyuk arrived at the Blue Castle Guild's underground training center. He was greeted with a concerned inquiry, "Are you sure you're going to be okay?" Do-hyuk confidently replied, "Yeah, please set the difficulty to the maximum." He then proceeded to select the highest difficulty setting on the training simulator. Park Do-hyuk, preparing for a training exercise, explained that with the dummy's difficulty set to maximum, it would attack immediately upon detecting a target. Meanwhile, a female character, seemingly a guild master, observed that it hadn't been long since their last encounter in the dungeon. A young man with dark hair approached, stating he had business with the guildmaster. The guildmaster questioned if his business involved something similar to the drones shown previously. As Park Do-hyuk announced, the practice dummy's placement was complete and that it would attack immediately. He warned that it was dangerous, as the training dummy targeted both him and the guildmaster. Park Do-hyuk initiated a high-difficulty training simulation, the virtual battlefield populated by several robotic opponents. A young woman with dark hair observed him with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. As robots moved with surprising speed and precision, their movements marked by the on-screen text Akron. One robot was destroyed in a powerful explosion, its metallic body shattering into fragments. Another robot, seemingly undamaged, continued its relentless advance. Its glowing red eyes fixed on its target, a clear sign of its aggressive programming. A testament to the simulation's intensity. The scene suggested a recent, powerful struggle. A schematic of a small, multi-limbed mech was displayed, its design intricate and futuristic. The mech suddenly sprang to life, its red core glowing intensely as it unleashed a powerful energy blast. The force of the blast was immense, shattering the surrounding environment with a concussive wave. A large, imposing mech stood defiantly, its blue energy conduits glowing brightly. Park Do-hyuk, having completed the simulation, stood calmly beside a young woman, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Park Do-hyuk explained to the young woman that, unfortunately, he had created the mech for himself. He continued, stating that he brought it to test its abilities before taking it to a dungeon. The young woman responded with a simple "I see." Do-hyuk then commanded his mech, Akron, to respond. He instructed Akron to use its spells to take care of the dummy, as the guildmaster was waiting. Akron promptly obeyed, and with a swift motion, Park Do-hyuk's mech unleashed a powerful blast of energy. The force of the attack obliterating the target, leaving behind only scattered debris in its wake. The young woman observed the scene, a thoughtful expression on her face. She subtly nodded, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks as she contemplated what she had just witnessed. Park Do-hyuk, pleased with his mech's performance, apologized for the young woman's surprise at witnessing such advanced artificial intelligence. She responded that it was understandable, given it was her first time seeing such a golem. Then, she inquired about the purpose of the golem, if it wasn't for sale.
Do-hyuk revealed that it was equipped with a surprise ice bomb, and proceeded to demonstrate both the skull-shaped bomb and the ice bomb.
The young woman reacted with a mixture of surprise and apprehension as he presented the skull-shaped bomb. Park Do-hyuk, a smirk playing on his lips, pondered something. The young woman, curious, questioned the origin of the bombs he possessed. "What's that space you're getting the bombs from?"
Do-hyuk casually replied, "Oh, this? I somehow ended up with it."
He explained, "A subdimensional ability is not something you just end up with." The young woman's expression turned serious as she revealed, "Only a handful of S-Class Awakened can use this ability." She continued, impressed, "Lucky, you're showing characteristics that transcend class divisions."
Park Do-hyuk, slightly amused, listened to the young woman's instructions. He readily agreed to demonstrate his abilities. Instead of a verbal explanation, he opted for a practical demonstration.
Do-hyuk tossed a small, skull-shaped object in his hand. The object, a subdimensional bomb, hurtled towards a nearby training robot,
resulting in a powerful explosion that engulfed the robot in flames.
The intense heat and destructive force of the explosion were clearly visible. The young woman's eyes widened as she assessed the scene. The walls, reinforced with dimension stones, were beginning to melt under the intense heat generated by the experiment.
"That's a great deal of power, Master," she exclaimed, her voice filled with awe and a hint of apprehension. The experiment, left unchecked, would be incredibly dangerous. But Park Do-hyuk remained calm.
He held a small, orb-like object in his hand, a confident smirk playing on his lips.
"But don't worry about that.
I'll take care of it at once with this," he said, his tone assuring. With a flick of his wrist, he launched two small, glowing blue orbs into the heart of the melting chamber.
Secondly, the surprise ice bomb. The orbs exploded, unleashing a torrent of freezing energy,
instantly freezing the molten dimension stones and solidifying the walls once more.
The chamber was transformed into a breathtaking ice cavern.
Park Do-hyuk, a smirk playing on his lips, informed the young woman that the subdimensional bomb would break in 10 seconds. She, impressed by his work, asked how it was going.
Do-hyuk responded that he liked it and requested that she put on protective eyewear before showing her the final device.
The young woman, putting on the protective eyewear, commented on his preparedness.
Do-hyuk then deployed his sight-stealing bomb.
The bomb's effect was shown, leaving a bright light in its wake. Park Do-hyuk, pleased with his preparations, rubbed his temples, a subtle smirk playing on his lips.
The young woman, intrigued by his enigmatic demeanor, questioned the production cost of his device.
He cryptically responded that it was a secret, revealing that he planned to sell them to the guild for 6 million won, though they could fetch 10 million elsewhere. Do-hyuk, noting her skepticism, pointed out that the true value of the sight-stealing bomb was immeasurable, likening its unopened potential to Pandora's box. He then showcased the bomb's versatility, demonstrating its use in both combat and dungeon escape scenarios, highlighting its effectiveness against multiple opponents, further emphasizing its numerous additional functions beyond combat applications.
Finally, Do-hyuk concluded by stating that, considering the life-saving potential of his invention, the price was quite reasonable.
Park Do-hyuk, still flushed with the success of his demonstration, wore a self-satisfied expression. The young woman approached him, a confident smile playing on her lips. "Mr. Do-hyuk," she began, "I'd like to make a proposal." She explained that if he made an exclusive deal with her guild, they would pay him handsomely for his invention. Just like that, a deal with the guild master was struck. A young woman in a dark suit rushed into a room, her hand instinctively going to her chest. She urgently addressed a man seated behind a desk. "Guild master, we have a serious problem." The guild master, startled, asked, "What? What happened?" Blue Castle Group's stock price, identified as 055423, had risen to 123,500, a 30% increase from 28,500, over a period shown on a graph spanning from 09/03 to 09/05. This surge was attributed to their exclusive contract with Park Do-hyuk, who had begun supplying explosives for use in dungeons. A young woman, reviewing data on a tablet, reacted with a fist-clenching gesture, expressing frustration. She had witnessed Park Do-hyuk's construction abilities firsthand. Overcome with regret, she exclaimed, "I should have recruited Park Do-hyuk, no matter the cost." Park Do-hyuk, dressed in a sharp suit, was approached by someone whose face was obscured by shadow. The shadowed figure uttered a single word, "Chunhwa." A warning appeared above the scene, "Think before you open your mouth." Meanwhile, elsewhere, office workers discussed the recent commotion. One observed, "Are they starting again? They're really causing a ruckus this time." Another added, "As far as I know, I think it's because of the news about the Blue Castle Guild." In a dimly lit room, a woman in tactical gear confronted a cowering Park Do-hyuk. She declared, "Park Do-hyuk is worth 150 billion as an F rank." She continued, questioning, "Do you think he'll still be in F rank 3 years from now?" The woman, clearly agitated, pressed Park Do-hyuk further, demanding, "Guild Master, where are you going?" A young woman, her face flushed with urgency, barked orders at Park Do-hyuk. "Where do you think we need to go? Recon the Blue Castle Guild right away. Quick, get ready." The Blue Castle Group's product line was shown, focusing on explosives. Employees discussed contracts and supply. A conversation between Blue Castle Guild members revealed that they were selling explosives made by Park Do-hyuk through an exclusive contract. One member questioned whether an exclusive deal had been attempted for the product. Park Do-hyuk, uncertain, responded that the matter was handled by the guildmaster. A young woman with dark hair leans against a railing, overlooking a cityscape. The word urgent is written repeatedly in Korean on the panel. She muses to herself, questioning why the master hasn't appeared yet. "It's the first day of the explosive sales," she explains to herself, a smirk playing on her lips as she anticipates the excitement. She reveals that she came to see something fun. Another woman, seemingly older, confronts her, asking if she remembers what happened 2 years ago. A flashback shows a conflict between the Blue Castle and Plum Blossom guilds over rights to a dungeon near Namyeong Station. The older woman, her expression sharp and accusatory, recounted a past incident involving Lizzie, who spread negative rumors about the Blue Castle Guild and the young Baek Do-hui. She explained that despite the conflict, both guilds eventually secured the first dungeon fights, a testament to their resilience. But the resulting bad blood between them persists to this day. The younger woman, listening intently, expressed understanding of the friction between rival guilds. Meanwhile, a man watched from a distance, his gaze fixed on the younger woman, anticipating her reaction to an upcoming event. He admitted to himself that he was eager to witness her response. Chunhwa, a young woman with dark hair and a red bow, shivered slightly. Her companion, a man in a suit, noticed and asked if she was cold. She replied that she wasn't sure. At that moment, a group of people entered the room, and one of them greeted Lizzie, saying it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Chunhwa smiled knowingly at the man beside her, a subtle expression of anticipation crossing her face. Lizzie, seemingly pleased by the reunion, explained that if they had called ahead, she would have come to welcome them personally. A mischievous glint in her eyes hinted at a hidden agenda. She revealed that the purpose of her visit was to attend Park Do-hyuk's explosive sale, a crucial event for her guild. Lizzie, with a sly smile, approached Baek Do-hui, stating, "What a coincidence, I was just looking for you." Her expression was one of playful anticipation. As she and another woman, seemingly rivals, engaged in a magical duel, their powers manifesting as a giant cobra and a frog. The intense battle was shown on a large screen. Meanwhile, the man, observing the spectacle, commented, "I wouldn't want to be there." He then pondered the placement of new dimension stones. The young woman, Ma Sungmi, carefully stacked several dimension stones. The man, seemingly unable to move, expressed gratitude for her assistance. "I can't move while constructing, so thanks for bringing those to me," he said. A sudden realization washed over him. He recognized Sungmi. "Ma!" "Sungmi?" he questioned, surprised. Sunmi acknowledged him, noting the time passed since their last encounter at the auction house.
It's been a while since I saw you at the auction house.
He explained his presence, stating that the guild master had informed him of her arrival.
How did you come here, Ms. Ma Sunmi? The guild master let me know you were here.
The young woman, her expression resolute, addressed Park Do-hyuk. Yes, she stated, I wish to request another sparring match. Park Do-hyuk, taken aback by her request, stared at her, his eyes widening slightly as he processed her intensity.
A sparring match with me?
He thought, clearly surprised by her confidence. The young woman continued, explaining her reasoning.
Yes. Last time, I only blocked your attacks, she said. So I want to fight you one-on-one this time. Please do me the honor of sparring with me. The young woman, her face flushed with determination, clenched her fists.
A fierce resolve hardened her expression. She looked down at a shattered piece of blue crystal, a remnant of her previous battle. Park Do-hyuk, a smirk playing on his lips, listened intently to her request for a rematch. He readily agreed, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. The young woman, brimming with confidence, informed him that she would need some time to prepare. She then proceeded to remove her outer clothing, revealing a remarkably well-defined physique. The young woman, confident and composed, sat patiently, a small, self-assured smile playing on her lips, waiting for her opponent. She stated calmly, "That's all right, I'll wait for you right here."
Adding, with a reassuring smile, "If there's anything you need me to do, please just ask."
Park Do-hyuk, intrigued by her confidence and preparedness, observed her, a subtle smile forming on his lips as he contemplated the rematch. He nodded, a silent agreement passing between them. Park Do-hyuk, already having produced enough materials for the guild, found the task monotonous and decided to take a break. He expressed his boredom with a slight smirk. The young woman, eager to continue their match, enthusiastically agreed to his suggestion. Park Do-hyuk, clad in a sleek, high-tech suit, checked his gear, a slight frown creasing his brow. Carefully adjusting the gloves on his hands, he seemed slightly apprehensive. The young woman, her purple hair striking against her similarly technological suit, stood opposite him, a confident smirk playing on her lips. "Yes, but what about the equipment?" she asked, her tone curious. She explained that the protective gear was designed to emulate their durability and health levels, changing color from green to yellow to red depending on their health. When health dropped to 0, the suit would shut down, mirroring real-life death.
This equipment costs 25 billion won per piece, she added, awestruck.
The young woman explained that the guild master deemed the cost of the protective gear insignificant compared to the potential harm to guild members, and that given the high-quality equipment, it would be a shame to fight without utilizing its full potential.
Park Do-hyuk, brimming with confidence, suggested a bet, intriguing the young woman, who questioned his proposal.
The young woman stood ready, shield at her side, contemplating the implications of the bet. Park Do-hyuk proposed a bet to the young woman: if she defeats him, he will become her exclusive mage. He specified that the exclusivity would last for 3 months, and that she would receive his services for free.
He seemed confident and even a little smug.
Do-hyuk further emphasized the fun aspect of the bet, while the young woman remained thoughtful. The scene shifted to show the young woman and Do-hyuk facing each other, preparing for the bet, with a figure in the background identified as the guildmaster. Later, Do-hyuk spoke to someone, expressing gratitude for their help with Lizzie, revealing that he had used explosives to create a diversion. Addressing a young woman, Park Do-hyuk, a D rank, revealed that he was aware of her F rank status and proposed a spar without a handicap, confident in his superior skill.
The young woman, initially hesitant, considered his proposal, ultimately rejecting the idea of a handicap and preparing for the spar, both opponents taking their stances. The young woman, determined, resolved to give it her all. As the spar began, Park Do-hyuk smirked, recalling his earlier encounter at the Deus Market. Park Do-hyuk, intent on overwhelming his opponent before she could unleash her spells, launched a fierce attack. The young woman, however, reacted swiftly, dodging his blow with practiced ease.
The force of the impact sent a shockwave through Park Do-hyuk, leaving him momentarily stunned. Park Do-hyuk felt his legs moving involuntarily. He realized he was experiencing the effects of the provoke skill. His enhanced reflexes and speed, a consequence of the skill's activation, allowed him to react instinctively. Park Do-hyuk's movements became precise and powerful, his armor enhancing his already formidable abilities. His mentality was focused, his magic in perfect harmony.
The young woman, having dodged Park Do-hyuk's initial attack, unleashed a volley of magic missiles.
But Park Do-hyuk countered by activating his Iron Wall defense skill, a defensive maneuver that increased his defense by 50%, rendering him immobile but capable of a counterattack. Park Do-hyuk, having used the provoke skill to trigger the young woman's defensive strategy, observed her actions, noting the standard nature of her defense. He considered using overwhelming firepower to break through her defenses, but he rejected that approach, seeking a more decisive conclusion.
The young woman, anticipating his next move, prepared for his attack.
A smokescreen obscured the young woman's position, allowing her to activate her Mana Sense skill.
The Mana Sense skill revealed multiple points of concentrated mana in the vicinity,
indicating that Park Do-hyuk had already cast numerous spells.
This revelation surprised the young woman.
Based on the amount of mana detected, she deduced that he had expended a significant amount of magical energy, and concluded that to finish her off, he would have to approach her directly. Park Do-hyuk, mana depleted from previous spells, felt vulnerable.
He muttered to himself, "That's when I'll strike."
The young woman, ever strategic, launched a swift attack, her movements precise and powerful.
Her strike aimed at exploiting his weakened state. Park Do-hyuk's mouth gaped open in surprise.
But he reacted instantly, activating a mirror image spell, creating multiple duplicates of himself to confuse his opponent.
The resulting chaos was a blur of motion.
Park Do-hyuk's inner voice commented, "Magic's harmony, absolute precision."
The young woman, momentarily disoriented, found herself facing multiple identical foes. She reacted quickly, attempting to counter. The young woman unleashed a powerful attack, a torrent of energy aimed directly at Park Do-hyuk. But he countered instantly, his movements a blur as he evaded the brunt of the assault. The impact of the clash sending shockwaves through the air. The force of the collision was immense, leaving Park Do-hyuk visibly strained, his breath ragged. He glared at his opponent, his eyes narrowed in concentration. A female onlooker, her expression serious, revealed a crucial piece of information: Sungmi is a tanker that our Blue Castle Guild has been carefully training. The young woman, despite showing signs of fatigue, continued her relentless assault, launching another powerful attack. Park Do-hyuk, though strained, met her force with a calculated counter. A perfectly timed maneuver that deflected her blow. "She won't go down easily," a nearby female onlooker observed, her words underscoring the intensity of the fight. The young woman, exhausted but persistent, and Park Do-hyuk, strained but in control, continued their intense duel across a snowy expanse. A female onlooker observed from a distance. As the young woman launched a powerful attack, her energy crackling with fierce determination. Park Do-hyuk, with practiced ease, deflected the blow with his shield, countering swiftly and decisively, forcing the young woman into a defensive posture. The intensity of their exchange was palpable. Park Do-hyuk, gritting his teeth, braced himself for the young woman's next move. The young woman lunged forward, her sword flashing. She unleashed a powerful attack, aiming for a critical strike. But Do-hyuk reacted instantly, deftly parrying her blow. The impact sent tremors through his body. Do-hyuk deactivated his Iron Wall defense, activating wind speed. His movement speed increased by 40% for 5 seconds, with a 20-second cooldown. The young woman, fueled by defiance, launched a powerful attack, a concentrated burst of energy aimed at Park Do-hyuk. But Do-hyuk, ever vigilant, anticipated her move. He sidestepped the initial blast, his expression hardening as he prepared his counter. A grin spread across his face.
With precise timing, he activated wind speed, his movements blurring as he countered the young woman's attack. The impact sent her flying, her momentum carrying her across the room, leaving her momentarily stunned, but her eyes still burning with defiance. The young woman, defiant despite her earlier defeat, unleashed a powerful attack, a surge of pink energy erupting from her shield. The energy forming a concentrated beam that shot towards her opponent. But Park Do-hyuk, ever vigilant, anticipated her move. And with a swift maneuver, he activated wind speed, creating a vortex that deflected the attack, sending the young woman sprawling across the metallic floor. The impact of the deflected energy leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Sungmi, the young woman, stood defiant, her expression a mixture of determination and weariness. She gripped her sword and shield, her stance suggesting readiness for another confrontation. A testament to her resilience despite the recent battle. The female onlooker, observing from a distance, commented on Sungmi's improved skills since their last encounter. As expected of Sungmi Uni. Your skills improved a lot in the small amount of time I was away. Sungmi, seemingly unfazed, prepared for another attack. Her eyes narrowed in concentration as she moved with surprising speed. The young woman, prepared for combat, stood poised, her body tensed and ready. A network of shimmering, almost ethereal, threads extended from her body. The threads rapidly expanding to ensnare her opponent, the female onlooker, in a complex web of energy. The female onlooker, initially impressed, now stared in disbelief. That shiny and sticky thing, isn't that a spider web? She exclaimed, her voice laced with astonishment. The female onlooker's surprise deepened as she struggled against the restraints. Her mouth opened in a silent gasp. She continued to struggle, her eyes wide with shock as she realized the extent of the web's power. You're telling me that all this shiny stuff is spider webs? She questioned, incredulous. Completely immobilized, the female onlooker could only utter a single, defeated phrase, I can't move. The young woman, a fierce expression etched on her face, stood amidst a network of shimmering, spiderweb-like energy strands. The energy crackling with raw power as she held the female onlooker captive within its grasp. Park Do-hyuk. What is this? The female onlooker exclaimed in surprise. Park Do-hyuk, having observed the scene from a distance, approached cautiously. He confidently stated, "These suits will protect us." Then, addressing the young woman, he explained, "Then, when you came to attack close range, it wasn't because you were low on mana and wanted to finish it off, but..." Yes. The attack was to goad you into deactivating iron wall defense. Though, it was a bit dangerous because my armor deactivated due to the last attack. The young woman, her face etched with determination, watched as the energy from her attack dissipated. A small, satisfied smile playing on her lips as she subtly savored her victory. "I guess I lost this sparring match," the female onlooker admitted, a hint of surprise in her tone. "However, I'll win next time for sure," she declared, her competitive spirit undeterred. Park Do-hyuk, ever the observer, simply commented, "Yeah, we'll have to do this again." The young woman, still ensnared in her own energy web, grinned mischievously. The young woman, still buzzing with the thrill of victory, apologized to Park Do-hyuk, explaining that she had been so engrossed in their conversation that she had lost track of time. Meanwhile, Park Do-hyuk and the young woman exchanged a knowing glance, a silent acknowledgement of their shared understanding. Their hands briefly touched, a gesture of mutual respect and camaraderie before they parted ways. Park Do-hyuk, observing the aftermath of the match, offered a brief but sincere compliment to both combatants. "Both of you did very well." He then formally declared the winner of the match, leaving the defeated opponent in the care of the victorious young woman. With a subtle smile, the young woman accepted responsibility for her opponent's well-being, promising to look after her. A young man with dark hair and a determined expression declared, "You can rely on me." The scene shifted to the White Lotus Guild office. A young woman with long brown hair stood by a window, gazing out at the sunset. Her expression thoughtful and slightly pensive. She was asked, "Is that so? You're maintaining the security, correct?" To which she replied, "Of course." The young man from the first panel appeared again. He stated, the exchange with the spider ghost was anonymous.
We won't be caught.
He then concluded, all right, good work, you can leave now.
The day ended, and a young man descended the stairs of his office building, leaving behind the quiet hum of a late-night office.
A young woman remained at her desk, finishing her work.
He checked his phone, the screen displaying a news article, Park Do-hyuk contracts with Blue Castle. The article showed a picture of Park Do-hyuk shaking hands with a woman.
Do-hyuk thought, your abilities are like the golden goose. But he felt a pang of possessiveness. But for you to go to the Blue Castle Guild instead of me. If I can't have you, he mused. He resolved, absolutely no one else can. His expression hardened.
A high-rise building with a distinctive glass cupola is visible against a partly cloudy sky. A modern bus stop is shown, with a bus pulling away.
A man in a brown suit and a dark-haired man in a teal jacket arrive at the bus stop, their luggage bumping against their legs as they walk. The brown-suited man makes a phone call, reporting his arrival and requesting information on a target. His companion comments on the attractiveness of Seoul's populace, while the brown-suited man reminds him of the urgency of their mission.
Mr. Sun's associate confirmed his understanding of the mission parameters, proposing they regroup nearby to strategize their approach to capturing their target.
The associate questioned the mission's high reward, considering its relatively low rank. But Mr. Sun, with a steely gaze, simply stated that they only needed to execute the plan. Two grotesque, masked creatures lunged forward, blades glinting in the dim light. Their attack a blur of motion as they shrieked a guttural battle cry. But a swift figure met their assault head-on.
With precise movements, she deflected their blades.
Her own glowing purple blade a lethal counterpoint, cleaving through the creatures with deadly efficiency.
Sungmi, the unnamed female warrior, unleashed a torrent of blue energy,
the raw power coursing through her body as she moved with deadly precision.
Her twin blades flashing as she effortlessly dispatched her masked opponents,
leaving a trail of defeated foes in her wake. The battle was over. Sungmi, her expression a mixture of boredom and slight amusement, muttered, Sungmi. A young man, seemingly observing the scene from a distance, thought to himself, let's hurry up, these guys are boring me. Sungmi, having effortlessly dispatched several masked creatures, reflected on her role within the party. She mused that if the spells were as potent as they seemed, a tanker like herself had little to contribute.
In reality, she felt more like a mule than a valuable asset. A tanker who couldn't help the party. She resolved to find a way to contribute more quickly. The unnamed male observer, impatient with the situation, interrupted Sungmi's thoughts, asking, Sungmi, what are you thinking about?
Sungmi, slightly embarrassed, admitted that she had been feeling a bit useless. And then, changing the subject, mentioned something about dungeons and a drone. A young man, seemingly confident and playful, held a small drone-like device. He grinned, stating that if they continued, they would see even more fun. Turning to Sungmi, he reminded her of his previous suggestion that they talk casually. He gently inquired if it was still too difficult for her. Sungmi, her expression a mixture of shyness and determination, subtly nodded. The young man responded reassuringly, mentioning that many people find casual conversation challenging and encouraging her to take things slowly.
Sungmi, having received reassurance, agreed.
The young man then declared that since it was their first day, he would continue to use his buffs to increase their pace. He added that even if she was a tanker, she should still try to match his rhythm and stay on the same wavelength.
Sungmi simply replied, yeah.
Sungmi and the unnamed male observer found themselves in a dark, cavernous space, the ground trembling subtly beneath their feet. The immense scale of their surroundings becoming apparent as they looked up at colossal, monstrous feet. A pair of hulking, gray-skinned creatures emerged from the shadows, their red eyes gleaming menacingly. One of the creatures lunged at a smaller, green-skinned monster, striking it with brutal force. Sungmi, noticing the larger monster's arrival, whispered to the observer, the main monsters are showing up. The observer nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face as he observed the unfolding scene. However, there are exceptions, he mused to himself. Sunmi's male companion instructed her to draw the attention of the trolls and goblins inside, stating that he would handle the rest. While he prepared for something, his eyes glowed with a faint blue light, hinting at an upcoming action. A horde of goblins and trolls emerged from the darkness, led by a larger, cloaked figure identified as a goblin shaman. The goblin shaman's menacing appearance was highlighted, emphasizing his role as a powerful antagonist. The narration explained that when trolls are accompanied by a goblin shaman, they receive buffs, transforming both trolls and goblins into powerful, berserk warriors. The goblin shaman, eyes blazing with malevolent red light, channeled dark energy into a glowing orb, commanding his troll and goblin minions to attack. "Attack!" he roared, the word echoing through the cavern. The trolls, massive and brutal, charged forward, their blows shaking the very ground. While Sunmi, engaged in fierce combat, found herself surrounded and overwhelmed by the sheer number of her foes. The unnamed male observer watched, calculating his next move. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupted from the observer, a powerful force that shattered the air. He launched a devastating counterattack, his movements a blur of speed and precision as he struck down the creatures with incredible force. The golem, a towering construct of metal and energy, moved with surprising speed and grace, effortlessly dispatching a troll with a swift, powerful blow. Its glowing blue energy trails leaving streaks across the dark battlefield. The golem's red eyes glowed intensely, focused on its next target. Sunmi, witnessing the golem's power, gasped, "What is that robot?" Another figure, a young woman with purple hair, calmly explained, "Don't worry. That's a golem that I constructed, Akron. I'll leave." A young man with blue hair, seemingly observing the battle from a distance, watched the golem's actions with a thoughtful expression. A faint blue energy emanated from his body. The young woman, Sunmi's ally, activated a defensive shield, its purple energy shimmering as she prepared for a potential counterattack. Sunmi, already impressed by the drones and golem, expressed her amazement, but was even more surprised by the use of an invisibility skill, a technique only attainable at B rank. She wondered how much more Park Do-hyuk could surprise her. Akron, the powerful golem, engaged in fierce combat with an unseen enemy, unleashing a powerful energy blast. While Sunmi, despite acknowledging she still had much to learn, resolved to support Park Do-hyuk to the best of her ability, continuing to fight alongside him. Sunmi reaffirmed her commitment to supporting Park Do-hyuk. A masked man, his face partially obscured by bloodstains, demanded, "Who are you guys? Why are you doing this?" An older man with piercing red eyes responded with a chilling smile, "When you clean up a mess, do you really need a reason?" He continued, his eyes still burning with intensity, "Just think of it as having bad luck." Two figures in dark tactical gear discussed their findings. One reported, "When I looked around the area, I found traces of Park Do-hyuk being here." The other replied, surprised, "I didn't expect it to be this easy." Mr. Sung, seemingly unconcerned, commented on the ease with which they were securing the dimensional doors, questioning if it was too simple. He then noted the limited manpower available to the South Korean awakened management, implying a potential vulnerability. His companion, impressed, remarked on Mr. Sung's intelligence. Mr. Sung, however, urged them to stop making strange comments, warning that reinforcements would soon arrive. He stressed the need to deal with Park Do-hyuk before that happened. With that, the trio quickly moved to complete their mission and escape. Park Do-hyuk found himself surrounded by monstrous figures in a dark cavern. Akron and Sunmi engaged the creatures, their movements a blur of calculated strikes. Sunmi's blade flashed, cleaving through the thick hide of one of the larger monsters, the impact sending shockwaves through the cavern. Will Park Do-hyuk survive this onslaught? Sunmi's expression hardened with grim determination. A question arose in Sunmi's mind as she and Akron fought their way towards Park Do-hyuk. Would they arrive safely before the shaman? The shaman, a grotesque figure wielding a staff, unleashed a wave of dark energy, the crimson energy swirling around him as he prepared another attack. The shaman's face, a horrifying mask of malice, was a testament to his dark power. But Akron swiftly countered, his movements a blur as he engaged the shaman.
The impact of the clash sending shockwaves through the air.
The word shaman appeared in ancient runes, marking the shaman's presence.
The shaman, surrounded by a swirling crimson magic circle, chanted an incantation.
As Akron countered with a green energy blast, whispering the words "whisper of pain." The energy projectile, labeled Acid Arrow, struck a nearby monster. A monstrous goblin-like creature bared its teeth, enraged by the attack. Akron unleashed another Acid Arrow, a powerful green beam of energy. The beam struck its target with devastating force, obliterating the creature. Akron's Acid Arrow struck the shaman's dark magic, causing a massive explosion, leaving behind a trail of corrosive green slime. Park Do-hyuk, still surrounded by monsters, watched from a distance as the shaman's power was momentarily disrupted.
Sun-mi, having disengaged from the immediate conflict, observed the aftermath with a grim expression.
A hulking monster, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, lunged forward with a powerful punch.
But Sun-mi met its attack head-on, deflecting the blow with a swift, precise block using her energy shield, followed by a powerful kick that sent the creature reeling, and a final, decisive blow that sent the monster sprawling to the ground. Sun-mi smirked, a triumphant glint in her eyes as she prepared for any further threats. A purple energy beam shot out, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A monstrous figure, its skin pallid and scarred, loomed before Sun-mi. Its hands pulsed with an eerie green light. The creature lunged, its massive form a blur of motion as it attempted to crush her. But Sun-mi, agile and quick, evaded the attack with practiced ease, her movements a testament to her training. She found herself surrounded by several smaller, reptilian monsters, their blades glinting menacingly. With a burst of speed, she activated her shield, deflecting the incoming attacks. Sun-mi charged forward, her sword a silver streak against the backdrop of the chaotic battle. The clash of steel echoed through the desolate landscape. Sun-mi, her face etched with exertion, shouted in alarm. A colossal golem, its metallic form glowing with an eerie blue light, materialized before her. It was Park Do-hyuk's creation, Akron, responding to its master's commands. Park Do-hyuk, observing from a distance, offered a brief word of praise, "Good job, Akron." Park Do-hyuk then moved swiftly, his movements a blur as he engaged in combat. The impact of his attack sent shockwaves through the ground.
Park Do-hyuk channeled his energy, his hand crackling with lightning, the raw power building into a blinding flash. A surge of intense light engulfed him, the force of the blast radiating outwards in a devastating shockwave. The resulting explosion subsided, revealing Sun-mi, her expression grim but resolute. She gripped her sword, prepared for whatever might come next.
The aftermath of Park Do-hyuk's lightning attack was devastating.
Numerous monstrous figures lay scattered across the ground,
their forms smoldering and still.
Sun-mi, armed with her shield, stood amidst the carnage, observing the scene with a grim determination. Park Do-hyuk, visibly exhausted, stood nearby. Park Do-hyuk commented that the battle was becoming more challenging. Sun-mi, noting a change in his demeanor, questioned if this was due to his meeting with Mr. Gilma the previous day.
He confirmed that he had a personal matter to discuss with Mr. Gilma.
Right after the battle, Park Do-hyuk, using Gilma's assistance, acquired 3 books from the Chongsung Guild's library. These books, seemingly useless at first glance, were written in this world's language.
Utilizing his identify skill, Park Do-hyuk was able to discern their true value, extracting useful information from within.
The first book revealed a skill called invisibility, which renders the user temporarily invisible, deactivating after an attack. The second book detailed Acid Arrow, a skill that fires acid arrows forward. Finally, the third book described Lightning Bolt, a skill that unleashes an electrical sphere, shocking everything in its proximity. Park Do-hyuk unleashed a wave of golden energy, a powerful surge that radiated outwards, the force of the blast impacting a large, dark mechanical foe. While Sun-mi, wielding a futuristic shield, deflected a purple energy beam from the same enemy.
Sungmi and Park Do-hyuk found themselves in a dark, cavernous space.
Sungmi stated that they were almost at their destination. Park Do-hyuk, showing signs of fatigue, suggested they rest briefly. Sungmi, though initially reluctant, agreed to a short rest. Park Do-hyuk's eyes widened, his expression shifting to one of intense focus. Park Do-hyuk and Sungmi stood together in a dark, cavernous space, both appearing slightly fatigued.
Do-hyuk's expression was one of cautious concern.
As they surveyed their surroundings, a sense of unease hung in the air as they moved forward, the ground beneath them seeming to crack and shift.
Do-hyuk held a glowing blue crystal in his hands, his gaze fixed upon it.
He murmured a silent wish, hoping for a positive outcome. His grip tightening as he focused his energy on the crystal. The crystal pulsed with light, revealing its power. The text "Invisibility, a reality that is unseeable" appeared next to the crystal, indicating its ability to grant invisibility.
Do-hyuk's hope grew.
As he and Sungmi continued their cautious advance, suddenly encountering a small, advanced drone.
The drone's sensors detected their presence.
The title card reads "Shared Vision," indicating a scene where characters' perspectives converge. Park Do-hyuk and Sungmi, moving through a dark, crystalline cavern, are followed by several figures in dark uniforms.
Park Do-hyuk, noticing something amiss, thinks to himself, "These guys aren't our guild members?" He continues his internal monologue, "I'm pretty sure the entrance was protected by KBI agents. Who are these outsiders?" Sungmi, noticing Park Do-hyuk's concern, asks, "Yeah? What's wrong?" Park Do-hyuk, now voicing his concerns aloud, states, "What do we do if intruders appear that haven't received permission to enter the dungeon?" Sungmi's eyes narrowed, a skeptical expression etched on her face, as she questioned Park Do-hyuk's concerns. His response was a simple, "Really?" Park Do-hyuk and Sungmi faced a hulking, stone golem in a dark cavern. The golem lunged, but Sungmi reacted swiftly, dodging its attack with practiced ease. The golem's blow struck the cave wall, sending tremors through the ground. Park Do-hyuk, momentarily obscured by dust and debris, found himself facing a larger, shadowy figure lurking deeper within the cave. Sungmi, observing Do-hyuk's struggle, commented to her companion that his magic didn't seem as powerful as the rumors suggested. Her companion agreed, noting the difficulty Do-hyuk was having with a D-rank dungeon. Sungmi added that they couldn't complain, as they were being paid.
Her companion explained that he was only asking questions because their target, the unimpressive son of a gun, was actually a target of significance. Park Do-hyuk instructed his team, specifically addressing the youngest member, to draw the attention of a group of trolls. Sungmi, another member of the team, questioned the plan, suggesting they should hide and attack from behind once the trolls were engaged. Do-hyuk's response was concise. He told the youngest member to proceed quickly. The youngest member of the team moved to engage the trolls, while Sungmi and Do-hyuk observed from a distance, ensuring the trolls did not exhibit any unusual behavior. Sungmi and Park Do-hyuk, engaged in combat with a group of trolls, paused to catch their breath. The trolls' regenerative abilities proved more challenging than anticipated. "Phew, let's take a break. This is harder than I thought," Sungmi admitted, voicing her exhaustion. Park Do-hyuk, assessing the situation, observed that despite the unexpected resilience of the trolls, their combined power was sufficient to overcome them. "The trolls' regenerative abilities are beyond our expectations, but I think we have enough power," he stated confidently.
However, Park Do-hyuk's focus shifted as he overheard Sungmi's skepticism regarding the target's value.
"Songnim, I still can't believe that this guy is worth 150 billion, she muttered, expressing her disbelief. Park Do-hyuk immediately cut her off, urging her to focus on the approaching threat.
"Stop talking about that and look over there.
It looks like the monsters aggroed by the Magne are coming this way," he warned, pointing towards a new wave of approaching enemies. A quick count revealed 6 trolls and 9 goblins.
"What? They shouldn't have moved from their location unless they got aggroed,"
Sungmi observed, surprised by the unexpected advance.
Park Do-hyuk, however, saw an opportunity.
Park Do-hyuk, exuding confidence, declared, "Of course, this much is a piece of cake.
He continued, outlining his plan, then, kill the target, and for the girl. Park Do-hyuk launched a series of swift, precise attacks. Each strike imbued with energy, aimed with deadly accuracy. The impact of his blows leaving trails of light in their wake. A sinister grin spread across Park Do-hyuk's face as he effortlessly dispatched his opponents. Two soldiers, startled, exchanged confused glances. One whispered, "What's that?" A colossal, armored figure emerged from the darkness, its blue energy core glowing ominously. One soldier shouted, "Akron, now!" The other soldier stared, speechless, at the towering Akron. Akron, towering over the soldier, loomed menacingly. The soldier exclaimed, "This?" Akron unleashed a powerful blow. The soldier was sent flying, leaving only a cloud of dust and a lingering question mark. Akron, a powerful figure, loomed over a soldier, his imposing presence filling the frame. The command, "Akron, throw," echoed, initiating a swift, decisive action. Akron hurled a powerful energy blast, a searing red projectile streaking across the scene. The energy blast struck its target with brutal force, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Two soldiers watched in shock as their comrade fell, one questioning, "What's going on?" while the other responded with a cynical, "How would I know?" Park Do-hyuk, having planned an ambush, approached calmly, his presence radiating a chilling aura as he walked towards the stunned soldiers. Park Do-hyuk, his expression cold and calculating, sneered at a defeated soldier. "How does it feel to be attacked so helplessly like that?" The soldier, enraged, shouted, "You bastard," and lunged at Park Do-hyuk. He unleashed a burst of flames from his fingertips. A technique he called burning hands. The flames engulfed the soldier, incinerating him instantly. Another soldier watched in horror, muttering, "This is completely different to when he was fighting the trolls. Why didn't he use it before? Was it on purpose? He knew what we were planning?" Park Do-hyuk, his expression unreadable, observed a fallen soldier. He knew this was a trap. A carefully planned ambush. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of calculation in their depths. Another soldier approached cautiously, questioning his presence. "Is it okay for you to be just standing there?" he asked. Do-hyuk's eyes widened in surprise. As the soldier was suddenly attacked by a monstrous creature. No, the soldier cried out in terror. The creature lunged, its red eyes filled with malice. "Save me," the soldier screamed, his voice filled with desperation. Park Do-hyuk, his face etched with terror, screamed, "Save me." A masked figure, Akron, appeared above Park Do-hyuk, his movements swift and deadly. He launched a powerful strike. The force of the blow sending a shockwave through the air. Akron's attack shattered the ground, sending shards of rock flying as he moved with incredible speed. Akron paused, his expression unreadable behind his mask. Park Do-hyuk, surrounded by glowing particles, appeared to be activating some sort of ability. A burst of energy erupted from him, seemingly repelling an unseen attacker. Akron, the attacker, was left injured and surprised, his stealth attack having been detected. Akron, wounded and confused, wondered how his attack had been discovered. Park Do-hyuk noticed a drone in the distance and realized that the drone might have revealed their locations to Akron. Park Do-hyuk's expression was one of quiet contemplation, his thoughts hidden behind a calm facade. As he was surrounded by the ominous presence of Akron and his shadowy accomplices. Akron, injured and defeated, knelt in the darkness. A grim realization dawning on Do-hyuk's face, he had been manipulated, his actions playing perfectly into Akron's hands. A finality of the situation settling upon him as he uttered a single, somber word, "Farewell." The Blue Castle Guild's headquarters, a towering structure, dominated the cityscape. Inside, Park Do-hyuk sat across from Sungmi in a lavish office. He appeared pensive. While Sungmi reviewed documents, her expression serious. She then pushed a report across the table and took a sip of her drink. Sungmi informed Park Do-hyuk that the KBI's investigation report on the previous day's incident was complete. Sungmi presented the KBI's report to Park Do-hyuk,
the report detailed that the three individuals were from Yanbian and, upon further investigation, were believed to be assassins sent by a figure known only as Ghost Ant. Park Do-hyuk, upon hearing the name Ghost Ant, expressed confusion, questioning the identity of this individual. Sunmi explained that Ghost Ant is an awakened individual based in China whose real name is unknown, hence the nickname.
Further adding that no one has ever seen Ghost Ant's face.
A shadowy figure with long white hair and glowing red eyes is shown, their hands ending in sharp claws. Park Do-hyuk reacted with a gesture of surprise and disbelief. Sunmi, her expression serious, informed Park Do-hyuk that Ghost Ant, a perverted murderer, was known for killing famous awakened individuals of his choosing, and that he had a group working under him that traveled the world carrying out commissioned killings. Sunmi speculated that the attack was a commissioned request, explaining why Ghost Ant sent his pawns after Park Do-hyuk. Park Do-hyuk, intrigued, asked if she had found anything about the person who requested the hit. Sunmi paused, taking a sip of water before continuing. She offered her personal opinion that it was likely the same person trying to keep them in check due to the rising stock prices from the sale of Park Do-hyuk's explosives. Park Do-hyuk, surprised, questioned if she meant top guilds like Plum Blossom and White Lotus. Sunmi reflected on the recent events, stating that among those involved, someone possessed the capability to perform such actions within a remarkably short time frame, and that this individual's actions were so swift and decisive that if she couldn't handle it, no one could. Park Do-hyuk, witnessing Sunmi's contemplation, silently wondered about the identity of this mysterious individual. Sunmi, maintaining her composure, decided against revealing any information prematurely, as it could create unnecessary complications. She concluded that it was best to remain silent for the time being. Sunmi, appearing cautious, sat across from Park Do-hyuk. He expressed his acceptance of the situation, stating, "Okay. I'm fine with that." A business card was then presented, identifying the employer as Home Repair Company. Park Do-hyuk examined the card, his curiosity piqued. He pondered whether this single interaction would resolve the matter. Sunmi, anticipating further complications, suggested that a bodyguard from their guild would be prudent to ensure the safety of his home. Park Do-hyuk, accepting her suggestion, thanked her for her concern. He then indicated that he had other matters to attend to, and departed, leaving Sunmi with a lingering sense of unease. The scene opens near Gwangwamun, at the entrance to Deus Tower, a tall, imposing structure that pierces the sky. Park Do-hyuk, dressed in a sleek, dark suit, walks purposefully through a grand hall, his expression serious. He moves with a quiet determination, his footsteps echoing slightly in the cavernous space. He pauses, a subtle shift in his demeanor suggesting a moment of internal reflection before continuing his journey. Park Do-hyuk arrived at Deus Tower, his internal monologue noting that the interior was brighter than he anticipated. He proceeded through the imposing entrance, where a man in a suit and sunglasses stood guard. The man, observing Do-hyuk's advanced armor, addressed him, informing him that the rank-up quest was about to begin and instructing him to wait in front of the dimensional gate. Do-hyuk, observing the large monitor, questioned its purpose. The panel focuses on a detail of Do-hyuk's advanced armor, highlighting its technological features. A screen displayed the results of the rank-up test, showing the completion times of several participants: Hong Kwangtae, Silence, at 3 hours, Kim San, Big River, at 3 hours, and Shin Sang-hyun, Plum Blossom, at 4 hours. Two men discussed the implications of these times. One, in a suit, wondered if those who finished quickly would become targets of interest. The other, in a futuristic uniform, agreed, stating that a short completion time indicated great abilities. The man in the uniform reflected on his own ambitions. In the past, he had cared about fame, but now, a strong record in the KBI database could grant him access to the government's library and more spells. His thoughts trailed off, a smirk playing on his lips as he considered the possibilities. A new character, a man with light brown hair, approached the man in uniform, asking if this was his first time at Deus Tower. An unnamed man, clad in advanced armor, addressed Park Do-hyuk, whose attire was considerably more modest. "There's no way you would show up in that shabby armor if it wasn't your first time." Park Do-hyuk responded with a nonchalant air, I'm an ADC, so I don't really care.
The unnamed man, unconvinced, pressed further, are you sure it's not because you're poor? The unnamed man scrutinized Park Do-hyuk's appearance, concluding, judging from your appearance, I don't think you'll return alive. Park Do-hyuk, unfazed, retorted, and I don't see the point in flaunting my wealth just to finish a quest. The unnamed man, clearly offended, challenged, flaunting my wealth? Are you disrespecting me? Do you know who I am? Don't you see this mark?
A member of the White Lotus Guild, his face contorted in anger, confronted Park Do-hyuk. He declared his affiliation, sneering, I'm from the White Lotus Guild.
White Lotus Guild. Figure it out.
He then challenged Do-hyuk to prove his worth, stating, and show me with your skills. The guild member continued his insults, calling Do-hyuk a beggar-looking bastard who had never even heard of his guild. His rage was palpable as he spat out the words, his expression one of utter contempt. A close-up revealed a distinctive ring on the guild member's hand, a turquoise stone set in a silver band.
Unfazed, Park Do-hyuk responded with quiet confidence, we'll know once we see the results.
A dimensional gate began to open, a vibrant green energy swirling within.
The on-screen text read, the dimension gate is opening. Initializing. The initialization process completed, as indicated by the message initialization complete.
A new message appeared, for the awakened who met the conditions, please get ready.
Park Do-hyuk stood silently, observing the unfolding events. Akron stood beside him.
Park Do-hyuk's expression remained stoic as he watched the green energy emanating from the gate.
Finally, a final message flashed, you may start now.
Park Do-hyuk stood calmly, a slight smile playing on his lips, his hands clasped together. He seemed almost serene. As a fissure split the ground before him, radiating an ominous red glow. A clear indication of a dimensional gate opening. He remained alert, his observant gaze fixed on the unfolding event. Meanwhile, a White Lotus Guild member, flexing his muscles with a cocky grin, boasted.
This body was trained by the Lotus Guild and I'm a rookie worth 5 billion.
His words revealed his confidence and the considerable resources invested in his training. The man strained, his face contorted with effort as he lifted heavy weights, showcasing his physical prowess honed by rigorous training.
A White Lotus Guild member scoffed, but that bastard with those shabby items dares to compete with me?
He boasted, arms outstretched, the record was around 4 hours. I'm positive that I'm at least top 3 for E rank. Another guild member, watching him, gasped as he ran past.
And exclaimed, he beat that record? A leaderboard appeared, showing Kim Wookshul's name at the top, with a time of 3 hours and 56 minutes. The other guild member reacted with awe, that's amazing. The guild member continued, that's right, be jealous all you want. My, Kim Wookshul's record. A timer displayed Park Do-hyuk's progress, 59 minutes and 3 seconds remaining.
Meanwhile, Sung-mi and a man in a suit discussed a 150 billion contract with the Blue Castle Guild.
The contract involved explosives usable in dungeons, and the man expressed surprise that Park Do-hyuk was responsible for their creation.
Park Do-hyuk knelt, exhausted, his armor slightly damaged.
Someone approached him. Park Do-hyuk pondered, a question forming in his mind, who looks like a beggar?
A system message appeared, announcing the commencement of an E-rank quest, annihilate all monsters in the area and proceed to the designated location.
Several monstrous figures emerged, including hulking, red-skinned creatures and smaller, green-skinned goblins. A counter on the screen displayed monsters killed, 0 out of 100.
The protagonist swiftly engaged the monsters, his movements a blur of motion. Delivering a powerful blow that sent one flying. Park Do-hyuk, engaged in his E-rank quest, activated his Burning Hand skill.
Unleashing a wave of intense flames. The searing heat engulfing a nearby monster.
The creature roared in agony as the flames consumed it.
Do-hyuk, maintaining his distance, observed the effects of his attack.
A swift, calculated strike that sent the monster sprawling to the ground, defeated.
Park Do-hyuk watched in surprise as a monster withstood Akron's attack. However, this did not deter him. He knew that the monster's resilience didn't mean it was unbeatable. Do-hyuk prepared for a final, decisive strike, unleashing a powerful attack that obliterated the monster. Do-hyuk wondered if this was the end of the battle. As a system message appeared, confirming that he had eliminated all 100 monsters. Park Do-hyuk's foot landed on the glowing, cyan blue rune, completing the final step of the quest. A system message appeared, confirming his victory. Congratulations! You've completed the E-rank quest. The message also displayed his completion time, 59 minutes and 35 seconds. Later, at Park Do-hyuk's house, he reflected on the quest's relative ease, noting that the rank-up quest was easier this time, but he acknowledged that Akron and the drone proved insufficient against the trolls and ogres encountered during the quest. A system message detailed the properties of Grandma Kim Okebina's 67-year-old kettle, revealing its antibacterial properties and mana-boosting capabilities. Park Do-hyuk, reflecting on his recent quest completion, decided to focus on improving his golem servant and drone. He mused that raising his alchemist level would be a beneficial first step. And so, he initiated a job change, transitioning from wizard to alchemist, revealing a significant boost in his intelligence and magic stats, while other attributes also saw increases. He had used all his previously gathered stat points. A system notification appeared, prompting him to confirm a rank-up update. He accepted. The update was complete, promoting Park Do-hyuk to E-rank. He was also granted the opportunity to select a special spell. Park Do-hyuk, still reflecting on his recent job change and rank advancement, examined a glowing blue interface on his laptop. The screen displayed 3 options for special spells, each tied to a different class: Reinforced Wisdom, Wizard; Mechanic Replication, Mechanic; and Miraculous Alchemy, Alchemist. Do-hyuk, surprised by his unexpected luck, reviewed the details of each spell, noting that these were only obtainable during character creation and not later. He considered his current skill set, lacking in healing and support abilities, and pondered what he needed most. His eyes lit up as he found a 4th option, a priest skill called Healing Him, which restores 60% of a target's health at the cost of 200 mana. Do-hyuk selected the Healing Him, pleased to have acquired this crucial support spell. Park Do-hyuk, pleased with himself, examined the glowing green symbols emanating from his palm. If I have this skill, I'll be able to get by without a healer, he thought, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. A sudden unease washed over him. Why does it feel like someone's looking out for me, he wondered, a knot of apprehension tightening in his stomach. He clenched his fist, his unease growing. The scene shifted to an exterior shot of the White Lotus Guild's private building, a tall, modern structure. The camera panned to show the building in its entirety. Inside, Sunmi sat on the edge of a large bed in a luxurious bedroom. This is Min Sun-yul, the White Lotus Guild's vice guild master, explained that she hadn't contacted Park Do-hyuk since their last meeting at the Deus Market, but she had sought him out early in the morning for a meeting. Her expression serious and unwavering. Park Do-hyuk, aware of his reputation as a rising star, responded that he didn't plan to stay long and would get straight to the point, his demeanor suggesting a sense of urgency. Min Sun-yul, displaying a provocative attitude, stated her preference for directness in their interaction. Then, abruptly, she asked the pointed question, "So, what did you want to talk about? Why did you try to kill me?" Sunmi looked thoughtful, her expression unreadable. Park Do-hyuk leveled a serious accusation, "I know that you hired killers through Ghost Ant to kill me." He stood firm, his gaze unwavering. Sunmi responded with feigned confusion, "I don't know what you're talking about." She pressed further, questioning, "Who's Ghost Ant and what are you talking about? A killer?" The accusation hung heavy in the air as she realized the gravity of the claim. "You're saying that I tried to kill you?" Sunmi's worried expression was evident, a narrator's observation noted her apprehension, her anxious features reflecting the gravity of the situation. Park Do-hyuk's hand moved, a subtle gesture. Revealing his skepticism towards the situation, he dismissed the accusation as a trick by the White Lotus Guild, a group known for their deceptive tactics. His suspicion was particularly directed at Min Sun-yul.
known for her unscrupulous methods of earning money. Sungmi, apprehensive, stood in a luxurious bedroom. Park Do-hyuk, already expecting her denial, stated, "I was somewhat prepared for your answer." He continued, offering her two options. Sungmi, maintaining her innocence, responded, "I don't know what you're talking about."
Park Do-hyuk, skeptical, presented his first option.
"If you give me a reasonable compensation, I'll pretend this never happened and I won't hold a grudge against you or make you my enemy," he proposed.
Sungmi, outraged, retorted, "I'm not."
Park Do-hyuk, his expression hardening, issued a warning. "Second, if you send me back empty-handed, I'll publicize this attempted assassination." Sungmi, her face set in a determined expression, retorted, "Everything you're saying has nothing to do with the white." She paused, her eyes narrowing as she sized up her opponent. Do-hyuk shifted his weight, a subtle sign of his unease. Do-hyuk continued, his voice low and menacing, "I know who'll suffer the most if this gets publicized." He leaned in, making his point clear.
Sungmi remained seated, her expression unreadable, considering his threat.
Do-hyuk concluded, his tone shifting slightly, then, "I'll pretend this negotiation never happened." Sungmi, apprehensive, considered her options as she left the room. Park Do-hyuk, watching her go, felt a mixture of threat and caution. He had offered her a deal, a way to avoid a public scandal. But her refusal left him uncertain of her next move. "How much do you want?" he had asked, a question hanging heavy in the air. Sungmi, still weighing her options, made a decision. She would find another way. "Tell me how," she began, her voice firm despite her inner turmoil. Park Do-hyuk, leaving the scene, was left to contemplate the implications of her defiance.
Sungmi's face was a mask of triumphant glee
as she confronted Park Do-hyuk. "From what I've seen until now, and with the way you behaved, don't you think you've basically acknowledged that you did it?" she stated, her words sharp and accusatory. Park Do-hyuk, caught in her gaze, nervously chewed on his fingernail. A silent admission of guilt hanging heavy in the air. "Fine," she said, her tone hardening, "I'll give it to you." Suddenly, a crimson aura erupted around a newly introduced woman, her eyes blazing with malevolent intent. "Then, I'll really kill you," she hissed, the threat palpable. Park Do-hyuk walked towards a military vehicle parked in a lot. His gaze fixed on the large sum of money displayed on his phone screen, 180,901,000,000 won. He received a message containing further details about enhancing his home security. Min Sun-yeol's furious expression filled the panel. And Do-hyuk, observing her, confirmed the rumors about her true nature. Park Do-hyuk, slightly concerned, looked over the information he'd received, muttering to himself, "And I doubt this will be the last time she'll interfere." A shadowy figure, presumably Min Sun-yeol, was subtly depicted in the background, adding to his apprehension. He resolved to prepare for further interference, his expression hardening as he thought, so to prepare for these circumstances. His resolve strengthened, Park Do-hyuk's jaw tightened, reflecting his determination to face whatever challenges lay ahead. A text message arrived on his phone, informing him that the Neri Information Guild had contacted him regarding his inquiry about an antique shop.
The message included the shop's updated address, Seoul Metropolitan City, Sadangdong, ISU Station.
Park Do-hyuk, pleased with the timely update, made plans to visit the shop while picking up some previously ordered books.
Park Do-hyuk reflected, "It's been a long time since I went treasure hunting." Park Do-hyuk, seated on a bench near ISU Station, checked his phone.
Min Sun-yeol approached him.
Min Sun-yeol asked, "What's the problem?"
Park Do-hyuk remained silent, his expression troubled. He then received a business card from an unknown person, which read, "Shin Tae-pung. I will design your perfect future. Take my word for it and leave the rest to me." Park Do-hyuk, a financial planner, sat alone, a look of discontent etched on his face. He muttered to himself, "I thought everything would work out once I became a financial planner, but this is the result." He sat on a park bench, lost in thought. A group chat displayed a conversation between Kim Ki-tae and Go Jang-hyuk. Kim Ki-tae boasted about his successful dungeon run, earning 10 million and various items. Go Jang Hyuk expressed envy, highlighting the stark contrast to his own meager earnings. Observing the group chat, Do Hyuk's expression shifted to one of annoyance. He thought, just look at him bragging. A stark reminder of his own financial struggles. He stood up, a newfound determination in his eyes. Park Do-hyuk walked through the city streets, a familiar frustration weighing on him. He muttered to himself, "It's my fault for not being born as an awakened in this time period." The urban landscape unfolded around him, a sea of ordinary people going about their daily lives. Do-hyuk felt a pang of envy for those who possessed extraordinary abilities. Suddenly, Do-hyuk felt a strange vibration, a subtle tremor that seemed to emanate from within his own body. He stopped in his tracks, a look of confusion and surprise dawning on his face as the sensation intensified. The vibration grew stronger, causing him to stumble slightly. He wondered, what is this vibration? The intensity of the vibration reached a peak, causing a nearby window to shatter explosively. Do-hyuk stared, wide-eyed, at the sudden destruction. A powerful internal vibration emanated from Park Do-hyuk, causing a ripple effect that shattered nearby objects. The force of the vibration sent several nearby individuals flying, their cries of alarm echoing through the air. As shockwaves continued to radiate outwards, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Observing the scene from a distance, Kim Ki-tae expressed his confusion, questioning if this was an outbreak. He pondered the unusual nature of the event, noting that he had never witnessed an outbreak where people were sucked in. The image of the destruction caused by the energy surge further fueled his bewilderment. Park Do-hyuk, still reeling from the recent energy surge, found himself surrounded by monstrous figures with glowing red eyes. He was injured and clearly in distress. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young man, his face etched with urgency, rushed through the city streets. He muttered to himself, determined to act quickly. His eyes darted around, scanning his surroundings with a sense of heightened awareness. He carefully stepped over a crosswalk, his movements precise and deliberate. Approaching a restricted area, he moved a no-entry sign aside, his determination unwavering. Two young men, identifying themselves as awakened individuals, Kim Jae-jun and Yoon Min-soo, reported their status to the KBI. Their actions suggested a growing awareness of the unfolding events. A newly awakened individual, seemingly overwhelmed, received a business card with a warning: monsters could suddenly appear. Park Do-hyuk, an E-rank awakened, approached the individual, offering assistance. He extended a hand, saying, "I've come to help." Another awakened, seemingly unfazed, was given a staff and instructed to handle traffic control. He responded with confusion. The awakened protested, questioning the instruction, stating, "What are you talking about? We have to go save them immediately." Yoon Min-soo overheard the conversation and relayed the information to his companion, emphasizing that an E-rank awakened was suggesting they go to save others. His companion expressed disbelief, muttering, "Really? I thought I heard wrong." Park Do-hyuk gently placed a hand on the shoulder of a newly awakened individual, suggesting that instead of immediately entering a dungeon of unknown rank, the individual should instead focus on traffic control. The newly awakened individual questioned the necessity of such a task, pointing out that an awakened person's duty is not traffic control. Park Do-hyuk then cited Article 1, Clause 1 of the Awakened Charter, which states that in a crisis, South Korean awakened individuals have an obligation to protect citizens. The newly awakened individual scoffed at the idea, arguing that such a clause shouldn't exist without reason and questioning Park Do-hyuk's claim of being able to save everyone. Park Do-hyuk, maintaining his calm demeanor, firmly instructed the newly awakened individual to remove their hand and cooperate. A figure, unseen but clearly enraged, cursed, "This bastard." The unseen individual moved with extraordinary speed, a blur of motion indicated by speed lines and onomatopoeia. A rapid haste that left only a trail of motion in its wake. And collided violently with another person, sending them sprawling onto the ground. The impact created a shockwave, shattering the nearby pavement and leaving a gaping hole in the ground. Park Do-hyuk found himself sitting on the ground, disoriented and alone in a dark forest. He muttered to himself, confused, "I'm sure I was at ISU station just a moment ago." A sudden, sharp pain shot through his leg, causing him to cry out, "Cook!" He clutched at his injured leg, his face contorted in pain. The extent of the injury was visible, a deep gash bled freely. With a grimace, he whispered, "I can't stand." Park Do-hyuk, already injured, stumbled through the undergrowth, his disorientation growing with each step. As he struggled to maintain his balance, a grotesque creature with glowing red eyes emerged from the shadows, its menacing form filling Do-hyuk's vision, and lunged at him with terrifying speed. Park Do-hyuk found himself on the ground, his leg injured, the monstrous creature looming over him. The creature's horrifying visage filled his vision, 3 glowing red eyes and rows of razor-sharp teeth. Terror seized him as he cried out, his body trembling with fear. He desperately tried to crawl away, his injured leg hindering his escape. The creature's shadow enveloped him, its menacing presence intensifying his dread. He cried out, "Someone save me!" His desperate plea echoed in the darkness as he fell to the ground, his strength failing him. "I can't die here." Park Do-hyuk, injured and terrified, found himself alone in the darkness. His thoughts drifted to his parents, a pang of regret resonating within him. He still hadn't done enough for them. Suddenly, a monstrous shadow loomed over him. A massive hand, red and clawed, descended swiftly, grasping him with terrifying force. The creature's gaping maw, lined with sharp teeth, loomed before him, its red eyes glowing menacingly. Do-hyuk was lifted into the air, helpless against the creature's immense strength. The monster's terrifying visage filled his vision. Panic seized him. "No," he cried out, his voice a desperate plea against the overwhelming horror. "God," he whispered, his hope dwindling as he felt the creature's jaws closing in. His final prayer escaped his lips, "If you're really there, please save me." The creature's monstrous form loomed closer, its sharp teeth inches from his face. Park Do-hyuk, facing a monstrous creature, made a desperate offer, "If you do, I'll give everything to you." The creature lunged, a beam of green energy erupting from its hand, striking Do-hyuk with terrifying speed, the impact sending him flying. Do-hyuk tumbled helplessly into the creature's gaping maw. The creature's massive hand closed in. A monstrous creature lunged, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, its shadow engulfing Park Do-hyuk and another man, who huddled together in terror. The man's face was partially obscured, his expression one of intense fear. A close-up on the man's face revealed a look of quiet desperation. Suddenly, a new figure appeared, his words echoing in the night, "I'm unawakened, Park Do-hyuk. I'm here to save you." Park Do-hyuk, injured and immobile, cried out in pain. An unidentified man, witnessing his plight, asked if he was all right. Park Do-hyuk replied that he had hurt his leg and couldn't move. A monstrous creature loomed over them, its presence filling them with dread. The unidentified man noticed Do-hyuk's wound and expressed concern. Suddenly, a powerful, benevolent energy enveloped Park Do-hyuk. An unseen savior invoked to healing him, their words echoing with divine power. 2 angelic figures, trumpets in hand, appeared, their ethereal forms radiating healing light. The hymn's power mended Do-hyuk's injured leg. A benevolent figure, radiating a soft green light, hovered over Park Do-hyuk, who lay injured on the ground. The light enveloped him, healing his wounds with a mystical hymn. The visible damage to his leg rapidly disappeared, leaving him seemingly unharmed. An unidentified man, observing from a short distance, approached cautiously. He asked Park Do-hyuk, "Do you think you can walk now?" Park Do-hyuk replied, "Yeah, I can move my leg. Thank you." The man then gave further instructions, "Now then, if you go towards the area behind me, you'll be able to go back to ISU station." As the man turned to leave, he suddenly exclaimed, "Behind you!" A monstrous creature lunged from the shadows, its gaping maw aimed at the unsuspecting man. A monstrous creature lunged from the shadows, its gaping maw aimed at the unidentified man. The unidentified man barely managed to dodge the attack, tumbling to the ground with Park Do-hyuk as the monster's massive tongue lashed out. Meanwhile, a figure in dark, armored clothing moved with surprising speed, intercepting the monster's attack. Park Do-hyuk, still recovering from his encounter with the awakened savior, watched in disbelief as the armored figure engaged the creature.
Flying?
The armored figure's helmet, with glowing red eyes, turned towards Park Do-hyuk, a silent warning. Akron, the armored figure, grappled with the monstrous creature, its massive form partially obscuring the scene.
The monster's gaping maw, lined with sharp teeth, poised to strike. Akron, with a burst of speed, managed to evade the creature's attack, launching himself away from its grasp. A powerful energy blast erupted from Akron's armored hand, striking the monster with immense force. Park Do-hyuk, observing from a safe distance, watched with a mixture of fear and awe as the armored figure fought the monster. Akron, having repelled the immediate threat, turned to Park Do-hyuk, his voice a calm reassurance amidst the chaos. "There are others who need to be rescued too, so let's hurry." Park Do-hyuk, still shaken but resolute, surveyed the scene. A monstrous creature had just been vanquished, its remains smoldering on the ground.
Akron, the powerful being who had intervened, stood nearby, his presence radiating strength and authority. He gestured towards the still active danger zone, his expression serious.
"It's dangerous here," he stated. "Everyone, keep out."
Two individuals, likely officials, began to cordon off the area with caution tape, their faces reflecting a mixture of concern and awe at the aftermath of the battle. Park Do-hyuk, still reeling from the recent monster attack, found himself surrounded by unidentified officials in suits, their faces a mixture of concern and awe.
Yellow caution tape cordoned off the area.
As they carefully secured the scene,
he felt a surge of anger, his voice sharp as he barked an order, "Just walk in here."
A man in a dark suit approached, his name tag identifying him as Choi Dae-ho, vice director of the Seoul branch of KBI. His expression was serious, his demeanor professional. He addressed Do-hyuk with a concerned tone, asking, "Have you checked inside?"
Do-hyuk, bowing slightly, responded with a curt, "What are you doing?"
Choi Dae-ho, seemingly unfazed, replied, "Oh, it's an honor to meet you." Two other young men appeared, their smiles strained. One of them explained, "We're regulating the area here." There was a crazy awakened who walked in though. Park Do-hyuk, irritated by the situation, questioned the KBI officials. He exclaimed, "Huh?" He demanded to know what they had been doing while a dimensional portal was active. The officials explained that they had been waiting for the KBI, emphasizing the potential danger of a monster emerging from the portal. And that they couldn't risk their lives for nothing. One official nervously asked if a monster had actually emerged. Do-hyuk, increasingly frustrated, pressed them further, questioning their lack of concern for the civilians who might have been affected by the dimensional event. He sternly reminded them of their duties as awakened individuals, highlighting the increased responsibility they bear in unexpected disasters.
The officials, clearly uncomfortable, tried to explain themselves. An official conceded, "You're right." He then declared, "Let's go." A drone ascended into the night sky. Its light cutting through the darkness. Revealing a monstrous figure below, the text read, "That person is the last one." The monster lunged, but Park Do-hyuk unleashed a wave of green energy, striking the monster with multiple blows. The force of the attack sending the creature sprawling and leaving it momentarily stunned. The impact of his spell caused Park Do-hyuk to stumble, clutching his head in pain. He grimaced, muttering to himself that the continuous use of his abilities caused him headaches. Despite the pain, he resolved to endure it. Park Do-hyuk and a young woman cautiously observed a monstrous creature emerging from the swamp. Its massive form loomed over them. The monster lunged, its red eyes blazing with aggression.
The title card read, "A swamp one can't swim out of." The young woman, bracing herself, unleashed a wave of energy, a desperate attempt to repel the creature. The monster's attack was met with a powerful counterforce, leaving it stunned and steaming. Park Do-hyuk shielded the young woman, urging her to hold on just a little longer. As a monstrous hand erupted from the ground behind them, a warning shouted, "Mr. Awakened, behind you." The young woman, using her abilities, reacted with speed and haste, unleashing a powerful energy blast that sent the monster reeling back. Do-hyuk and the young woman tumbled away from the impact, narrowly avoiding the creature's grasp. As the monster lunged again, its attack described as a web that ensnared its prey. The monster, weakened but still ferocious, thrashed against the energy restraints binding it, its crimson eyes burning with rage as it struggled against the ethereal bonds. Park Do-hyuk shielded the young woman, his expression grim but resolute. The young woman, her breath ragged, focused her energy. A blinding light erupting from her palm as she unleashed another wave of energy. The surge of power struck the monster, momentarily stunning it. Do-hyuk pulled the young woman to safety, the forest floor trembling beneath them. Two unidentified individuals in formal attire appeared, their expressions unreadable. Park Do-hyuk, his expression grim, instructed the young woman, "Let's split up and search." She responded obediently, "Yes, sir." The young woman's eyes widened in alarm, as she sensed a powerful energy surge nearby, and immediately alerted Park Do-hyuk, pointing towards the source of the disturbance. "Vice Director, look over there." A monstrous creature, weakened but still dangerous, writhed on the ground, struck by a powerful energy wave. Park Do-hyuk stood vigilantly, observing the young woman as she unleashed a wave of energy, the force of which struck the weakened monster, incapacitating it completely. Park Do-hyuk and a young woman stood before a smoldering horizon, the night sky above them. A low growl echoed through the trees, as Park Do-hyuk, sensing danger, tensed, his eyes scanning the surroundings. A large, menacing mechanical monster emerged from the shadows, its glowing blue eyes fixed on them. "Who's there?" Park Do-hyuk exclaimed. The young woman, unfazed, calmly addressed the towering machine, "Excuse me, are we finally here?" Park Do-hyuk and a young woman stood before a gaping hole in the earth, a crimson stain spreading across the ground. Suddenly, Park Do-hyuk exclaimed, pointing towards a large mechanical figure emerging from the woods. He identified it as a KBI agent. The mechanical golem emerged fully, towering over the group. Park Do-hyuk, the young woman, and another man fell to the ground in shock as the golem surveyed them. They had survived the outbreak, but now faced a new threat. Park Do-hyuk, observing the golem, wondered about its nature and power, noting that a golem of this caliber shouldn't exist. A message appeared on a speech bubble above the golem, confirmed KBI affiliates through ambient reactions. Conditions met. Returning to Master. The young woman gasped, questioning the meaning of Master. The golem responded, identifying Park Do-hyuk as its master. Ms. Yoon-soo, surprised, questioned Park Do-hyuk's capabilities, noting that he was more than just a spell user, he also possessed bomb-making skills. Park Do-hyuk, acknowledging the incompleteness of the KBI's database, reflected on their unawareness of his abilities, and instructed Ms. Yoon-soo to evacuate the other officials before departing to continue his investigation alone. Park Do-hyuk moved swiftly through the undergrowth, his expression serious and determined. His eyes narrowed, revealing a sharp focus as he continued his search. Park Do-hyuk stood before a gaping chasm in the earth, the ground cracked and broken around him. A monstrous, red form partially visible within the depths. He muttered, "What the?" Examining the creature, he recognized it as a hell monkfish, a C-rank dungeon monster resistant to fire. He mused on the possibility of using fire to destroy it. He noticed a viscous, white substance on the creature's body and wondered if it was the cause of the widespread destruction. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Who are you?" Another individual approached, asking if he was Mr. Park Do-hyuk and if there were any survivors. Do-hyuk responded, "No. I just found the last survivor and was on my way back now." Park Do-hyuk, still processing his encounter with the hell monkfish and the other survivor, found himself in conversation with a young woman who identified herself as Choi Dae-ho, the vice director. She expressed gratitude for his assistance and announced that, thanks to his efforts, the ISU station outbreak was over. Later that night, news of the ISU station incident dominated Daesnet News, with a particular focus. Park Do-hyuk's bravery during the ISU station outbreak was recounted. He fearlessly confronted the danger, driven solely by the need to save lives.
His selfless act highlighted his unwavering commitment to the citizens' safety.
He jumped into the heart of the crisis without hesitation.
News reports showcased Park Do-hyuk's heroic actions, officially recognizing his SS rank status in relation to resolving the ISU station outbreak. A young woman, encountering Park Do-hyuk, expressed her gratitude for his recent actions, revealing that his involvement in the ISU station incident explained his absence. Park Do-hyuk, acknowledging her thanks, explained that the outbreak was a coincidental event during a period when he was occupied with other matters. A status screen appeared, revealing Park Do-hyuk's alchemist class and level 19, indicating his progress before the ISU station incident. A detailed description of a third-class spellbook is shown.
The book's abilities include the Fireball spell, which creates 4 fireballs and deals fire damage, and the Haste spell, which increases the target's speed for a set time, with the acceleration affected by wisdom. Further descriptions of magical artifacts are displayed. These include trump cards of truth and falsehood, which allow the user to determine the truth of a statement twice a day, and perfume of passion, which increases feelings of attraction and pleasure. And the ring of faith and light, which increases wisdom, luck, and magic defense, and allows the user to save mana.
Park Do-hyuk, having acquired various artifacts, reports that he has reached Alchemist level 9. After spending a day strengthening Akron, a new skill, Reinforced Alchemy LV1, is detailed.
This skill consumes 20 mana and synthesizes a subgrade dimensional stone into a pawn, strengthening its exterior and increasing its attack power while reducing maneuverability. The specifications of the strengthened Akron are shown: attack power increases by 12%, mana storage increases by 500, and exterior reinforcement upgrades it from C rank to B rank, while reducing maneuverability by 8%. A system notification appeared, indicating that a synthesized spell slot had been added to Akron. Akron's interface displayed its available slots, armor and burning hands. The system prompted Park Do-hyuk to load a synthesized spell. Park Do-hyuk selected Rapid Reinforcement, Haste, initiating the synthesis process. The system confirmed that the synthesis was complete. Akron, now visibly enhanced, stood before Park Do-hyuk, its movements suggesting increased power. Park Do-hyuk observed Akron's upgrade, commenting, "You're stronger now." He then expressed his reliance on Akron, stating, "I'll be relying on you, Akron." Park Do-hyuk, confident in his upgraded Akron, declared, "Akron protects, Master, until I lose my life." Akron, now enhanced, stood ready. As Sungmi urgently warned, "Mr. Do-hyuk, the next monster is coming." A monstrous figure emerged, its red eyes glowing menacingly. More of the same creatures followed, their presence signaling an imminent attack. Park Do-hyuk, facing the approaching threat, calmly instructed Sungmi, "Sungmi, just like before." Sungmi braced herself, a determined expression on her face as she raised her high-tech shield, prepared for the oncoming assault. 2 hulking monsters charged, their weapons raised high, aiming to overwhelm her with brute force. Park Do-hyuk, observing from a distance, prepared a counterattack, his hands glowing with a faint blue energy. One of the monsters lunged, its weapon striking Sungmi's shield with a resounding clang, but she held firm. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, but Sungmi, with a burst of speed, countered with a swift, precise strike. Her blade, imbued with energy, sliced through the monster's defenses, sending it reeling back in pain. Sungmi, ever vigilant, parried a brutal blow from a hulking monster, its crimson eyes burning with malevolent intent. Her purple blade shimmering with energy as she prepared a counterattack. The monster roared, its attack momentarily faltering. Meanwhile, Park Do-hyuk, calmly observing the unfolding battle from a distance, subtly manipulated the energy around him, readying a powerful counteroffensive. Sungmi, with a battle cry of HAAH, deflected another strike, her shield glowing with protective energy, before she lunged forward. A panel displays information about chest armor trolls. These unique monsters are impervious to frontal assaults, requiring attacks directed at their backs. Sungmi skillfully creates a diversion, drawing the attention of several chest armor trolls, providing an opening for Park Do-hyuk's counterattack. He observes her actions, commenting, "Good distraction, Sungmi." Park Do-hyuk,
preparing his counterattack, declares, "I'm ready." He unleashes a volley of fireballs, the fiery projectiles striking their target with explosive force. A wave of intense energy, depicted by streaks of bright yellow and orange, emanated from Park Do-hyuk's hands as he unleashed a series of powerful fireballs. He anxiously wondered aloud if Sungmi was all right. Meanwhile, Sungmi, using a high-tech shield, deflected a barrage of attacks, the impact of the blows leaving her visibly battered but determined. Park Do-hyuk, witnessing her resilience, breathed a sigh of relief, muttering a grateful thank. His relief quickly turned to renewed focus as he registered a new threat, his eyes widening in alarm. Sungmi, bracing herself, raised her shield as a warning cry echoed, "Sungmi, behind you." Sungmi, propelled by an intense burst of energy, charged forward, her movements a blur as she unleashed a powerful strike, the force of her attack leaving a fiery trail in its wake. Park Do-hyuk arrived on the scene, his expression grim as he called out Sungmi's name. Despite her injuries, Sungmi reassured him, stating simply, "I'm okay." Sungmi, injured but still defiant, warned, "But it looks like the aggro was released. Please be careful." Park Do-hyuk arrived on the scene, observing the fiery, monstrous figure from a distance, the creature's fiery form shifting and crackling as it prepared to attack, its powerful foot slamming into the ground, creating a massive shockwave. The creature lunged forward, engulfed in flames. Park Do-hyuk, assessing the situation, pondered, "Is there a way to finish him off in one blow?" Park Do-hyuk, assessing the situation, muttered to himself that focusing firepower and firing blindly is a bad idea, but one of them can survive like before. He considered his options, noting that he could use Wave of Lightning and Lightning Bolt. If he compressed the energy, he reasoned, he should be able to penetrate the softened part of the armor. With a burst of energy, Do-hyuk unleashed a concentrated blast, the force of the attack creating a shockwave as he moved, the resulting blast impacting the target with devastating force. Park Do-hyuk unleashed a concentrated blast of energy. Sungmi watched with wide eyes, shouting in alarm. Do-hyuk, focused on the task at hand, internally reaffirmed his confidence in his abilities. "She should just trust in my skills." The concentrated energy blast struck the creature, causing significant damage, leaving a trail of crackling energy in its wake. The creature, severely wounded, let out a pained cry. Park Do-hyuk stood over his fallen opponent, a large, monstrous creature, its body still smoking from the residual energy of his attack. A small drone, buzzing quietly, ascended from the depths of the cavern. It continued its flight, navigating the rocky terrain. Sungmi approached Do-hyuk, her expression a mixture of concern and relief. She stated, "Your actions before were too dangerous. That you got hurt." Do-hyuk listened to Sungmi's words, his expression thoughtful. Sungmi, arms crossed, expressed her resilience, "I'm a tanker, so this much is nothing." Her gaze softening as she looked at Park Do-hyuk, a flicker of concern in her eyes, she whispered his name, Do-hyuk. Her worry escalating into a more urgent tone, "You could have gotten hurt, Appa." Park Do-hyuk, slightly bruised but otherwise unharmed, reassured her with a calm expression and gentle words, "Thank you for worrying about me." Sungmi's hand gently touched his hair as he continued, explaining his calculated approach to the fight, "But I don't overexert myself without a thought. I calculated my actions before I fought it." Park Do-hyuk, slightly injured but reassured, explained that he had been worried about Sungmi before their recent battle. Sungmi, relieved but still concerned, apologized for her worry, admitting that she feared losing a good partner. Do-hyuk, accepting her apology, stated he would try to attack with her. He then noticed a drone he had sent out earlier, and explained that due to the situation, he had sent out some drones to investigate the area. Do-hyuk instructed Sungmi to rest while he investigated something strange he had found. Sungmi, still worried, asked where he was going. Park Do-hyuk, slightly injured but resolute, explained to Sungmi that he would return immediately if the situation appeared dangerous. They wouldn't have time to rest before the boss appeared. He then proposed deploying a drone to scout the area while she rested. Do-hyuk, following Sungmi's agreement, set off to investigate a location indicated by his drones. Approaching a dark cave, he paused, questioning whether the anomaly his drones detected was located there. Upon closer inspection, Do-hyuk discovered something completely unfamiliar, something he'd never encountered in DF before. Park Do-hyuk, intrigued by his drone scans, arrived at a mysterious location. He reached out, a sense of wonder and apprehension mixing within him. A palpable sense of unease washing over him as he felt an unseen presence. Do-hyuk, shaken by the experience, turned and began to walk away from the unsettling place. His steps carrying him along a long, empty road towards a distant, imposing structure shrouded in mist. Park Do-hyuk continued his trek across a long bridge, the crimson sky a stark contrast to the gray concrete beneath his feet. A sudden, bright light erupted behind him, causing him to pause and question, "Am I?" He turned to face the source, a powerful energy surge leaving a trail of smoke in its wake. The smoke obscured the view, leaving only a vague, imposing figure. The smoke began to dissipate, revealing nothing but empty road. Leaving Do-hyuk utterly bewildered, muttering to himself, "No way." A description of the mysterious figure appeared, detailing his gray hair reaching his shoulders, a long wine-colored robe, and a brown staff emitting a strange blue light. The figure, fully revealed, spoke, expressing surprise at being addressed so confidently by name. Park Do-hyuk, observing from a distance, internally questioned the nature of this seemingly non-player character, NPC. The mysterious figure, Akron, informed Park Do-hyuk that someone who looked exactly like him existed in Akron's world, a game-like reality. A statement that intrigued Park Do-hyuk, who found the notion of a doppelganger from another world quite interesting. Akron continued, describing the experience as dreamlike for those who encountered their counterparts. It was a recurring phenomenon among foreigners who visited his world. Leaving Park Do-hyuk visibly perplexed and pensive, Akron revealed that individuals like Park Do-hyuk, drawn to a mysterious crack, were participants in a test field, a place designed to assess their potential abilities to the fullest extent. A revelation that left Park Do-hyuk even more bewildered as he and Akron stood on a vast, empty highway. Park Do-hyuk questioned if previous foreigners had also participated in the test. The elder explained that while many had tried, none had succeeded, though some had come close. And then invited Do-hyuk to try the test himself, highlighting the exciting reward for success and the humbling acceptance of failure for those who did not succeed. Do-hyuk, considering the potential for increased strength, resolved to take the test. The test, Park Do-hyuk learned, was deceptively simple: reach the magic tower without dying. However, the path was fraught with peril, countless traps and moving structures littered the route, along with unknown monsters guarding the way. And finally, a formidable fiery lion blocked the entrance to the tower itself. Despite the challenges, Park Do-hyuk proceeded cautiously, his eyes fixed on the tower ahead. He carefully navigated the path, avoiding the monstrous lion's gaze. Park Do-hyuk faced the formidable challenge of reaching the magic tower, guarded by gigantic black lions. The sheer scale of the beasts was immediately apparent. A daunting task, as indicated by the on-screen text revealing that only 5 trial attempts were permitted. The on-screen text confirmed that 5 attempts remained. Undeterred, Do-hyuk launched himself forward, seemingly undaunted by the perilous task ahead. Park Do-hyuk's attempt to reach the magic tower continued. A monstrous, shadowy creature emerged from the depths, its form vaguely resembling a colossal, clawed beast. The creature lunged, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent, as Do-hyuk barely managed to evade its initial attack. The beast's jaws snapped shut, missing Do-hyuk by a hair's breadth as he found himself trapped within its gaping maw. The system notification appeared: only 1 attempt remained. Do-hyuk, narrowly escaping death, looked up at the sky, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, an elderly man with a long white beard watched the events unfold, letting out a weary sigh. Ha, ha. Park Do-hyuk, narrowly escaping death, found himself face to face with a monstrous guardian, its gaping maw a terrifying vision of imminent demise. The sheer terror of being devoured alive, the pain vividly real, left him sprawled on the ground, breathless and shaken. His mind raced, questioning the very possibility of such a creature's existence. Do-hyuk reflected on his past encounters, acknowledging his proficiency in handling traps and monsters. But these black lions were on a completely different scale, their power far surpassed anything he'd faced before. He realized his current strength was insufficient to overcome this formidable foe. An elderly man with long, gray hair and a kind face offered words of encouragement to Park Do-hyuk. Don't be afraid of making new attempts. The man's crimson robe and staff hinted at a mystical power, yet his expression remained gentle. Do-hyuk, still shaken from his recent ordeal, sat on a bench, his face etched with worry. He responded quietly, "That, I can't say." His thoughts lingered on the black lion and the mysterious figure's intervention. The mysterious figure, cloaked and watchful, stood nearby, their staff held firmly in their hand. Do-hyuk, contemplating his next move, voiced his uncertainty. Is there another way to challenge this road? Park Do-hyuk stood before a long, imposing bridge, the path ahead seemingly leading to an ominous destination. He contemplated the words of the mysterious figure, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The path ahead was narrow, and on either side, sheer cliffs dropped into a seemingly bottomless chasm. The words "on both sides are cliffs that lead to death" echoed in his mind. A sudden thought struck him. He questioned, "What about the back?" Do-hyuk turned, his gaze following the bridge's path behind him. A large wall blocked the way, a previously unseen obstacle. Confusion etched across his features, he muttered, "Huh?" Finally, a question formed in his mind: why is there a wall there? The unexpected barrier added another layer of complexity to his already precarious situation. Park Do-hyuk studied a map, his brow furrowed in confusion. The map depicted a typical city layout, except for one detail: the route to the magic tower was marked as leading to death. He questioned aloud why a wall, rather than a cliff, blocked that path. A smirk playing on his lips as a thought occurred to him. He began to walk, a determined glint in his eyes. Park Do-hyuk, intrigued by the inconsistencies he discovered on the map, declared his intention to follow a certain character's path and explore new possibilities. He bid farewell to Akron, stating simply, "I'll be off." Do-hyuk then launched himself forward at incredible speed. A blur of motion as he propelled himself towards his destination. He reminded himself, "Don't be afraid of making new attempts." His determination hardening into resolve, Do-hyuk's face reflected his unwavering commitment. As he rapidly accelerated, the text "rapid reinforcement" appearing above him, signifying his enhanced speed and agility. Park Do-hyuk propelled himself forward with enhanced speed, a blue energy trail blazing behind him. The force of his movement shattering the concrete beneath his feet. He leaped across a wide chasm, his descent leaving him momentarily disoriented. As he landed, he saw a familiar figure in the distance, prompting the question, "Verhad?" Do-hyuk, recognizing the figure, increased his pace, determined to reach his destination. An elderly man with a long white beard stood on a bridge overlooking a wide highway, his gaze distant and contemplative. A large, imposing black lion statue with glowing red eyes rested nearby. Suddenly, the statue transformed, growing immensely in size and becoming translucent white, as Park Do-hyuk, running at incredible speed, approached. Park Do-hyuk's face was contorted in a grimace of exertion and determination as he braced himself for impact. The colossal lion's head loomed before him, its red eyes burning with an ominous intensity. Park Do-hyuk's eyes widened in shock and alarm as he registered the creature's power. A monstrous lion, eyes blazing red, charged forward, its roar echoing through the city streets. Park Do-hyuk, his face grim, prepared to counter the attack, his own power surging within him. He unleashed his inner death ability. A wave of crimson energy erupting from his hand as he lunged towards the beast, aiming to strike a decisive blow. But the lion, displaying surprising agility, dodged the attack, its claws leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The lion used color spray. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscuring the scene, leaving only the beast's menacing silhouette visible. The lion's form shifting and distorting, its features becoming more wolf-like as it prepared for another attack. Park Do-hyuk, still reeling from his previous exertion, stumbled backward. His body strained as he braced for impact. He reached out, desperate. The results of Verhad's test appeared before Park Do-hyuk. You have passed Verhad's test, the message declared. He had succeeded. Verhad declared, you are the first to have passed my test. It is one that highly requires creativity and determination. Good job. Park Do-hyuk humbly replied, not at all. I only looked at my surroundings after your advice. That advice has been given to all the others. Verhad continued, anyways, as you have succeeded in my test, I will be giving you a blessing. Verhad then asked Park Do-hyuk, what is your most meaningful relic? Park Do-hyuk responded, showing his ring, this ring. A system window appeared, displaying the ring's stats, Ring of Faith and Light, rank, unique, luck increase by 93, magic resistance increase by 50, saves 50 magic power by using surrounding light. Verhad stated, as a god's blessing, I will increase it by 1 level. Verhad concluded, another thing is that now, it completely belongs to you and is unique only to you. You might think of that as a disadvantage, but there aren't many blessings as good as this. Park Do-hyuk questioned Verhad about the blessing's effects. And Verhad explained that with the relic, he would no longer need to chant to use magic. Do-hyuk expressed his excitement, stating there was no better offer. Verhad, upon hearing Do-hyuk's agreement, initiated the blessing ceremony. A mystical energy enveloped them both as Verhad channeled his magic. Do-hyuk, awestruck, recognized the power as Verhad's magic. The blessing was complete, a golden energy flowing into Do-hyuk's hand. A radiant, golden light enveloped Park Do-hyuk, swirling with arcane symbols, revealing a legendary artifact, the Ring of Faith and Light. Its inscription detailed its potent magical properties, a significant increase in wisdom, magic power, luck, and magic resistance, along with enhanced magic power recovery. The ring also possessed the unique ability to save magic power by using surrounding light and allowed the use of spells without chanting, thanks to Deus' blessing. The Ring of Faith and Light, a legendary artifact, was presented. Its stats were impressive, wisdom increased by 250, magic power by 250, luck by 125, magic resistance by 125, and magic power recovery by 2 per second. It also saved 125 magic power by using surrounding light and could be used without chanting thanks to Deus' blessing. Park Do-hyuk, awestruck, received the ring, marveling at its radiant glow. This is my first legendary ring, he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. Verhad, observing Do-hyuk's reaction, inquired, how do you find it? Is the ring to your liking? Do-hyuk, beaming with joy, responded, not only am I satisfied, but I also feel like a completely different person. Verhad, pleased with Do-hyuk's response, declared, now then, it's time to send you back. Park Do-hyuk, still somewhat in awe from his recent ordeal, questioned the elder, is this farewell? The elder responded thoughtfully, I wonder, there might be a day where your world and mine are connected. And continued, if that happens, we'll meet each other. Park Do-hyuk replied, I see. He then reflected, I couldn't even talk to him that much because I was so focused on the test. Now that I think about it, I don't even know your name. The elder asked, what is it? Park Do-hyuk, having revealed his name, bid farewell to the elder. The elder, watching him depart, stated that it had been a pleasure meeting him. Park Do-hyuk, having reappeared, was met with disbelief. He was informed that only 30 minutes had passed since his disappearance. Sungmi expressed relief at his safe return. Sungmi engaged in combat with a monstrous figure, her attack causing a significant impact. Continuing her assault with a swift and powerful strike. Sungmi, in a low crouch, launched a swift, powerful kick towards the monstrous figure's exposed flank. The impact sending a shockwave that momentarily stunned the creature. But the blow was not enough to stop the monstrous figure, which retaliated with a powerful blow, sending Sungmi flying back with a resounding crash. Dust and debris filled the air as the battle raged on. In a separate location, Park Do-hyuk observed a golem, noting its altered appearance. He questioned whether the golem, his brother's creation, had become stronger. Park Do-hyuk, witnessing the unfolding battle, urgently shouted a warning to Sungmi. As he prepared to counter the monstrous figure's attack, he readied an acid arrow, followed by a magic missile, launching a two-pronged assault. The combined attacks striking the monstrous figure with explosive force, creating a blinding flash of light and a powerful shockwave that sent Sungmi reeling. Despite the impact, Sungmi persevered, her determination unwavering. Sungmi, despite her injuries, continued to stand firm against the monstrous figure, smoke still billowing from its wounds. Her determined gaze fixed on the creature as she braced herself for another attack. The monstrous figure, weakened by the previous combined assault, collapsed to the ground, its movements ceasing entirely. Sungmi noted that although she was using the same tanking technique, Park Do-hyuk's spells felt significantly stronger than before. Park Do-hyuk, observing from a distance, noted that the enemy's spell chance had also vanished, confirming the effectiveness of their combined attack and the creature's defeat. Park Do-hyuk, observing Sungmi from behind, questioned her with a simple, "What?" He then expressed his curiosity regarding the events that transpired during her 30-minute absence, stating, "What the hell happened in the 30 minutes that you were gone for?" The following day, at the Chungsung building, Park Do-hyuk sat calmly in a waiting area, holding a document. A detailed description of a flame arrow spell is shown, along with its in-game description. Flame arrow fires a flame arrow forward. Park Do-hyuk sits across from someone, their face obscured, in what appears to be an office setting. The word, worry, is visible in Korean. Park Do-hyuk inquires about Sungmi's recent activities. The guild report indicates Sungmi is engaging in combat within a C+ dungeon. Park Do-hyuk reflects on her tanking capabilities and her trust in him. Park Do-hyuk expresses relief at Sungmi's activities, noting that her weekend training suggests a serious commitment. He suggests she take breaks. Sungmi asks Park Do-hyuk to look after her. Park Do-hyuk, while acknowledging Sungmi's current hardships, found her still charming. He then expressed gratitude for the opportunity to spend time with her. Park Do-hyuk, appearing somewhat nervous, arrived at a meeting. He was promptly questioned about the purpose of the meeting. Park Do-hyuk explained that he had an item to sell through the Chungsung group. He carefully presented a rolled-up document, tied with twine. Sungmi, a woman with dark hair, sat across from Park Do-hyuk, holding a device that displayed the words "Magic Spell Scroll Identify." Park Do-hyuk, slightly confused, questioned the meaning of identify and discern. Sungmi explained that the device could reveal the hidden abilities of an item. She suggested testing it on a better item than the scroll, prompting Park Do-hyuk to hesitate. Sungmi pointed out a sword on the desk. The sword, gleaming, was revealed to be of significant quality. A detailed scan of Park Do-hyuk's sword, the Silver Blade, is displayed. Its stats: strength increase by 150, agility increase by 150, and agility increase by 125 are shown, along with the note that its unknown strength makes it feel lighter. Do-hyuk explains that he's been using this sword for years and knows it well. He then states his intention to show the scroll's strength. He prepares to reveal the scroll, a confident smile playing on his lips. The scroll is placed on a device, and a message appears on the screen: the equipment is being identified. Do-hyuk, holding his sword, looks pleased with the process. Sungmi observes the sword with a thoughtful expression. Sungmi's eyes widen in surprise. As Park Do-hyuk revealed his sword, the Silver Blade, and declared, "I have another option now." The Silver Blade stats appeared: a unique rank, boosting strength by 150, agility by 125, and stamina by 55, its lightness attributed to an unknown strength. Park Do-hyuk smirked, explaining that the scroll's power is to identify, revealing hidden equipment abilities. Park Do-hyuk explained that items would show up as unclear in the Golem Factory game he used to play, because it was a basic spell almost every user possessed. He continued, noting that many relics in this world remain unidentified, and there aren't any jobs capable of identifying their internal information. Do-hyuk smirked, adding that this was the case before he became a user of this particular spell.
The manhwa's protagonist reflected on the passage of time since his awakening, noting that 10 years had passed since that pivotal moment. Sunmi, a guild master, explained that in her extensive experience, she had encountered countless awakened individuals with diverse abilities. But she had never encountered anyone with an ability quite like the protagonists before. The protagonist, a hint of smugness in his expression, offered a thoughtful response. His subtle smirk suggested a quiet confidence in his unique abilities. Sunmi, leaning against a desk, thoughtfully stroked her chin. Park Do-hyuk, standing opposite her, remained silent, arms crossed, as she pondered aloud. One moment.
I need to think.
Her brow furrowed in concentration as she muttered to herself, "This is an irreplaceable product." A realization dawned on her as she continued, "It's something only Mr. Do-hyuk Park can make."
How many of these scrolls can you make a day?
Sunmi, holding a scroll, looked expectantly at Do-hyuk, who responded, 120.
Anything more than that is impossible for me.
Do-hyuk, with a calm expression, added, "And the minimum price should be at least 20 million won.
I'm planning on raising the price depending on the market reaction."
Sunmi proposed a business arrangement to Park Do-hyuk. In exchange for overseeing the sales and distribution of his scrolls, she would receive 10% of the net profit.
Do-hyuk readily agreed, stating that it sounded good.
Sunmi then commented that the Identify Scrolls release would cause a significant stir. A prospect that Do-hyuk also looked forward to. 5 days later, news reports detailed the significant impact of the Identify Scroll on the awakened community's perception of relics. The conversion of relic ranks, abilities, and various related events were widely reported. News of the Identify Scroll's success spread rapidly, causing market prices to soar exponentially. Drawing the attention of the mass media to Do-hyuk, the scroll's producer. Leading to numerous requests for guest appearances and the formation of fan clubs.
Sunmi, observing from her office, thoughtfully murmured as she considered the market's reaction.
She then addressed a colleague, asking, "Mr. Day Zero, it's been 5 days since the Identify Scrolls were first distributed, right?" Sunmi reported on the scroll's trading price, noting that it had risen from 20 million won to 33 million won in a single day. She expressed her gratitude for the information received.
Park Do-hyuk, now a media sensation, reflected on the dramatic impact of his scroll's success.
He appeared thoughtful, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Do-hyuk observed that the awakened status of a single individual could drastically alter the market in a matter of days.
Sunmi agreed, and added that if news of the scrolls reached overseas, those seeking to exploit the scroll's power would likely make their move.
Do-hyuk concluded that they should act preemptively. Sunmi revealed that she had heard Ms. Yoon So Lee was acquainted with Do-hyuk Park. Mr. Daecho Choi instructed an associate to contact Ms. Yoon So Lee and arrange a meeting with Mr. Do-hyuk Park.
The associate, upon receiving the instructions, responded with a simple, "Yes, I understand."
Park Do-hyuk, observing the market trends on his phone, noted that his scroll sales were growing steadily, but he desired faster growth. He leaned against a wall, lost in thought, strategizing his next move to accelerate his success. As expected, his plan was already unfolding. Park Do-hyuk stood amidst a network of global connections, visualizing his expanding influence and the future of his enterprise. Park Do-hyuk's goal was to establish contact with an organization affiliated with the nation.
Ms. Yoon So Lee approached him, asking, "Mr. Do-hyuk Park? Did you wait long?"
He replied that he had just arrived. He reflected on the unexpected turn of events. Ms. Lee inquired if this was his first time at the KBI Seoul branch, to which he affirmed, commenting on the branch's bustling activity. Observing the busy Seoul branch of the KBI, Park Do-hyuk's thoughts turned to the strategic implications of this unexpected contact. Ms. Yoon So Lee briefed Park Do-hyuk on the KBI's workload, explaining that the influx of reports related to awakened beings left no time for rest.
And then directed him to a meeting. Ms. Yoon So Lee introduced Park Do-hyuk to Director Jang Mi-jo, the KBI Seoul branch director.
Park Do-hyuk, observing the director, internally noted her identity. Ms. Yoon So Lee apologized for not greeting Park Do-hyuk in person earlier, citing the presence of too many observers.
Director Jang Mi-jo, KBI Seoul Branch Director, formally introduced herself. Ms. Yoon So-lee, seated beside a man in a suit, expressed her apprehension, stating that the individuals they were about to meet held the highest rank in South Korea's intelligence agency. The pressure of such a meeting was immense, she confided. Park Do-hyuk, upon hearing this, simply replied that he preferred to get straight to the point. Ms. Lee, with a subtle smile, agreed. The KBI representatives formally declared their belief that Park Do-hyuk would become South Korea's next rising star in the field of magical combat. A statement that caught Park Do-hyuk off guard. He questioned the term rising star, prompting a detailed explanation of his diverse magical abilities, encompassing attack, defense, buff spells, golem creation, scroll production, and more. A KBI representative addressed Park Do-hyuk, highlighting his unique abilities. Unlike other awakened individuals who specialize in a single field, Do-hyuk possesses a diverse range of skills. Leading the representative to state that the KBI has only one course of action for someone of his caliber. Park Do-hyuk, internally apprehensive, wondered if the KBI was planning to exert pressure on him. He had sought contact with the KBI, but he was not prepared to be pushed around. The representative revealed that the KBI intended to offer its full support to Do-hyuk, encompassing various fields, including dungeon attacks. Do-hyuk was taken aback by this unexpected support from the country, prompting him to question the reasoning behind this decision. A KBI representative, his expression serious, stated that their offer of support to Mr. Do-hyuk Park was without ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Ms. Yoon So-lee, seated beside him, maintained a watchful gaze. Park Do-hyuk, listening intently, showed a thoughtful expression. The scene shifted to show Park Do-hyuk, Ms. Yoon So-lee, and the KBI representative seated together. Park Do-hyuk sat in a chair, listening to the KBI's explanation. He then declared his acceptance of the KBI's support. Park Do-hyuk, sitting across from Ms. Yoon So-lee and another KBI agent, listened intently as the offer of support was explained. He responded simply, "I understand." He considered the implications of the KBI's offer. And then, with a newfound resolve, he stated, "I look forward to KBI's support." Park Do-hyuk, startled, stumbled back. His expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension. He appeared tense, his brow furrowed in thought. A figure in a suit appeared, his face obscured, adding to the air of mystery. Ms. Yoon So-lee, observing from a distance, pointed towards Park Do-hyuk, urgently instructing him to look over there. A bright, intense light erupted in the city skyline, catching the attention of Park Do-hyuk and Ms. Yoon So-lee. Ms. Yoon So-lee exclaimed, "Wait, is that? You know what that is?" Park Do-hyuk appeared startled, his expression reflecting his apprehension. As Ms. Yoon So-lee grimly identified the phenomenon, "That's a large-scale outbreak." Leaving both of them in stunned silence as they gazed at the ominous light. A public safety alert blared across screens throughout Seoul. KBJ, a total of 78 large-scale outbreaks in the Seoul area. Civilians should evacuate to the nearest underground shelter. Awakened, please gather at your nearest community center. Meanwhile, inside a car speeding through the city, Ms. Yoon So-lee recounted a past event. 5 years ago, in Gangwon-do, there was a large-scale outbreak. Back then there were only 30, so we low-rank officers didn't have to worry too much. Park Do-hyuk, sitting beside her, expressed his apprehension, "I'm worried because there are 78 outbreaks this time." He then asked a question about his rank, "Is it okay for me to be going with SS ranked?" Ms. Yoon So-lee responded reassuringly, "Depending on the request, we can do a specialized transfer, so it's okay." Suddenly, Ms. Yoon So-lee alerted Park Do-hyuk, "Outbreak area spotted ahead. I'll go here with Mr. Do-hyuk Park, so go with the branch director and contact us." Park Do-hyuk clutched his injured arm, a pained hook escaping his lips. As he collapsed to the ground, winded and vulnerable before a looming, insectoid figure. The creature's menacing blade descending towards him. But Do-hyuk was suddenly propelled upwards by an unseen force. Surrounded by several more of the same insectoid creatures, their red eyes glowing menacingly. Before being lifted into the air, suspended between two of the creatures, their forms partially obscuring his view.
Park Do-hyuk, his face contorted in a silent scream, braced himself for impact. As a monstrous insectoid creature, its eyes glowing menacingly red, lunged at him. The creature's powerful claws grasped Do-hyuk, its grip tightening around his neck. While a giant robotic figure loomed in the background, seemingly unable to intervene in time. The insectoid creature lifted Do-hyuk into the air, its grip unwavering. The robotic figure attempted to intervene, its hand glowing with energy as it moved to strike the creature. Park Do-hyuk found himself suspended in mid-air, ensnared by a large insectoid creature. The creature's massive, clawed hand loomed over him, its menacing form filling the frame. A blinding flash of light erupted as a powerful energy beam sliced through the air. The beam's trajectory was precise, splitting the scene in two with a clean cut. Do-hyuk, reacting instantly, deflected the beam with a swift movement. The energy beam narrowly missed him, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Park Do-hyuk, still suspended by the insectoid creature, narrowly avoided a devastating energy beam. The beam striking the ground nearby, creating a massive crater. Location confirmed. The insectoid creature lunged forward, its glowing red eyes fixated on Do-hyuk. Do-hyuk braced himself for impact, a powerful energy blast erupting from his gauntlet. The force of the blast sending the creature reeling back. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure observed the scene from a distance, a calculating expression on his face. A robotic voice announced, "Area cleared. Now evacuating the civilian to a safe place." Observing from a distance, a figure wearing earphones commented, "Mr. Do-hyuk Park's golem never fails to surprise me." The figure's attention shifted as they muttered, "Mr. Daeho Choi." Park Do-hyuk, propelled by energy, dashed forward, leaving a trail of blue energy in his wake. He reported into his earpiece, "There is no response. Follow the drone." A lone figure, cloaked in dark attire, stood amidst a chaotic scene. Several insectoid creatures, their bodies pulsating with purple energy, lay defeated at her feet. Her gray hair framing a determined expression. The faint glow of energy still crackled around her. More of the insectoid creatures attacked, their movements erratic and violent. But the figure moved with practiced ease, effortlessly dispatching them with bursts of energy. "Understood," she muttered, her voice barely audible above the crackling energy. With a final, decisive stomp, she crushed the last of the creatures underfoot. The purple energy dissipated, leaving behind only the aftermath of the battle. Two insectoid creatures lunged forward, their movements swift and menacing. But a figure, seemingly unaffected, stood amidst the chaos. Her eyes glowing with an eerie red light, a stark contrast to her otherwise pale complexion. With a swift motion, she unleashed a powerful energy blast. The force of the blast sending the insectoids scattering in all directions, leaving her standing victorious amidst the wreckage. A swarm of dark, spider-like creatures descended, their movements erratic and menacing. Their forms partially obscured by a network of glowing golden lines crisscrossing the scene. Then, a figure emerged, a woman with silver hair, clad in black, her back to the viewer. 8 mechanical spider-like limbs extended from her back, glowing with an inner light. She stood defiant amidst the creatures. The golden lines intensified, forming a cage around one of the spider-like creatures. The creature struggled against the constraint, its body crackling with energy. A blinding flash of light erupted, obliterating the creature and leaving only a lingering heat haze. The woman with the mechanical limbs remained standing, seemingly unaffected. A mysterious figure, cloaked in shadow, advanced with mechanical spider-like limbs extending from her back. Smoke and flames billowed from a city building, the scene marked with Korean characters indicating significant damage. Seohyun Kong and Rhea Ju, members of the Taewa Guild, sat together, observing the scene from a distance. Rhea Ju commented that it was a rare sight. Their conversation continued, with Rhea Ju noting the unusual nature of the event, referencing Daeho's involvement. Daeho Choi engaged in a fierce battle with a large, serpentine creature in the city streets. He unleashed a powerful attack, the impact of which created a shockwave that sent debris flying.
Daeho Choi, battling the serpentine creature, unleashed a powerful energy blast. Seoyeon Kong and Rhea Ju watched from a distance, observing the intense fight. Rhea Ju exclaimed, "Dear, look over there. Isn't that Doabeek?" Seoyeon Kong responded, "You're right. It's hard to tell, but it looks like Ryunami got hurt." The panel showed Ryunami lying on the ground, clutching her injured abdomen.
Rhea Ju, looking at Ryunami's condition, coldly stated, "She would be doing us a huge favor if she just died." A figure, their face obscured, walked away from the scene. Two women, observing from a distance, whispered amongst themselves. "That person, isn't that Do-hyuk Park?" one of them questioned, her voice laced with surprise.
The other responded with equal astonishment, "What? Do-hyuk Park is here?"
The first woman continued, her tone shifting to a more calculating one. "He's our main objective, coming here so." A bright, teal light erupted in the city street, emanating from a prone figure on the ground. The words "healing him" appeared above the scene, indicating the nature of the energy. The light enveloped the injured person completely, restoring them to health. One woman expressed amazement at Park Do-hyuk's healing abilities, noting that she was unaware of his skills in this area. She explained that while powerful, the ability was mana-intensive, limiting its frequent use. However, she still considered it superior to a B-rank healer's recovery skill. A group of individuals, including Park Do-hyuk and the woman, discussed his versatility as an all-rounder. The woman, a C-rank healer, admitted that her actual usage was lower than her rank suggested. The woman thanked Park Do-hyuk for his assistance, acknowledging her debt to him. Park Do-hyuk and the woman then discussed the lingering possibility of poison in her wound, agreeing that rest was the best course of action. With the woman concurring, Park Do-hyuk then departed, leaving the rest of the situation to the others. A woman approached Park Do-hyuk, informing him that she had found some civilians hiding and that one of them reported seeing a huge monster inside a department store. She added that she hadn't found it yet. Do-hyuk, considering the information, wondered if it could be the boss monster. The woman warned Do-hyuk to be careful, as the situation could be dangerous. Suddenly, a powerful impact shook the ground, revealing a massive, purplish-hued monster emerging from the rubble, its eyes glowing menacingly.
A monstrous arachnid, the venomous arachne, descended, its legs ending in wickedly sharp points. Its arrival heralded by a tremor that shook the ground.
The creature's body was a dark, chitinous shell, glowing with an ominous purple energy. Two women, observing from a rooftop, identified the beast.
"Isn't that the venomous arachne?" one of them asked. "Yeah," the other replied, "it's probably a B+ rank." They watched as Park Do-hyuk expertly dodged the monster's initial attack.
One of the women mused, "It's surprising that he was able to dodge the sudden attack, but maybe it's because Do-hyuk became a guildmaster at such a young age."
But the management of her guild members is a mess. The venomous arachne unleashed a volley of fiery projectiles, each blast packing enough force to level a small building. But Park Do-hyuk, with a burst of speed, effortlessly dodged the incoming attack. Two members of the Blue Castle Guild watched in disbelief. "How's it?
This amount of firepower should be more than enough even for a boss," one exclaimed, while the other added, "Don't look down on the Blue Castle Guild." The venomous arachne's appearance was noted, it just had to be the fire attribute which most of them have. The guild members exchanged worried glances.
"No reaction? Is it a magic-resistant monster?" one of them questioned.
Two figures in dark, tactical gear, swords drawn, pursued a target. "Then we'll hunt it down," one declared, while the other added, "Magicians should stay out of it." The target, seemingly a magician, raised a shimmering, energy-based shield as pink energy blasts streaked towards them. The shield held, deflecting the attacks, allowing the magician to move swiftly within its protective bubble. A powerful energy wave sliced through the air, shattering the shield. The magician's eyes widened in alarm as the attack neared. The magician, narrowly avoiding the attack, dashed away, leaving a trail of energy in their wake. A woman with silver hair observed the battle, stating that a physical-based attack would be ineffective against their opponent. she declared that such an approach would be impossible. Meanwhile, Park Do-hyuk was struck by a purple energy blast from the venomous arachne. He realized the creature's weakness to physical attacks. Do-hyuk considered how he could inflict damage by getting close to the arachne. Jang Mi-jo, observing Do-hyuk's plan, offered her assistance. Park Do-hyuk found himself bound by the arachne's energy tendrils. The creature's multifaceted eyes glowing menacingly as it prepared to strike. Jang Mi-jo, having observed Do-hyuk's deduction of the arachne's weakness, launched a swift counterattack. Her powerful spear piercing through the arachne's energy shield. A focused expression on her face as she moved with deadly precision. The arachne recoiled from the unexpected assault, its movements momentarily disrupted. Jang Mi-jo launched a powerful attack, a crimson arc of energy slicing through the air. Park Do-hyuk observed the attack, his mind racing. If it's an attack that can cut off the legs, then she should be able to finish it off, he thought. But a question lingered, but who is she? Despite Jang Mi-jo's attack, the arachne remained a formidable threat, its multiple limbs still active. Do-hyuk's armor and shield activated, a brilliant blue energy enveloping him. Jang Mi-jo continued her assault, a surge of blue energy emanating from her. Jang Mi-jo unleashed her fire arrow attack, a fiery projectile streaking across the street. Park Do-hyuk observed the scene, silently strategizing. He muttered to himself, "I have to assist properly." Meanwhile, he prepared to intervene, a faint blue energy gathering in his hand. Jang Mi-jo's attack connected with the arachne, creating a fiery explosion. But the arachne retaliated with powerful pink energy beams. The beams narrowly missed Jang Mi-jo as she narrowly evaded the attack. Jang Mi-jo's fire arrow attack engulfed the arachne in a fiery vortex. The intense heat and destructive force momentarily overwhelming the creature. But the arachne, displaying surprising resilience, managed to narrowly avoid the full brunt of the attack. The fiery trail of Jang Mi-jo's attack streaked across the cityscape, leaving a path of destruction in its wake as she moved with lethal grace. Park Do-hyuk observed the unfolding battle from a distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. He recognized Jang Mi-jo and was assessing the situation, preparing to intervene if necessary. A woman with fiery red hair, in a black and red suit, approached Do-hyuk, saying, "Do-hyuk, you still don't remember me?" An unknown woman with red hair approached Park Do-hyuk, greeting him with "Long time no see, Do-hyuk." She continued, revealing that she had also awakened and had been working for a guild in England, explaining that her contract had recently expired, prompting her return to Korea. Do-hyuk, seemingly sensing an urgent matter, interrupted, stating that they didn't have time to talk and should address the outbreak first. The woman agreed, and the two prepared to address the situation. Park Do-hyuk, his fist glowing with energy, declared, "I'll join you at point B." Meanwhile, another figure, seemingly a woman with gray hair, sped towards their destination, reporting, "I'm almost there, too. Let's go to a different area now." A third individual, a young man with dark hair, joined them, stating, "Okay, I'll join you guys." A young woman with vibrant red hair and striking blue eyes arrived to offer support, stating, "I'm here to support." She quickly donned a respirator mask, indicating a hazardous environment. As the young man with dark hair smiled, ready to proceed, two women with similar appearances, one in a white lab coat and the other in a blue uniform, exchanged a look. "What do you think?" one of them asked. The woman in blue responded, "His buffs and attack speed are definitely different from the average awakened." She continued, "And he also has the ability to heal." The two women stood on a rooftop, observing something in the distance. They seemed to be assessing a situation. One of them concluded, "For now, we need to watch over him." 3 days after the large-scale outbreak, it was completely suppressed. Park Do-hyuk's status screen showed his level as 31, with a rank of E. His jobs were wizard, alchemist, and mechanic. His stats included Strength 35, Endurance 96, Intelligence 308, Magic 391, Dexterity 146, Luck 43, Charm 45, Physical Defense 11, and Magic Defense 11. He had 50 available stat points.
Park Do-hyuk sat at a desk, reviewing documents. He had finally reached Wizard Class 4 after his wizard level reached 31. And he had also acquired a new spell from the Deus Market. The new spells acquired were Dispel Magic, Class 3, Fly, Class 3, Stone Skin, Class 4, and Ice Storm, Class 4. Park Do-hyuk sat at a conference table, a stack of papers before him. When a man in a suit approached, inquiring, are you Mr. Do-hyuk? Do-hyuk confirmed his identity, yes, that's me. The suited man expressed his apologies for the abrupt summons, explaining his happiness at the reunion and his previous assumption that he would not be contacted again. Before revealing that he also needed Do-hyuk's help with his long-term assets. Do-hyuk smiled, relieved that they could speak comfortably, given their similar age. An unknown man nervously considered how he could comfortably speak to Mr. Do-hyuk. He then found himself able to speak more comfortably to Do-hyuk. And Do-hyuk replied that it was more comfortable for him as well. Do-hyuk then asked if the man needed help with anything other than financial planning, noting that the books looked like they were from another world. The man confirmed his interest in language books from another world and requested Do-hyuk's assistance in acquiring the necessary research, tools, and books to support his asset management endeavors. Park Do-hyuk, leaning over a contract, explained to his associate, "I'll pay for everything you need, like an office, rent, and a salary." The associate, considering the offer, questioned, "So, it's sort of like a manager, right?" Park Do-hyuk confirmed, "Yeah, you're right." He then revealed his true intentions, stating, "What's important now is collecting the language books of the other world. I want you to." He presented a contract, asking, "What do you think?" His associate, enthusiastically agreeing, responded, "Then when can I start?" Park Do-hyuk, confident and pleased, expressed his gratitude to his associate for accepting the job offer. He then handed over a business card, explaining that it had a 1 billion limit and should be used for purchasing language books, requesting updates on the progress. The associate, surprised but eager, acknowledged the significant sum, reaffirming his commitment to the task. Park Do-hyuk, already preparing to leave, mentioned he had another appointment. Before departing, he offered a final encouraging statement to his associate, expressing his anticipation for their collaboration. Park Do-hyuk, observing from a distance, silently hoped that the individual he had entrusted with significant funds would secure a useful spell. A powerful energy surge erupted, signaling the successful acquisition and activation of a new spell. Two figures, clad in futuristic combat gear, engaged in a fierce exchange of energy blasts. The red-haired woman, Ms. Sungmai, demonstrating impressive defensive capabilities, while her opponent, a woman with purple hair, unleashed a devastatingly powerful attack. Unknown Woman 1 unleashed a powerful spell, a pink energy wave surging forward, the force of the attack impacting with considerable power. Park Do-hyuk observed the scene from a doorway, his expression thoughtful. He greeted Yu Hui and Sungmai, noting that they were early. Meanwhile, a fierce battle unfolded between Sungmai and another woman, a flurry of blows exchanged. The red-haired woman commented on the proximity of the location to her previous visit to Korea. Park Do-hyuk's colleagues explained that Ms. Sungmai's presence necessitated a demonstration of her abilities, leading Do-hyuk to inquire about their impressions of Sungmai's skills. And one colleague responded that Sungmai's prowess as a tanker was unparalleled, even exceeding expectations from her time in England. Ms. Sungmai expressed gratitude for the positive assessment, and Do-hyuk concluded by expressing his satisfaction with the positive first impressions between the team members. Park Do-hyuk proposed a temporary recruitment of Yu Hui into their team, explaining that she needs a new guild until she finds a permanent one. Ms. Sungmai immediately voiced her support, pointing out that Yu Hui would perfectly fill a needed position in their team formation. Yu Hui, with a confident grin, readily agreed to join their team, which already includes Park Do-hyuk and Ms. Sungmai. She expressed excitement at the prospect of being able to move freely without worrying about her surroundings. A wave of crimson energy surged, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. It seemed to have originated from a distant point. As a figure clad in red,
wielding a side-like weapon, moved with incredible speed. Park Do-hyuk observed the scene with a thoughtful expression. Later, Park Do-hyuk stood in a hallway, facing a woman with vibrant red hair. She seemed to be waiting for him. He smiled, and she responded with a sharp look, expressing her displeasure. She stated that she wanted to hear something from him. He responded that he didn't think anything he said was wrong. Another woman, with purple hair, intervened, telling him to stop messing around. A young woman with purple and dark blue hair glared, her expression one of intense suspicion. Observing Park Do-hyuk and another woman from a distance. The other woman had vibrant red hair and a confident demeanor. The purple-haired woman voiced her observation, commenting on their closeness. Park Do-hyuk responded that he had simply been introduced to her friends. The red-haired woman, smiling brightly, clarified that she was Park Do-hyuk's girlfriend and had been friends with the purple-haired woman since middle school. The purple-haired woman's eyes widened in shock, her jaw dropping slightly as she processed this new information. Her initial suspicion gave way to a look of utter disbelief, as she exclaimed internally, "What?" The red-haired woman stood with her back to the viewer, a slight blush on her cheeks, while a woman with purple hair and a teal bodysuit stood beside a man in a dark suit. The red-haired woman seemed to be processing something. The man, Park Do-hyuk, calmly explained that he and the red-haired woman had dated over a decade prior. The red-haired woman, still slightly flustered, commented that his previous statement was rather harsh, reminding him that he was her first love. She then playfully teased him, reminding him of their shared embarrassing moments from the past. Park Do-hyuk, slightly embarrassed, asked her to stop making such jokes. Park Do-hyuk, slightly embarrassed but still amused by the earlier exchange, declared, "Enough with the past, should we head to the dungeon to check our connection?" The red-haired woman readily agreed, "Sounds good." The other woman, slightly flustered but happy, added a cheerful, "Sure." Park Do-hyuk looked thoughtful as a blue screen appeared before him, displaying a message, "Rank up quest activated." Park Do-hyuk initiated a rank-up quest for the D-class, as indicated by an on-screen message, starting the rank-up quest for D-class. He arrived at a desolate, ruined structure in a desert landscape, and observed the scene thoughtfully, muttering to himself that the place was definitely the Temple of Nightmares, as revealed by an on-screen text box. A narration box provided additional lore. Valorox, a devil with ambitions to conquer the middle world, sought a faithful servant. Considering the potential consequences of his faith shifting in the wrong direction, he chose the priest of the temple and the Daishingwan as the object of a curse. The curse of Valorox fell upon the temple, its most holy place, transforming its priests into subservient agents of the devil, and birthing the temple of corruption. Park Do-hyuk pondered the connection between DNF's world and the promotion quests. He recalled his previous encounter with Verhad, realizing that his leveling, spells, and creations were all influenced by DNF. Park Do-hyuk, standing in a grand hall, pondered the implications of his recent experiences. He mused, "I thought it was just a small arrangement made by the Awakened system just for me, but the DNF world is deeply integrated into the Awakened system, a significant piece of its data. If that's true, then a more thorough investigation of DNF is necessary." Do-hyuk turned to face a group of hooded figures emanating an ominous aura, their red eyes glowing menacingly in the dim light. He considered his options, this later. A powerful, skeletal figure emerged from the group, its presence radiating dark energy as it commanded the hooded figures. They moved with unsettling speed and precision. Do-hyuk, observing the scene, contemplated his next move. He thought, "Now, should I check out the new spell I learned?" Park Do-hyuk, having established a link between his game and reality, prepared to test a new spell. He focused his intent, visualizing the incantation, and with a decisive movement, extended his hand, the air around him shimmering with energy as he channeled the spell, Ice Storm. The spell erupted, a swirling vortex of ice and frost that rapidly expanded, engulfing everything in its path with a furious blizzard. The intense cold radiating outwards in a destructive wave. The spell's impact subsided, leaving behind a scene of devastation.
Do-hyuk stood amidst the wreckage, assessing the results of his newly mastered ability.
Park Do-hyuk, confident in his abilities, initiated the stone skin spell, preparing for a more powerful attack. Observing that the ice storm spell, while effective, lacked the wide-ranging impact he desired, he mused that it needed improvement.
Do-hyuk then proceeded to cast a spell that allowed him to fly, enhancing his mobility and tactical options.
He moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion, his rapid movements leaving a trail of shimmering energy in his wake. Do-hyuk landed gracefully, his expression serious and focused. Park Do-hyuk, having refined his spellcasting, mused that while not perfect, his newly acquired abilities were sufficient for combat. He hovered in the air, observing a cloaked figure shrouded in dark energy.
He focused his energy, readying a spell, releasing a burst of concussive force,
propelling himself through the air with newfound ease. He effortlessly navigated the damaged structure. The force of his spell caused a significant portion of the floor to collapse, creating a large chasm that extended to the lower level. It went all the way to the lower floor, he observed. Do-hyuk, using his newly mastered flight, swiftly descended into the newly formed abyss. A heavy footfall echoed through the chamber,
illuminating two flickering torches mounted on the wall.
A stark warning materialized: no one can interfere with the Lord's slumber.
Will be killed.
The menacing gaze of a helmeted figure emerged from the shadows, revealing the imposing statue of Lekedo, sword in hand. A faint blue glow emanated from the sword, a sign of a potent spell, a dangerous weapon indeed. A corrupted being, clad in dark armor, unleashed a powerful energy blast.
Park Do-hyuk, observing from a distance, analyzed the creature's defenses.
He concluded that most attacks would be ineffective, but corrosive attacks might cause damage. He swiftly moved into action, his movements a blur as he closed the distance. With precise timing, he launched a corrosive attack, striking the armored being.
The impact sent the corrupted being reeling, momentarily stunned. Park Do-hyuk capitalized on the opening, continuing his assault with a series of quick strikes.
Park Do-hyuk surveyed the area, his expression grim. He declared, "This location
was significant."
He revealed a secret: "I found out about it on my 50th attack at DNF, and I kept using it secretly." A large, armored figure emerged, its movements heavy and menacing.
It advanced towards Do-hyuk.
The statue of Lekedo's initialization point was revealed to be the source of the corrupted beings.
Do-hyuk moved swiftly to avoid the creature's attack.
The creature's foot crashed down, shattering the ground. The force of the impact was immense.
The creature's helmet was shown in close-up, its red eyes glowing menacingly.
A large, armored guardian stood motionless, its back to Park Do-hyuk, a silent sentinel in a vast, empty hall. The words "the guardian does not leave his position" appeared above the scene. Do-hyuk observed the scene, his expression thoughtful.
He muttered to himself, seeing how even this point was implemented.
"I'm certain that this is the DNF world." A slight smirk played on his lips as he added, "It's a cheap method, but oh well. I'll use it to my heart's content." A towering, armored figure, radiating anger, stood amidst a collection of ancient texts. Park Do-hyuk swiftly moved, his sword flashing, the blade finding its mark with a decisive strike, felling the armored opponent. A system message appeared, announcing that Park Do-hyuk had advanced to D rank and been granted the opportunity to select a special spell. Reflecting on past experiences, Park Do-hyuk resolved that, from now on, he would prioritize solo operations rather than teamwork.
A detailed description of a special spell called AoE Strengthening is displayed.
It consumes 500 mana, increases combat ability by 250% for all team members within a 10-meter radius for 2 minutes, and prevents mana from dropping below 1 during the spell's duration.
The spell's cooldown is 30 minutes.
Park Do-hyuk, having reviewed the spell's parameters, decides on his next course of action. Let's go with a buff this time, he thinks, preparing to utilize the new ability. A system message confirms that he has acquired the AoE Strengthening spell.
Park Do-hyuk is now recognized in public.
Several fans approach him, asking for an autograph and inquiring about his leveling up strategies and party recruitment plans.
The scene ends with the fans' questions hanging in the air, leaving Park Do-hyuk's response ambiguous. Park Do-hyuk, now a publicly recognized figure, walked through the city streets, surrounded by a small crowd of onlookers. A black car pulled up beside him, interrupting his progress. A man exited the vehicle and approached Do-hyuk, addressing him formally, "Hello, Mr. Do-hyuk Park." A woman then stepped forward, introducing herself as Yeriko, a recruiter for the American guild known as the Freedom Guild. She politely inquired if he had a moment to speak, curious about his availability. Do-hyuk, intrigued, questioned the purpose of such a large guild's interest in him. Yeriko, a recruiter from the Freedom Guild, approached Park Do-hyuk. She explained that she had heard about his abilities and wanted to discuss a dungeon with him. Park Do-hyuk, however, was hesitant, stating that he had no intention of joining another guild. Yeriko countered that her reason for approaching him wasn't to recruit him into the guild. Intrigued, Park Do-hyuk asked if the matter concerned an S-rank dungeon. Yeriko acknowledged the presence of others nearby, suggesting a private conversation. She invited him to speak further in her car. Park Do-hyuk, intrigued by Yeriko's proposition, simply replied, "Yes, let's do that." The following panel shows a transition, indicating a change of scene. Yeriko explained that the Freedom Guild was planning an attack on an S-rank dungeon in America, and that they wished to invite Do-hyuk as a mercenary to join their attack party. Do-hyuk, considering the proposition, commented that there should be many competent awakened individuals in America. Yeriko agreed, but emphasized that there was a scarcity of awakened individuals with Do-hyuk's unique abilities. Park Do-hyuk, seated in a vehicle, listened intently as Yeriko explained the reasoning behind her invitation. Questioning whether the only reason for recruiting a D-rank mercenary like himself was his abilities, Yeriko countered, explaining that his diverse skill set, including his proficiency as a buffer and debuffer, made him a more efficient choice than bringing 3 separate people. She emphasized that this was the obvious choice, and then revealed a compelling incentive: the Dungeon Master's offer of a unique rank relic as a reward for participation. The prospect of a unique rank relic prompted a reaction from Do-hyuk. Yeriko confirmed that participation would indeed yield such a reward, further solidifying the appeal of the offer. Park Do-hyuk, sitting in a car, listened intently as Yeriko presented her proposal. He remained skeptical, his expression unchanged. Yeriko assured him, emphasizing the unique rank relic offered as an incentive for participating in the S-rank dungeon raid. Do-hyuk continued to weigh the offer, his thoughts hidden behind a neutral facade. He silently acknowledged the risk, but also recognized the potential reward. "I have nothing to lose," he thought. The allure of the unique rank relic, coupled with the opportunity to experience the world of the dungeons they would raid, swayed his decision. Do-hyuk's internal monologue concluded, "And on top of that, because he invited me, there shouldn't be any awakened under a rank." He had made his choice. Park Do-hyuk and Yeriko rode in a car, nearing their destination. Park Do-hyuk reviewed the offer to participate in the S-rank dungeon raid, and after considering his schedule, he decided to accept. Yeriko expressed her gratitude, stating that the guild master would be pleased with his decision. She then informed him that she would report his participation to the guildmaster. Park Do-hyuk exited the vehicle, his decision made. Park Do-hyuk, seated in his car, asked Yeriko if it was alright to not mention his guild membership. Yeriko responded that for him, new experiences were more important, and she would make him an offer he couldn't refuse. Yeriko smiled, holding a lollipop. Outside Park Do-hyuk's house, 2 women in tactical gear assessed the security of the building. One commented that it was more secure than she expected. The other explained that there was significant mana interference, and attempting to force entry would result in severe burns. Yeriko, standing before a holographic projection of Park Do-hyuk's home, sensed the powerful energy emanating from the dimensional stones embedded within its structure. "I can feel the energy from the dimensional stones throughout the house," she mused, a thoughtful frown creasing her brow. "How can I break through this?" she wondered aloud,
her concern growing.
A companion suggested, "Dear, isn't it better to just take it easy?" Yeriko firmly responded, "That's impossible." Her expression hardened, revealing her determination. She explained, "Considering Park Do-hyuk's stock price, I'm sure the KBI is getting involved. They have a new branch director now, but in the past, they offered me all kinds of support and then stabbed me in the back." The memory clearly fueled her resolve. A digital display shows 30%. As two women stand in an elevator. One, with short, light blue hair, appears tense, while the other, with longer, similar hair, looks determined. The woman with shorter hair seems to be struggling against some unseen force, her eyes wide with exertion. The elevator doors open, revealing a hallway. The two women exit the elevator, the woman with shorter hair still visibly strained. The elevator doors close with a whoosh, leaving the two women in the hallway. Yeriko and her accomplice, the unknown woman, having successfully infiltrated Park Do-hyuk's building, paused in a dimly lit corridor. Yeri's expression was one of surprise and confusion,
as she noted the absence of any guards.
"What the?"
"There's no one there," she muttered, her voice barely a whisper.
Meanwhile, unseen, a figure emerged from the shadows, a smirk playing on his lips. Yeriko and the unknown woman, having infiltrated Park Do-hyuk's building, moved stealthily through a dimly lit corridor.
Their approach was suddenly interrupted by Park Do-hyuk, who appeared from around a corner, his expression one of suspicion and challenge. He questioned their presence, demanding to know their identities. Park Do-hyuk, observing the two women, noted their attire and demeanor, concluding that they were not simply fans. He questioned their intentions, clearly wary of their presence. Yeriko's companion, the unknown woman, remained silent, allowing Park Do-hyuk's suspicion to grow. He pressed for an explanation of their purpose. Deciding the location was unsuitable for a conversation, Yeriko suggested they discuss matters elsewhere, leaving Park Do-hyuk with unanswered questions. Yeriko and the unknown woman stood poised, flanking Park Do-hyuk, who was walking away.
Yeri stated, "If that's what you want to do."
The unknown woman nodded in agreement, and Yeri added, "Let's go."
Park Do-hyuk, alone, sighed in relief. He muttered to himself, "Phew, just when I thought it was getting quiet around here."
Park Do-hyuk oversaw the delivery of crates, marked Blue Castle Guild production delivery. He reflected, "For 2 days, I wrapped up everything I needed to do within the country." Park Do-hyuk briefed Sungmi and Yuhui on the situation. Park Do-hyuk, a man of quiet determination, held a book aloft, its pages glowed with an ethereal light. He had acquired this book from another world in a remarkably short time. After gathering essential supplies for his mission, he departed. Two colleagues watched him go, their expressions a mixture of concern and respect.
He arrived in New York City, the imposing Freedom Tower visible in the distance.
His journey had begun. Park Do-hyuk arrived in the U.S., his hand adorned with several ornate rings, and was greeted by a man who extended his hand in a gesture of welcome.
"Nice to meet you," the man stated.
The man was identified as the Guild Master of Freedom, the #1 guild in the United States. Introducing himself as Brox, the Guild Master of Freedom, he expressed his pleasure at meeting Mr. Do-hyuk Park. Brox, with a warm smile, revealed his interest in Do-hyuk's extensive collection of books from another world. Do-hyuk, acknowledging Brox's observation, explained that he had recently been researching the language of that other world. Brox, the guild master, explained to Park Do-hyuk, "You never know when we'll need to communicate with them one day." Park Do-hyuk, intrigued by the statement, questioned them. Brox gestured for Park Do-hyuk to sit down, saying, "Have a seat." Park Do-hyuk sat down on the sofa, contemplating the guild master's words.
Brox, now seated, revealed, "Not long ago, we've received some interesting news."
He continued, explaining that they had encountered someone who used a language from another world within the dungeons. Brox revealed grim news: the individual who had been discovered using an otherworldly language in the dungeons had been assassinated shortly after encountering them. Park Do-hyuk, pensive, questioned if the dungeon they were about to enter was the same one where the incident occurred. Brox explained that their objective was to find clues related to the other world within the dungeon. But due to a 6-person limit for this particular dungeon, they needed an all-rounder like Do Hyuk to join their team.
Brox further elaborated that a general who awakens an ability will have it raised to an SSS rank.
The final panel showed Brox, his expression hinting at a hidden strength he had gained, but also a sense of unease. A man with striking, dual-toned hair and glowing eyes revealed a limitation. Other than that, I can't use magic or any other abilities. However, he continued, explaining that his unique skill set would be invaluable to a team, but, if we have you, who has various abilities, we'll be able to make as many combinations as we want. Park Do-hyuk, the man with dark hair, sat listening intently. The speaker's words resonated with him. That's why I chose you as the best person. Do-hyuk internally processed the information, his thoughts revealing his pragmatic approach. He's acting as if he needs me, but his goal is probably to get me interested in the Freedom Guild. I don't have a reason to decline since I could satisfy my curiosity, get a unique rank relic and the spoils.
The other man, Brox, concluded his pitch. Since I'm done explaining.
Do-hyuk, resolute in his decision, affirmed his commitment. I'll follow through on the promise that I made. Park Do-hyuk walked through a room lined with bookshelves, his back to the viewer, his hand brushing against the spines as he searched. Then he turned quickly, seemingly startled by something he found. A figure appeared in the doorway behind him, observing him intently. The two men stood facing each other in a hallway, a tense atmosphere hanging between them. Park Do-hyuk explained that the relics in the room were either unnecessary or overlapped with his existing collection. Several relics rested inside glass display cases, their faint glows hinting at their power. Brox, observing from a distance, noted that they were all above unique rank.
4 rings, each imbued with a different magical aura, floated in the air.
Park Do-hyuk, his expression thoughtful, wondered if this display was intentionally arranged for him to identify the relics. He began to examine the relics closely, his hands hovering over the display cases. A blue energy enveloped him as he identified each relic's unique properties. Park Do-hyuk, his gaze intense, carefully examined several high-rank relics,
finally selecting one specific item.
The Kata ring, a unique relic, was identified. Its stats displayed: identification rate 100%, wisdom increase by 100, magic power increase by 100, luck increase by 50, agility increase by 50.
A crucial caveat was noted: if magic power is less than 10%, recovery rate becomes 5 times faster. If magic power is less than 5%, recovery rate becomes 10 times faster.
Brox, observing from a distance, noted Do-hyuk's selection. He then stated that they would proceed to the next location for the dungeon briefing.
A question arose regarding Brock's absence.
It was revealed that he had left for France due to another invitation. Do-hyuk, accompanied by a female associate, arrived at their destination and entered the building. Park Do-hyuk, having selected a high-rank relic, arrived at the next briefing location, where he found himself in a room with several high-ranking officials.
Among them, S-rank main tanker Larson, S-rank main melee Sarah.
A heavy rain fell in the forest, corrosive droplets impacting the ground. As Larson commented on the harsh conditions, noting that without Park Do-hyuk's protective armor, they would be in serious trouble. Do-hyuk's armor protected them from the corrosive rain. Sarah and Ri, standing together, marveled at the numerous buffs they received. As Ri expressed surprise at the sheer number of buffs she was receiving simultaneously.
A close-up on Park Do-hyuk's ear, the sound of approaching enemies echoing in the background. As he and Ri, his expression one of alarm, confirmed their arrival. They're coming. Sarah and Ri prepared for battle, magical energy swirling around them.
As a group of grotesque, stitched-together monsters emerged from the forest, their approach marked by a crimson glow emanating from their bodies. Park Do-hyuk, clad in advanced armor, stood firm, his shield raised to deflect the initial onslaught. The impact of the monster's attack causing a slight tremor in his stance. 2 grotesque, monstrous figures emerged from the forest, their snarls echoing through the trees. Their horrifying visages a testament to their savage nature.
Park Do-hyuk, ever vigilant, reacted instantly.
drawing his sword with practiced ease and deflecting their initial assault. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the forest floor. Park Do-hyuk, bracing himself, raised his shield as a monstrous creature lunged, its massive claws aimed at the group. The impact of the blow sent tremors through his body, but the shield held firm. Do-hyuk gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening as he muttered, "I won't lose over something like this." With a roar, he unleashed a powerful counterattack, a blinding flash of energy erupting from his body. The energy sliced through the air, striking the monster with devastating force, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A close-up on a young woman with striking silver hair, cat-like ears, and piercing blue eyes. Her expression is fierce, a predatory grin stretching across her lips. She launched a swift attack, a burst of energy propelling her forward. The force of her blow impacting a hulking monster, its body shuddering from the impact. A blinding flash of light erupts as the attack connects, the monster momentarily stunned. She follows up with a rapid series of blows, her movements a blur of motion. Each strike precise and powerful, tearing through the monster's defenses. Park Do-hyuk unleashed a powerful counterattack, his movements a blur of motion as he repelled the monster's assault. The sheer force of his strikes leaving trails of blue energy in their wake. Larson observed, impressed by the S-rank melee combatant's skill, she was slicing through the abominations with ease. Her movements as precise and efficient as if she were cutting through meat. Having dealt with the immediate threat, Larson turned his attention to the masterminds behind the attack. "Now then, shall I look for the owner of these guys?" Activating his shared vision ability, Larson observed the monsters, noting that they seemed oblivious to the drone's presence, stating, "Looks like they didn't see the drone because they're controlling them." Park Do-hyuk, upon hearing this, simply responded with a single word, "Nice." He then unleashed a powerful energy blast, striking the monsters with incredible force. Sarah watched the scene unfold, her expression hardening with determination. The impact of Do-hyuk's attack sent shockwaves through the area, and a character reflected, "I understand now why Do-hyuk Park didn't need to obsess over teamwork." Park Do-hyuk, having swiftly dealt with the immediate threat, calmly activated his Dimension Door ability, preparing to move to the next location. Park Do-hyuk unleashed a wave of energy, a brilliant blue blast emanating from his hands. The force of the attack obliterating the surrounding monsters. Sarah watched, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and concern. The sheer power of the blast leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The forest itself seemed to tremble under the impact. A powerful shockwave rippled outwards, sending nearby trees flying. The remaining monsters were left stunned and vulnerable. Larson, observing the aftermath, muttered, "What the? Where did this black lich fall from?" The sudden appearance of the lich was unexpected, even for him. Sarah, still processing the events, whispered, "No way." Sarah, her eyes wide with astonishment, stared at the aftermath of Park Do-hyuk's energy blast. A text box appeared, stating, "Magic users awakened with spatial skills are extremely rare." Do-hyuk, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips, extended a hand, a faint blue energy emanating from it. Nearby, Sarah watched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. He addressed her, "Ms. Yeri, you need to add your firepower to that as well." Sarah, surprised, questioned, "Can skills be added on like that?" Do-hyuk, having already begun to move away, left Sarah to ponder this new development. Sarah, now intrigued, thought to herself, "I want to know more about him now." The attack on the dungeon continued. As the attack continued, it highlighted Do-hyuk's abilities, demonstrating his power to remove troublesome debuffs. Sarah and another individual observed Do-hyuk's ability to negate dangerous areas with a transparency effect. Using this newfound advantage, Do-hyuk and his companions were able to reach the boss room ahead of schedule. Park Do-hyuk, accompanied by 2 armored guards, traversed a desolate, rocky landscape, the air thick with mist. A sense of familiarity washed over him, it didn't feel like his first time in this place. As they ascended a grand staircase, Do-hyuk's unease grew. A premonition of danger clouded his thoughts, he muttered, "Don't tell me, no, it can't be." Sarah, walking beside him, voiced her concern. If that guy is there, it'll be difficult in our current situation. Suddenly, Do Hyuk's guard shouted, "Someone is there." A shadowy figure, cloaked in dark armor and a fur-trimmed mantle, emerged from the swirling purple mist. The mist gradually clearing to reveal a towering, horned figure seated upon a throne. The figure wore a menacing black suit of armor, accented with glowing purple runes. A crimson energy pulsed from the center of its chest, radiating outward in waves. Its glowing purple eyes fixed on something unseen, radiating an aura of immense power. A surge of chaotic dark energy erupted, radiating outward in jagged lines. Sarah and the Black Prince, Arkans, observed the scene from a distance. The Black Prince, Arkans, "It's my first time seeing a mob like this," Sarah stated, her voice laced with concern. "And on top of that, this chaotic energy," she added, her apprehension growing. A powerful, crimson energy surge erupted. Its chaotic force visible as it pulsed through the air. Sarah and Arkans watched, apprehensive, as the energy impacted a nearby structure, causing significant damage. A cloaked figure, radiating dark purple energy, emerged from the chaos. "Die!" it roared, launching a devastating attack. The attack sent shockwaves through the area. A powerful surge of energy ripped through the landscape, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A young man, his face etched with grim determination, witnessed the devastation. Nearby, a woman with cat-like ears, her expression a mixture of shock and concern, stood beside a fallen golem. The air crackled with residual energy. The golem, its metallic body scorched and broken, lay defeated. The woman, seemingly unharmed, observed the scene with a cautious eye. Sarah, observing from a distance, muttered to herself, "Shit." He moved to the rear. A high-ranking officer, his face etched with grim determination, barked orders to his troops. He pointed towards the battlefield, his voice tight with urgency. Ri, her expression resolute, responded with a curt, "Understood." Sarah, her blonde hair framing a worried face, addressed Do Hyuk, emphasizing the need for strategic repositioning of their forces to overcome the enemy. Do Hyuk, his jaw clenched, reacted with a frustrated shout, highlighting the difficulty of their situation. The officer, his gaze fixed on the ongoing battle, explained their strategy, anticipating Arkan's next move and prioritizing the protection of their weakest member. Ri and Sarah exchanged a look, their apprehension evident as they processed the gravity of the situation. Park Do Hyuk, executing pattern 16, unleashed a wave of energy, opening a dimensional door. A blinding flash of pink light erupted from the door as a powerful foe emerged. The creature, momentarily stunned by its sudden arrival, landed heavily. Its massive, glowing pink blade sinking into the ground as it regained its bearings. The creature's gaze was intense, its helmet reflecting the grim determination of a seasoned warrior. Ri, seizing the opportunity presented by the enemy's momentary disorientation, shouted, "Attack!" They'll hesitate right after the teleportation. Following Ri's order for an immediate attack, the battle commenced. Arkans, disoriented from his arrival through the dimensional door, found himself facing a fierce onslaught. A flurry of blows rained down upon him, each strike precise and powerful. The relentless assault continued, pushing Arkans to the brink, forcing him to struggle against the combined might of his attackers. Ri, observing the fight, furrowed her brow. Why is it so difficult, she wondered, her expression a mixture of determination and frustration. Arkans, a powerful figure in dark armor, descended from the sky, his presence immediately drawing attention, and was instantly met with a barrage of attacks from Ri's forces. The battle commenced with a flurry of blows. As Ri, watching from a distance, issued a warning, "Be wary of the swords that'll come out of the ground." Indeed, as Arkans moved, several crimson blades erupted from the earth, forcing him to leap back and dodge the deadly projectiles. The battle raged on, with Arkans fighting valiantly against the coordinated assault, but clearly struggling against the overwhelming numbers. Two figures, a blonde woman and a woman with white hair and cat-like ears, engaged in a fierce battle, their attacks leaving trails of pink energy. Meanwhile, a man in a dark suit appeared, moving with agility amidst the pink energy bursts. A close-up revealed two figures, an older man with white hair and a younger woman with brown hair, the woman's face etched with worry as a purple text box appeared, displaying a debuff called soul separation. After 90 seconds, the affected individual's soul would separate from their body, resulting in instant death. The man in the suit, identified as Lincoln, issued a command: those marked should come to him immediately, and he ordered an immediate pull from Arkan's aggro. A red figure, presumably Arkan's, appeared, shouting "I'm over here," as a large red object hurtled towards them. The red object impacted, creating a large explosion of red energy. A powerful energy surge erupted as Arkan's, already under attack, braced for another assault. A dark figure emerged, declaring, "I will fight you first." The dark figure unleashed a series of swift, powerful attacks. Arkan's, struggling against the relentless onslaught and the treacherous terrain, cried out, "Please hurry." Meanwhile, a blinding flash of light accompanied a desperate counterattack. Ri, observing the chaotic battle, calmly issued a command: "Dispel magic." Ri, calm and strategic, initiated a dispel magic spell, aiming to counter the effects of the debuff affecting Arkan's. However, the system message indicated that the soul separation debuff remained active. Lincoln, though not directly visible, was likely preparing a counterattack. Ri, analyzing the situation, surmised that the boss's wisdom level exceeded her own, thus hindering the dispel magic's effectiveness. A second attempt was made, utilizing the third-class dispel magic spell, which has a variable success rate depending on the difference in wisdom levels. This time, the dispel magic successfully nullified the soul separation debuff, much to Ri's relief. Lincoln's relief was evident as he muttered, "It worked, it was a success." Meanwhile, a powerful attack was unleashed. Arkan's, his armor glowing with malevolent energy, glared at his opponents. "You insects are scheming something," he thundered, his voice echoing with suspicion. Lincoln watched, his expression one of wary observation as Arkan's words hung heavy in the air. A sudden shift in the atmosphere signaling Arkan's next move. He muttered, "Come out. My minions." From the ground, three grotesque, stitched-together creatures emerged, answering Arkan's call. Their monstrous forms a testament to Arkan's dark power. Lincoln's eyes narrowed, his concern growing. Arkan's plan was unfolding, and Lincoln knew he had to act quickly. He dashed forward, intent on disrupting Arkan's scheme. Du-hyuk, devising a plan, declared, "I'll pull the aggro from his minions." He then instructed his companions, "You two quickly go and help Lincoln." Arkan's, watching Du-hyuk go, worriedly called out, "Please be careful, Du-hyuk." Ri, heeding Du-hyuk's instructions, dashed towards Lincoln. While a powerful enemy, enraged by their interference, roared, "You insects just don't know when to stop." Ri, swift and precise, launched a powerful kick. Readying her newly acquired claw-like weapons, a determined glint in her eyes. A powerful, armored figure loomed, its glowing purple eyes fixed on the approaching fighters. Ri, fueled by adrenaline, drew her new weapon, a radiant blade. Her face contorted in a fierce grimace as she prepared to strike. While Arkan's watched, her own expression mirroring Ri's intensity. The battle commenced, a flurry of blows exchanged between the armored figure and the determined fighters. The armored figure, annoyed by their persistence, declared, "You insects are annoying me." Ri, engaged in fierce battle, focused intently on her opponent. Her expression was one of grim determination. Meanwhile, Arkan's observed the fight with keen interest, his eyes following every movement. Ri unleashed a flurry of blows, her new weapon flashing with purple energy as she expertly countered her opponent's attacks. The impact of her strike sent the enemy reeling, their armor cracking under the force. A close-up revealed the enemy's glowing red eyes, filled with a furious intensity. The battle continued, the clash of weapons echoing through the air. A crimson energy field pulsed, its hexagonal grid containing a towering figure clad in red armor, a greatsword held aloft. Meanwhile, Du-hyuk's eyes glowed with determination as he declared, "It's time." He then commanded, "With all our power, attack Arkan's now."
Surging with blue energy, Do-hyuk launched himself forward, adding, "This is our only chance." Do-hyuk, his face set with grim determination, declared, "With all our power, attack Arkans now. This is our only chance." Do-hyuk focused his energy, activating an area of effect, AoE, strengthening technique. Ri, seizing the opportunity, launched a powerful attack against Arkans. Her strike connecting with a resounding impact. The force of the blow sending Arkans reeling. Arkans felt a sudden absence of pain. A system message appeared, detailing a new buff, the AoE strengthening effect, increasing combat capabilities by 250% for 2 minutes within a certain radius, preventing magic power from dropping below 1, and eliminating pain for all allies within the area. Do-hyuk's buff, he realized. He had intended to use a magic potion, but this was far superior. Lincoln, observing Arkan's invulnerability to physical attacks, declared that the enemy's weakness was magic. He urged everyone to use their magic spells. Ri, heeding Lincoln's words, unleashed a powerful magical attack. A torrent of blue energy that struck Arkans with immense force. Ri unleashed another wave of magical energy, a torrent of blue light that slammed into Arkans. Arkans, bracing for the impact, declared, "Then I will immobilize it," as he prepared a counterattack. Meanwhile, Lincoln, observing from a distance, saw an opening and signaled to Do-hyuk. Do-hyuk, understanding the plan, channeled his energy, preparing a powerful buff. The buff, a golden light, surged forth, strengthening Ri and her allies. The combined might of Ri's enhanced magic and Do-hyuk's support proved too much for Arkans, who was overwhelmed by the attack. Arkans, weakened but defiant, glared with burning red eyes. His powerful form, cloaked in golden armor, pulsed with barely contained energy. Meanwhile, Do-hyuk, his face contorted in concentration, prepared for his next move. A fierce grin spread across his face as he declared it was his turn to attack. Seizing the opportunity, Do-hyuk unleashed a devastating attack. His hammer, imbued with immense power, hurtled towards Arkans. The Judgment Hammer technique, a powerful blow that connected with Arkans' armor, sending a shockwave of energy that rocked the very ground. The impact was immense, shaking the earth and leaving Arkans reeling. The force of the blow sent Arkans flying back, his armor cracking under the strain. He was clearly weakened, but his eyes still burned with defiance. Ri, empowered by Do-hyuk's strengthening buff, launched a fierce magical assault against Arkans. The dark energy crackling around her as she channeled her power. Arkans, weakened and enraged, snarled, "Insect-like bastards." He retaliated with a surge of dark energy, but Ri's attack was relentless. A vortex of purple energy consumed him. As Ri's final blow struck, Arkans roared, "Die," before collapsing. Ri unleashed a devastating magical attack, a torrent of violet energy. The force of the blast pushing Arkans back. Surging waves of magical power engulfing him. Arkans, weakened and desperate, cried out for Ri's name as the attack intensified. Meanwhile, Lincoln urged his team to maintain focus, reminding them that the battle was far from over. Do-hyuk, his eyes narrowed in concentration, continued to provide crucial support. The battle raged on, the outcome still uncertain despite Arkans' critical state. A wave of purple energy surged from Ri, the magical force crackling with raw power. The energy coalescing into a focused beam aimed directly at Arkans. The attack striking with devastating force, the impact echoing through the battlefield. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscuring the scene as Arkans staggered back, his armor visibly cracked. The force of the blow sending tremors through his very being, he was clearly wounded. The cracks in his armor spreading like spider webs across his dark, imposing form as he braced himself for the next attack. Lincoln urgently shouted a warning to Ri. Ri, heeding the warning, dodged a powerful attack from Arkans, countering with a swift and decisive magical assault. The raw power of her magic unleashed in a blinding flash of light. The force of the attack impacting Arkans with devastating effect. Arkans, his form still imposing despite his grievous wounds, felt a surge of disbelief. His eyes, glowing with an unnatural purple light, widened. as Ri unleashed another wave of blinding golden energy.
The raw power of her attack was breathtaking, it crackled with an almost tangible intensity.
A searing torrent that slammed into Arkans with devastating force.
The impact sent tremors through the very ground,
leaving a trail of shimmering light and destruction in its wake.
Arkans staggered, his armor groaning under the strain. As the full force of Ri's attack finally registered, he felt a searing pain, a deep, agonizing wound that threatened to overwhelm him.
Meanwhile, Du-hyuk, unseen but ever vigilant, prepared for any contingency.
He subtly manipulated the flow of magical energy around him, bolstering his allies' defenses and subtly weakening Arkans' already precarious position. Arkans, his armor glowing ominously, braced for impact, a grim determination etched on his face.
As Ri's counterattack, a blinding flash of energy, hurtled towards him.
The force of the blow creating a shockwave that ripped through the air,
sending Arkans reeling backward, his body battered and broken.
He crashed into the ground, the impact echoing through the battlefield,
leaving him critically wounded and vulnerable.
Ri, though victorious, remained wary, her senses alert for any sign of further resistance. Ri unleashed a final, devastating blow, the force of her attack leaving a lingering golden afterimage.
A question hung in the air as dust settled around Arkans' fallen form: did they succeed in defeating him?
Arkans, critically wounded, coughed, his heavy armor barely concealing the extent of his injuries.
Lincoln approached cautiously, observing the weakened Arkans from a safe distance.
Lincoln reflected on the battle's intensity, noting that even with Du-hyuk's strategic support, Arkans had proven surprisingly resilient.
Lincoln's assessment was clear: they needed to finish the fight before Arkans could recover.
Arkans, critically wounded, unleashed a final, desperate surge of power.
His eyes blazing with defiance as he roared, "It can't end like this." A blinding flash of light erupted, signifying the culmination of the intense battle between Ri and Arkans. The sheer force of the energy visible even through the distortion of the image.
As the impact of Ri's final attack reverberated through the very fabric of reality. The scene was obscured by the intense energy, but the outcome was clear: Arkans was critically wounded, his body battered and broken. Arkans lay defeated, his armor cracked and body ravaged. A nearby figure, presumably Ri, stood over him, her own attire showing signs of battle. While another, possibly Ri's ally, watched from a distance, the sounds of their labored breathing echoing in the desolate landscape. Arkans' chest bore a gaping wound, the source of his critical injuries. His lifeblood stained the ground. As he weakly uttered a question, his voice barely a whisper, "Why are you?"
Lincoln, observing from afar, watched the aftermath of the battle, his expression unreadable. The dust settled, revealing the extent of the destruction.
His gaze fixed on Arkans, a silent assessment playing across his features.
Lincoln observed Arkans, critically wounded and barely conscious, lying amidst the rubble.
Arkans' dying words echoed in the air, "Is it related to the source of the power that I have?" Ri, exhausted but victorious, explained, "My last blow was the explosion of all the energy I had left." She continued, addressing Lincoln, "The fact that you are uninjured means that my energy and yours have a special resonance." Arkans, in his final moments, lamented, "My servants and the people that used to follow me all died in the distortion during the journey through spacetime." The scene shifted to show Lincoln and another figure, both looking down at Arkans' fallen form. The weight of the battle hung heavy in the air. Lincoln, addressing Arkans, stated, "There is one thing Arkans and I have in common."
"Do you know me?" Lincoln observed Arkans, his expression a mixture of curiosity and concern.
As the dying man's power source, a purple energy, dissipated into fragments.
Arkans, in his final moments, revealed a necklace and ring, instructing Lincoln that his followers would recognize these items.
He pleaded with Lincoln to protect his people, to spare them from suffering. Ri, exhausted but victorious, watched the exchange, her expression unreadable. A single tear traced a path down Arkans' cheek as he succumbed to his wounds. Ri watched, a mixture of exhaustion and grim determination etched on her face, as Arkans' life ebbed away. Arkins, mortally wounded, clutched a small, ornately wrapped box, his final plea a desperate whisper for the safety of his followers.
Lincoln, his expression unreadable, received the box and the weight of Arkansas's dying wish.
"Rest in peace," he murmured, a silent acknowledgement of the fallen leader. A system message appeared before Do Hyuk, detailing his newly upgraded dimensional storage ability, a 30M x 30M x 30M space capable of storing numerous items.
Instructions for its use were automatically learned. He let out a relieved sigh. Phew.
Do Hyuk received a translation book as part of his rewards. The system description indicated that it could translate the language of the world called Ieh to the language of Earth, taking 1 to 2 days to complete the translation.
He looked at the book with a surprised expression, commenting, "You mean this book translates to the language of this world that hasn't progressed in 20 years?
In addition to the book, Do Hyuk also received 2 unique accessories. The first was the Desmond necklace, a unique grade item that provided plus 100 wisdom, plus 100 strength, and immunity to all debuffs. Lincoln stood over Arkansas's remains, his gaze fixed on the spot where the fallen wizard had lain. A faint, shimmering residue marking the place. Nearby, a collection of high-grade dimensional stones and a book lay untouched. Lincoln's expression was one of contemplation. He wondered about the book's nature and its possible significance. He observed Ri and the remains of Arkansas, his mind weighing the implications of the scene before him.
Recognizing the book as a Class 5 spellbook titled Sunfire,
a surge of excitement ran through him.
Lincoln considered using the spellbook, a flicker of determination in his eyes.
Lincoln, having discovered Arkansas's spellbook, Sunfire, and dimensional stones, began to examine the book more closely. A surge of intense heat emanated from the book, forming a fiery circle around him. The heat expanding to a radius of 5 meters.
Lincoln's jacket began to smolder from the intense heat.
Ri, observing from a distance, reacted to the sudden surge of heat. She expressed her surprise at the unexpected intensity of the heat. Ri watched in surprise as Lincoln inadvertently activated Arkansas's Class 5 spellbook, Sunfire, unleashing a fiery spectacle,
the aftermath of which marked the end of their S-rank dungeon conquest.
Returning to the Freedom Tower, Lincoln's impressive spellcasting prowess garnered attention, with team members requesting his contact information. Yeriko offered Lincoln a spot in the Freedom Guild, however, he declined the offer and returned to Korea. Back in his homeland, Lincoln relaxed at his KBI Seoul branch apartment, resting after his recent adventures. Ri, observing Lincoln, noticed him holding a small, dark blue object that appeared to be a phone. Suddenly, Lincoln's eyes glowed red, and he cried out in surprise as he clutched his head.
Ri watched, concerned, as Lincoln seemed to be experiencing some kind of distress.
Later, Ri questioned Lincoln about his sudden outburst. He explained that he had been woken up by a branch manager with urgent news about Park Do Hyuk. The branch manager revealed that the American Freedom Guild had recently invited Park Do Hyuk after he conquered a dungeon. Lincoln, impressed by the branch manager's intelligence network, commented on its effectiveness. Ri, concerned, reported Lincoln's strange episode. She recounted how, following the incident, the Freedom Guild attempted to recruit him, prompting Lincoln to contemplate the implications of such a powerful guild's interest.
Ri proposed inviting Park Do Hyuk on a KBI-sponsored dungeon expedition. Acknowledging that while his rank might not be high enough for top rewards, the experience points would still be valuable. Lincoln agreed to contact Yunso immediately.
A detailed status screen appeared, displaying Park Do Hyuk's impressive stats, rank D, level 31, with a diverse skill set encompassing wizard, alchemist, and mechanic roles. His points available for distribution totaled 20. Park Do Hyuk reviewed his significantly improved stats, noting a substantial increase across the board. He reflected on the spellbook Taepong had given him while he was in America,
acknowledging the effort Taepong must have put into finding it among countless books,
and deciding that Taepong deserved a reward for his efforts. He also mentioned acquiring another spellbook. Park Do Hyuk learned the Class 3 spell Infrared Vision, gaining infrared vision capabilities. He also learned the Class 4 spell Polymorph, allowing him to transform into someone else's appearance. And finally, he mastered the Class 4 spell Wizard Eye, creating a moving third eye. Park Do-hyuk reviewed the details of the permanency spell, a Class 5 spell capable of making any spell's effects permanent, though dispel magic could reverse it. Considering whether to test it on his sword, he decided to first enchant the weapon, increasing its strength by 10 and its potion recovery rate by 10%, a temporary buff lasting almost an hour. Then, he applied the permanency spell. The golden light of the spell enveloped the sword, successfully making the enchantment permanent. The temporary duration timer vanished. Park Do-hyuk, pleased with the success of his permanency spell, examines his newly enchanted weapon. He muses that the enchantment permanently increased its grade, and considers acquiring a proximity weapon while he's at it, believing it wouldn't be a bad idea to increase the power of his gauntlet. Do-hyuk then contemplates contacting Yunso. Do-hyuk dials Yunso's number on his phone. The contact information is clearly displayed. The call connects, and Do-hyuk is surprised to hear Yunso's voice first. They both had the same idea to call each other. Park Do-hyuk initiated a call, stating that it wasn't important and asking Lee Yunso to explain her reason first. He inquired about the availability of a gauntlet on the Deus market, specifying a unique grade. Lee Yunso confirmed its presence on today's listing. Following this confirmation, Park Do-hyuk continued, proposing to auction his skills, questioning the feasibility of such a transaction. Lee Yunso expressed surprise at the unusual request of auctioning a skill rather than an item. Lee Yunso read Park Do-hyuk's request, her expression shifting to one of surprise and confusion as she processed the unusual proposition, not an item, but a skill. The location was specified as the Gangnam Deus Market. Later that day, inside the market, Lee Yunso's associate questioned her about her apparent change of heart regarding the auction, reminding her of her earlier disinterest. Lee Yunso explained that a special auction had been announced only a few hours prior. Park Do-hyuk, his expression unreadable, stood silently observing Lee Yunso as she gracefully moved through the opulent auction hall. She paused, turning to address the attendees. "Yes, when even the market says it's special, don't you think you'll regret not coming here?" she stated, a hint of a smirk playing on her lips. Lee Yunso's thoughts drifted. She quietly hoped for something truly interesting to appear at the auction. The regular auction concluded, and the auctioneer announced the commencement of a special auction. Lee Yunso, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, prepared to unveil the unique items that had been submitted for this special event. Lee Yunso, the auctioneer, addressed the audience, announcing the arrival of a special guest, Park Do-hyuk, the host of this unique auction, causing a stir among the attendees. Whispers circulated about the nature of this special auction and the identity of the unusual guest. One attendee speculated that the guest was there to sell something other than scrolls. Park Do-hyuk took the stage, greeting the audience and mentioning that this was his second visit that day. He then revealed the purpose of his presence. He wasn't there to sell an item, but to sell his skills. A confident smile played on Park Do-hyuk's lips as he made his announcement. In the hushed atmosphere of the auction house, a woman questioned the possibility of selling the power of an awakened individual, explaining that the items sold there fetched hundreds or thousands of dollars, and that the skill being offered was likely of significant value, justifying the special auction. Park Do-hyuk, the awakened individual, confidently announced his service. He would upgrade the grade of weapons by exactly 1 tier, available to 10 buyers. The woman reacted with surprise to the nature of the skill being offered. Meanwhile, other attendees whispered amongst themselves, expressing their disbelief at the existence of such a spell and speculating that Park Do-hyuk was likely the only spell user present. Lee Yunso, her expression questioning, silently voiced her doubt. "Are you telling the truth?" From the audience, Park Do-hyuk watched intently as Lee Yunso listened to the speaker on stage. A sudden realization dawning on him, she's here as well? Park Do-hyuk's gaze sharpened, his thoughts turning to Min Sun-yeol. Have you seen Min Sun-yeol? Min Sun-yeol, seated in the audience, remained composed, her presence unnoticed by most. As Park Do-hyuk's announcement continued, any weapon below a legend grade can be upgraded by 1 grade. Park Do-hyuk addressed the auction attendees, stating that anyone who takes him as an enemy or tries to harm him will have their enchanted items downgraded to their original state. He emphasized his ability to reverse the enhancements of magical items. Min Sun-yeol, observing from the audience, internally scoffed at Do-hyuk's threat, noting that many people could enchant items like gems and dimensional stones, implying that his threat was not as impactful as he believed. Do-hyuk, seemingly aware of her thoughts, retorted that her perspective was too simplistic. From a high-angle perspective, the auction hall was shown, with Min Sun-yeol among the attendees, subtly observing Do-hyuk's speech.
An auctioneer addressed the crowd, reminding them of a key point. Before announcing that the auction would begin at 500 million won,
Park Do-hyuk stood before a table, observing the other attendees. While a woman checked her tablet, confirming that the necessary funds had been deposited.
Someone instructed Park Do-hyuk to proceed with the upgrades, to which he readily agreed. And then requested that everyone place their weapons on the table.
Park Do-hyuk sat at a table, flanked by two individuals, their hands resting on his shoulders. Before him lay a collection of tools and weapons.
A look of grim determination etched on his face.
His expression shifted subtly. A golden light emanating from within him as he prepared for the task ahead.
Lee Yun-so and Min Sun-yeol watched in astonishment,
their eyes wide with surprise as they witnessed the sudden, powerful energy surge from Do-hyuk. Min Sun-yeol's eyes, in particular, reflected a mixture of awe and apprehension. Lee Yun-so, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed that her Sotido sword had become a legendary weapon. Meanwhile, two men in suits, witnessing the transformation, muttered that this was cheating.
Min Sun-yeol, observing the scene, quietly commented that she had to go somewhere else.
Park Do-hyuk received thanks for his hard work, and was subsequently seen leaving the building, accompanied by a woman in a red dress. Park Do-hyuk walked away, seemingly satisfied with the outcome. Park Do-hyuk noticed two figures glaring at him. He recognized them as Jang Hyung-soo and Kim Hoon from the Wooden Soul Guild. Concluding that while they likely wouldn't act as rashly as Min Sun-yeol had, caution was still necessary. He reminded himself to remain vigilant. Approached by someone, Park Do-hyuk was greeted with a pleasant, if somewhat formal, salutation. The man expressed his pleasure at seeing Park Do-hyuk again since their last encounter during a large-scale outbreak,
and inquired about the auction Park Do-hyuk had attended. Following a successful auction, Park Do-hyuk was engaged in polite conversation.
He stated, "Well, that's good." He continued, suggesting, "Then, let's go to the meeting location." Meanwhile, Jang Hyung-soo and Kim Hoon followed from a distance,
their presence unnoticed by Park Do-hyuk. Observing them, a woman's internal monologue revealed her thoughts. "I think following a woman from behind isn't considered good manners, is it?" The woman then recognized the two men, questioning aloud, "Hyung-soo appa, and Hoon appa?"
The unidentified woman, a glint of amusement in her eyes, observed Jang Hyung-soo and Kim Hoon from a distance. Jang Hyung-soo, the Wooden Soul Guild master, confirmed with Kim Hoon that their mission was to follow Park Do-hyuk. "The reason for secretly calling us here is because of that bastard, isn't it?" he stated, his tone sharp. Kim Hoon nodded in agreement, his expression grim. The name Park Do-hyuk hung heavy in the air between them. The unidentified woman, having overheard their conversation, confirmed to herself that they were indeed tracking Park Do-hyuk. "Yes, that's right," she murmured. Meanwhile, the unidentified woman reviewed her intel. Explosive supplies, an identifying scroll, and weapon reinforcement power were all part of the plan. She then showed a close-up of a scroll and a sword, indicating the items were ready for deployment.
Jang Hyung-soo and Kim Hoon, observing Park Do-hyuk from a distance, exchanged a grim look.
"If we let him continue," Jang Hyung-soo stated, "we'll just be toys playing right into his hand." He continued, his eyes hardening with resolve, "We have to crush him, by any means necessary." The unidentified woman, observing the two men, interrupted their grim assessment. "So how about we have a truce? After all, I think we have a common enemy," she proposed, her gaze sharp and calculating. "So our target is Park Do-hyuk, or the Blue Castle Guild?" The unidentified woman answered her own question curtly.
It's both. Those two are in the same boat, so we can't consider them separate. She concluded, her voice cold and resolute. If we can't have it, then we must destroy it. A dilapidated building stood silhouetted against the night sky, its broken windows and crumbling structure hinting at a past conflict. A faint green glow emanated from within. A swirling vortex of emerald energy pulsed in the center of the ruin, its power palpable even from a distance. Two figures, a man and a woman, observed the spectacle from the shadows. The man checked his watch, a grim expression crossing his face as he noted the time. 2 hours have already passed, he muttered to himself. The woman, her face partially obscured, let out a sigh. Is it a failure this time too, she wondered, her voice barely a whisper? A sudden burst of energy erupted from the vortex, illuminating the surrounding area in a blinding flash of light. A woman in a dark coat stood amidst a radiant glow, her expression unreadable. Her boots striking the ground with a sharp crack as she moved with purpose. Two men in suits conversed nearby. One explained, this dungeon isn't known to the public yet, as it was only recently discovered. The other man responded, concerned, we don't know when an outbreak might occur. The woman from the first panel reappeared, greeting one of the men. Oh, Jangmi. Long time no see, Park Do-hyuk. An unidentified woman explained to Park Do-hyuk that she would explain the situation concisely, given his preference for brevity. Detailing that they had initially planned to invite him to a different private dungeon managed by the KBI. But discovered an open dungeon nearby, reported by a real estate dealer, prompting a swift response to secure the area for public safety. Park Do-hyuk, looking concerned, was questioned about any problems encountered during a previous mission. The unidentified woman explained the dungeon's unique rules: only one person can enter at a time, and once they leave, they cannot re-enter. She revealed that 5 KBI agents had already perished. She further detailed that even high-ranking SS agents, including Daeho, had been caught off guard and failed in their attempts. Park Do-hyuk clenched his fist, a sign of his determination. His knuckles turned white under the pressure. The unidentified woman and the unidentified man observed Park Do-hyuk's reaction, the woman stating that they were reflecting on their actions. An unidentified woman questioned the difficulty of the dungeon, noting that even 2 SS-rank individuals had previously failed in their attempts. She explained that their failure wasn't due to a lack of power. But rather, the dungeon contained monsters with unique resistance attributes and numerous variables, making it exceptionally challenging. A visual representation of the dungeon's dangerous environment and the monsters within was shown. Park Do-hyuk listened intently, his expression serious. The unidentified woman and man then explained that they needed Park Do-hyuk's assistance due to his diverse skill set. Park Do-hyuk, a young man in a suit, explained that he had initially come because he'd been invited to a private dungeon. An unidentified woman, her expression a mix of concern and apology, responded that while they regretted the situation, they couldn't ignore the dungeon's needs. Park Do-hyuk, undeterred, stated that if risking his life was necessary, he expected proper compensation. The woman seemed taken aback by his blunt demand. Park Do-hyuk continued, stating his desire for a private, high-rank dungeon with exclusive access rights. He made his request with a determined expression, his hand raised in emphasis as he looked up from his position. Park Do-hyuk's face contorted in anger, he muttered, a bit much. He then forcefully shoved the unidentified woman aside, addressing a man named Choi Daeho. The woman, undeterred, calmly stated, I will take care of this, please back off. Choi Daeho looked surprised by the woman's intervention, but he remained silent as she stepped in front of him. A text box appeared, explaining, a dungeon resets when it is conquered. So it's a precious place where one can gain consistent experience points. Park Do-hyuk, despite the explanation, remained firm in his resolve. He thought, I can understand their reactions as a single awakened person has asked for something like that. However, I am also risking my life, so they should at least give me that as compensation. The unidentified woman addressed Park Do-hyuk, stating, Do-hyuk, dungeons are national property. She continued, explaining that transferring ownership is nearly impossible. But offered a compromise,
Park Do-hyuk would retain official ownership, but with exclusive usage rights. He agreed, saying, "Sounds good. Let's do that." However, the woman added a condition: cooperation with them on one matter. She warned that if the dungeon remained open too long and caused an outbreak,
Park Do-hyuk would bear full responsibility.
He readily accepted, stating, "Of course, I'll be sure to take full responsibility." The unidentified woman initiated the conversation, stating, "Now then, let's talk about our problem at hand." Park Do-hyuk received instructions: upon entering the dungeon, he must immediately begin running,
for even a slight delay could expose him to a poisonous cloud.
Having successfully navigated the poisonous cloud, Park Do-hyuk found his path blocked by a flow of lava. The unidentified woman's instructions echoed in Park Do-hyuk's mind: "I suggest you use the walls to get over it." He propelled himself forward, using the momentum to launch himself across the fiery chasm, his body a blur against the backdrop of raging flames. And he landed gracefully on the other side, his movements precise and controlled. He crouched low, his breath catching in his throat as he surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself facing a volley of sharp projectiles hurtling towards him. A powerful energy wave erupted, the force of the blast sending tremors through the ground, leaving Park Do-hyuk momentarily stunned but shielded within a protective energy field. The unidentified woman's voice, calm yet urgent, warned him, "There are many traps inside the cave. I hope you'll be careful." Heeding her warning, Park Do-hyuk cautiously proceeded through the cave system, the journey proving more treacherous than words could describe. Finally reaching the end, where a path into complete darkness awaited. A cryptic message appeared before Park Do-hyuk: "You must follow the light at the other side of the tunnel." Park Do-hyuk resolved to proceed alone, his inner monologue revealing his determination: "From here on, I must conquer this dungeon by myself."
Park Do-hyuk activated his infrared vision.
He cautiously descended into a dark chamber, where numerous snakes surrounded him, their eyes glowing menacingly. A voice warned him of the danger: "Even if it's a high-ranked dungeon, in this complete darkness, you are bound to be helpless."
Park Do-hyuk countered with a lightning bolt, striking down the snakes.
Park Do-hyuk unleashed a surge of electrical energy, crackling with raw power, as he repelled the snakes that had surrounded him, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as he absorbed the experience points gained from overcoming this challenging section of the dungeon.
The unidentified woman, observing from a distance, issued a final instruction: "Let's continue with discretion."
Park Do-hyuk, heeding her warning, cautiously approached the edge of a deep, ominous chasm, his expression turning serious as he surveyed the perilous path ahead.
Choi Dae-ho and an unidentified woman stood before a swirling green vortex of energy, observing its activity. The woman speculated that Park Do-hyuk should have reached the explored area by now, suggesting they check on his status first. The woman explained that she arrived without equipment, but the man reassured her it didn't matter, as her task was simply observing Park Do-hyuk's progress within the one-person dungeon, since they were restricted from approaching directly. Choi Dae-ho, a man in a sharp suit, questioned the unidentified woman about Park Do-hyuk's mission, expressing concern about the mission's feasibility within the constraints of a B-rank dungeon. The woman, in turn, reassured him, mentioning that Park Do-hyuk possessed a wide range of skills and that they should patiently await his return. Their conversation highlighted their trust in Park Do-hyuk's capabilities. Deep within the dungeon, Park Do-hyuk surveyed the scene. Two large, damaged robots lay deactivated before him. He had successfully overcome the challenges leading to the boss room, a heavily fortified gate looming before him. Park Do-hyuk, level 11 mechanic, advanced deeper into the dungeon, his level increasing to 18. He approached a large, imposing gate, carefully navigating a treacherous trap. His quick thinking and agility allowed him to avoid a potentially fatal mistake; others would have surely fallen victim. "Then, shall we see what kind of bastard is the owner of this dungeon?" he mused, a smirk playing on his lips as he confidently proceeded. A sudden burst of steam erupted from a vent, momentarily obscuring his vision. Choi Dae-ho, observing remotely, expressed concern. However, in the case that Park Do-hyuk fails as well,
we have no choice but to request help from a high-ranking guild, he stated, his face grim. The unidentified woman, however, remained resolute. So, go ahead and check, she instructed, her confidence unwavering. The unidentified woman, her expression unreadable, extended a hand, a surge of green energy emanating from her palm. A shimmering blue energy beam shot out from the floor, illuminating a dark passageway ahead. Park Do-hyuk, having reached the final area of the dungeon, found himself in a desolate chamber. What is this? Where did the boss go? He wondered aloud. A look of suspicion crossed his face as he considered the implications. And, who is that woman, he thought, noticing a blue-haired woman bound in chains in a nearby alcove. The woman, seemingly helpless, sat slumped against the cold stone wall, her light blue hair a stark contrast to her pale skin. Park Do-hyuk, a level 18 player, stared at the bound woman. He questioned, is that even a person? His uncertainty was palpable as he addressed the mysterious figure, who are you? Choi Dae-ho appeared, his shadow stretching long across the desolate chamber floor. He seemed to be investigating a dark, swirling vortex. A skeletal figure, cloaked and chained, materialized before Choi Dae-ho. The skeletal figure's words were sharp. How does someone like you have the Arkan's items? The skeletal figure's form pulsed with dark energy, the chains rattling ominously. Revealing itself to be Lich Luke, a powerful A-rank boss monster. Choi Dae-ho recognized the threat, an A-rank Lich, a monster he'd never encountered before. On the death floors, a hooded figure with a skull-like face appeared, its single red eye glowing ominously. The figure questioned the presence of someone knowledgeable about Arkans. Choi Dae-ho, undeterred, declared his intention to face any monster below Arkan's rank alone. The skull-faced figure, enraged by Dae-ho's arrogance, threatened him with eternal pain. But Dae-ho remained resolute. Dae-ho noted that thankfully, unlike Arkan's, this was a magic-type monster. He prepared for battle. And after defeating it, he obtained the Rudis Gauntlet, a legendary great item that increased his magic power, wisdom, and resistances, while also granting him additional stored magic damage and experience point gains. Choi Dae-ho, wielding the newly acquired Rudis Gauntlet, faced a cloaked skeletal figure. Dark energy swirled around them. He unleashed a powerful attack, a technique called Dark Pierce, a surge of dark energy erupting from the gauntlet. The energy tore through the air, striking the skeletal figure with immense force. Dae-ho, slightly breathless, braced himself for a counterattack. The skeletal figure, surprisingly, spoke, "Oh, it seems you aren't complete trash." Dae-ho, relieved but wary, muttered to himself, "Phew, that was dangerous." Choi Dae-ho, surprised by the enemy's lack of spellcasting, mused, "But I was expecting him to cast spells one after another, I guess I was wrong." A skeletal figure, cloaked and chained, materialized before him. Dae-ho questioned, "Wait, could he be?" Reacting swiftly, Dae-ho raised his shield, a hexagonal energy barrier forming around him. The skeletal figure scoffed, "You want to block my attack with a shield like that?" The skeletal figure unleashed a crimson dark spear, a concentrated beam of dark energy that pierced through the air. The attack struck with immense force, leaving the skeletal figure retreating. A crimson spear of immense power hurtled towards Choi Dae-ho, the impact erupting in a blinding flash of light and energy. As the force of the blow shattered the surrounding area. But Choi Dae-ho, using his enhanced speed and reflexes, narrowly avoided the fatal blow, the spear narrowly missing him as he moved with incredible agility, leaving him slightly injured but ultimately unharmed. He muttered, "How silly," reflecting on the opponent's predictable attack. The aftermath of the attack left a trail of destruction, but Choi Dae-ho stood defiant. A skeletal figure, cloaked and chained, materialized before Choi Dae-ho. Its single, glowing red eye burned with malevolent intensity. Simultaneously, Choi Dae-ho activated his ability, creating a mirror image of himself. The two figures, identical in appearance, moved with blurring speed. One of the figures, a perfect duplicate, launched a swift attack. The skeletal figure scoffed, dismissing the attack as child's play. Magic such as that is child's play. It mused, its voice echoing with disdain.
It prepared a counterattack, declaring, "I will take you all out at once." A surge of dark energy emanated from the skeletal figure, signaling an imminent, powerful assault. A cloaked figure, wielding a dark power, unleashed gravity prison. Multiple figures were caught in the attack, plummeting downwards as the force of gravity intensified around them. Choi Dae-ho, observing the scene, scoffed, "Are you stupid? You think I'll jump headfirst into a wizard like you?" He countered with a burst of energy. A powerful blast aimed directly at the cloaked figure. Choi Dae-ho, trapped within the gravity prison, focused his energy, gathering his strength to unleash a counterattack. The strain was evident on his face as he channeled his power. A surge of energy building within him. He braced himself for the release. And with a roar, he unleashed a powerful energy blast, shattering the chains of the gravity prison. The force of the blast sent the cloaked figure reeling backward, the intense energy leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The cloaked figure, momentarily stunned, struggled to regain its balance. Choi Dae-ho unleashed a devastating energy blast, the force of which shattered the confines of the gravity prison. The intense light momentarily blinding all those nearby as the prison structure crumbled around him. The difference between their weaknesses, that was the key to Choi Dae-ho's victory. Choi Dae-ho, having escaped, reflected on his newfound understanding. He realized the key to defeating his enemy lay in exploiting their weaknesses. An unseen antagonist, enraged, vowed to conquer Choi Dae-ho, referring to him as that bastard. An unidentified woman, dressed in a sharp business suit, stood before a shimmering, green energy portal. She extended her hand towards it. The portal pulsed with intensifying green light, crackling with energy as she channeled its power. A surge of energy erupted from the portal, engulfing her in a brilliant green glow. The woman's eyes widened as she felt the immense power coursing through her, a triumphant expression spread across her face. "Ah!" she exclaimed. Park Do-hyuk, observing from a distance, watched the spectacle unfold with growing concern. Could it be an outbreak, he thought anxiously. Lee Yun-so, her expression hardening, stood amidst a surge of green energy emanating from a nearby portal. Park Do-hyuk, watching with alarm, urged her to flee, shouting, "Lee Yun-so! What are you doing? Hurry up and get away." Yun-so, acknowledging his warning with a brief, "Ah, yes," continued to draw power from the portal, her form glowing with an otherworldly light. A shadowy figure emerged from the debris-strewn background, observing the scene. Meanwhile, Park Do-hyuk braced himself, his posture suggesting a readiness for confrontation. Choi Dae-ho, his face etched with concern, watched as the unidentified woman drew immense power from a swirling green portal. The energy pulsed around her, bathing her in an ethereal glow. Park Do-hyuk, appearing suddenly, caught the unidentified woman as she collapsed, seemingly drained from the exertion. She gasped, "Phew! I almost died." Recognizing Park Do-hyuk, the unidentified woman exclaimed, "Park Do-hyuk." Park Do-hyuk, exhausted from the ordeal, gulped down water from a bottle. A trickle of water escaping his lips as he caught his breath. He was clearly still recovering. The unidentified woman approached, her expression concerned. "Have you calmed down a bit?" Do-hyuk nodded, replying, "Yes, now I feel okay." She pressed further, "Then, can you tell me what happened? Who she is, and what happened to the dungeon?" Park Do-hyuk, recovering from his ordeal, stated that he would disclose how he cleared the dungeon, as promised. An unidentified woman, concerned, responded that they had requested his assistance. The panel showed a skull and fragmented bones on a table, suggesting the remnants of a battle. Park Do-hyuk confirmed that the task had been arduous. He elaborated that although the battle itself lasted only 5 minutes, countless spells were used during that short time. As depicted in the following panel showing him engaging in intense magical combat, resulting in fiery explosions and magical effects. The skeletal figure, cloaked and chained, unleashed a torrent of icy blue energy. A wave of magical power that crashed against Park Do-hyuk, who retaliated with a blinding golden surge of his own.
the two forces colliding in a spectacular explosion of light and energy.
Following the intense battle, an unidentified woman approached Choi Dae-ho and Park Do-hyuk.
She stated that, according to unwritten rules, they would not be asking about anything obtained inside the dungeon. The woman expressed concern, noting that this particular situation, involving that lady, presented a significant problem.
Choi Dae-ho, observing the aftermath of the magical battle, considered the implications of the loot Park Do-hyuk had acquired from the dungeon. He mused that if Do-hyuk's share of the loot was considered separate from the unidentified woman's, their approach to her would be different.
Because she was the first person to ever emerge from the dungeon.
Park Do-hyuk's eyes narrowed in thought.
The unidentified woman, still recovering, remained silent, her expression unreadable. The unidentified woman, still recovering, remained silent, her expression unreadable.
Choi Dae-ho and Park Do-hyuk watched her intently.
As she spoke, asking them not to misunderstand, but to listen to what she had to say. Choi Dae-ho, feeling responsible for the unidentified woman's safety, declared his intention to take her with him, expressing concern for her well-being if left alone. Further explaining that since he had brought her out of the dungeon, he felt obligated to care for her, fearing the unknown consequences if she were taken by the KBI or another organization. And adding his suspicion that she might be connected to the mysterious Arcane organization. A woman in a suit, likely from the KBI, voiced her concerns about the potential public fallout if the unidentified woman's existence were to become known. Explaining that managing public interest in dealing with organizations interested in awakened individuals would necessitate a formal research request. Park Do-hyuk, observing the unfolding situation, remained silent, while Choi Dae-ho listened intently to the KBI agent's explanation. A KBI agent offered assistance, stating, "But if you need anything to look into or research, feel free to ask us. We will respectfully help with the request."
Choi Dae-ho responded with gratitude, "Thank you for being considerate." He then added, "No need for thanks, we're just thankful that you cleared that dungeon on our behalf, and because of that, we should respect your wishes first."
The KBI agent agreed, stating, "That is true."
The agent then thanked Park Do-hyuk for his hard work. A black car sped away from the scene.
The KBI agents and Choi Dae-ho rode in a limousine, the unidentified woman seated passively beside him.
When one of the agents addressed Park Do-hyuk, thanking him for his assistance.
The agent then informed Park Do-hyuk that because he now had someone to protect, there was something he needed to know. The agent explained that the KBI has a monitoring program and has been indirectly monitoring those involved with the unidentified woman. Park Do-hyuk listened intently, his expression serious. The agent continued, stating that while the KBI had said they would back off, they would still be monitoring them. Park Do-hyuk, however, believed that such monitoring existed. The agent concluded by revealing that according to their reports, someone was following Park Do-hyuk, and that this person seemed quite competent at their work. A KBI agent reported to Choi Dae-ho, "We tried to follow them, but it seems they noticed and disappeared right away." Choi Dae-ho responded with a curt,
"I see." The unidentified woman, her expression unreadable, wondered aloud, "Who is it? Those two from that time? Or is it Min Sun-yeol again?"
The KBI agent, addressing Choi Dae-ho, offered reassurance, "So I hope you are careful at all times. If there's any danger that arises, please feel free to give us a call." Choi Dae-ho, nodding in agreement, replied, "Yes, you can call me anytime whether it's for personal reasons or not." Lee Yoon-so, driving, informed Park Do-hyuk that their serious conversation was over.
And that he could relax.
Do-hyuk, relieved, confirmed he was okay with that.
Seizing the moment,
Yoon-so playfully asked Do-hyuk, who doesn't have a girlfriend, to date her.
Do-hyuk's eyes widened in surprise at Yoon-so's unexpected proposition.
Suddenly, Yoon-so accelerated the car rapidly, her expression shifting to one of alarm. Lee Yoon-so, overcome with emotion, confessed her feelings for Park Do-hyuk, causing the car to accelerate unexpectedly. Alarming her colleague, who exclaimed in concern, "Branch manager!
That's dangerous, what are you doing?"
Yoon-so, ignoring the warning, remained resolute in her expression. Do-hyuk, taken aback by the sudden confession, responded calmly, I do find you attractive as the opposite gender, since you are a charming person. Yoonso, blushing deeply, showed a shy yet pleased expression,
and then sped away into the night.
Park Do-hyuk, having returned home, reflected on his recent dungeon delve. His mechanic level had increased by 10 levels during his adventure,
prompting him to check his updated stats.
He decided to allocate all available stat points to magic. Observing a significant increase in his magic and wisdom, nearing A-rank levels.
Satisfied with this improvement, Do-hyuk considered reviewing the rest of his loot from the dungeon.
A brief glimpse of Yoonso is shown, seemingly at home, suggesting a contrast to Do-hyuk's current activity.
Do-hyuk smiled slightly, his thoughts seemingly turning towards something pleasant. Lee Yoonso awoke to someone asking, "Are you awake now?"
Yoonso, still slightly groggy from sleep, looked around her room. Lee Yoonso awoke in a modern, spacious living room, her eyes slowly adjusting to the unfamiliar surroundings. A slight frown furrowing her brow as she took in the details of the room. She appeared slightly disoriented. A thought crossed her mind, a silent question forming in her eyes. Interesting, right? She mused to herself. Park Do-hyuk entered the room, carrying 2 steaming mugs.
He approached Yoonso, offering her one.
Yoonso accepted the mug, taking a sip. "It's very different from where I used to live," she commented, acknowledging the stark contrast between her current surroundings and her previous reality.
Do-hyuk replied, "Of course, since you came to a completely different world."
Park Do-hyuk offered Lee Yoonso a mug, and she accepted it with a slight smile.
He then commented on her fluency in their language.
Yoonso, slightly puzzled, examined a small, circular device hanging from her neck. It seemed to translate the language for her.
Do-hyuk showed interest in the device, commenting on its unique nature.
Do-hyuk, concerned, asked Yoonso if she remembered what happened in the dungeon. Yoonso responded that her memories were hazy, but she did recall some details. Lee Yoonso, still slightly disoriented, explained to Park Do-hyuk that if her memory served correctly, a scientific experiment had been conducted in the dungeon, and that he had defeated a lich and saved her.
And that, if she wasn't mistaken, he now possessed her brother's necklace.
Do-hyuk, intrigued, asked if she meant the necklace shown in the image. Yoonso confirmed it was indeed her brother's. Upon seeing the necklace, Yoonso's expression changed. She seemed to be experiencing a surge of intense emotion.
Do-hyuk, observing Yoonso's reaction, appeared concerned and thoughtful.
Lee Yoonso, emotionally overwhelmed, asked to hear the message her brother left behind along with the necklace and ring. The message detailed instructions for identifying his servants and a plea to rescue them from a terrible fate. Yoonso, heartbroken, begged for their rescue, her tears reflecting her desperation. Overcome with grief, she sobbed uncontrollably. Park Do-hyuk watched her silently, his concern evident. He sat quietly, contemplating the weight of Yoonso's plea and the significance of the necklace. Park Do-hyuk reflected on the information he had received, revealing that in his previous world, the Arkans and the Desmond Empire were only minor details in the grand scheme of things.
He admitted to knowing little about them.
And consequently, he had never known that Arkans had a sister. Lee Yoonso, still reeling from the news, found a strange sense of peace in her current situation. Even in her distress, the quiet moment felt like a blessing. Prompting Do-hyuk to inquire about the events leading up to the Desmond Empire's downfall. Yoonso's memories revealed a past where she and her brother were royalty within the Desmond Empire before its collapse.
The narrative begins with an explanation of the Desmond Empire's downfall.
It all started when a dark magician manipulated the fourth emperor, Ian, driving him to madness, causing Emperor Ian to become tyrannical and slaughter his own people, including talented subjects. This act of brutality weakened the empire, leaving it vulnerable to attack. Soon after, the magical empire of Artania launched a full-scale assault. With the empire's most skilled individuals eliminated, the Desmond Empire crumbled in less than a year. In a desperate act, Yoonso's brother, unable to stand idly by, assassinated the Mad Emperor and joined the front lines of the war. Lee Yoonso's somber recounting of the Desmond Empire's fall continued. She described the valiant, but ultimately insufficient, defense against the overwhelming power of the Artenian forces.
A desperate measure was taken.
In a last-ditch effort, a forbidden magic, hidden deep within the Desmond Empire's underground, was unleashed.
The result was a catastrophic surge of purple energy. A devastating display of power that ravaged everything in its path.
Powerful blasts of purple energy tore through the Artenian soldiers, but at a terrible cost. The destructive magic proved too much, even for the Empire's most skilled warriors.
The scene ended with a powerful Artenian soldier deflecting a final blast.
Lee Yunso's account continued, depicting the final moments of the Desmond Empire's defense. A powerful, purple energy surged from the Emperor, radiating outwards in destructive waves. As she explained that her brother, the Emperor, had obtained the power of the dark side to protect his empire from the Artenians. But this power soon consumed him, transforming the soldiers and citizens of the Desmond Empire into monstrous beings, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Lee Yunso recounted her escape from the Desmond Empire's destruction, describing the fiery devastation she witnessed. But her attempt to flee was short-lived. She was quickly captured by Diluc's soldiers and subsequently imprisoned within the altar. Park Do-hyuk listened intently. Yunso explained that while unconscious, Diluc revealed that he and his people had been lost in a dimensional crack, but would eventually return. And that upon his return, he intended to use Yunso as a sacrifice. Yunso deduced that the location where she awoke was likely the other side of the dimensional crack, where she eventually encountered Park Do-hyuk. Lee Yunso and Park Do-hyuk, having just escaped a perilous situation, found themselves in a moment of unexpected calm.
Do-hyuk, realizing they hadn't properly introduced themselves amidst the urgency of the escape, asked Yunso her name,
prompting Yunso to reveal that she preferred to be called Hayes, and that she was grateful for his help. Hayes, still apprehensive despite her rescue, then made a request of Do-hyuk, asking for his assistance in adjusting to this new world. She explained her desire to uncover the reasons behind her arrival and the secrets her brother had left behind. Hayes's plea highlighted her determination to understand her current circumstances and her brother's legacy. Her gaze held a mixture of hope and trepidation as she awaited Do-hyuk's response. Lee Yunso found herself in a dark, cavernous space, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and something else. A monstrous, red-eyed bear emerged from the shadows, its growl echoing through the cavern. Its massive form filled the space, radiating menace. Yunso reacted instantly, raising a dark, protective shield just as the bear lunged.
The impact shook her.
The bear's ferocious roar filled the air as its claws scraped against the shield, the sound a terrifying testament to its raw power.
The bear continued its assault, its immense strength threatening to overwhelm Yunso's defenses.
Lee Yunso, already under attack, braced herself against the monstrous bear's onslaught,
the impact of its attack sending her flying backwards.
But she managed to use her protective shield to deflect the worst of the blow. The bear, enraged, lunged again, its massive claws extended. Lee Yunso, already slightly injured, launched herself from a high vantage point, her spear trailing a fiery wake.
The monstrous bear, its maw agape in a ferocious roar, loomed below. She descended swiftly, spear aimed, ready to strike.
The spear connected, a powerful blow that sent the bear reeling back. Yunso, seizing the opportunity, retreated to reassess the situation. Sunmi, witnessing the scene from a distance, made a decision. "Sunmi, let's go help Do-hyuk now," she resolved, setting off to aid her comrade. Sunmi's eyes widened in disbelief, a silent question mark forming above her head, as she witnessed Do-hyuk's perilous situation. He stood with his back turned, seemingly unaware of the monstrous bear's massive paws closing in from behind, the immense claws inches from his body.
A moment of intense suspense hung in the air,
before Do-hyuk suddenly moved, disappearing in a cloud of dust.
Sunmi's expression shifted as she processed the scene. And we were attacking one,
she thought, her voice barely a whisper. The sheer scale of the carnage left her speechless. He defeated this many, she wondered, staring at the fallen bears and Do-hyuk's imposing figure standing amidst the devastation.
Do-hyuk stood amidst the fallen bears, his expression calm despite the carnage. The scene was stark, 3 large bears lay lifeless around him, a testament to his overwhelming strength. The air hung heavy with the scent of blood and the lingering tension of the recent battle. Sunmi, having witnessed Do-hyuk's feat, offered him compensation and gratitude. "In return, I'll be sure to give you compensation and my gratitude," she stated. Do-hyuk, accepting her offer, replied simply, "I will gladly accept them then." Lee Yunso, her expression soft yet knowing, looked at Do-hyuk with a hint of gratitude. Sunmi explained that to help Do-hyuk adjust to their world, they needed to get him new clothes. His current attire was unsuitable. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone called out Do-hyuk's name. A woman with vibrant red hair and intense blue eyes appeared, urgently calling for Park Do-hyuk. Her face a mask of determination as she searched for him. Finally, she found him, waking him up with the news that they had arrived at the boss's room. A woman with vibrant red hair and horns questioned Do-hyuk, her words sharp, "What were you thinking about?" Do-hyuk, appearing flustered, responded to the woman's inquiry, attempting to downplay the situation, "Don't worry about it. It was nothing." The red-haired woman, unconvinced, pressed further, her expression hardening. Meanwhile, a second woman with purple hair and a more subdued demeanor observed the interaction, revealing a piece of information. "That's right. Uni and I have been battling together for a couple of days now, but..." She continued, her gaze fixed on Do-hyuk. "Do-hyuk Appa seems to be changing every time we meet." Her statement hung in the air, leaving a sense of unease and mystery as she uttered a single, questioning word, "Do?" Lee Yunso and Sunmi were in close conversation. Sunmi confirmed something to Yunso, stating, "Yes, that's right." A speech bubble appeared, announcing, "Sunmi worked hard and got to rank C." However, Sunmi expressed some uncertainty, noting that they always question the purpose of the rankings. Do-hyuk appeared, surprised to hear about Sunmi's promotion to rank C. Sunmi explained that she ranked up while Do-hyuk was away. Suggesting a celebratory meal, Sunmi proposed, "Then to celebrate Sunmi's promotion, should we have a meal together?" Do-hyuk agreed, adding, "That sounds good. Do-hyuk will be buying." The scene shifted to Do-hyuk, alone, with a thoughtful expression. Lee Yunso was visible in the background. Do-hyuk, exhibiting a thoughtful expression, silently observed Sunmi. And then, addressing both Sunmi and Yunso, he declared that due to his superior fire resistance, he would serve as the main tank for their upcoming boss fight, strategically instructing them to attack the boss's weakness from behind. The ensuing battle commenced with a fiery intensity. A large, fiery beast emerged. As Do-hyuk bravely faced the creature's onslaught, his resolve unwavering, while Sunmi, concerned, inquired about his well-being. He simply reassured her, stating, "Don't worry." Do-hyuk, his face grim with determination, braced himself, muttering, "Sunfire, it's going to be tough." A blinding flash of light erupted from his body as he unleashed the Sunfire technique, the intense heat pushing back against the monstrous foe. A wave of fire engulfing the creature in a fiery inferno, the impact sending shockwaves through the very ground itself. The intense heat continued to sear the air as the battle raged on. Lee Yunso watched from a distance, her breath catching in her throat as the intense heat from Do-hyuk's attack washed over her. "The heat is so strong that I can't even breathe properly. Will Appa be alright?" she worried, her eyes fixed on the epicenter of the fiery explosion. Yunso's gaze followed the devastating power of Do-hyuk's Sunfire technique, the sheer force of the blast engulfing the monstrous boss in a sea of incandescent flames. Sunmi, witnessing the spectacle from a safer distance, felt a surge of relief and hope. As the fireball, a culmination of Do-hyuk's concentrated power, consumed the creature completely. The aftermath of Do-hyuk's attack was a scene of fiery devastation, as the ground still smoldered from the intense heat of his Sunfire. He had explained that even high fire resistance wouldn't protect against the internal damage. And the monstrous bear, once a formidable opponent, was now reduced to ashes. The intense heat radiated outwards, leaving behind only a lingering smell of burnt fur. Do-hyuk, victorious but clearly exhausted, surveyed the scene. He had acquired 3 items from the defeated Diluc: the Dimensional Stone, Diluc's Nightmare Bracelet,
and something called Aramis's Force Missile, a powerful spell described as superior to normal magic in speed, power, and number.
Lee Yunso and Sungmi watched from a distance, their faces a mixture of relief and awe at the sheer power Du Hyuk had displayed. The bracelet's description indicated a 100% comprehension percentage, a boost to stamina and wisdom, and the ability to absorb negative emotions within a certain radius. The implications of this new power were vast. Du Hyuk, having acquired new abilities, faced a fiery, lion-like creature. He muttered, "Let's try out its effectiveness." He launched a swift attack, but the beast countered with a fiery blast, forcing him to raise a newly acquired shield for protection. The intense heat seared the air as the creature unleashed a torrent of flames. Sungmi, watching from a distance, smirked, anticipating the outcome. Du Hyuk, however, met the fiery onslaught with a powerful counterattack, a surge of energy erupting from his body. The resulting explosion was blinding, leaving behind only the aftermath of a decisive victory for Du Hyuk. Sungmi, acting as a shield, braced herself against a powerful energy blast emanating from Diluc. As Du Hyuk, observing her unwavering defense, praised her tanking skills.
"Sungmi, nice tanking," he exclaimed. The intense energy continued to surge, creating a fiery explosion. As Diluc's attack was met with a counterattack, resulting in a powerful clash of energy. The resulting impact shattered the surrounding area, leaving behind a glowing purple crystal, which Du Hyuk then acquired. Sungmi, slightly apologetic, stated, "Sorry, guys.
I couldn't finish it. I think it needs a bit more."
Du Hyuk, despite his exhaustion, declared, "That's okay, I'll finish it."
His resolve hardened, a fierce determination etched on his face.
He channeled his remaining energy, unleashing his force missile.
A wave of concentrated energy erupted.
The powerful blast tore through the battlefield,
engulfing Diluc's monstrous bear companion in a blinding flash, leaving behind only scattered debris.
Du Hyuk stood, victorious but weary, a new crystal materializing in his hand.
Lee Yunso adjusted her blouse, a subtle gesture betraying her inner excitement.
A silent reflection of the momentous events that had just transpired. The tension in the air was palpable, the aftermath of Du Hyuk's victory still hung heavy. Sungmi, standing nearby, murmured to herself, "I think I'm done getting ready." Her words hinted at a sense of relief and perhaps a touch of self-reproach for her earlier anxieties. Yunso's gaze lingered on her own reflection, her expression a mixture of awe and relief. The battle's conclusion had left her breathless. After the defeat of the boss, Sungmi stood amidst the rubble, her expression serious and focused. The battle's intensity had left its mark. The aftermath of the battle unfolded before Lee Yunso, who stood awestruck and relieved amidst the rubble. Du Hyuk knelt nearby, his form weary but triumphant, a new crystal clutched in his hand. Sungmi, slightly apologetic, reflected on her role in the conflict. As Du Hyuk called out to Sungmi, requesting her presence for a moment. Sungmi, responding to Yunso's inquiry, revealed her intention to forego the upcoming C-rank celebration. Yunso, surprised, questioned Sungmi's decision.
Sungmi simply responded with a curt "yeah,"
before explaining that she would be spending time with Du Hyuk, suggesting they should go on a date.
Sungmi's eyes widened, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she processed the unexpected question, "D-date?" Observing Sungmi's reaction, Lee Yunso offered an insightful comment, "After seeing your reaction, I can tell you two have never met alone outside of a dungeon before." Sungmi, a slight smirk playing on her lips, simply replied, "Yes."
Lee Yunso, with a knowing smile, gave Sungmi some encouraging advice, "So, you should go and tell him the things you never got to before and enjoy your time." As the scene shifted, Sungmi's expression turned serious. She declared, "Next time, I won't be so considerate."
A brief moment of silence passed before Sungmi offered a final, grateful statement, "Yes, thank you."
Lee Yunso smiled warmly, her expression both encouraging and supportive.
As Sungmi, her face thoughtful, considered her friend's advice.
a determination hardening in her eyes as she resolved to make the most of this opportunity. This is a chance that Yu Hui Uni made possible, she thought, a quiet resolve settling within her. I will definitely try my best, she affirmed silently. The scene shifted to Park Do-hyuk's house, a modern building visible in the background, a van parked neatly in front. Alex, a sea-level mercenary within the International Awakened Organization Guardians, questioned the value of pursuing Park Do-hyuk. His partner, Peter, assured him that the master himself had expressed interest in Do-hyuk, and that securing Do-hyuk would result in a generous reward from their master. Alex, contemplating their current status as sea-level mercenaries, agreed that securing Do-hyuk was a necessary step for advancement within the Guardians. Unlike other awakened organizations, such as the World Awakened Organization WBI, a certain group existed solely for their own gain. They did not differentiate between good and evil. If a client requested evil deeds, they would comply. And if the client desired good deeds, they would perform those as well. Their highest value was money. A man's voice, off-panel, stated a fact: Park Do-hyuk remained a deranker. Park Do-hyuk himself was shown driving a vehicle through a city. Two other individuals, observing from another car, exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Park Do-hyuk's distinctive armored vehicle. They decided against a direct assault on his heavily fortified home, opting instead for a more strategic approach, planning to ambush him when he was outside of his secure residence. One of the observers suggested an alternative plan: to strike when Park Do-hyuk was engaged within a dungeon or other building. Park Do-hyuk, seemingly unconcerned, checked his phone while standing near the entrance of the XX Mall. Meanwhile, Unnamed Observer 1 relayed information to Unnamed Observer 2. Two operatives were positioned on the second floor. One on the escalator, and one more on the first floor, completing their surveillance perimeter. Park Do-hyuk, however, was already aware of the surveillance. He had noticed a suspicious van following him since he left his house. Park Do-hyuk, already aware of being followed, narrowed his eyes, a question forming in his mind: are these the people Choi Dae-ho was telling me about? Meanwhile, Unnamed Observer 1, monitoring Do-hyuk from a distance, relayed information to Unnamed Observer 2, expressing concern: it's sad that Sung-mi got wrapped up with this. Sung-mi, having arrived at the meeting location, contacted Do-hyuk. Do-hyuk appa, I'm here. Do-hyuk responded, hello Sung-mi, come on over here. Sung-mi, appearing slightly flustered, apologized for her tardiness. Sorry I'm late. I tried to rush as much as I could but... The panel shifts to focus on Sung-mi's legs and shoes, emphasizing her hurried arrival. Do-hyuk smiled warmly at Sung-mi's arrival. Sung-mi, slightly flustered but relieved to have finally arrived, confessed, I'm glad. I was nervous because it's our first time meeting for personal reasons. She then asked Park Do-hyuk, shall we go, to which he simply replied, yes. The two then held hands, a tender moment signifying the start of their personal meeting. As they walked into a building, passing by a shop called Draw Shop. Meanwhile, Unnamed Observer 1, clearly impatient, voiced his frustration to Unnamed Observer 2, I didn't come here to watch them flirt. Let's give him some time to enjoy himself before he dies. We're jumping on him the moment we see an opening. Sung-mi, having checked a text message, anxiously asked Park Do-hyuk, Do-hyuk appa, I checked the text, what do we do now? Park Do-hyuk, holding Sung-mi's hand, responded, first, we need to find an area where there aren't a lot of people. That way, we can cut off their escape route. Sung-mi, still holding his hand, inquired, then, how will you lure them? Park Do-hyuk, continuing to lead Sung-mi by the hand, suggested, let's go this way first. As Unnamed Observer 1, watching from afar, noted, the bastard is headed towards the emergency stairs. Suddenly, Sung-mi was startled by a loud noise, causing her to flinch. Park Do-hyuk found himself cornered, two figures closing in quickly. He braced himself, a surge of dark energy enveloping him as he prepared to counterattack. The dark energy pulsed, and he launched himself forward, meeting his attackers head-on. Park Do-hyuk, engaged in combat, unleashed a wave of dark energy, easily dispatching his two attackers. He declared them insignificant, stating, they were nothing. The defeated foes lay on the ground, incapacitated. A sudden, powerful energy surge erupted nearby, causing Park Do-hyuk to react defensively.
He observed the phenomenon with a look of confusion and suspicion, questioning, "What is this? It's a fake?" A strange sound caught his attention, prompting him to ask, "Huh? What is it? What's that sound? Bran?"
Park Do-hyuk urgently called out, "Bran, respond." The panel shows an arm lying on the ground, suggesting a fallen opponent. Do-hyuk, assessing the situation, warned, "Shit, the bastard is still near this area. Everyone, be careful." He continued, instructing his team to be cautious of your surroundings. Do-hyuk's face showed a grimace of exertion and determination. A surge of energy, labeled lightning bolt, crackled around him. Park Do-hyuk, sensing an imminent threat, activated a new ability, a surge of energy emanating from him. The energy pulsed outwards, creating a bright, blinding flash, leaving behind a trail of shimmering energy as he moved swiftly through the city streets. He stood amidst the lingering smoke, his expression grim, having successfully escaped the immediate danger. A purple energy enveloped him, a different power than before, propelling him forward as he evaded his pursuers, the word escaping, appearing above him. Park Do-hyuk, having just escaped his pursuers, muttered, "It's okay." A thought echoed in his mind, the plan was perfect. But then, a wave of confusion washed over him as he questioned, why did this happen? Suddenly, a powerful energy surged from Do-hyuk, propelling him forward. The force of his new abilities manifested as a powerful energy blast, leaving his opponent stunned as he questioned, just who was I messing with? Park Do-hyuk, still reeling from his recent ordeal, stood alongside Sungmi as a powerful energy surge erupted around them, leaving them unharmed but visibly shaken. Do-hyuk's expression shifted to one of quiet satisfaction as he subtly assessed his surroundings. A faint image of a powerful, pink mech flickered in Do-hyuk's mind, followed by the name Irene. The vision solidified, revealing a detailed image of the mech, its design both elegant and imposing. This was clearly a powerful new ability. Several figures in dark suits cautiously investigated a restricted area, marked by keep-out tape. They examined a large, cloth-covered object on the ground. Sungmi questioned Do-hyuk, revealing that the awakened individuals they had encountered were mercenaries working for the Guardians organization. Do-hyuk's companion expressed surprise, clarifying that the Guardians were known for taking any job for money. Sungmi confirmed that while not officially tasked at an executive level, these mercenaries were registered as such in official documents. The focus shifted to the mysterious object of their pursuit, which was revealed to be Do-hyuk's scroll-based skill rewriting abilities. Sungmi explained the reason for the increased scrutiny surrounding Do-hyuk's scroll rewriting abilities, because certain scroll prices are increasing. Do-hyuk, now aware of the Guardians' interest, stated, "Guardians, so I'm the target for those annoying bastards. Everything has been taken care of now." Do-hyuk and Sungmi walked together, their expressions serious. Sungmi's companion expressed confusion, "Huh? What do you mean going out, that's?" Do-hyuk's companion questioned Sungmi's honesty, "Ma Sungmi's face is terrible at lying. What do you have to say, Park Do-hyuk?" Do-hyuk and Sungmi offered a fabricated explanation, "We came out to celebrate Sungmi reaching C rank." Sungmi, a smirk playing on her lips, declared, "Ah, I see. I thought so." The scene shifts to show Sungmi and Park Do-hyuk, seemingly unconcerned, walking away from two observers. She continued, explaining to the observers, "Then I was holding you two back from eating your meals." With a dismissive wave, Sungmi added, "Enjoy your food." Do-hyuk and Sungmi walked away, leaving the observers behind. Sungmi glanced back at Do-hyuk with a thoughtful expression. Alone, Sungmi reflected, "That look just now." Sungmi, her expression unreadable, posed a question to her unseen companion, "Is there a chance that Lee Yun-so is also involved?" Night fell over the city. A tall, modern building stood silhouetted against the dark sky. Park Do-hyuk returned to his apartment building. He announced his arrival with a simple, "I'm back." He entered, only to be immediately assaulted by a small, white cat that leaped from an unseen location, striking him in the face. The impact sending him sprawling across the polished floor. Park Do-hyuk arrived home, surprised to find a small, white cat with glowing red eyes. He exclaimed, "What the? A cat!" The cat, seemingly sentient, responded with a playful smirk. Do-hyuk's unseen companion scolded the cat, saying, "Hey Rukini! Didn't I just tell you not to go wherever you want?" Sungmi appeared, peering from behind a door, and asked Do-hyuk, "Haze? Is this your cat?" Rukini, the cat, seemed to sense Sungmi's presence and ran towards her. Sungmi, delighted, called out, "You've come back? Rukini, come here." Do-hyuk watched them, a look of mild confusion on his face, simply stating, "Oh." Sungmi approached Do-hyuk, a faint blue magical aura swirling around her hands as she walked. Sungmi introduced her cat, Rukini, to Do-hyuk, explaining that she had tamed the creature when she was younger. Do-hyuk, intrigued by the taming skill, found it quite interesting. Sungmi explained that after resting and recovering her magic power, she was able to recall the skill. Do-hyuk inquired about Sungmi's well-being during his absence. Sungmi confirmed that she had rested well and even used the internet to study, while also commenting on the quality of the food. Sungmi then asked Do-hyuk if she was bothering him. Do-hyuk responded that she could treat him normally. The panel ended with Sungmi looking slightly hazy. Park Do-hyuk, having learned of Sungmi's abilities, decided to address her more informally from now on. And, with tasks still pending, excused himself to return to his workroom, bidding Sungmi good night. As Do-hyuk departed, Sungmi softly echoed his farewell. But Do-hyuk's attention was immediately caught by an unusual blue light emanating from the workroom. Intrigued and concerned, he approached cautiously. Discovering a device displaying a completed translation, a development that left him both surprised and perplexed. A device displayed a message, "Translation is complete. Will you confirm?" Park Do-hyuk, contemplating the message, wondered aloud, could it be that there has been a book in it ever since I got it? A brilliant blue light emanated from the device as a book materialized on the table before him. The book floating in mid-air, bathed in the ethereal glow. A system message appeared, "User Park DOHYUK has received the blueprint for ArcMet gun." Another message followed, "You received a fast completion reward, ArcMet's fighting spirit. Plus number of ArcMet gun creation possible 1/3. A third message, "You received a fast completion reward, ArcMet's tenacity. Plus magic bullets, rounds creation possible." A system message appeared before Park Do-hyuk, presenting him with the option to create the ArcMet gun. The message indicated a maximum quantity of 3, and he was informed that the maximum quantity had been increased as a reward. He considered the proposition, internally questioning whether he should create one. Park Do-hyuk then checked the requirements for crafting the ArcMet gun. The system displayed that he needed a certain amount of magic power, as well as specific materials, high-grade dimensional stones, red troll leather, a goblin king's tooth, and magic-coated iron. He reviewed the list of required materials, noting the quantities needed for each item, and then confirmed that he possessed all the necessary components to create the ArcMet gun. A system interface displays the requirements for crafting the ArcMet gun: 25,000 magic power, 50 high-grade dimensional stones, 2 red troll leathers, 5 goblin king's teeth, and 10 units of magic-coated iron. All requirements are met. The creation of the ArcMet gun begins. The progress bar shows 0/100%. Park Do-hyuk shivered slightly, a subtle sign of discomfort as he continued his work. He muttered, "BRR. Cold." His hand moved steadily across the page, writing in Korean. The text details Haze's determination to find the dark magician who caused her brother's death and exact revenge, vowing never to cry until that day arrives. The narration continues, explaining Haze's adaptation to her new life after losing her brother, Arden's the Dark Prince, and how her cat, Rukini, helped her cope with the loneliness and sadness. A final thought is presented. Let's finish Arden's side of the story. It hurts my heart, but it is rightful that Arden's dies. Instead of killing her,
Park Do-hyuk chose to empower Haze, strengthening her abilities. Haze's desperate prayer for vengeance touched Do-hyuk deeply, resulting in an unexpected awakening within her.
Park Do-hyuk completed his work, declaring it finished.
A mysterious figure appeared, prompting the question, who is it?
A monstrous, golem-like creature loomed, its glowing red eyes fixed on Park Do-hyuk.
Identified as a B-rank boss monster, the Rock Golem, Do-hyuk stood poised, ready for battle.
A surge of energy erupted from Do-hyuk, a brilliant blue light engulfing him as he channeled his enhanced abilities. He summoned his Archmet gun, the weapon glowing with power, ready to engage the colossal rock golem. The Archmet gun unleashed a devastating attack, its energy beam striking the golem with immense force.
Park Do-hyuk, confident in his abilities, aimed the Archmet gun at the rock golem
and unleashed a powerful blast of energy.
The concentrated beam of energy streaking across the battlefield,
making direct impact with the golem, resulting in a massive explosion.
The force of the blast sent Do-hyuk reeling backward,
but he managed to stabilize himself amidst the chaos of the explosion.
The aftermath of Park Do-hyuk's attack on the rock golem was a blinding flash of light and energy, a wave of concussive force radiating outwards, revealing an explanatory text box detailing the move's mechanics, a technique practiced by Mechanic Level 21, incorporating reinforced Akron and Irene's attack.
Do-hyuk, assessing the damage, muttered to himself that the attack wasn't enough to pierce the defenses of a B+ rank opponent.
He then calmly stated, "Well, it's okay."
This seemingly nonchalant remark was followed by a surge of determination. He realized that this meant he could finally test the Archmet gun. The Archmet gun, a weapon of legendary grade, glowed with an intense red and blue energy. Its design was sleek and futuristic, hinting at immense power. A detailed description of its capabilities appeared before Park Do-hyuk's eyes. It could not be mixed with other weaponry. Dimensional energy automatically charged it, though high-grade dimensional stones could rapidly increase its capacity. It offered special options for magic rounds conversion. All damage dealt would occur in magic damage. Physical rounds conversion. All damage dealt would occur in physical damage. Accurate aim, allowing shots at targeted locations, and magic transfer, allowing the addition of one's own magic to increase firepower.
A blinding flash of light erupted,
the intense energy momentarily obscuring the scene, before revealing a colossal, stone golem, its red eyes glowing menacingly. Park Do-hyuk, assessing the situation, muttered to himself, "I guess it's not enough to get through the defense of a B+ rank." He stood resolute, a faint electrical charge crackling around his arm, preparing for his next move.
Park Do-hyuk, determined to test his capabilities, grinned. "'Cause that means I can test out this guy." The Archmet gun, a legendary weapon, glowed with an intense red and blue energy.
Its specifications were displayed, capable of mixing with other weaponry, automatically charging with dimensional energy, and having a max capacity of 20 high-grade dimensional stones. Special options included magic rounds conversion, accurate aim, and magic transfer, allowing the user to enhance its firepower with their own magic.
Do-hyuk gripped the Archmet gun, readying himself.
He prepared to insert the high-grade dimensional stones, a necessary step for charging the weapon. With the stones inserted, a system message confirmed, "Dimensional energy has been fully charged." Park Do-hyuk, channeling all of his magic, prepared for battle. A colossal, shadowy figure emerged from the depths, its eyes glowing menacingly red. The creature unleashed a powerful punch,
sending Do-hyuk flying through the air
and crashing into the ground. Do-hyuk, despite the impact, braced himself, his Archmet gun glowing with energy. Park Do-hyuk, battered but resolute, braced himself against a powerful energy blast,
the force of the attack leaving visible marks on his body.
He steadied himself, his gaze fixed on his Archmet gun,
readying the weapon for a counterattack.
His expression hardened with grim determination. He carefully aimed the Archmet gun, the targeting system activating, overlaying a reticle onto his target. The system confirmed a lock, displaying the message incomplete. However, a warning flashed across his interface, "Warning.
Magic power has gone down to below 10.
Park Do-hyuk, despite his critically low magic power, braced himself and fired the Arcmet gun. The weapon roared to life, a surge of crimson energy illuminating the scene, and unleashed a devastating blast of raw power that tore through the air. The projectile streaked towards its target with blinding speed, leaving a trail of incandescent energy in its wake. The intense energy of the blast continued to expand, creating a blinding flash of light. A wave of intense golden energy erupted from Park Do-hyuk's Arcmet gun, the force of the blast obliterating the surrounding landscape. The sheer power capable of instantly eliminating a B-rank boss monster. Park Do-hyuk stood before the remnants of the defeated creature, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and awe. He contemplated the immense power he had just unleashed, questioning if this was truly the peak of his capabilities. A system message appeared, confirming his completion of the C-rank quest. Park Do-hyuk reviewed a special spell called Immortal on his screen. The spell description indicated that if his health dropped below 1, the blessing of the angels would restore his health and magic power, heal all injuries, and cancel all abnormalities. After use, the spell's name would change to Mortal, and its effects would also change. He mused that this skill would allow him to hunt more safely, and that it might be helpful, prompting him to visit the DNF homepage. A search for information on Hayes yielded no results, only a few fragmented skill descriptions remained. Park Do-hyuk, considering the lack of information, concluded that it would be more effective to contact the developers directly to learn more about the story. He decided to ask Taepon for the relevant research data, reaching for his phone to make the request. 5 days later, Park Do-hyuk arrived at a house. A gloved hand, emanating a purplish aura, is shown. The aura pulses with energy. 2 cloaked figures, their faces obscured, stand in a dimly lit room. One of them observes the glowing hand and states, after looking through the memories, "I don't think it has been that long since being taken away." The other figure responds, "Someone is 1 step ahead of us." He continues, "Probably someone who does covert investigations like us." One of the figures suggests, "Then let's return and report what we found." The other figure, seemingly frustrated, mutters, "Damn." 2 figures walk down a street, their footsteps echoing softly on the pavement. One of them asked, "So you're telling me it's here?" The other replied, confirming, "This is where the guy who wrote the Deaf story lives." He explained, "This writer doesn't have any international activities, so I had to contact a Deaf developer team member to find out." The first figure expressed gratitude, "Thanks for your work. And when I came here, the lights were off, and the door was open, but I didn't go inside." The second reassured him, "That's okay, I wouldn't want anything to happen to you." A gloved hand carefully manipulated a small, intricate device. As Hayes, cloaked in shadow, instructed a companion to hide. "Coming. Let's hide in the dark for now." Hayes responded, "Got it." Hayes moved deeper into the darkness, a faint purple aura emanating from their form, and announced their intention to proceed alone. "I'll go in first." Park Do-hyuk, waiting outside, was warned of the potential danger. "It might be dangerous, so wait for me outside." He replied, "Okay." Do-hyuk activated his protective armor, a cyan hexagonal pattern materializing around his body. The word armor appeared in a caption. Inside the building, Hayes manipulated a faint blue energy emanating from his fingertips. The energy coalesced into glowing orbs, floating above a stack of papers. Hayes's expression shifted to one of surprise and disbelief as he examined the papers more closely. His internal monologue reflected his astonishment. Could this be? The papers, scattered on the floor, seemed to hold a significant revelation, causing Hayes to question the narrative he knew. His thoughts trailed off as he pondered the implications of the documents. How is the story about? Hayes examined the documents, his brow furrowed in concentration. He muttered to himself, "That's not even on the homepage here." The text detailed a story of loss, of a dark blood brother, and of a Prince Arcanese adapting to a new environment. Hayes realized the story matched one he had previously heard. He held the paper, a thoughtful expression on his face. A question formed in his mind:
Could Han Ji-ram's story have become reality?
The panel showed a flashback sequence, Han Ji-ram, looking distressed, in a dimly lit location, then, a shadowy figure, possibly a threat, lurking nearby.
Hayes' contemplation continued, culminating in a single, pressing thought: who exactly is Han Ji-ram? A young man, seemingly Han Ji-ram, is shown in a flashback, a purple energy emanating from his body. The energy intensifies, taking on a blade-like form. A shadowy figure lunges, aiming a glowing blade at Han Ji-ram's neck. The attacker questions, "The special blade that I ordered doesn't go through?" The attacker's blade is stopped just short of Han Ji-ram's skin. Han Ji-ram's eyes widen, a look of shock and defiance on his face.
A young man, seemingly a student, knelt, his hand glowing with a bright blue energy. He unleashed a blast of energy, a magic missile, towards a cloaked figure. The missile streaked across the room, impacting the cloaked figure.
The cloaked figure, agile and quick, evaded the attack and moved to escape.
They shouted, "Let's get out of here," as they vanished into the shadows.
Park Do-hyuk, hearing a commotion, paused on the stairs, questioning, "What is that sound?"
Park Do-hyuk, alerted by a sudden commotion, witnessed a shadowy figure moving erratically. A surge of blue energy enveloped him as he reacted instinctively, propelling him forward with surprising speed. His expression hardened with determination. He shouted to someone named Taepon, instructing him to wait and not follow. As he launched himself further into the heart of the disturbance, a figure in dark clothing appeared, shouting at him to stop running. Park Do-hyuk, while patrolling, noticed a disturbance. He felt a surge of unease
and saw a cloaked figure emanating a dark, ominous aura, threatening to kill someone.
The figure's words were chilling: "Die." Park Do-hyuk reacted instantly, his enhanced speed propelling him into action, moving with impossible speed to confront the threat. His expression was one of grim determination. Park Do-hyuk, moving at incredible speed, intercepted a violent attack. He shouted, "Stop!" The attacker, cloaked in shadow, unleashed a dark energy blast. Do-hyuk's expression shifted to one of surprise. The attacker, a mysterious figure in a red hooded cloak, focused their power, their eyes glowing menacingly. Do-hyuk, reacting instantly, vanished in a burst of speed, leaving only a trail of motion blur. He reappeared, a determined look on his face, ready to confront the mysterious assailant. A powerful energy attack erupted, a swirling vortex of crimson and black, the force of the blast radiating outwards in destructive waves. Park Do-hyuk, however, reacted instantly, his enhanced speed allowing him to evade the attack with ease. He wondered, "This skill, what power is it?" A purple, crystalline object materialized before him, glowing with an otherworldly light. System messages appeared, attempting to weaken the mind.
Desmond Necklace successfully blocked the attempt to weaken the mind and attempting to weaken the body. Desmond Necklace successfully blocked the attempt to weaken the body. The purple energy intensified, its power growing exponentially.
Park Do-hyuk stood amidst a city street, a surge of purple energy emanating from him, the energy expanding outward in a powerful wave.
Two cloaked figures launched a coordinated energy attack. But the attack was deflected, impacting the attackers themselves. One exclaimed, "What are you doing?" The attacker explained, "My skill didn't work.
It deflected towards me."
The attackers, realizing the futility of further attacks, decided to retreat. One stated, "I guess there's nothing left to do. Come on, we need to leave this place."
A cloaked figure launched a powerful energy blast at another cloaked individual, the force of the attack creating a bright, blinding flash, which momentarily obscured the scene, leaving only a lingering white energy cloud in its wake. The second figure, having seemingly absorbed the attack, was left standing amidst the debris of the blast. A look of grim determination etched on their face. A hooded figure observes Park Do-hyuk from a distance, muttering, "He is strong."
The figure reveals a glowing purple dagger, its eyes gleaming with determination.
The figure prepares to attack, a grim expression on their face.
readying their weapon for a decisive strike. The figure declares, "I have no choice,"
and unleashes a powerful energy blast from the dagger towards Park Do-hyuk. A powerful energy attack explodes outwards, purple energy ripping through the ground.
The force of the blast sending shockwaves through the air.
Park Do-hyuk, the target of the attack, is caught in the epicenter, bracing for impact. A mysterious figure observes, muttering, to think that they would even kill their comrade just to get rid of any traces. Suddenly, another figure appears, shouting, "Stop right there." The new figure unleashes a rapid barrage of energy blasts, streaks of blue light hurtling towards the mysterious figure. Immediately after the battle concluded, Taepong, having gathered 4 documents, relayed 3 crucial instructions to Park Do-hyuk. The first 2 of which involved contacting the author of the documents by any means necessary. And the third, to question anyone who had been a close friend or colleague of the author, excluding the 2 documents pertaining to Hayes.
One document detailed the contract between the Dark Magician, Vendela, and Diluc, while the other recounted the tale of Belhard and the dimensional crack. The great wizard Belhard dedicated 30 years to investigating the dimensional crack. His research into the Gozio, ancient scripture, yielded only an explanation for the disappearance of Arkans and Hayes after the Desmond Kingdom's fall. Despite the kingdom's destruction, some structures remained, leading Belhard to theorize a large-scale earthquake. However, he believed the earthquake wasn't the cause of the destruction and disappearances, but rather a dimensional crack that transported the siblings to another world. Park Do-hyuk pondered Han Ji-aram's whereabouts after writing such a novel. Sungmi offered Do-hyuk a glass of water,
and then revealed she had a story to tell him. Park Do-hyuk, curious about Han Ji-aram's absence, questioned Sungmi's earlier comment about having a story to tell. Sungmi explained that a couple of hours before Do-hyuk's return, she received a sudden, unexpected message from an awakened system. Do-hyuk, reading a document, noted that Hayes' unexpected physical change, described as an awakening, mirrored events in a novel. Sungmi continued, mentioning that the awakened system had only recently appeared to her, yet felt strangely familiar. She further explained that the system message seemed adapted for her, written in the Desmond Kingdom language. Do-hyuk, intrigued, prompted Sungmi to continue her explanation. Sungmi explained that her Rukini, a summon creature, had undergone a transformation. It was now permanently bound to her and no longer drained her mana. Park Do-hyuk listened intently, expressing his excitement at the news. He contrasted Sungmi's reaction to his own, noting that he was far less surprised.
The scene shifted to show Sungmi and Park Do-hyuk sitting in a luxurious apartment.
The setting underscored the advanced technology and resources available to them. Sungmi continued, comparing her current situation to previous, more significant events, such as traveling to another dimension. A wide shot revealed the apartment's location high in a skyscraper, overlooking a sprawling cityscape at night. Suddenly, a system message appeared, revealing that Park Do-hyuk was in possession of 4-dimensional fragments.
Sungmi's system displayed a message: the fragments are resonating wavelengths and creating a small crack.
A surge of energy emanated from Park Do-hyuk, causing a visible electrical discharge around him and Sungmi. The system then announced, "Dungeon, Desmond. A door has been opened." Another system message appeared, specifying that only Park Do-hyuk and Hayes could enter the newly opened Desmond dungeon.
Sungmi and Park Do-hyuk, both viewing the same message, exchanged questioning glances.
Sungmi confirmed the dungeon's name was Desmond, suggesting a connection to the Desmond Kingdom. Hayes, a young woman with light blue hair and striking green eyes, looked determined, a small white cat perched on her shoulder. Her expression hardened as she considered the implications of the recent system messages.
Park Do-hyuk, concerned for her safety, voiced his apprehension.
He pointed out the inherent dangers of her plan, given that she had only recently awakened.
Hayes acknowledged the risks but remained resolute in her decision to proceed.
She explained that despite the danger, she needed to gather information about the Desmond Kingdom.
Her gaze remained fixed, her resolve unwavering.
Do-hyuk, understanding her determination, stood silently beside her, his expression a mixture of concern and respect.
Park Do-hyuk, despite his reservations, revealed his internal conflict.
He didn't want to miss out on the opportunity presented by the Desmond Dungeon, especially given its potential for significant experience gains and its connection to Hayes, whom he had recently rescued.
He posed the question to Hayes, then, shall we go? Hayes, resolute in her decision, responded with a simple, affirmative, yes.
The pair stood before a shimmering portal, ready to enter the Desmond Dungeon. The scene shifted to a wide shot, showcasing the desolate, ruined cityscape surrounding the dungeon entrance.
A dark, ominous atmosphere permeated the area.
As the portal pulsed with an intense, crimson light, signaling the imminent entrance of Hayes and Park Do-hyuk into the dungeon's depths.
The final panel focused on Park Do-hyuk's determined expression, his eyes narrowed in anticipation of the challenges that lay ahead. Hayes and Park Do-hyuk, having just entered the Desmond Dungeon, found themselves in a sudden, violent confrontation. The scene shifting to reveal the desolate, ruined landscape of the Desmond Kingdom's capital city.
A vast expanse of crumbling architecture stretching as far as the eye could see. Park Do-hyuk, gazing at the ruins, remarked that this was the last place he remembered seeing before his escape.
While Hayes, focused on the precarious landing, wondered aloud if she could land safely.
Hayes, accompanied by her familiar, Rukini, entered a dungeon.
Rukini cried out in alarm.
As Hayes, propelled by a burst of energy, launched herself forward, narrowly avoiding an unseen threat. Park Do-hyuk, observing the scene, warned Hayes that they were in a dungeon and needed to be cautious.
Hayes, heeding the warning, proceeded cautiously.
Her foot impacting the ground with a resounding thud as she navigated the treacherous terrain. Suddenly, ghostly hands erupted from the ground, attempting to ensnare her. Hayes, accompanied by her familiar, stood defiantly in the Desmond Dungeon. As shadowy, clawed hands erupted from the ground, attempting to ensnare her. Surrounding her with a horde of grotesque, red-eyed creatures. And Hayes braced herself for battle. Approaching a dark, ominous location, Hayes' companion cautioned, "Hayes, this place is a dungeon, so let's be careful."
Hayes responded calmly, "Yes, don't worry."
Suddenly, the ground beneath Hayes cracked as a horde of monstrous hands erupted from the earth, surrounding her from all sides. Despite the terrifying sight, Hayes remained composed, a small, white cat appearing beside her. From the ground, monstrous claws erupted, grasping at Hayes' legs. A horde of shadowy figures with glowing red eyes swarmed the street,
surrounding Hayes, who remained calm amidst the terrifying display.
Park Do-hyuk arrived, joining Hayes in facing the monstrous horde. Hayes, calm and prepared, effortlessly dodged a swift attack from a shadowy monster, her movements fluid and precise. A small, fox-like creature perched on her shoulder. Her expression, however, showed a hint of concern as she surveyed the approaching horde.
A large group of monsters emerged from the shadows, their forms indistinct but menacing.
Their collective power creating a palpable sense of dread. Hayes unleashed a wave of energy, a brilliant blue light erupting from her hands. The force of the blast sending the monsters reeling back, momentarily stunned. Hayes, calm yet apprehensive, found herself clinging precariously to a colossal mech as it hurtled through a blinding energy surge. The intense light momentarily obscuring her vision. The sheer power of the blast was evident in the chaotic energy trails left in its wake. A wave of searing heat washing over her as the mech continued its rapid descent. She braced herself for impact,
landing heavily but safely within the mech's protective shell.
The energy subsided, revealing a scene of devastation.
A mech, seemingly unscathed, stood amidst a field of vanquished monsters. The battle, for now, was won. The mech's visor glowed, its internal systems humming with residual energy.
Hayes, piloting her mech, unleashed a powerful blast of energy. The force of the explosion obliterating a wave of monsters in a brilliant flash of light. The recoil from the blast sent a shockwave through the mech, causing Hayes to gasp.
A wave of exhaustion washing over her as she clutched at her chest.
Having repelled the immediate threat, Hayes, along with Park Do-hyuk and another individual, surveyed the aftermath.
"There's so many," Hayes muttered, still catching her breath.
The sheer number of fallen ghouls was staggering.
It took a lot to kill those ghouls, she reflected, the weight of the battle settling upon her. Hayes, still catching her breath after the intense battle, observed the aftermath with Park Do-hyuk.
He commented that the monsters they faced were stronger than usual. A statement Hayes seemed to agree with, as she demonstrated a surge of energy emanating from her body.
Do-hyuk then explained that defeating monsters not only clears immediate threats but also strengthens the fighters, allowing them to tackle even more powerful foes.
Before continuing with that topic, however, Do-hyuk paused, indicating he had something else to tell Hayes, leaving Hayes with a look of anticipation and slight apprehension.
Later, as they walked away from the battle zone, Do-hyuk denied having romantic feelings for Hayes. Hayes gazed at the cityscape, remarking that it didn't feel like home.
A faint blue energy emanating from her hand as she spoke. Do-hyuk explained that the constant struggle against monsters, even in death, served as a stepping stone for their growth. Hayes and Do-hyuk stood together, bathed in a soft blue light, a shared experience connecting them.
Do-hyuk, reflecting on their shared battles, stated that with each monster's death, their experience increases. Hayes, questioning the implications, asked if this accumulating experience translates into increased strength for them as well. Do-hyuk confirmed Hayes' suspicions. He, too, was awakened. The term awakened appeared on screen, emphasizing the shared state.
Hayes' eyes narrowed, her gaze intense as she processed this new information. A thought bubble appeared above Hayes' head, containing the words, "Give unto them a peaceful rest." Her expression hardened, reflecting a newfound resolve. Several shadowy figures lay strewn across the opulent floor of a grand hall, their forms indistinct in the dim light.
As Hayes and Do-hyuk moved swiftly through the space, their movements fluid and precise.
They navigated the fallen figures with practiced ease, avoiding contact as they focused on the approaching threat. A group of similar shadowy figures, radiating a faint purple aura, advanced on them. Hayes, her eyes narrowed in concentration, pointed towards a group of approaching figures.
"Over there," she stated, "it's a mob of." Hayes and Park Do-hyuk, facing an imminent threat, prepared for battle.
"I will also fight this time," Hayes declared, her resolve firm.
Do-hyuk, questioning her readiness, asked, "Do you think you can do it?" Hayes, exhibiting newfound confidence, responded, "I've leveled up enough. I can't be doing nothing forever." Do-hyuk, observing her determination, offered tactical advice, "Watch your plan, so go ahead and try fighting." Hayes, channeling her power, unleashed a surge of energy, a bright blue aura enveloping her. A powerful magical energy emanated from her.
The magical energy coalesced into a complex, swirling glyph, a symbol of immense power. She was ready to fight. With a final burst of energy, Hayes unleashed her spell, shouting life, Sugart, as the magical energy surged forward. Hayes, brimming with confidence, channeled her magical energy, summoning 2 spectral wolves, one white, one black, each radiating an ethereal glow. The white wolf, a creature of immense power, snarled, its eyes burning with an intense red light.
As spectral wolves lunged forward, their forms blurring into streaks of light as they charged into the fray. The white wolf's speed was unmatched, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. The black wolf, equally swift and deadly, followed close behind, its dark form a stark contrast to its counterpart. The combined assault of the spectral wolves proved devastating, shattering the enemy's formations and sending them sprawling across the battlefield. Hayes' spectral wolves lunged, their ethereal forms a blur of motion as they tore through the enemy ranks, sending a wave of shadowy energy rippling outwards, leaving behind a trail of destruction and stunned opponents. Park Do-hyuk, observing the scene, murmured to himself, "The summoner's magic works great together?"
A system message appeared, indicating Park Do-hyuk's level up to wizard level 47.
A chilling accusation echoed in the air, "Were you the one who set fire to their home and killed the blessed citizens?"
A blinding flash of light erupted from Hayes, the air crackling with raw magical energy. The intensity building as 2 spectral wolves materialized, their eyes glowing with an ethereal luminescence. Park Do-hyuk, watching from a distance, narrowed his eyes, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension as the wolves lunged forward. The spectral wolves, summoned by Hayes, tore through the battlefield with supernatural speed. Leaving a trail of vanquished foes in their wake, their power was undeniable. Hayes, satisfied with the display of her power, watched with a cold, calculating gaze as the battle concluded.
Hayes's eyes glowed with an intense, icy blue light. A stark contrast to the dark, brooding expression on her face.
Park Do-hyuk watched, apprehension etched onto his features, as a powerful, dark energy emanated from the approaching figure of Wizard Isaac.
Isaac, flanked by his monstrous minions, sneered, "You dare block my attack? You aren't completely useless."
Isaac's face, a terrifying mask of bone and shadow, was a picture of cruel confidence. The text box below Isaac clearly identified him, Wizard Isaac, a rank boss monster. Hayes, accompanied by her familiar, a small cat-like creature with glowing eyes, looked on with a mixture of apprehension and determination. A question mark floated above her head, reflecting her uncertainty about the situation.
Meanwhile, Park Do-hyuk watched from a distance, his expression one of concern as he witnessed the tension building between Hayes and another figure.
Hayes, her eyes blazing with righteous anger, confronted the mysterious figure, shouting, "Isaac!"
She stood ready for battle, a powerful aura emanating from her.
The figure, cloaked in shadow, remained motionless, its identity obscured. The scene was filled with a palpable sense of impending conflict.
Hayes, addressing the cloaked figure, accused, "The Desmond Kingdom's wizard, why are you doing something like this?" The confrontation intensified, the tension between Hayes and Isaac reaching a critical point.
Hayes, seething with barely contained rage, confronts Wizard Isaac.
"Bitch, how do you know my past?" Hayes's anger is palpable, her expression a mask of fury.
Park Do-hyuk observes from a distance, his concern evident.
Wizard Isaac, surrounded by shadowy figures, calmly inquires, "How did you return back alive from the dimensional crack?"
The shadowy figures shift menacingly.
Isaac presses Do-hyuk, "Ko-hyuk, can't you tell?"
Isaac, seemingly unfazed by Hayes's fury, explains, "I am just helping the citizens that were blessed by that person." The shadowy figures behind him seem to pulse with dark energy, their presence ominous and threatening. Hayes, her eyes blazing with fury, glared at Wizard Isaac.
"This defector."
A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes responded with a chilling smile.
"You will also get blessed by that person."
The figure continued, its voice a low, sinister whisper, "I will help you." Park Do-hyuk, witnessing the exchange, interjected with a burst of righteous anger.
"We don't need help from someone like you." Do-hyuk's outburst was met with a sudden, powerful blast of energy, sending him flying backward, engulfed in a bright flash of light. A blinding flash of light erupted as Hayes unleashed a powerful magical attack, the force of the blast sending shockwaves outward.
But Wizard Isaac remained unmoved, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he deflected the attack with a casual flick of his wrist.
"Did you think you could take me down with magic like that?" he scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain.
He then countered with a surge of dark energy, easily overpowering Hayes's magic. Wizard Isaac's true power was revealed, his eyes glowing red as a skull-like face emerged from beneath his human facade. "I will show you true magic," he declared, his voice filled with chilling confidence. A shadowy hand reached out, seemingly emanating from a blinding light.
The figure scoffed, "Did you seriously think you could take me down with magic like that?"
The force of the attack sent the figure reeling back, revealing a skull-faced man in a suit, his red eyes gleaming with malice, his sinister grin widening. The skull-faced man, radiating smug confidence, declared, "I will show you true magic."
Park Do-hyuk, attempting to counter with a fireball, found his attack easily deflected,
leaving him momentarily stunned.
He questioned, "Fireball doesn't work on him?"
Undeterred, Park Do-hyuk launched a magic missile,
but the skull-faced man effortlessly evaded the attack.
Park Do-hyuk unleashed a magical attack against the skull-faced man,
but the skull-faced man effortlessly deflected the blows,
revealing his immunity to magic with the words, "Magic doesn't work on me."
Do-hyuk, surprised, muttered to himself, "An anti-magic field?" He launched another attack, questioning, "Do you know about this magic?"
Only to be met with the skull-faced man's final, dismissive statement, "Then a magician like you will soon find out that you have no chance at winning."
The skull-faced man's chilling visage filled the panel, his red eyes burning with an unsettling intensity.
Park Do-hyuk, defeated and desperate, launched another magical assault. A surge of golden energy erupting from his hands. But the skull-faced man effortlessly deflected the attack with a casual flick of his wrist. Park Do-hyuk, defeated and gasping, slumped onto a plush chair. His body trembled with exertion.
Wizard Isaac's explanation of the skull-faced man's abilities filled the air. Normally, anti-magic fields are formed around the user to nullify magic in an area.
But this opponent was different. His magic field was closely wrapped around his skin, allowing him to manipulate the mana around him. A feat requiring significantly more mana than typical external control.
The skull-faced man smirked, his confidence unwavering. The skull-faced man, brimming with confidence, declared that his magic was powerful enough for a rank boss monster.
And with a flourish, he summoned a spectral wolf. Hayes cried out in fear, the word life escaping her lips, as the monstrous creature lunged towards its target. The skull-faced man watched, a slight smirk playing on his lips as the attack connected, a sound effect indicating a powerful impact. The skull-faced man, amused by his own power, casually summoned a spectral wolf to block his path, stating, "Simply using a wolf to block me." The spectral wolf materialized with a burst of purple energy.
He then addressed Hayes, stating, "I'll take care of that rude individual first, after that I will teach you slowly." His gaze lingered on Hayes, adding, "It would be best for you to stay put until that time." Hayes, witnessing this overwhelming display of power, could only whisper to herself, "What do I do?" The skull-faced man turned his attention back to Park Do-hyuk, asking, "Then shall we continue?"
The skull-faced man loomed over Hayes, his presence radiating power.
A reflected image of Park Do-hyuk appeared, his expression grim.
The image was distorted, reflecting his inner turmoil.
A reflected image of Park Do-hyuk appeared, his expression grim.
The image was distorted, reflecting his inner turmoil, a surge of energy emanated from him.
A reflected image of Park Do-hyuk appeared, his expression grim.
The image was distorted, reflecting his inner turmoil, a surge of energy emanated from him. The skull-faced man watched, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Park Do-hyuk, seemingly recovered from his previous exertion, fell from the ceiling. The skull-faced man addressed him, commenting on his improved state. Park Do-hyuk unleashed a surge of power, sending several shadowy clones flying backward. The raw energy emanating from him causing a visible ripple in the air.
The text in the panel reads, "The magic that."
The skull-faced man, arms glowing with purple energy, watched with a hint of surprise, but maintained his composure. He seemed to be channeling his own magic. He launched a barrage of purple energy blasts at Park Do-hyuk, who was still reeling from his power surge.
The text in the panel reads, "Do you expect to win against me?"
Hayes, observing from a distance, felt a growing unease. Her internal monologue reflected her worry, "I'm not sure about what you plan to do with these clones, but..." The skull-faced man's expression hardened, his gaze fixed on Park Do-hyuk, a silent promise of continued conflict hanging in the air. The skull-faced man, confident in his power, declared, "It's your turn now." He launched a magical attack. A surge of dark purple energy erupting from his hands as he propelled himself towards Park Do-hyuk. A system message appeared, "Dimensional energy has been fully charged."
Park Do-hyuk, seizing the opportunity, prepared his counterattack.
Another system message flashed, "Arcmet gun round has been changed to a physical shot." The system continued, "Arcmet gun physical shot can target many enemies and deals physical damage." Park Do-hyuk locked onto his target.
A final system message confirmed, "Aim locked." Arcmet's aim can differentiate between the real and the fake.
The skull-faced man, a malevolent figure with glowing red eyes, loomed over Park Do-hyuk, his presence radiating menace. Park Do-hyuk, however, remained resolute, his expression grim as he braced himself for the impending attack.
He swiftly drew his arcmet gun, the weapon's blue energy crackling ominously as he prepared to counter the skull-faced man's magic. With a determined shout of "Hit it!" Park Do-hyuk fired, unleashing a powerful physical shot. The resulting blast was a blinding flash of light and energy, engulfing both combatants. When the light subsided, the skull-faced man's skull-like visage was revealed, his eyes still burning with malevolent intensity. The skull-faced man unleashed a wave of purple energy, aiming it directly at Park Do-hyuk. The magical blast hurtling towards him with terrifying speed. Park Do-hyuk, however, reacted instantly, his arcmet gun firing a physical countershot. The resulting collision creating a blinding flash of light and a shockwave that sent tremors through the air. Park Do-hyuk was sent flying backward by the force of the impact, but he managed to maintain his footing. Hayes watched, her worry growing with each passing moment. The skull-faced man unleashed a barrage of magical attacks, fiery projectiles streaking across the scene. Each blast impacting with explosive force, leaving trails of destruction in their wake. The intense heat and concussive force of the attack visibly impacting Park Do-hyuk. Park Do-hyuk, despite the assault, remained standing, his expression grim. The skull-faced man, momentarily stunned by Park Do-hyuk's resilience, lay on the ground. Utterly defeated, his body showing the effects of the previous confrontation. He gasped, "But, how? How? I've never witnessed that before." Park Do-hyuk stood, his newly acquired sword glowing faintly, a look of grim determination etched on his face. He muttered, "Hell." Hayes, watching from a distance, urged him on, "Over here." Do-hyuk's gaze hardened, his focus unwavering as he prepared for whatever lay ahead. Hayes, sensing the danger, braced herself, her own internal energy rising to meet the unseen threat. A palpable tension filled the air as Hayes' eyes widened, reflecting the gravity of the situation. With a determined stride, Hayes moved to take the sword from Park Do-hyuk, her movements swift and precise. The skull-faced man, mortally wounded, plummeted to the ground, uttering a desperate plea. He still had a command to deliver, the words of his master, and he intended to fulfill it before death claimed him. "If you let me live, Princess Hayes," he gasped, "I will tell you everything." Hayes, her eyes glowing with an eerie green light, stood poised with Park Do-hyuk's sword, readying to strike the dying man. "Die," she declared, her voice cold and resolute. The skull-faced man, despite his injuries, mustered a final, defiant no. A desperate cry swallowed by the encroaching darkness. A system message appeared, announcing that Park Do-hyuk had leveled up multiple times, reaching level 51 and becoming a 6th-class wizard. Hayes, her expression resolute, addressed Park Do-hyuk, thanking him for the opportunity for revenge. Another system message informed them that the death of the wizard boss monster had destabilized the Desmond dungeon, causing a dimensional door to open, providing a means of escape. A final system message warned that the dimensional door would self-destruct in 10 minutes, and that once it closed, there would be no return. Park Do-hyuk and Hayes began their escape through the unstable, crimson-hued dungeon. Hayes called out to Park Do-hyuk, "Appa, wait a moment." Her expression was serious, suggesting a matter of importance. A warning appeared: once the dimensional door breaks, users cannot return. Hayes, observing a glowing red portal, anxiously watched Park Do-hyuk approach. Hayes called out to him, "Appa, wait a moment." Park Do-hyuk, however, stated that he needed to visit a place before they left. Another warning appeared, indicating that the dimensional door would break in 3 minutes. Park Do-hyuk and Hayes rushed towards a bookshelf in a dimly lit room. Hayes, his face etched with urgency, shouted a warning to Park Do-hyuk, "Hayes, there's not much time left." Meanwhile, Hayes, searching frantically, muttered to herself, "It's around here somewhere." Park Do-hyuk, with determined focus, swiftly located the item he sought within the cluttered shelves, his fingertip activating a hidden mechanism, revealing a hidden compartment. "Found it!" Hayes exclaimed, her voice filled with relief. Hayes urgently called out to Park Do-hyuk, "Do-hyuk Appa, I found it! Let's get out of here!" Hayes, startled, stumbled backward in a dimly lit library,
bookshelves looming on either side. As shadowy tendrils snaked towards her, Park Do-hyuk appearing behind her, his expression grim.
Haze's eyes widened in alarm as she felt a sudden chill.
She clutched a book tightly, a gasp escaping her lips as she braced herself for the unknown. A crimson energy sphere pulsed violently in the center of the room, crackling with raw power. Its erratic energy surging outwards as Park Do-hyuk reacted instantly, scooping Haze into his arms to shield her from the blast.
The force of the energy wave throwing them both back. Haze landing hard on the floor, her legs buckling under the impact.
Park Do-hyuk,
assessing the situation, thought grimly, she's been in serious danger.
He carefully helped Haze to her feet, his concern evident as he checked her for injuries.
Haze and Park Do-hyuk walked down the street, their legs moving in a coordinated rhythm. Haze, carrying a book, turned to Park Do-hyuk and asked, "Is that what you were trying to get?"
She explained, "Yes, I wanted to at least get this secret book. This book should be a big help to Do-hyuk, Appa." The book, identified as the Desmond Imperial House secret book, was shown in detail. A system message appeared, "Desmond Imperial House secret book has been cleared."
Another system message followed, "Desmond A's reward will be deposited."
A surge of blue energy erupted. Haze declared that she didn't need or want any loot for her assistance this time, stating she would collect it next time she actually helped. Park Do-hyuk responded that he would check the rewards so Haze could rest.
Haze thanked Park Do-hyuk, acknowledging his great work that day.
Park Do-hyuk appeared lost in thought. As he reviewed the rewards for their recent success, 2 spellbooks, one containing a 6th class anti-magic field spell and the other a 6th class chain lightning spell, and 10 transcendental grade dimensional stones.
An informational panel announced the discovery of the world's first transcendental grade dimensional stone.
Further details revealed that transcendental grade dimensional stones contain rare and brilliant dimensional energy, are dropped in dungeons above a certain rank, and can be obtained through transcendental synthesis alchemy.
Park Do-hyuk and Haze reviewed this new information on their respective computer screens. Haze appeared thoughtful, studying the details intently.
Park Do-hyuk, observing the information, commented that it seemed the game had added a higher grade dimensional stone. Game information regarding transcendental grade dimensional stones appeared on screen. These stones are dropped in dungeons above a certain rank and can also be obtained through transcendental synthesis alchemy. Park Do-hyuk, having obtained the rights to a ranked dungeon from the KBI, decided it was time to start clearing it. He stood before a shimmering, blue portal, a confident smile playing on his lips. However, remembering the troublesome boss from his last dungeon run, he considered that 3 members might not be enough for this challenge, and concluded that adding more members to his party would be beneficial. He decided to post a recruitment notice on the community page later that day, after taking some rest. Park Do-hyuk stood in his modern kitchen, lost in thought. He was reviewing his plans for the upcoming dungeon. A phone call from Shin Taepong interrupted his contemplation. The screen displayed the incoming call.
The next day arrived, and Do-hyuk, dressed in a light blue shirt and dark pants, prepared to leave his apartment.
He stepped out into the city, the tall buildings looming around him. 2 men in suits sat across from each other, one of them expressing surprise at the other's presence. The second man, identified as Mr. Recado, explained that he was a close associate of Han Jae-ram, the author, and that he had learned about Park Do-hyuk through online blogs. Mr. Recado, whose real name is Lee In-gyu, introduced himself to Park Do-hyuk. Park Do-hyuk, in turn, introduced himself and explained that he had come to ask about Han Jae-ram. He had a pleasant expression on his face. Mr. Recado stated that he had heard about the situation with Han Jae-ram and that he couldn't contact her, but he would share what he knew. Park Do-hyuk pressed Mr. Recado for information, demanding, "Just tell me what you know about him." Mr. Recado began his account. First, it didn't update in-game, but there was a dark magician called Vendela, who turned Archons into the Dark Prince and made Haze run away. The result was the extinction of the Desmond Empire. Do-hyuk reflected, "This matches with what Haze told me." 50 years later, a great wizard named Belhard began questioning this incident. Park Do-hyuk learned of a continent called Itamancha, where he had lived while researching the sudden disappearance of the Ogre Legion. The signature of the dimensional wave was identical to the one observed during the Arkans incident.
Do-hyuk pondered the implications. The disappearance of the Ogre Legion and the Desmond Kingdom were both connected to Vendela? Mr. Recado confirmed, simply stating, yes. Mr. Recado added that Vendela wasn't working alone, but for someone else.
A mysterious, ominous purple eye appeared, hinting at a larger, unseen force at play. A powerful surge of purple energy erupted, emanating from a cloaked figure, leaving behind only a lingering aura of destruction. Park Do-hyuk, seated across from Mr. Recado, inquired about the events following the Ogre Legion's defeat. Mr. Recado explained that he had been unable to contact his source after that point. He expressed gratitude to Park Do-hyuk for the information shared earlier that day, assuring him that any further discoveries regarding GA Ram would be relayed promptly. Park Do-hyuk departed, leaving Mr. Recado alone in his office. The image then shifted to show Vendela and the Ogre Legion, their connection now visually emphasized. A monstrous ogre, its features obscured by a horned helmet, loomed large.
Its crimson skin glowed with an inner fire.
The text above it proclaimed, "It won't be a normal scale." Park Do-hyuk's face was grim, his expression resolute. He silently resolved, to prepare for what is coming, I need to get stronger.
A grand hall, once opulent, now showed signs of decay, cracks spiderwebbed across the ceiling.
A lingering aura of dark energy clung to the scene, a testament to a recent, powerful event. A figure lay sprawled on the floor, their arm outstretched. A faint, purplish light pulsed from their hand, a residual trace of magic.
The text "Someone has been here" appeared. Observing the scene, a voiceover mused, "Is that a trace from a dimensional crack?
Punish the outsider accordingly, I don't want to dirty my hands." A group of cloaked figures sat around a table, discussing the situation.
One asked, "Report it?"
A hooded figure, cloaked in shadow, sat before a panel of officials. The word evidence appeared in a speech bubble above him.
One official questioned the nature of the dimensional crack, suggesting it was an area the fugitive shared. Another dismissed it as a minor problem caused by the escapee, while the hooded figure explained that the outsider had escaped to another world, and that to find him would require extensive research, a task complicated by their limited time. A pebble necklace lay on a surface, its image accompanied by a description of its stats: grade, normal, option 1, wisdom increased by 10, option 2, charisma increased by 5. Park Do-hyuk worked diligently, copying items into a digital cube. He muttered to himself about needing to copy the last one. His sister asked, "Appa, what are you doing?" He replied that he was copying items to give to her. She then questioned the stacks of books before him. He explained that finding the necessary information had required searching through 2,000 books, but that it had been worth the effort. A system message appeared, detailing that Park Do-hyuk had learned several new spells: Slow, 3rd class, Crowd Skill, 5th class, Fiddlemind, 5th class, and Chaos, 5th class. Park Do-hyuk's sister questioned him, surprised by his sudden hair growth. She explained that the hair growth was a result of her determination. Do-hyuk, looking thoughtful, questioned her about her determination.
His sister responded that she wanted to get used to her awakened powers and grow stronger, hoping to return to her previous life.
Do-hyuk listened intently, his expression unreadable.
Hayes, her eyes blazing with determination, declared her desire for vengeance against Vendela, vowing to use her own hands, and resolved to do anything to become stronger, seeking out any training or difficulty necessary. Later, Hayes approached her brother, Park Do-hyuk, who sat calmly on a couch, a stack of books on a nearby table.
Park Do-hyuk, his gaze distant and thoughtful, murmured Hayes' name.
A concerned expression crossed his face as he looked up, his eyes filled with worry. The siblings stood together, a shared concern evident in their expressions.
Hayes, concerned, asked her brother, Do-hyuk, "Appa, what's happening?"
Do-hyuk explained that someone had been watching their house to capture him, but they couldn't get in, so he guessed they were getting more aggressive now.
Suddenly, a masked assailant burst through the door, lunging towards Hayes and Do-hyuk. Do-hyuk moved to protect his sister as the assailant attacked. Hayes, reacting swiftly, unleashed a powerful energy blast, striking the assailant. Hayes, in a defensive stance, unleashed a force missile, a concentrated blast of energy, sending his attacker hurtling backward. The force of the blast causing significant damage to the surrounding area. Park Do-hyuk, ever vigilant, observed the scene from a distance, his eyes scanning for any further threats. He then moved swiftly and silently, his movements precise and efficient, to a vantage point overlooking the scene. His expression hardened as he considered the situation, a grim determination etched on his face. Hayes, appearing calm despite the recent attack, addressed Park Do-hyuk. "I'll keep it short, Park Do-hyuk." Her tone shifted, becoming more serious as she continued, "Your skills are being wasted in this small country." The woman then issued a proposition to Park Do-hyuk, "Come with us." She elaborated on the offer, "We can give you power, fame, wealth, and more. Just for you." Park Do-hyuk, unimpressed, retorted, "What a joke. There's no way I'd go with you." The woman sighed, explaining, "This is our last resort." Park Do-hyuk found himself cornered, two shadowy figures closing in on him. A sudden, bright green energy erupted from him. The energy intensified, engulfing him in a blinding flash. He lunged forward, a green aura surrounding him, narrowly avoiding the attackers. Hayes, observing from a distance, unleashed a powerful green acid arrow. The arrow streaked across the scene, striking its target with pinpoint accuracy. A wave of intense blue energy erupted, radiating outward in a dazzling display. The raw power leaving visible trails in its wake as it surged through the air. Hayes, her expression grim, stood amidst the energy's chaotic aftermath. Meanwhile, Park Do-hyuk channeled a surge of golden energy, the bright light engulfing him as he seemingly moved through the air with unnatural speed. Hayes called out to him, "Honey," as he continued his rapid escape. Surrounded, Park Do-hyuk braced himself against the onslaught of his pursuers. A chilling, mechanical gaze bore down on him from the shadows. As metallic forms of his pursuers advanced, their movements precise and deadly. But Do-hyuk reacted instantly, harnessing a surge of golden energy to propel himself upward. His escape was swift and decisive, leaving his pursuers momentarily stunned. A question echoed in his mind as he evaded capture, "Do you not have any other skills than puppet control?" Hayes' attack failed to kill Park Do-hyuk, who declared, "You can't kill me with just this." He shattered the ice with a powerful surge of golden energy, propelling himself upward with an explosive burst, and escaping the scene. Hayes launched a final, desperate attack at Park Do-hyuk, her icy magic engulfing him, the frigid energy freezing the floor around him. "Kill me with just this," she thought, her face partially obscured by the ice, her eyes wide with a desperate hope for death. But as the ice spread, Park Do-hyuk's foot cracked the frozen ground, a golden energy surging from within him, shattering the ice with explosive force, sending him flying backward, escaping Hayes' deadly grasp. Park Do-hyuk's eyes glowed with a golden energy as he braced himself against the onslaught of Hayes' ice magic. The sheer force of the attack shattered the surrounding environment, sending shards of ice flying in every direction. Park Do-hyuk, empowered by his golden energy, shattered the ice encasing him, breaking free from Hayes' attack. Hayes' ice magic engulfed Park Do-hyuk, freezing the area around him. But despite the brutal power of her attack, Hayes found herself surprised. She realized she would have frozen him completely if her attack had been even slightly faster. As the ice began to crack, revealing Park Do-hyuk's escape, Hayes reflected on Park Do-hyuk's unexpected skill, acknowledging his superior abilities, but maintaining her disbelief that he could survive such a powerful attack. She concluded that his survival was impossible given the intensity of her ice magic. Hayes, her face partially obscured by a fractured mask of ice, glared at Park Do-hyuk. Her expression was one of disbelief and barely contained fury, the remnants of her ice magic dissipating around them. Below, Park Do-hyuk stood unharmed, a look of grim determination etched onto his face. He looked up, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and defiance. "Just how?" he muttered, the question hanging heavy in the frigid air. Park Do-hyuk's eyes glowed with an unnatural blue light, a stark contrast to the icy landscape surrounding him. Park Do-hyuk, witnessing the unfolding events, muttered in disbelief, "This doesn't make sense." Hayes launched a powerful ice attack, the frigid tendrils of ice reaching out to engulf Park Do-hyuk. But he stood firm, seemingly unaffected by the onslaught. A brilliant, blue light erupted from within Park Do-hyuk, signifying a possible awakening of a new power. Hayes unleashed a devastating ice attack, a torrent of frozen energy hurtling towards Park Do-hyuk. But Do-hyuk reacted instantly, deflecting the icy onslaught with a swift, powerful movement. The force of the impact sending shockwaves through his body as he braced himself against the freezing blast, leaving him momentarily stunned, but ultimately unharmed. A surge of energy then coursed through him. As a mysterious, glowing aura enveloped him, hinting at a newly awakened power. His eyes blazing with an intense, blue light, a stark contrast to the icy landscape. He stood defiant, a newfound strength radiating from him. Hayes, confident in her superior ice magic, scoffed at Park Do-hyuk's feeble flame, stating, "You should know better. Don't you know you can't defeat me with a flame like that?" Park Do-hyuk, however, remained unfazed. Instead, he calmly countered, "Well, there's no reason to go for you right now." With a flick of his wrist, he opened a shimmering portal, a fireball door, seemingly powered by his newfound abilities. A clear indication of a significant power surge. Meanwhile, Hayes, sensing the shift in power dynamics, warned Ju-ria to dodge. Hayes launched a surprise attack, aiming to strike Ju-ria. But Ju-ria, anticipating the assault, sat poised and ready to evade the blow. Meanwhile, Park Do-hyuk unleashed a powerful new ability, opening a shimmering portal. The energy surging around him as he channeled his newfound power. The raw energy of the portal threatened to overwhelm him. A surge of energy, a blinding flash of light, and the Korean characters "and" appeared, signifying a powerful release of energy, leaving Park Do-hyuk standing amidst the remnants of the portal's creation. He had successfully opened a new type of portal using his newfound abilities. Hayes, sensing the immense power emanating from Park Do-hyuk, felt a surge of apprehension. She warned Ju-ria, urging her to evade the potential danger. Ju-ria, already wary of Hayes' warnings, reacted instantly, narrowly avoiding an unseen attack. She fell to the ground, narrowly escaping harm. Hayes, her face etched with concern, watched Ju-ria's near miss with a mixture of relief and continued apprehension. Park Do-hyuk, radiating power, stood before Hayes and Ju-ria, a newly opened portal shimmering behind him. He declared, "This is the end." His tone brooked no argument. A surge of energy crackled around him as he prepared to act. Hayes, apprehensive but resolute, placed a hand on Do-hyuk's shoulder, whispering, "We can't do that." Do-hyuk paused, his expression unreadable, the fate of the world hanging in the balance. Do-hyuk, his face etched with grim determination, focused intently, a surge of power emanating from him, the energy building to a crescendo as he channeled his abilities. A powerful blue aura enveloped him as he prepared for a significant action, Hayes watching with apprehension. Two figures, their faces obscured, knelt before a powerful individual, their voices filled with remorse as they apologized, saying, We are sorry, Master." One of them, seemingly exhausted, struggled to maintain their composure, their hands clenched tightly. The master, unimpressed, delivered a scathing rebuke, "TSK. I even prepared the doll for you and yet you still failed." Do-hyuk, witnessing this exchange from afar, was left speechless, his thoughts echoing, "Did she just say that?" Hayes, witnessing the unfolding scene, whispered in disbelief, "He is their master?" The master's imposing figure was partially obscured, but the intricate dragon embroidery on his robe was clearly visible, further confirming his identity as Wang Rihon, the SSS rank master of the Taewa Guild. Do-hyuk, his eyes blazing with defiance, challenged the master directly, "What is your reason for targeting me?" The master, radiating an aura of immense power, responded with a chilling question: "Could it be other than that skill of yours?"
A surge of golden energy enveloped the master, underscoring his overwhelming power and authority. The master, his face partially obscured by shadow, declared, "I always get whatever I want." A surge of golden energy emanated from him,
a powerful aura filling the space. As energy coalesced into a blinding flash,
Park Do-hyuk, eyes wide with shock, braced himself against the master's overwhelming power.
Multiple blasts of energy shot towards Do-hyuk.
A volley of energy blasts erupted from the master, each strike aimed with deadly precision, leaving Hayes speechless as she watched the overwhelming display of power. The master's attack manifested as a monstrous spider-like creature, its form crackling with dark energy.
Hayes, despite her astonishment, reacted instantly, her hand reaching out,
as she attempted to counter the master's attack with a swift maneuver.
But the master's power was overwhelming. A blinding golden energy pierced the night sky.
The master unleashed a devastating energy blast,
a searing beam of light that tore through the air.
Hayes, eyes wide with astonishment, reacted instinctively, attempting a desperate counterattack against the overwhelming power.
But the master's attack proved too strong, the energy colliding with a deafening roar.
The impact sent tremors through the ground, leaving Hayes reeling from the force. The master, his eyes glowing ominously, observed Hayes' arrival, commenting that she had appeared sooner than anticipated. Hayes, wielding a staff, countered with a defiant "My honey." She launched a swift attack, but the master effortlessly deflected it. Hayes, her eyes blazing with anger, declared to Wang Rihong that she wasn't in the mood for games. She revealed that the Taewa Guild was interfering with an awakened part of the KBI, a fact Hayes seemed to find significant. The master, seemingly unfazed, prepared for a decisive counterattack. The scene depicted showed several figures, but their identities were impossible to ascertain, they were completely unidentifiable. A conclusion was reached that the lack of identifying features rendered the figures useless as evidence. It was decided that a hasty retreat was the best course of action, given the circumstances. Master, ever watchful, observed the situation, noting the many unseen eyes upon them.
Hayes, still kneeling, was suddenly enveloped in a blinding light, as Master prepared to make their escape, leaving Hayes behind.
A swirling vortex of dark energy pulsed, its ominous glow illuminating the surrounding space, the chaotic energy radiating outwards like ripples in a dark pond. Hayes and Master stood on a raised platform, the ethereal glow reflecting in their eyes. Hayes held her staff, her expression subdued, while Master's gaze was sharp and calculating. Master's face was grim, his jaw clenched as he made a silent assessment of their situation. He had made the difficult decision to leave Hayes behind during their escape. The M1 castle loomed large against the night sky, its imposing structure a stark contrast to the quiet city below. Hayes and another individual stood on a dimly lit platform, a sense of unease hanging in the air. As the other individual, seemingly a superior, looked down at Hayes with a critical gaze.
The atmosphere was thick with tension.
Hayes expressed surprise at the unexpected arrival of the branch manager, who revealed that Hayes was under the protection of the KBI.
The panel shows Hayes, seemingly unaware, sitting in a car.
The word management is displayed above him, suggesting his current location. A woman with long gray hair, appearing to be a KBI agent, approaches.
She reflects, "I thought I was late until I came up here, but..." The speed of her approach is depicted by motion lines across the floor. The implication is that she moved very quickly.
She finishes her thought, "I actually wasn't."
The timing was perfect. Hayes, now aware of the agent's presence, smiles slightly. Hayes' close-up shows a serious expression.
His inner monologue reveals, "I almost lost an eye from Wang Rihong's attack."
Hayes expressed relief that the KBI agent had arrived in time, then questioned the agent about a doll mentioned by Wang Rihong.
The agent explained that these dolls, used by the Taewa Guild, are specialized in killing awakened individuals, and that their identities are erased after undergoing a mind lock process, making it impossible to trace their origins. These dolls are the main reason why the Taiwa Guild is the #1 guild in China. A group of figures, their bodies swathed in bandages, stood shrouded in an eerie green light. The Korean characters were visible, suggesting a formation or strategy.
The KBI agent, his expression grim, voiced his concerns to Hayes.
He stated that if Wang Rihong was willing to go to such lengths, this was unlikely to be the end of his actions.
He further emphasized the uncertainty surrounding the threat, explaining that they couldn't guarantee that all future attacks would originate solely from China.
The agent highlighted Hayes' vulnerability, referencing the mall incident as evidence that she was a target for numerous individuals.
The panel depicted Hayes being pursued by multiple assailants wielding blades.
The agent concluded by stating that for both Hayes' and his own safety, the KBI needed to significantly increase its strength. Hayes listened intently, her expression reflecting a mixture of concern and determination.
The next day dawned, and Hayes found himself in the Blue Castle Guild's basement training room. Hayes, wielding a staff, moved with practiced grace,
easily deflecting the attacks of several small, drone-like devices, before unleashing a powerful burst of energy that disabled them all. Hayes activated a defensive energy shield, a shimmering blue hexagon rippling with power. The unexpected difficulty of the training exercise causing him to question his own capabilities. "What is this? Why is it so hard?" he wondered aloud. He moved swiftly, his movements a blur as he drew his sword,
deflecting incoming drone fire with precise strikes.
The intense pressure of the simulation pushing him to his limits. A cry of exertion escaped his lips.
Following Hayes' successful defense against the drone attacks in the high-intensity training simulation, an instructor offered brief praise. "Good work. Okay, next."
Hayes, exhausted from the simulation, collapsed onto the floor, his breathing heavy. While two other trainees, Yu and another unnamed individual, observed him from a distance. Yu and her partner discussed their lack of experience in team-based operations. They agreed that finding a third member to complement their skills was crucial. The unnamed trainee expressed optimism, noting that Yuhui's extensive experience in team-based missions would be invaluable in their training, allowing them to try various scenarios and improve their teamwork. Meanwhile, the instructor reviewed the simulation data on her tablet. An unnamed trainee worried aloud about the drone, referring to it as Appa's and questioning its safety. Her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. Meanwhile, another trainee, Do Hyuk, was summoned by a colleague and arrived to find a woman waiting for him, her demeanor suggesting she had important information to share. The woman informed Do Hyuk that someone claiming to know him had sought her out. Later, Do Hyuk reflected on the branch manager's directive to strengthen the KBI, expressing surprise at the intensity of the current training methods.
A woman, seemingly unconcerned, addressed Do Hyuk and an unnamed trainee.
"Don't worry," she stated, "I am simply someone who wants to break the B rank barrier. I'm only applying to this party for that." She continued, explaining her intentions. By revealing her purpose, she hoped to avoid a more rigorous evaluation.
The woman, her expression serious, turned to Do Hyuk and the trainee. She then posed a question: "If you are here for the test, shall we start?"
Do Hyuk's companion readily agreed, stating, "Yes, I'm all right with that."
The woman, satisfied, gave a final instruction: "Please get ready."
A young woman with long brown hair, clad in dark gray armor, stood poised with a bow and arrow, a faint golden aura surrounding her.
Her stance suggesting readiness for battle.
The golden aura intensified, highlighting her focused expression.
Two women faced each other, one with vibrant red hair and the other with short, dark purple hair. The red-haired woman questioned, "What does she have?"
The red-haired woman launched a swift attack, a beam of energy erupting from her weapon, a bright light momentarily obscuring her form. She declared, "First, physical attack." The brown-haired archer responded immediately, unleashing a volley of energy arrows that struck two small, drone-like objects in rapid succession. The unnamed trainee deflected an energy blast from a drone with a swift, precise movement,
the force of the impact causing a small explosion, demonstrating surprising skill and reflexes.
The instructor, Yu, observed, a thoughtful expression on her face.
A caption box appeared, stating, "Higher rank dungeons will have monsters immune to physical attacks. What will you do then?"
Yuhui's question hung in the air as the trainee, seemingly anticipating the challenge, prepared for a new attack, readying herself to unleash a powerful energy blast of her own. Her expression hardening with determination as she focused her energy. Yui, monitoring the trainee's progress on a digital interface, observed that the energy signature of the incoming attack was growing colder. The trainee, anticipating the attack, channeled their own energy, releasing a powerful counterattack that shattered the incoming energy projectile. The force of the impact caused a significant amount of destruction in the training area, and the resulting shockwave continued to spread outwards, finally dissipating as the trainee stood ready for their next move. The unnamed trainee, impressed by their own performance, remarked to Yui, "I didn't expect this much." However, Yui, ever observant, countered, "However, this is not the end. If she's using long-range attacks with a bow, then her close combat will be significantly weaker." Yuhui's analysis proved correct as a figure, presumably Haze, launched a swift energy-based attack from a distance. The trainee, anticipating the attack, deftly countered with a powerful energy blast of their own. The resulting collision of energy created a blinding flash, momentarily obscuring the outcome.
Haze's ranged energy attack hurtled towards the unnamed trainee.
The trainee, however, reacted swiftly, performing an acrobatic maneuver to evade the blast. "Even without the bow, I can manage this much, no problem," she confidently declared to herself as she landed gracefully.
The trainee, eyes blazing with determination, gripped her energy blades. A fierce light emanated from the weapons, readying herself for the next attack.
The energy crackled around the blades, amplifying their already potent aura.
A silent promise of swift retribution.
"I'll find my own ways," she thought, a steely resolve hardening her expression. After a series of evaluations, a decision was reached: Lee Yunseo would join the party. This wasn't solely due to her exceptional ability to take down 2 drones, a feat unmatched by others,
but also to incorporate an awakened ranger capable of wielding both physical and magical attacks into the party's composition.
The unnamed trainee reacted with excitement to the news, while Yunseo and Yuhui remained composed, observing the situation.
Lee Yunseo, a new recruit, smiled brightly, her expression conveying a sense of eagerness and determination.
She declared, "Please take care of me from now on." A system notification popped up, announcing to the party leader that Lee Yunseo had officially joined their ranks.
The message stated, "Master, Lee Yunseo has finally joined a party."
A subsequent message clarified that the party would now focus on ranking competitions. It read, "From now, we'll all be trying for a rank." The party leader responded with a thoughtful,
Observing from afar, an individual commented, "Looks like the party recruitment went well." Another party member approached their leader, hesitantly asking, "Master, would it be alright if I told you something?" The leader responded calmly, "Yes, Iani. It's fine."
A woman with pink hair reported that the White Lotus Guild and the Wooden Soul Guild have been openly disputing with them, explaining that both guilds possess licenses to the dungeon near Myeongdong Station and have been deliberately prolonging their dungeon clearing time. Consequently, the attack team's entry is delayed, rendering their efforts largely ineffective.
The woman with dark hair expressed doubt that a formal complaint would be fruitful.
The pink-haired woman countered that the guilds are operating within legal parameters. If there were issues, the KBI could be formally contacted. The dark-haired woman reflected on the KBI's policy of passive intervention and aggressive forgiveness, suggesting this explains the guild's actions. Lee Yunseo, newly a member of the party, observed the imposing cityscape from a contemplative distance,
her expression a mixture of apprehension and determination.
The weight of her decision to join them was palpable.
A strategic discussion unfolded. The group's attention was focused on the formidable challenge ahead. "Our opponents are 2 wild beasts," one member stated.
"Let's refrain from colliding head-on, and go in the direction of avoiding the most damage," the statement continued, highlighting the need for a cautious approach. Yunseo offered her insight, there's no need to rush. He who attacks first, loses, she asserted, emphasizing the importance of patience and calculated moves. The group, heeding her advice, agreed on a plan of action. Okay then, we shall proceed to do as you say, they responded, signaling their readiness to follow her strategy. A pink-haired woman in a business suit stood holding a file, her expression unreadable. She was in an office, the setting suggesting a place of business or corporate environment. She turned and walked away. The woman's instructions were clear, don't mention this issue to Park Do-hyuk. I don't want to place any unnecessary burden on him. A second woman, with dark hair, listened intently, her expression serious. She responded simply, I'll bear that in mind, master. The imposing dais spire pierced the sky, its shadow falling over a traditional Korean building. The unnamed trainee sat alone, reviewing a datapad. He appeared pensive. Yesterday, after selecting Alchemist Level 11, the trainee reflected on the newly acquired skills. A system message confirming his achievement flashed before his eyes. The unnamed trainee's reinforced alchemy skill reached Level 11, granting access to a second golem composition spell slot and a 7% stat increase for 2 hours via the Harmony of Energy effect. The system also displayed the alchemist's active skills, including a legendary grade dimensional stone and the ogre rod, along with the conditions for removal, reaching alchemist level November 21st in Miracle Alchemy level 0/20. A message appeared, indicating that a legendary synthetic alchemy was currently unavailable. The unnamed trainee, holding a book, reflected on receiving Desmond Palace's secret book from Hayes. The book's description revealed it to be a rare item that increases magic circulation and spell/aura blade use speed, grants the cross-examination skill, boosts swordsman sword skills by 10 levels and damage by 10%, but fixes the luck stat at 5 due to Desmond Palace's curse. He explained that he obtained it from Hayes due to the Chinese assassin's attack the previous day. The unnamed trainee, reflecting on his recent achievement, held Desmond Palace's secret book. He muttered to himself, but man, the effects are insane. It was worth the Arkan's Empire trying to use this to revive. A system message then appeared, detailing the results of Park Do-hyuk's learning of the book. His congested magic flow had smoothed, his magic level increased to 100, Desmond's necklace blocked Desmond Palace's curse, and he acquired the cross-examination skill. The system also noted that options 4 and 5 could not be applied to Park Do-hyuk. An associate informed Do-hyuk, Park Do-hyuk, the preparations are complete. Do-hyuk, now holding the book, contemplated his next steps, quietly stating, I'll take my time figuring out the things I'm curious about regarding the secret book. A surge of blue energy emanated from him as he prepared for his next action. Finally, Do-hyuk, brimming with newfound power, declared, First, how about I go and smash a B-rank quest? A surge of crimson energy erupted, crackling with raw power. The intense magical discharge illuminating the surrounding area. As it subsided, leaving behind only scorched earth and the lingering scent of ozone. Do-hyuk, having completed his training, stood at the edge of a forest, his expression one of thoughtful contemplation. He muttered to himself, this B-rank dungeon is set in a forest? The scene shifted to a panoramic view of the forest, showcasing its dense canopy and rugged terrain. Do-hyuk proceeded cautiously into the woods, his senses alert, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Park Do-hyuk, inside a B-rank dungeon, faced a time limit, 59 minutes and 20 seconds to locate his target, otherwise he would die. He pondered his next move. Water dripped from his brow as he moved through the dark forest. His expression grim and determined. He pressed onward, the tension palpable. Suddenly, a monstrous, shadowy lion-like creature materialized before him, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. The beast's terrifying gaze fixed on Do-hyuk. Do-hyuk, exploring the B-rank dungeon, found himself face to face with a monstrous creature. No way? You're that black lion from back then, he exclaimed, recognizing the fearsome beast. He braced himself, readying for battle. As the black lion roared, a surge of crimson energy emanating from its maw, and unleashed a devastating attack, sending Do-hyuk sprawling across the ground. The force of the blow sent tremors through the dungeon.
leaving Do-hyuk battered and vulnerable. Do-hyuk, severely injured from his previous encounter, felt the earth tremble. He sensed an overwhelming surge of power emanating from the roar.
A power that resonated deep within his very being. Despite his wounds, a surge of determination filled him as he declared, "However, I'm totally different from who I was back then." He braced himself, preparing for another confrontation. As the Black Lion's ferocious attack tore through the air, resulting in a massive explosion that rocked the very foundations of the dungeon. A shockwave of energy radiated outwards. An observer watched Do-hyuk's battle with the Black Lion, muttering, "This is concerning." The observer continued, "This magic definitely comes from that Park Do-hyuk's youth some time ago. However, the Black Lion's strength is overwhelming, even 6th-class magicians struggle against it." The intense battle raged on, a flurry of blows exchanged between Do-hyuk and the beast. The observer, watching Do-hyuk's strained face, wondered aloud, how long will he be able to hold on? From a distance, an observer watched the intense battle unfold, questioning aloud, "Is it over there?" A powerful mage, seemingly appearing from thin air, descended from the heavens, a glowing staff in hand. His arrival marked by a brilliant flash of light and a fiery explosion below. The mage's expression shifted from confidence to surprise as he witnessed something unexpected. The scene shifted to reveal a ferocious black lion, its claws glowing menacingly, preparing for a devastating attack. The beast lunged forward with incredible speed and power. The black lion, surprisingly resilient, continued its assault, unleashing a wave of dark energy. The crimson energy swirling around it like a vortex. As powerful red streaks shot across the battlefield, narrowly missing two figures who quickly dodged the attack. One of the figures, a young man with dark hair, grimaced, muttering to himself, "If this goes on any longer, I'll be at a disadvantage cause of my time limit." He braced himself, preparing for a final, decisive move. Gathering his strength, he declared, "Let's finish it with this." A surge of golden energy erupted from his hands. The black lion unleashed a ferocious roar, its power seemingly limitless. A surge of dark energy erupting from its maw. The trainee watched, astonished, as the mage's spell, though powerful, proved insufficient to subdue the beast. "Ha! Why is he casting a spell that's not enough to match the black lion?" the trainee thought. "It'll be dangerous if I leave them be," the mage muttered, realizing the situation's peril. He began to prepare a more potent spell, a complex ritual unfolding before him. Finally, with a decisive movement, he cast a binding spell, aiming to subdue the black lion. The unnamed trainee watched, astonished, as the black lion, momentarily frozen by the mage's spell, shuddered. Its movements stilled by the encroaching magical energy. The crystalline structure of the binding spell pulsed with power. A visible cage of light constricting the beast's furious form. The trainee's breath hitched in his throat. The powerful mage, his face grim, declared, "Enough. The joking around stops here." He surveyed the scene, his eyes glowing with arcane energy. A faint smile played on his lips as he added, "Since we haven't met in a while, let's have a chat." A surge of crimson energy erupted, crackling with raw power. The aftermath leaving behind a scorched landscape. The trainee watched, astonished, as the mage addressed the bound black lion. The mage, confident and composed, began their conversation, stating, "I didn't think we would meet again like this." He continued, inquiring, "By the way, how did you get to this place?" The black lion, still bound, replied, "I came through a dimensional door." The unnamed trainee stared, his expression one of astonishment. The powerful mage, his face etched with curiosity, questioned the black lion about its arrival, specifically mentioning dimensional doors. The mage continued his inquiry, pressing the black lion on whether it had used dimensional cracks as doors. Receiving a confirmation that the dimensional door was indeed nearby. 10 minutes passed. The mage summarized the black lion's explanation: it only had 50 minutes of allocated time remaining in this world, otherwise, it would die. A system message confirmed this, stating that the dimensional crack would remain open for 50 minutes and 11 seconds. Afterward, if Park Do-hyuk remained inside, he would die. the mage commented on the situation's brutality. The Black Lion explained that the crack was one created by the entity Deus, and that it had appeared in its world not long ago. The Black Lion explained that the dimensional crack originated from the Itamancha continent, a few months' boat ride south.
Itamancha was once home to the Carlin ogres.
A powerful race now vanished, leaving behind only a land overrun by demons and evil beings. The unnamed trainee, upon hearing this, expressed disbelief at the sheer number of ogres involved. The powerful mage cautioned that this information was still an assumption. The image showed a close-up of a large, demonic creature, suggesting the scale of the threat.
The Black Lion offered a theory: an entity might have used the dimensional crack to transport all the ogres to another dimension. A statement that prompted immediate skepticism from the unnamed trainee.
The trainee questioned if the crack's opening was merely coincidental. But the powerful mage countered, pointing out that the crack's wavelength matched one from the Desmond Empire's incident 50 years prior. The powerful mage, deep in thought, recalled the events of the past,
further emphasizing that Ebenar, the formidable Carlin ogre king, wouldn't have vanished into the crack without a fight.
A close-up reveals the imposing figure of an ogre, its chest adorned with intricate, crimson markings.
The trainee, skeptical yet intrigued, questioned the mage about a name mentioned in the previous conversation, Ebenar. The mage confirmed it, identifying Ebenar as Overlord Ebenar.
A system message then appeared, detailing a legendary synthetic alchemy process, currently unable to open, involving a legendary grade dimensional stone and Ebenar's blood. The trainee, reviewing his system, discovered that Ebenar was a technique in his system, composed of Ebenar's blood and dimensional stones. He realized this technique could potentially connect to the world he currently inhabits.
The mage then revealed a crucial piece of information: Ogre Lord Ebenar possesses a weakness.
The powerful mage explained that according to the records of Galen's battle against Ogre Lord Ebenar, the only weakness is the back of his neck.
A vital area not hardened like the rest of his body.
He stressed the importance of targeting this vulnerable spot if they were to face Ebenar. The unnamed trainee acknowledged the information, stating, "Back of the neck, okay, I got it." The conversation shifted, with the powerful mage mentioning the continued appearance of dimensional cracks with the same wavelength as those of Ebenar and the Desmond Empire. The unnamed trainee sat quietly at a table, listening intently.
As the powerful mage explained his hypothesis, Ebenar's weakness lies in the imbalance he's creating. The mage revealed that Ebenar is causing numerous dimensional cracks.
A deliberate act to destabilize the world. The resulting chaos is vast and visually striking.
However, another entity has countered Ebenar's actions.
By creating a global awakened system to empower humanity and mitigate the impending disaster. The unnamed trainee, his expression thoughtful, considered the implications of his arrival in this new world.
The powerful mage, observing him keenly, stated that the dimensional crack connecting their worlds must have a reason. He offered to answer any questions the trainee had about this new reality.
The mage's kind demeanor belied his vast knowledge and power. The trainee, seizing the opportunity, requested help understanding a mysterious book he had found. As he spoke, a surge of energy emanated from him, a clear indication of his connection to the awakened system and the dimensional rift. A system message appeared, displaying a stark warning: the dimensional crack would remain open for only 15 minutes and 30 seconds. Anyone, specifically named Park Do-hyuk, remaining inside after that time would perish. The unnamed trainee, his expression serious, sought the powerful mage's guidance, revealing his connection to the awakened system. A surge of blue energy illuminated his body, showcasing a complex network of glowing veins and two distinct energy cores. The mage observed, surprised by the trainee's unusual physiology. The mage explained that typically, only one internal core exists for magic casting, but the trainee possessed two. A detailed view of the trainee's two internal cores was shown, highlighting their unique arrangement within his body. The mage explained that the trainee's dual cores, a rare phenomenon, resulted from his awakening and transformation, allowing him to wield two types of magic simultaneously, unlike in previous battles. He elaborated that the trainee's initial inability to control his powers stemmed from the entanglement of his two magical energies. preventing a proper display of his full potential. The trainee, now demonstrating his newfound ability, grinned. A system message confirmed the successful acquisition of the cross-examination skill. The trainee, having grasped the implications of his dual cores, confidently affirmed his understanding to the mage. The powerful mage, relieved, presented the unnamed trainee with a book. "It's a relief that I could be of assistance. Also, this is a book that I wrote as an introduction to magic circles. I hope this will aid you." The unnamed trainee happily accepted the book, eager to delve into its contents. As they began to walk, the powerful mage suggested, "Let us depart leisurely. We shall continue our conversation as we walk." Their footsteps echoed softly through the forest. As they continued their discussion, the powerful mage, after hearing about the book's contents, had a new question for the unnamed trainee. "After hearing about the book, I have something to ask of you." The powerful mage, his expression unreadable, questioned the trainee, "What is it?" He continued, explaining that if the trainee had encountered the last emperor and empress of the Desmond Empire from 50 years prior and obtained the book, it was a significant event. A testament to the trainee's unusual journey. The image showed a flashback of a young woman with long hair, her expression somber. The powerful mage revealed that 50 years later, the trainee had managed to meet him, the current iteration of the mage. He then posited that if spacetime continues to distort, future encounters with him may originate from different points in time. The trainee confirmed this, stating, "That's right." The powerful mage carefully unclasped a pendant from around his neck, revealing a small locket containing the image of a young woman. The image glowed with an ethereal light. His expression turned serious as he gazed at the locket, a wave of emotion washing over him. The powerful mage commanded the unnamed trainee, "Memorize." With a gesture, he projected the pendant into the air, where it pulsed with bright energy. Before handing the pendant back to the trainee, instructing him to keep it, the powerful mage, Verhad, held out a small, glowing pendant, its surface shimmering with an ethereal blue light. The unnamed trainee hesitated, questioning the gift's significance. "This seems like something precious to you, Sir Verhad. Are you sure I can accept this?" he asked. Verhad, with a gentle smile, placed the pendant in the trainee's outstretched hand, explaining, "It's fine. This is the necklace that my wife, who passed away 10 years ago, gifted me." The image of the pendant, a simple circular disc, glowed with an inner light, its significance yet unknown. Verhad concluded, "I don't know about anything else, but please keep this necklace. If you meet me from another time, I will be able to help you." Verhad, a powerful mage, smiled knowingly at the unnamed trainee. His expression hinted at a bittersweet farewell. As a surge of magical energy erupted around them, signaling their arrival at their destination, he declared that their conversation must end. The mage and the trainee exchanged a final, heartfelt farewell. The mage expressed his hope that they would meet again, if fate allowed it. Verhad departed, leaving the trainee with a profound sense of loss and a mysterious pendant, a memento of the mage's deceased wife. The unnamed trainee successfully completed the B-rank up quest and obtained a unique spell, Mana Burn LV Max, an active skill for black wizards. This spell allows the trainee to absorb mana from opponents, but they cannot exceed their own mana limit. The success rate depends on their wisdom stat, and the spell has a 30-minute cooldown. A superior, dressed in a suit, congratulated the trainee on their rank up and offered to take them outside. Before leaving, however, the trainee requested a short break to check their stats. A powerful mage offered the trainee time to review their stats, stating, "Of course, I'll go down first, so take as much time as you please." The trainee, Park Do-hyuk, pondered, "Should I organize the stats I've gathered first?" as he began to examine his updated stats on a digital interface. Park Do-hyuk's stats were displayed, level 83, B rank, with a combined level of 83, 5 plus 11 plus 20. His jobs were wizard, alchemist, and mechanic. His stats showed strength 35, stamina 102, wisdom 581, magic 910, dexterity 152, luck 130, charm 43, physical defense 11, and magic defense 136. Do-hyuk examined Verhad's necklace, a unique item, musing,
this is the necklace that Sir Verhad gave me. The item's description appeared: Verhad's necklace, unique grade. Magic increase by 500. Option successful, wisdom plus 200. Option successful, strength plus 200. This item may be stacked with others due to the blessing of harmony. Whilst wearing the necklace, the item's stats will be doubled. Dohyuk, now a B-rank adventurer, questioned his next steps. Besides this rank-up quest, what exactly does Deus want from me?
The unnamed trainee reflected on the vagueness of Deus's instructions, muttering to himself, it'd be easier if he definitively told me. He resolved to focus on self-improvement, concluding, for now, there's no other choice but to get a little bit stronger to prepare for whatever happens in the future. A system-wide message appeared on the trainee's interface, startling him. The message read, System Notice, this message has been delivered to all the awakened through the system. The Karlan Ogre tribe has selected the dimension Earth. The army of the Karlan Ogre Lord Ebenar is invading. Time left, 48 hours. The trainee's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed the gravity of the situation, whispering, is this for real? The unnamed trainee, a young woman with gray hair, stood by a window, gazing out at the cityscape with a pensive expression. Her apprehension growing as she observed the city from her office. A male colleague rushed in, his face etched with alarm. He urgently called out to her, branch manager. Then, addressing her, he asked, Ma'am, did you see the recent outbreak message? An unnamed male colleague, his face partially obscured, rushed forward, his suit jacket billowing dramatically. Informing a female colleague, her expression grim, that the news was already in chaos due to a mega outbreak. She, addressing someone called Mr. Deho, added that if a higher-up caused such a commotion, those below would follow suit. Her eyes narrowed, a steely determination hardening her features. She urged Mr. Deho to act like the deputy manager he was. Mr. Deho, responding with a curt nod, acknowledged her words and the gravity of the situation. The unnamed female colleague questioned the unnamed male colleague, it doesn't seem like you only came here to tell me that. What's the matter? He continued, explaining the urgency of the situation. Yes. Are you thinking about requesting aid from Park Dohyuk, just like the last outbreak in Sadong Station? Mr. Deho, concerned about the potential damage to KBI's reputation, explained that Park Dohyuk's lack of guild affiliation presented a problem. Truthfully, I'm saying this because this may also be an issue with the KBI's prestige. The unnamed female colleague, serious and determined, leaned forward, her gaze fixed on Mr. Deho. The unnamed female colleague voiced her dissent, questioning the relevance of rank and position in a national crisis. She argued that effectiveness against enemies should be the primary concern. Her expression serious and thoughtful as she considered the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the unnamed male colleague listened intently, his expression reflecting his own concerns. Mr. Deho, worried about KBI's reputation, explained the difficulties of involving Park Dohyuk due to his lack of guild affiliation. The female colleague countered, stating that Park Dohyuk, a talented and rising prospect, was someone KBI wanted to manage, not a rival. She concluded by directly addressing Mr. Deho, stating that his thought process was flawed. The unnamed female colleague, her expression serious, listened intently. The branch manager, addressing the unnamed female colleague, apologized and stated he had something else to tell her. She immediately inquired if it concerned the White Lotus Guild and the Wooden Soul Guild's impending conflict. He confirmed that the two guilds were on the verge of a confrontation with the Blue Castle Guild. And the unnamed female colleague, her gaze unwavering, considered the implications. Judging by KBI's tendencies, she surmised that there would be no better opportunity than now for action. The unnamed female colleague observed, how sad. To think that the crisis that will occur due to the mega outbreak could be an opportunity for some. She continued, her gaze sharp, let's keep an eye on them. Our course of action is the same. The colleague's strategy was clear, passive intervention and aggressive forgiveness. A map of the nation appeared, highlighting the territories of three powerful guilds, Wooden Soul, Blue Castle, and White Lotus. The branch manager stated, let's see how the power of influence of the nation's awakened changes. The unnamed female colleague sat in her office chair, a look of deep concern etched on her face. She was writing notes, her expression reflecting worry as she noted the branch manager's unwell appearance.
"Master, you don't look so well," she wrote.
Continuing to write, she meticulously documented her observations. Suddenly, she slammed her notebook shut, a surge of anger and frustration evident in her posture.
"Quan," she exclaimed, the sound echoing her inner turmoil.
She abruptly stood, her chair falling backward with a crash as she reacted to the situation. He quickly apologized for the sudden appearance, addressing the woman as master.
Prompting the unnamed female colleague to inquire, "What's the matter?"
The young man, having materialized unexpectedly, explained his reason for appearing. "I came after hearing about the White Lotus Guild and the Wooden Soul Guild." He seemed determined, his expression serious as he continued.
"I think it's time to make the winning move."
His words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications.
His unnamed female colleague, her eyes narrowed in suspicion, responded sharply, "Exactly how much do you know? And what do you mean by winning move?"
The young man's response was immediate and confident. "I know it all, even up to the current volatile situation." The unnamed female colleague explained, "Since this is a matter between guilds, I didn't tell you because I didn't think this was an issue you should concern yourself with." She continued, her expression thoughtful. "Still, it's a relief that every guild has started their emergency systems in preparation for the mega outbreak."
The unnamed female colleague paused, considering her words carefully. A question arose in her mind: why is it a relief?
Suddenly, the young man appeared, his confident demeanor suggesting he was ready to take action. A statement appeared, explaining that while the awakened summoned by the KBI are actively blocking the mega outbreak, the White Lotus Guild and the Wooden Soul Guild will undoubtedly use the downtime to attack. The unnamed female colleague, upon hearing this, questioned whether the two guilds would use their full force against their guild.
She expressed shock and disbelief at the prospect.
The young man revealed that the assassin who attempted to kill him was from the White Lotus Guild, Min Soyul.
He surmised that Min Soyul would undoubtedly seize this opportunity.
An unnamed female colleague's eyes glowed with a malevolent red light, a sinister smile playing on her lips as she contemplated an impending attack. Another colleague, her face partially obscured, voiced her disbelief, whispering, "I can't believe it." A young man, his back to the viewer, explained the precarious situation, stating that the KBI's passive approach would leave them vulnerable. It would be too late to react effectively. He posed a critical question, highlighting their helplessness against the two powerful guilds preparing to attack.
The unnamed female colleague's apprehension was palpable as she considered the imminent threat.
The young man's expression hardened, a grim determination settling on his face as he prepared for the inevitable conflict.
Dawn of the next day.
The scene is set outside an abandoned factory near Sindarum Station.
Several black limousines arrive at the factory,
their headlights cutting through the pre-dawn gloom.
The vehicles park, their occupants seemingly anticipating an event.
Inside one of the limousines, Lizzie, the Pear Blossom Guild's guildmaster, and an unnamed male colleague expressed their surprise at being summoned to such a desolate location at this hour.
Lizzie's thought, "To think they would call us to a place like this so late at night."
A character's intense gaze is shown, their eyes wide with a mixture of suspicion and determination. The focus shifts to a pair of piercing red eyes, reflecting a similar intensity. A scene unfolds showing a large gathering of guild leaders. The text above them reads, "With 10 of the nation's top guild leaders at that." Another character observes the scene, noting that almost all guilds are present, excluding only the White Lotus Guild and the Wooden Soul Guilds. The focus returns to the two individuals from the earlier panels, a woman and a man, standing amidst the crowd. The woman's expression is one of guarded suspicion. The man, observing the scene, questions aloud whether this gathering is an attempt to appease them. His companion nods in agreement, suggesting they will soon know the truth.
A large gathering of guild masters was addressed with a formal welcome and a message of gratitude for their attendance.
A woman in a suit stepped forward to address the guild leaders, clarifying that her announcement was not a threat, but a request. The woman's serious expression hinted at the gravity of the matter.
The camera focuses on a large, imposing building at night. The building is marked with a Korean character repeated twice. Inside, a guild leader explains that the Blue Castle Guild is in direct opposition to the White Lotus and Wooden Soul Guilds. Several guild members sit in a room, listening intently. A young man with blue hair sits among them, his expression unreadable. A woman in a suit addresses the gathering, stating that the reason for their meeting is to request their cooperation. She acknowledges the rumors of conflict between the guilds, questioning whether their involvement would make any difference. The blue-haired man, observing the scene from a distance, questioned the necessity of their involvement, stating that it wasn't their concern. However, the woman in the suit immediately countered, confirming that there was indeed a compelling reason for their participation. As she approached, a sudden impact echoed through the room, causing the woman to react with surprise, her eyes widening as she uttered Park Do-hyuk's name. The woman explained that the matter at hand was not limited to the Blue Castle, as it would eventually affect everyone in the future. The scene ended with a close-up on a man in a suit, his expression unreadable. The blue-haired man, Park Do-hyuk, reflected that the current situation wouldn't be resolved with words alone. A sentiment echoed by the woman in the suit, who observed that their master was too lenient with such matters, questioning whether it was a matter of misplaced justice or an overactive conscience. She deemed such tendencies detrimental. The woman in the suit wondered aloud why Park Do-hyuk had come to this place. Park Do-hyuk stated he wouldn't speak for long. Park Do-hyuk addressed a room of guild representatives, his voice carrying a note of urgency. "Everyone, is there anyone here who can proudly say that their guild is better than the Blue Castle Guild?" He continued, his gaze sweeping across the assembled figures. "If the White Lotus and Wooden Soul Guilds manage to get their hands on the assets that the Blue Castle Guild possesses." A woman in a suit posed a pointed question. "Then, do you think that they'll stop there?" Park Do-hyuk responded, his expression hardening. "Just because the Blue Castle Guild falls, you think the other guilds will fall too? If the guilds manage to unite, they wouldn't collapse," he warned, his voice low and serious. "But if another guild falls victim and you just sit there and watch like this, you'll all fall in an instant." The weight of his words settled upon the room as the representatives sat in stunned silence, each contemplating the gravity of the situation. The woman in the school uniform voiced her disbelief, stating, "There's no way the KBI would just look and do nothing." Her eyes widened, reflecting her growing concern. Park Do-hyuk, his expression serious, countered, "They wouldn't just be onlookers till the end." A man and woman, seemingly in a position of power, were shown in a tense discussion. The man explained, if they manage to grab hold once more of the order of the awakened world beneath the two guilds' beliefs, then they'll settle on that line. The woman in the red dress challenged him, questioning, "Do you really think that the KBI will always guarantee whatever you all want?" Another man, this one with blue hair, added, "There's also the method of uniting the rest of the guilds excluding the Blue Castle Guild." The blue-haired man proposed a solution, stating that even if the Blue Castle Guild disappeared, there would be no further issues. His expression serious as he considered the implications of his words. Park Do-hyuk, skeptical, questioned the blue-haired man's assertion, asking if that was truly the case, his doubt evident in his tone. Undeterred, the blue-haired man presented an alternative plan, suggesting a shift in focus to other guilds, his confident demeanor suggesting a well-thought-out strategy. The scene then shifted to show the exterior of the White Lotus Guild building. Jang Hongsu, guild master of the Wooden Soul Guild, inquired about the preparedness of his lower-ranking fighters stationed near Dae's Spire, while Kim Hoon, the guild's vice guildmaster, reported on the lack of issues and the KBI's preoccupation with the impending mega-outbreak. Min Sunyul, vice guildmaster of the White Lotus Guild, confirmed that their forces were fully focused on preparing for the mega-outbreak. And Kang In-han, the White Lotus Guildmaster, added that the Blue Castle Guild was also fully engaged in preparations for the same event, leading Jang Hongsu to propose a plan to equally divide the Blue Castle Guild's assets among the other guilds. A small, rectangular object rested on a table in a dimly lit room. The image of a woman with dark hair, her expression unreadable, filled the screen. A man with reddish-brown hair slammed his fist on a table, scattering papers. The scattered papers revealed a plan to eliminate the Blue Castle Guild. A woman with dark hair was shown from an overhead perspective, a knife poised above her. The location was identified as near ISU station. A wide shot of a city, showing a sprawling cityscape under a cloudy sky. Kim Hoon, observing from a distance, muttered to himself, "HM. It's about to begin soon." He reflected on his preparations, thinking, "I've prepared all that I can." He continued his internal monologue, including Hayes, "I've placed my party members around here." Min Sunyul and another party member stood alert, awaiting instructions. Kim Hoon's strategic mind focused on the key element of the operation. The key is to know where the boss will come out. Kim Hoon and Min Sunyul stood before a large screen displaying a tactical map, their expressions serious. A stark red announcement flashed across the screen: "The invasion is starting." The scene shifted to a city street, where two figures in tactical gear appeared, ready for action. One of them, a blond man, showed a look of grim determination on his face. As they leaped into action, moving with speed and precision through the urban environment. Navigating the cityscape with acrobatic maneuvers, their movements a blur. A massive, purple energy wave ripped through the city, shattering the ground and leaving a trail of destruction. The force of the blast sending tremors through the urban landscape. Kim Hoon, witnessing the devastation from afar, felt a surge of adrenaline. His eyes fixed on the epicenter of the explosion. A colossal, shadowy figure emerged from the wreckage, its presence filling Kim Hoon with a sense of foreboding. "It's big," he muttered to himself. The sheer scale of the creature dwarfing even the tallest buildings. He braced himself for the coming battle. Amidst the urban chaos, a soldier urged his comrades, shouting, "Get a hold of yourselves." The crimson eye of an unseen enemy glinted ominously. A chilling prelude to the swift, brutal attack that followed. A cloaked figure, their face obscured, unleashed a powerful energy blast. The force of the attack sending shockwaves through the city, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The cloaked figure unleashed a devastating energy blast, a crimson wave of power that surged outwards, sending one of the soldiers flying backwards, crashing into a pile of rubble. The impact creating a small cloud of dust and debris as the soldier lay stunned. The cloaked figure's heavy foot came down, crushing the rubble further, revealing two monstrous figures emerging from the dust cloud, their red eyes glowing menacingly. The two creatures advanced, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground. The monstrous face loomed, its red eyes burning with malevolent intensity. As soldiers desperately fought back. "They're here. Magic unit, fire," one shouted, launching a volley of fireballs. But the monstrous creatures retaliated with brutal force. "Die! You monster bastards," a soldier roared, his attack proving futile against the overwhelming power of the invaders. Their energy blasts tearing through the defenses. The soldiers were clearly outmatched. A blinding flash of light erupted as the battle reached its peak, leaving behind only destruction. A cloaked figure stood amidst the chaos, having orchestrated the invasion, his two monstrous allies now revealed. A system notification flashed across the screen: "Park Dohyuk. A strong reaction has appeared in the vicinity of Deus Spire." A young man with determined eyes, likely Park Do-hyuk, responded curtly, "First, we're requesting aid on that side." "Okay, I'll be right there." Two soldiers stood ready, bracing themselves for an incoming threat, smoke obscuring the battlefield. A monstrous figure emerged from the smoke, its red eye glowing menacingly. It sneered, "Humans. Is that the extent of the power of your magic?" The creature's grotesque grin revealed rows of sharp teeth, a chilling display of power. A monstrous figure, radiating immense power, raised a hand. A blinding golden light erupting from its palm. The energy surging outwards in a wave of destructive force. Meanwhile, two soldiers braced themselves, fear etched on their faces, anticipating the imminent impact of the monstrous attack. The monstrous figure unleashed a devastating energy blast, a wave of searing heat and destructive power that engulfed the battlefield, leaving behind only scorched earth and terrified soldiers bracing for the next attack.
A monstrous energy blast erupted in front of the Guangwaman markets,
leaving a gaping hole in the pavement as the shockwave spread outwards. Two monstrous figures emerged from the blast's aftermath,
their red eyes glowing menacingly as they surveyed the scene. One of the creatures lunged forward, its powerful blow connecting with its target,
the impact sending a shockwave through the air.
The creature then turned its attention to a new target.
A monstrous figure unleashed a devastating energy blast, striking the soldier with immense force, as two more monstrous figures, wielding axes, prepared to attack.
The soldier, despite the impact, managed to evade the axes with a burst of speed. Gritting his teeth, he mustered his remaining strength, muttering, "One more time." He channeled his energy, unleashing a final, powerful blast, the energy wave obliterating everything in its path.
The monstrous figures, weakened from the soldiers' counterattack, were shown in a final, desperate attempt to overpower their opponents.
Their forms were blurred by speed and the intensity of the struggle. But a soldier unleashed a powerful, swirling blast of energy, a fiery vortex that consumed the ground around him. The sheer force of the attack was depicted in a dramatic display of light and motion, suggesting an overwhelming power. A female soldier, her form glowing with an inner light, stood defiant amidst the chaos, her sword held high, ready to strike. She unleashed a furious barrage of attacks, her movements a blur of speed and precision, each strike imbued with fiery energy. The final blow was a devastating strike that sent shockwaves through the air, signifying the end of the monstrous figure's assault.
The soldiers had won.
A young woman with striking silver hair and intense red eyes glared, her expression resolute. She launched a swift, powerful kick, connecting with a monstrous figure, sending it flying backward with a burst of energy, the impact creating a visible shockwave. With a blur of motion, she moved through the air, her movements precise and deadly, her blade a silver streak cutting through the remaining monstrous figures, swiftly defeating them all. A young woman, clad in dark attire, stood poised, a katana held at her side. Her eyes glowed with determination.
A report came in, trouble at the branch office. A branch manager informed Mr. Dewa that an S-rank boss had appeared near ISU station. The branch manager expressed confidence, stating that Mr. Doohyuk's presence would ensure everything would be alright. However, a sinister, guttural laughter echoed as monstrous figures emerged from a fissure in the ground.
The young woman swiftly and decisively defeated the monstrous figures. The young woman and the branch manager walked away from the scene of the battle, their backs to the viewer.
A trail of destruction marked their path.
The branch manager observed, "It seems it'll be starting in earnest here as well." A close-up revealed a monstrous figure with a prominent horn and glowing red eyes, its sharp teeth bared in a menacing grin.
More monstrous figures, similar in appearance to the first, stood menacingly near the ISU station. 3 monstrous figures emerged from a fissure in the earth near ISU station, their leader bellowing, "Soldiers!" The young woman, anticipating a confrontation, prepared for battle, moving with speed and precision to engage the enemy. The monstrous figures charged, their movements blurring into a chaotic flurry.
A single monstrous figure, its features now clearly visible, advanced, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent.
A monstrous figure lunged forward, its attack a blur of motion.
But a sudden flash of light erupted, and the creature was thrown back with immense force. From a distance, Mr. Doohyuk arrived, his presence a calming influence on the chaotic scene. With a powerful surge of energy, he shattered the ground, sending shockwaves that repelled the remaining monstrous figures.
Mr. Doohyuk's face was grim as he demanded, "Where's Ebenar?" A monstrous figure, its eyes blazing with fury, responded with a roar, "You dare call out our great lord's name so carelessly?" It lunged forward, threatening, "I'll crush you, you inferior creature." But Mr. Doohyuk, unfazed, moved with terrifying speed, his movements a blur as he unleashed a devastating attack, easily dispatching the monstrous figure with a swift, powerful blow. The monstrous figures launched a final, desperate attack, their forms contorted in a furious assault. But Mr. Doohyuk remained unfazed. A single mage, they thought, running around alone.
He stood defiant, a surge of energy emanating from him as he effortlessly deflected their blows.
Alone? The monstrous figures questioned.
Their surprise palpable as they witnessed his power.
Mr. Du Hyuk countered with a smirk.
"Why would you think I'm alone?" he retorted, his eyes blazing with power.
The question hung in the air as he unleashed a devastating counterattack. Two monstrous figures attacked, but Mr. Du Hyuk's allies swiftly countered. One, wielding a side-like weapon, launched a powerful strike,
while another, armed with a sword, engaged the creatures with precise movements. Their coordinated assault overwhelmed the monsters. As the young woman urged Mr. Du Hyuk to proceed cautiously, shouting, "Du Hyuk,
let's go in slowly."
The two allies continued their assault, with one declaring, "The front guard is my position." Mr. Du Hyuk's allies continued their assault, their combined skills creating a whirlwind of attacks,
effectively neutralizing the monstrous figures. The battle concluded with the monsters defeated.
Mr. Du Hyuk stood calmly amidst the chaos as his two allies engaged the monstrous figures.
One, a woman wielding a scythe, moved with deadly grace,
while the other, a shorter woman with purple hair, brandished a sword with fierce determination.
Their coordinated attacks were swift and precise.
The ground trembled as the monstrous figures unleashed a barrage of attacks, shattering the pavement into fragments that rained down upon the city below. But the two women skillfully evaded the onslaught, their movements a blur of controlled power.
The scythe and sword met the monstrous figures' attacks with deadly efficiency.
A volley of projectiles launched from a hidden source rained down on the monstrous figures, adding to the chaos and overwhelming them. The projectiles exploded in a fiery display, effectively neutralizing the monstrous figures. The battle was over. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of blows exchanged between the young woman and a monstrous figure.
Her blade flashed, a blur of motion,
as she expertly deflected the creature's attacks. Another ally of Mr. Du Hyuk, a figure cloaked in shadow, provided ranged support, shouting, "Leave the ranged support to me and run wild all you want." Seizing the opportunity, the young woman launched a powerful assault. A swift, acrobatic maneuver that sent her soaring through the air,
leaving a trail of dust and debris in her wake.
Her expression was one of grim determination. The battle concluded with Mr. Du Hyuk and his allies standing victorious amidst the defeated monstrous figures. A sense of calm settled over the scene as the dust began to clear. The branch manager observed the aftermath from a distance.
The young woman, still catching her breath after the recent battle, voiced her concern, "You're going by yourself again?"
Mr. Du Hyuk, his expression serious, explained,
"It's not that. I need to be the one to get that ogre mage." He seemed determined, his resolve unwavering despite the implied risk.
A slight sheen of sweat on his brow hinting at the exertion of his recent efforts. The young woman, however, remained unconvinced, a single word hanging in the air, "Wait." Her expression showed a mixture of worry and determination as she prepared to follow him. A monstrous figure, flanked by two equally imposing minions, declared, "I'll clear a path for you from those minions." The scene shifts, showing a blurred trail of motion, as the young woman, determined, focuses on Mr. Du Hyuk's location, stating, "That are surrounding that guy."
A flurry of motion and energy erupts. Meanwhile, in front of the Blue Castle building, a scene of quiet anticipation unfolds. Dust and debris settle on the ground near the building.
A soldier reported, "I've confirmed that the main force of the Blue Castle Guild has left." Another soldier added, "Yes, and Zhou Jiangmi and Choi Daewha of the KBI are both currently near Gwangwaman.
Our team is at the front gate.
They're going through the back gate.
Now, let's go."
The scene shifts to show a group of soldiers preparing for action.
Three monstrous figures, their eyes glowing red, charged forward, their terrifying presence filling the air as they lunged towards their target.
But a young woman, clad in dark attire and wielding two crimson shields, stood ready. With a swift movement, she raised her shields,
then unleashed a powerful crimson scythe, its energy crackling with raw power, sending the monstrous figures reeling. The young woman, a blur of motion, launched herself forward.
a powerful energy radiating from her as she moved with impossible speed. Meanwhile, a man with short, dark hair stood amidst a surge of blue energy, seemingly observing the scene.
3 monstrous figures charged towards the young woman, their intent clear.
"Then I'll go," she declared, readying herself for battle. With a swift, precise movement, she swung her scythe. The crimson arc of its blade slicing through the air, leaving a trail of red energy in its wake. The young woman, a blur of motion, launched herself into the heart of the monstrous horde. Her scythe a crimson streak against the gray cityscape as she sliced through the first wave of attackers, leaving a trail of injured and disoriented creatures in her wake. With a battle cry, she unleashed a whirlwind of attacks, her scythe moving with deadly precision, each swing a precise strike. The monstrous figures were no match for her skill and ferocity. She defeated them decisively. The young woman, her crimson hair a stark contrast against the gray cityscape, crouched low, her scythe poised.
2 monstrous figures lunged at her,
but she met their attack with a swift, brutal counter. With a powerful swing of her scythe, she sent both creatures sprawling. A larger, more imposing monstrous figure emerged, its voice booming, "You dare, my subordinates." The monstrous figure unleashed a fiery blast, but the young woman, her face obscured by a gas mask, remained unyielding.
"Die," it roared, its attack intensifying. The final monstrous figure loomed, its malevolent gaze fixed on the young woman.
A cruel smile stretched across its monstrous face,
a chilling prelude to the final confrontation.
The air crackled with anticipation. The young woman, her face partially obscured by a mask, stood resolute. Her eyes, however, burned with fierce determination,
ready to face whatever lay ahead.
This was the culmination of her arduous journey. With a burst of speed, she launched a powerful attack, flames erupting from her hands,
engulfing the monstrous figure in a fiery inferno.
The battle reached its climax. The young woman, victorious but weary from her final battle, unleashed a powerful blast of energy,
the force of the attack sending shockwaves through the air.
As monstrous figure recoiled from the impact, its form momentarily distorted by the sheer power.
Another monstrous figure lunged forward, its movements swift and brutal. But the young woman, with a practiced ease, effortlessly deflected the blow. The monstrous figure, surprised by her agility, questioned, "You can block me with restraints like these?" The monstrous figure, its eyes burning with rage, bellowed, "How dare you look down on me?" Its terrifying maw opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. As the young woman responded with a swift, decisive strike, a brilliant green energy slicing through the air, the force of her attack sending the monstrous figure crashing to the ground. The young woman, despite her victory, felt a pang of doubt. She thought, "Am I only capable of stopping him for a moment, even with my spells?" The young woman, her face partially obscured by a mask, stood panting, her body trembling with exertion. Sweat beaded on her brow, reflecting the harsh light. A stark white space filled the page, offering a moment of visual respite before the next scene. A swirling vortex of blue energy pulsed with raw power, radiating outwards in a dazzling display of light and data streams. Mr. Du-hyuk, propelled by a surge of golden energy, launched himself through the air, a determined expression etched on his face. The monstrous figure, its skull-like face contorted in a silent scream, was lifted high into the air by an unseen force. Its eyes, glowing red with malevolent intent, widened in shock and disbelief as it was subjected to a powerful, unseen energy. Mr. Du-hyuk unleashed a force missile, a concentrated blast of energy, the searing projectile hurtling towards the monstrous figure. Simultaneously, the young woman launched a fireball, a fiery sphere of destruction, the two attacks colliding with devastating force, resulting in a massive explosion that engulfed the monstrous figure, leaving behind only shattered remnants and a cloud of dust. The young woman, exhausted but resolute, braced herself, her shield raised against the lingering flames. She cried out for Mr. Du-hyuk's assistance, as she struggled to maintain her defensive stance. "It's okay," she reassured herself, despite the obvious danger. Mr. Do-hyuk's energy surged, bolstering her defenses. But the young woman remained wary, recognizing the inherent risks of her current situation. Now, it could be dangerous, she thought, her eyes narrowed in concern. She questioned Mr. Do-hyuk's apparent lack of worry. Aren't you worried? The young woman reflected on Mr. Do-hyuk's past magical displays. Noting his enhanced fire resistance, a crucial factor in their current battle. And her trust in his abilities solidified her resolve. The young woman, armed with her sword, and Mr. Do-hyuk, wielding his shield, stood ready to face their foe. A powerful strike from the young woman and Mr. Do-hyuk's protective magic combined to overwhelm their opponent, resulting in the defeat of the ogre mage, Crudelease. The monstrous form of Crudelease began to dissipate, leaving behind only wisps of smoke. A system message appeared before Mr. Do-hyuk, announcing that he had obtained 2-dimensional fragments. Meanwhile, Mr. Do-hyuk stood before a towering Carlin ogre, his power amplified by the dimensional fragments he now possessed. Another system message confirmed that he had gained additional damage against the Carlin ogre, proportionate to the number of dimensional fragments he held. His current total was 6, granting him a 30% damage increase. Mr. Do-hyuk pondered aloud, surprised that these creatures dropped dimensional fragments. A final system message informed him that the relevant dungeons, including Desmondby, were now active. And with that, Mr. Do-hyuk absorbed the energy from Crudeleace's heart and eyes. Receiving a 300 stamina increase and a 200 intelligence boost, according to the system message. A smirk touched Mr. Do-hyuk's lips as he reflected on his unexpected gain of a title unseen in the awakened system before. The young woman, observing him, commented on his less than elated expression. Mr. Do-hyuk responded that it wasn't completely as expected, before the young woman reminded him of the S-rank boss in Gwangwaman, urging them to hurry. The scene opens in the main lobby of the Blue Castle building. Dust and debris litter the floor, remnants of a recent battle. A large crack spider webs across the floor, evidence of a powerful impact. The damage suggests a significant confrontation has just concluded. One of the figures, his face grim, states, "Damn it, we're completely surrounded." Another figure, observing the scene, remarks, "This is different from what we expected." A group of soldiers from the Blue Castle Guild approached, their leader questioning if this was their location. As one of them fell to the ground, engulfed in a cloud of smoke. A female soldier from the Blue Castle Guild confronted a man with blue hair, accusing him of betraying his nation and vowing that he would pay for his actions. While another man, Baek Do-wi, was questioned about setting a trap. The young woman's accusation hung heavy in the air. "This trap," she declared, "was set by someone close to Baek Do-wi, a constant thorn in his side." A revelation that sent a shockwave through Baek Do-wi. His mind raced, the name Park Do-hyuk a bitter taste on his tongue. His face contorted in a grimace of fury and betrayal. Meanwhile, a different kind of negotiation unfolded. Gaijihun proposed an alliance, suggesting that by cooperating, they could absorb the Blue Castle Guild and seize everything. But his offer was met with immediate rejection. Gaijihun's proposal was dismissed with scorn. The young woman voiced her utter distrust of those who would betray them in a time of crisis. Park Do-hyuk, seemingly unconcerned, stated that the situation at the back door would be the same. Two figures, cloaked in shadow, moved swiftly. Their approach marked by a blur of motion as they closed in on their targets. One of the women declared, "You guys are already finished." The scene opens a day before a mega outbreak. Mr. Do-hyuk makes a proposition: he will give the Blue Castle Guild exclusive rights to all of his products. He sits across from a seated man, possibly the branch manager, and a woman standing behind him, possibly the young woman. The air is thick with tension and anticipation. As Mr. Do-hyuk details his offer, which includes 3 existing bomb types and identification scrolls, he emphasizes that this time, the deal will also include a new addition, the Compound of Glory. He clarifies that this means everything. Mr. Do-hyuk holds up a vial containing a glowing pink liquid, the Compound of Glory, underscoring the comprehensiveness of his offer. A detailed description of the Compound of Glory appeared on screen. All stats increase by 7% for 2 hours.
Mr. Doohyuk's face was shown, a serious expression etched on his features. He seemed to be considering the implications of his actions. He remained silent for a moment, weighing his words carefully. Before finally speaking, his voice low and measured, "No, it's a survival strategy." Mr. Doohyuk stood, arms outstretched, a faint blue energy emanating from him. He declared, "This is an opportunity for you all." A figure, presumably a member of the Blue Castle Guild, sat in a chair, looking up at Mr. Doohyuk with a questioning expression. An opportunity, they thought. Mr. Doohyuk, a calculating gleam in his eyes, silently considered the implications of his plan, a strategic maneuver to legally dismantle two criminal guilds. His expression hardened, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he weighed the risks and rewards. The young woman, initially skeptical, reacted with disbelief to his proposal. Getting rid of two guilds? No way. She questioned his intentions, demanding clarification. Cooperate in the war, is that what you're saying? Mr. Doohyuk calmly explained his strategy, revealing that the two guilds planned to ambush the Blue Castle Guild during the mega outbreak. Yes. Those two guilds will definitely ambush the Blue Castle Guild during the mega outbreak. He framed his actions as self-defense, stating, defending against an attack is self-defense. The young woman, her expression determined, explained her plan to Mr. Doohyuk. She detailed how they would persuade the other guilds, ensuring they could gain control without suffering heavy losses. She reported their success in subduing the rival guilds with minimal casualties. Two figures, clad in black tactical gear, stood silently in the background, a testament to the operation's efficiency. One of them expressed gratitude for the successful mission, but noted that Min Sunyul and Kim Hoon had escaped. The young woman, her face grim, suspected that the escaped duo had used their guild members as bait from the start. A young man with blue hair declared, "We will take care of tracking them down." Another individual responded, "Okay, we'll leave it to you." A young woman with dark hair then stated, "Our side should go help out with the mega outbreak now." Her expression suggested a sense of urgency and concern. Finally, a thought bubble appeared, reading, "The danger hasn't completely passed yet." The scene is set in Gwanghwamun Square. A monstrous figure, radiating dark energy, unleashes a powerful attack. The Carlin Ogre Lord Ebenar, an S-rank boss monster, is revealed to be the source of the disturbance. Two figures, presumably the young woman and young man, confront the monstrous being. One of the figures observes Ebenar's power, noting his surprising magical abilities in addition to his considerable physical strength. The young man and young woman engage in combat with the S-rank boss, showcasing their skills and teamwork. A swirling purple vortex opened, revealing Carlin Ogre Lord Ebenar, an S-rank boss monster. Its imposing figure a stark contrast to the young woman's worried expression. She muttered, "Lord of all things." The panel clearly identified the monstrous figure as Carlin Ogre Lord Ebenar, an S-rank boss monster. The young woman and young man, engaged in intense combat, exchanged a worried glance. The young woman voicing her concern, "Is receiving aid still impossible?" Because the mega outbreak is happening all around the world, not just in Korea. Making it difficult to expect aid from overseas, she concluded, her voice laced with grim determination. Several monstrous figures unleashed a wave of fire magic, shouting magic unity. Fire! The intense flames soaring into the sky. As the young man, his back turned, braced himself against the oncoming assault, readying himself to counter the fiery onslaught with a powerful magical counterattack. The energy crackling around him as he prepared to unleash his full power. Finally delivering a devastating blow, a surge of purple energy erupting from his fist. The young man unleashed a devastating counterattack against the Carlin Ogre Lord Ebenar, a surge of energy erupting in a blinding flash of light. The force of the blow sending shockwaves that ripped through the air, leaving the monstrous figure reeling from the unexpected power. The young woman watched, her worry momentarily replaced by awe as she exclaimed, "Like that?" The monstrous figure, weakened by the young man's attack, struggled to maintain its form. Its purple aura flickering and fading as the young man's attack continued to take its toll.
The young man, empowered by his recent success, continued his relentless assault against the monstrous figures. His movements a blur as he sent them sprawling with powerful kicks and blows, each impact echoing with the force of his resolve. He commanded, "Trample them, Kazdun," as he unleashed a devastating final blow, sending the last of the monstrous figures crashing to the ground. The young woman watched, awestruck, as the dust settled, revealing the young man standing victorious amidst the fallen foes. Her expression reflected a mixture of hope and wonder at the display of his overwhelming power. The young man, empowered by his recent victory, moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion, his fist impacting the monstrous figure with earth-shattering force, sending it sprawling across the city street. Another monstrous figure lunged forward, its movements clumsy but powerful. But the young man anticipated the attack, his counterstrike swift and precise, leaving the creature incapacitated. The young man, empowered by his recent victory, launched a powerful counterattack against the remaining monstrous figures. His movements were swift and precise, a blur of motion as he effortlessly dispatched his foes one by one, each strike a testament to his growing strength and skill. The monstrous figures, weakened and surprised by his sudden burst of power, were no match for his might. Observing from a distance, the young woman noted the change in the young man's power. The strength of his force has weakened, she thought, her eyes fixed on the battle. But even as his power seemed to wane, the young man pressed his advantage, unleashing a final, devastating blow that sent the last monstrous figure sprawling to the ground. The battle was over. The young woman, awestruck, watched as the young man launched a powerful counterattack against the remaining monstrous figures, the speed of his movements blurring into a whirlwind of motion, his strikes precise and deadly, each blow connecting with devastating force, leaving trails of energy in their wake as he effortlessly dispatched his foes. The final blow shattering the last monstrous figure into dust. A voice boomed, "What do you think you are doing?" The young man unleashed a wave of energy, a purple torrent that swept across the battlefield, the force of the attack sending shockwaves through the air and obliterating the remaining monstrous figures in its path. The young woman watched, awestruck by the display of power. A final monstrous figure lunged at the young woman, its attack swift and brutal. But the young man reacted instantly, intercepting the blow with a powerful counterattack, leaving the monstrous figure defeated and the young woman safe. The young man unleashed a wave of purple energy, a powerful surge that crackled with raw power. The energy coalesced into a swirling vortex, its intensity growing with each passing moment. He channeled this energy into a devastating blow, striking the monstrous figure with unmatched force. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, the monstrous figure's armor shattering under the sheer power. With a final, explosive burst of energy, the young man obliterated the remaining monstrous figure. The remaining energy dissipated, leaving behind only silence. The young woman, still reeling from the previous battle, found herself pursued by a monstrous figure, its massive form looming over her. But just as the creature was about to strike, the young man's mech, a blur of motion, intercepted the attack, swiftly maneuvering to shield the young woman from harm. The mech's powerful thrusters propelled them both away from danger. The young man, having already dispatched the other monstrous figures, now focused his attention on this last foe. He unleashed his ice storm attack, a wave of frigid energy that engulfed the creature, freezing it solid in an instant. The battle was finally over. A swirling vortex of blue energy erupted, its power immense. The young woman watched in awe, her eyes wide with disbelief as she whispered, "No way, that magic is." A colossal crystal structure, formed from the same blue energy, pierced the sky, its sharp edges reflecting the light as it continued to grow. The young man observed the scene, a smirk playing on his lips as he stated, "That force of magic and the golems are definitely late." A powerful surge of energy erupted, radiating outward in a brilliant, white wave, leaving the young woman and young man awestruck by its sheer power. One of the men commented that the injured man would recover slightly, but if it was that bastard, he would break free of the ice quickly.
He then questioned if he could stall for time. The other man, his eyes glowing red, responded that he would give it a try.
He then unleashed a crimson energy blast.
The young man's eyes glowed with a bright, ethereal blue light.
A stark contrast to the young woman's awestruck expression as she watched him.
His eyes, now blazing with crimson energy, reflected a newfound power.
With a sudden burst of speed, he announced, "Okay then, I'm off," and vanished in a blur of motion, leaving the young woman speechless.
He left a trail of fiery energy in his wake as he moved with incredible speed.
The young man, his face set with grim determination, unleashed a wave of energy. A surge of power that ripped through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake.
The force of the blast impacting the monstrous figure with devastating effect. The monstrous figure retaliated, its powerful fist hurtling towards the young man. But the young man, anticipating the attack, effortlessly deflected the blow, sending a shockwave of energy that sent the creature reeling backwards. The young man, displaying impressive agility, countered the monstrous figure's attack,
sending it reeling with a powerful blow.
His movements were fluid and precise, a testament to his newfound power. A fiery energy crackling around him as he prepared for the next assault. His eyes burned with determination. With a roar, he unleashed a devastating burst of energy.
A wave of intense heat washing over the battlefield as he launched a final, decisive attack, leaving the monstrous figure weakened and defeated.
The young man stood victorious, his power undeniable.
The monstrous figures lunged, their blows impacting the ground with earth-shattering force.
But the young man stood defiant, his expression grim as he braced for their onslaught.
He muttered to himself, "None of my attacks seem to be working."
With a surge of determination, he unleashed a powerful, purple energy blast. The raw energy striking the monstrous figure with devastating effect, sending it reeling back in pain. "This again," he exclaimed, clearly frustrated by the recurring challenge. The young man, his body radiating an intense purple energy, launched a final, devastating attack. The force of the blow sending shockwaves that rippled outwards,
completely overwhelming the monstrous figures and sending them sprawling,
their forms collapsing as the energy dissipated.
A notification appeared, indicating that there were 5 minutes remaining until arrival at Gwangwoman.
Riding on a wolf-like creature, a young woman urgently addressed Du Hyuk Appa, "I might be late, but I need to tell you something."
Du Hyuk, slightly annoyed by the interruption, responded curtly, "What is it?"
The young woman, her expression urgent, stated that Carlin was the Overlord she knew, and then asked the young man if he knew something. The young man, seemingly in a hurry, looked intently in a certain direction. The young woman continued, explaining that during his fight with Ebenar, Sir Garen had inflicted a deep scar on the back of Ebenar's neck,
and possessed secret arts allowing him to instantly pull distant targets to his location.
She concluded by saying it would be beneficial for him to know these two facts. The young man, eyes glowing with an unnatural light, moved with speed, leaving a blur in his wake.
He paused, his gaze intense as he questioned the young woman, "That secret arts, is it magic by any chance?"
The young woman confirmed, "Yes, it's magic."
She continued, "Thanks. Knowing that the secret arts is magic is good information on its own."
With a worried expression, she added, "And Du Hyuk Appa, please be careful."
He simply replied, "Okay."
An anti-magic field is deployed, the visual effect suggesting a powerful energy surge emanating from the ground.
The young man, seemingly unaffected by the field, leaps into the air, his movements swift and precise,
landing a powerful blow on a monstrous figure clad in heavy armor, sending it sprawling to the ground. The young man's expression shifts, he observes that the suctioning power he previously felt has ceased. The young woman, witnessing the scene, expresses her concern, exclaiming that the situation is too dangerous. The young man, ignoring her warning, prepares for another attack, a surge of dark purple energy forming around his weapon. The young woman, worried but resolute, offered a reassuring, "Don't worry."
The young man, undeterred, channeled his magic, a surge of blue energy emanating from his body,
the energy intensifying as he prepared for a counterattack. Readying a powerful spell, his expression determined and focused. With a shout, he unleashed a lightning bolt, a searing yellow energy arcing towards the monstrous figure. The raw power of the spell engulfing the creature in a blinding flash.
A monstrous figure, crackling with electrical energy, roared in fury.
The raw power emanating from it almost palpable. The young man, recognizing the creature, muttered, "This rat bastard." He launched a swift, powerful attack. A beam of pink energy slicing through the air,
connecting with the monstrous figure and sending it reeling.
The young man, confident and victorious after his magical duel, landed a powerful kick. His eyes blazing with intensity as he channeled his power,
readying himself for a final, devastating blow.
A surge of fiery and icy energy enveloped his fists,
the combined force creating a blinding flash of light as he unleashed his attack. The monstrous figure was sent flying. The on-screen text read "AOE strengthening."
The impact leaving a crater in the ground. The young man stood triumphant, having defeated the monstrous figure. The young man unleashed a furious magical attack, a wave of intense energy erupting from his fist.
The force of the blow amplified by a powerful surge of energy.
A blinding flash of light and color engulfed the monstrous figure, sending it reeling backward with a powerful impact.
The young man's attack cleaved through the air, leaving a trail of vibrant energy in its wake.
The monstrous figure was caught completely off guard by the sheer power of the attack, its defenses shattered.
The attacks are going through thanks to Mr. Park Do-hyuk's buff. The young man, eyes narrowed in fierce concentration, gripped his sword. A surge of energy, vibrant red and blue, crackled along the blade. A powerful magical attack building within him. Observers noted, he's being pushed, as the monstrous figures pressed their assault.
But he stood firm, the magical energy intensifying.
The clash of magic and brute force created a blinding flash. A wave of crimson energy erupting from the young man's blade, striking the monstrous figure with devastating force. The impact sending shockwaves through the air. The monstrous figure reeled from the blow.
Purple energy pulsed from its wounds as it struggled against the overwhelming power of the young man's attack. The monstrous figure was clearly overwhelmed. A powerful, purple energy surged outwards from the young man, radiating in intense streaks. The force of the blast pushing back against the monstrous figures, leaving the young man breathless, but clearly surprised by the unexpected power of his own attack.
"What is this?" he wondered aloud.
The purple energy continued to dissipate, revealing the aftermath of the attack. The monstrous figures, weakened but still standing, glared at the young man, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. Their forms shimmered with residual purple energy, a testament to the raw power of the young man's unexpected attack. A monstrous figure, its features obscured by shadow, loomed over the battlefield, radiating an aura of immense power.
Its crimson eyes burning with malevolent intensity.
The creature crouched, preparing for an attack. The young man, still reeling from the unexpected surge of magical energy within him, found himself face to face with the beast.
A monstrous claw reaching for him.
Fear threatened to overwhelm him, but a surge of newfound power coursed through his veins.
With a roar, the young man unleashed a blinding wave of magical energy. The young man unleashed a torrent of magical energy, a blinding purple beam erupting from his hands.
The raw power overwhelming the monstrous figures as they were caught in the blast.
The force of the attack leaving a trail of destruction in its wake.
The names Acid Arrow and Magic Missile appeared, indicating the nature of his attack.
One of the monstrous figures, seemingly the leader, was left standing, though weakened and visibly affected by the attack.
The green energy crackling around it, a testament to its resilience, but clearly diminished.
The monstrous figure lunged forward,
only to be met with a swift, precise counterattack, leaving it momentarily stunned. The words "Did you really think you could keep running away like this?" appeared, suggesting a taunt from the young man.
The monstrous figures loomed, their presence menacing.
A young man, empowered by his previous victory, prepared for another confrontation. He unleashed a torrent of magical energy, targeting the creature's vulnerable points. That acid arrow and magic missile spell struck with precision, weakening the monstrous figures significantly. The young man moved with confidence, his resolve unwavering. The young man declared, "The fooling around ends here." His expression hardened, reflecting his determination to end the threat. A metallic hand, heavily damaged, lay on the ground, its red energy signature fading. A figure, cloaked in shadow, stood amidst the urban sprawl, their back to the viewer, the red energy emanating from them. The figure turned, revealing a young man with dark hair, his face etched with strain and exhaustion, his breathing ragged. Two young women watched him from a distance, their hands glowing with an ethereal green light. The young woman watched from a distance, her expression a mixture of concern and surprise. As a monstrous figure, its form vaguely humanoid but clearly demonic, attacked the young man. The young man, despite his exhaustion, fought back with surprising strength, his movements precise and deadly. The young woman cried out, "Do Hyukappa." The young man, wounded and bleeding, stood his ground, his resolve unwavering. A monstrous figure, its eyes glowing purple, snarled, "I'll finish you off." The young man, already wounded, braced himself against another brutal attack. The monstrous blow sent him flying across the city street. He crashed into a building, the impact echoing through the urban landscape. From a distance, the young woman watched, her face etched with worry. Despite his injuries, the young man rose again, his determination unwavering. A monstrous figure, cloaked in dark energy, unleashed a powerful blast of purple energy towards the young man. The force of the attack sending him sprawling across the ground, leaving a trail of debris in its wake. The monstrous figure, its red eyes burning with malevolence, raised its arm. Its dark energy crackling as it prepared to deliver another devastating blow. The young man lay helpless on the ground, his body battered and bruised. Despite his injuries, a surge of defiance coursed through the young man. He clenched his fist. Summoning a fiery red energy, he launched himself towards the monstrous figure, determined to fight back. The monstrous figure loomed over the young man, its voice a low growl, "Your life threat is quite tough." However, the creature continued its assault, unleashing another wave of energy blasts. The young man, despite his wounds, dodged with surprising agility. The monstrous figure lunged forward, its attack a blur of motion. But the young man, with a defiant roar, met the attack head-on, countering with a powerful kick that sent the monstrous figure reeling. The monstrous figure unleashed another energy blast, sending the young man hurtling through the air. The purple energy engulfing him as he tumbled through the city's skyscrapers. His body a silhouette against the streaking lines of motion. Despite the brutal attack, the young man remained defiant. He braced himself. And with a surge of adrenaline, he countered the monstrous figure's attack. The monstrous figure recoiling from the unexpected counter. "Even if you're this resilient, if your head is crushed, would you be able to survive?" the monstrous figure taunted. The young man, wounded but unyielding, braced himself against the monstrous figure's relentless assault. He unleashed a desperate counterattack, a burst of energy radiating from his body. The force of his blow sending the monstrous figure reeling. Its form flickering with unstable energy. A celestial figure, radiating golden light, descended, her wings a breathtaking spectacle. A message appeared, "Angel's blessing has been received." The young man, severely wounded but alive, lay prostrate on the ground, bathed in the divine glow. The angel's hands gently rested on his head, a soft, healing energy emanating from them. His eyes fluttered open, a look of dawning awareness replacing the pain. A system message appeared, displaying, "All stamina and magic power have been recovered, all abnormal effects have been removed." Another system message followed, "Special spell Immortal One has been transformed into Mortal One." A final system message flashed, "Angel's blessing has activated." The young man's opponent, a demonic figure, questioned, "Is this your power?" The demonic figure's expression intensified as purple energy surged around him. A new system message appeared, stating, "For 10 minutes, all stats are increased by 50%, all attack power is increased by 100%, stamina and magic power recovery is increased by 50%. A surge of golden energy enveloped the young man, intensifying the glow emanating from the device on his chest. The demonic figure watched, its expression shifting from disdain to wary assessment as it observed the young man's power increase.
"Not even a moment ago I thought you were just someone who knew how to use unusual magic," it thought, its voice a silent observation.
But now the demon recognized a power similar to its own. "But now you possess a similar power as me," the demon stated, its voice laced with a newfound threat. Its eyes blazing with malevolent intent, the demon vowed, "This time I will definitely stop your breathing." The young man, empowered by the angel's blessing, gripped a futuristic weapon, energy crackling around his hand. The demonic figure, Ebenar, unleashed a torrent of blue energy, a technique known as mana burn, his body crackling with raw magical power. The raw energy surging around him as he prepared for a powerful attack against the young man.
His power amplified to an almost terrifying level as the blue energy intensified.
A system message appeared: Ebenar's magic power has been 100% taken. The magic power received is being transferred to the user's magic power. The young man, having absorbed Ebenar's magic, stood empowered, a bright orb of energy forming in his chest.
Ebenar, enraged, roared, "You bastard! You dare steal my magic power!" The demonic figure lunged forward, unleashing a torrent of dark energy in the form of a force missile. But the young man, empowered by Ebenar's magic, effortlessly deflected the attack with a swift movement, countering with a dimension door technique that sent him hurtling towards his opponent,
and striking with a powerful void arrow that pierced through the demonic figure's defenses.
The impact sending the demonic figure reeling back, leaving him vulnerable and weakened.
The young man, victorious but still tense, stood amidst the fading echoes of battle, his power surging within him.
He had used Dimension Door to evade the demonic figure's force missile, and followed up with a precise void arrow, piercing the creature's defenses. The demonic figure, weakened and reeling from the impact, struggled to maintain its form.
Its dark energy flickered and sputtered, a testament to the young man's overwhelming power.
Finally, the demonic figure collapsed, its malevolent aura dissipating into nothingness.
Seizing the opportunity presented by the demonic figure's momentary stillness, the young man muttered, "Now's the chance since the jerk isn't moving."
He launched himself forward, drawing a glowing blue weapon, a void arrow, imbued with immense power. The demonic figure, sensing the impending attack, reacted with a surge of dark energy, launching a powerful force missile. But the young man's void arrow, propelled by his enhanced abilities, pierced through the force missile, striking the demonic figure with devastating force, causing it to collapse in defeat. The young man, propelled by an intense burst of speed, hurtled through the air, his void arrow pistol raised and aimed at the demonic figure. The recoil from the shot impacting his body as he fired, a grimace twisting his features. The demonic figure, its massive form looming, prepared to unleash its full power, its eyes burning with malevolent energy as it braced for the impact. The young man, despite the recoil, maintained his aim, his resolve unwavering as he fired the void arrow. The energy of the shot impacting the demonic figure, causing a blinding flash of light and a powerful shockwave that rippled outwards. The demonic figure unleashed a final, devastating attack, a surge of purple energy erupting from its core, the force of the blast shattering the surrounding concrete. But the young man, despite the recoil from his previous shot, braced himself. His void arrow already launched, a crimson streak cutting through the air, the arrow impacting the demonic figure with a resounding crash. The demonic figure, its power neutralized, snarled, "Since you've missed your chance, I'll finish you with this." The young man, still reeling from his previous exertion, gripped his weapon, a strange device that pulsed with dark energy. He wondered, what's going to happen? The device glowed intensely, its power building, then unleashed a wave of destructive energy towards the demonic figure. The demonic figure, despite its immense power, scoffed, "Even if you tried with clones, you wouldn't be able to attack me." But the young man remained undeterred, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The demonic figure added dismissively, "That's not something you need to be worried about." With a final surge of energy, he opened a dimensional portal, seemingly unfazed by the demonic figure's boasts. With a flick of his wrist, the young man unleashed a wave of energy, dismissing the demonic figure with a dismissive "see ya." The energy surged outwards in a fiery arc, engulfing the demonic figure in a blinding flash of light. A wave of intense, golden energy erupted from the young man's position, the force of the blast creating a massive crater in the earth as it struck the demonic figure. The demonic figure, momentarily stunned, struggled to maintain its composure amidst the destructive power. But the energy blast proved too overwhelming, its form dissolving into nothingness. The young man stood victorious, the aftermath of his attack a testament to his power. The demonic figure lunged, its multiple limbs extending towards the young man. But he effortlessly dodged each strike, the ground cracking under the force of the impact as the demonic figure's attack missed its mark. A gaping chasm opened up beneath the demonic figure, as it was pulled into the earth, its form disappearing into the darkness. The young man stood, breathing heavily, a look of grim determination etched on his face. Is it finally over? He wondered aloud. A calm voice echoed in his mind, yes. There's no need to worry now. A woman with silver hair watched from a distance as a blue energy field flickered, obscuring the view of two shadowy figures. A system message confirmed the defeat of Ebenar. Daeho, exhausted but relieved, stood amidst the fading energy, a small cut visible on his face. Another figure, his companion, reported that Daeho needed immediate medical attention. The two men, supporting each other, began to walk away from the scene of the battle. Daeho, despite his injuries, offered a weary smile and entrusted the remaining tasks to his companion. Daeho lay injured on the ground after his intense battle with Ebenar, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. As his companion rushed to his side, shouting for help and calling out Daeho's and Duhyuk's names, a man, his face etched with determination, barked orders into his phone, "Find them. They couldn't have gone far." He continued, his voice sharp and urgent, "Look thoroughly." Meanwhile, on a rooftop across the city, a figure stood silhouetted against the night sky. The search was on. The camera sweeps across the city streets, highlighting the intensity of the search. Elsewhere, a young woman anxiously turned to her injured companion, her voice laced with worry, "Babe, what should we do now?" The young man, his face partially obscured by bandages, stared intently ahead, his expression unreadable. The immediate future remained uncertain. The injured young man assessed their precarious situation, muttering, "There's no way to hide from the Wooden Soul Guild by staying here." His companion, equally anxious, voiced her concern. He considered their options. The young man proposed a daring plan, "Let's hide with the help of the Chinese Guild." His companion hesitated, questioning the wisdom of such a drastic measure. Go that far? The young man, however, was resolute. There was no other choice. He explained, "If it's Wang Lihan's Tewa Guild, then they'll be able to keep us safe." The young man, his face marred by cuts and bruises, his expression resolute despite his injuries, stared intently ahead. He was formulating a plan, a desperate attempt to find safety and refuge. A plan that involved seeking shelter with the powerful and influential Chinese Guild. His companion, though hesitant, nodded in agreement. "This is," the young man thought, his gaze fixed on the ceiling vent above. The scene shifted, revealing a different perspective. A blurry, indistinct view of the ceiling, suggesting a rapid movement or transition. Suddenly, the young man found himself lying on a hospital bed, the sterile environment starkly contrasting with his recent ordeal. The hospital, he wondered aloud. It seems different from the hospitals I know, he mused, observing the unfamiliar details of the room. The scene ended with the young man assessing his surroundings, his mind racing with uncertainty. The young man's eyes flickered open, his gaze settling on the unfamiliar surroundings. He recognized the sterile environment as a hospital. A realization dawning on him as he processed the situation. He was in a hospital bed, his body still weak and aching. A memory of the events leading to this point still hazy and unclear. His confusion was palpable. A woman with dark hair and purple highlights entered the room, her expression one of quiet concern. She gently approached the bed, her movements careful and tender.
She appeared exhausted, but her devotion to the young man was evident.
As words of a nearby nurse confirmed the young man's location, it's the Blue Castle Medical Center that operates under the Blue Castle Enterprise.
The companion, seemingly relieved, asked that the young man be left to rest, explaining that she had been watching over him.
A woman visited Do-hyuk in the hospital, stating, "Mr. Do-hyuk, it's been a while." She offered a basket of fruit, commenting, "Yes. It's been a while." She explained, "This is a gift for you while you were hospitalized. Is your body okay?" Do-hyuk replied, "Yes. Thanks to the top-class treatment I received." Do-hyuk then inquired, "Anyway, what happened after I collapsed?" The image focuses on Do-hyuk's concerned expression, leaving his question hanging in the air.
The companion, a woman in a lab coat, addressed the young man, assuring him, "You must have a lot that you're curious about. I'll tell you them one by one."
She began her explanation. First, Ebenar collapsed.
The scene shifted to show Ebenar's massive body lying on the ground, surrounded by soldiers. The companion continued, "Right now his body is being collected for safekeeping by the KBI." She then updated him on his comrade, Choi Daeho, who fought alongside you, is safe and receiving treatment.
The young man lay in a hospital bed, bandaged and recovering.
The companion concluded, and currently, China and Japan are facing the same situation.
News reports detailed the widespread chaos. Japan and other nations faced similar large-scale battles,
while China suffered severe damage due to numerous simultaneous outbreaks.
In contrast, the narrator's nation reported 0 civilian casualties.
The surprise attack on the White Lotus and Wooden Soul guilds went according to plan. Both guilds were successfully repelled,
with the masters and their subordinates fleeing.
The young man, still recovering in the hospital, learned that the Wooden Soul Guild was located in Motpo. News of the battle's aftermath reached the young man.
The White Lotus Guild had escaped towards China.
His companion updated him, explaining that 3 days had passed since his collapse. She expressed regret that they hadn't captured all the chief executives. The young man, Sungmai, awoke to his companion's voice. Sungmai, still weak, recognized her and murmured Do-hyuk's name. Her eyes widened in surprise at his awakening. Sungmai's face was etched with worry, tears streaming down her cheeks as she anxiously awaited news. Her gaze dropped to her hands, her expression reflecting her inner turmoil. Then back up, as if bracing herself for something. The young man, Sungmai's appa, stirred, his eyes fluttering open weakly.
"Sungmai," he gasped, his voice raspy from disuse.
He looked around, his vision still blurry, his body weak from his 3-day slumber. A look of concern crossing his face as he registered his surroundings. "I thought maybe something would go wrong in Appa," Sungmai whispered, her voice choked with emotion. The young man, weak but conscious, lay still.
A faint blue glow emanated from his body. A stark white background offered no further details.
He offered a weak but sincere expression of gratitude to Sungmai. "Thanks for taking care of me."
"Truly." Sungmai, visibly embarrassed, cleared her throat. "Ahem."
She checked her phone, a worried expression crossing her face as she received a message.
The message read, "Master? When did you arrive?"
Sungmai received a message, "Mr. Do-hyuk, those affiliated with the KBI are here waiting to visit you.
What would you like to do? If you're busy, should I clear the room for a moment?" Sungmai smiled, seemingly pleased by the message's content, and replied, "No, it's fine. I'll prepare right away."
The young man, still weak but awake, listened as Sungmai relayed the message and made preparations. Then, she said, "Okay.
Then I'll take you there."
The narration shifts to describe a secret apartment in Jilin province. A large, imposing throne room filled with smoke and dust came into view,
as Sungmai urgently instructed someone to get inside,
revealing both Sungmai and the young man bound and helpless on the floor.
Sungmai, despite her predicament, glared defiantly. A heavy boot descended.
A man in a dark suit sits, his hands clasped together, a look of quiet contemplation on his face. The name Kong Inhen appears in a speech bubble above him. Meanwhile, Min Sunyul's face is shown, a smirk playing on his lips. His name, Min Sunyul, is also displayed in a speech bubble. A close-up on another individual, their mouth slightly open, the word I am appearing above them. Sungmai, bound and furious, glares at her captor, her voice filled with righteous anger as she shouts, "You, who are you to treat?"
Bound and defiant, Sungmai glared at her captor. "Do you seriously think you'll get away with treating us like this?"
Sungmai's furious gaze was directed at a figure seated on a throne in a distant hall. The imposing silhouette of her captor filled the space between them. The tension crackled in the air.
Sungmai revealed a crucial piece of information: the person who's backing us is Wang Lihong. The name, Wang Lihong, the Tewa Guild's guildmaster, hung heavy in the air as Sungmai's defiant expression intensified.
The final panel shows a close-up of Sungmai's face, her mouth open in a silent scream of defiance. She still does not understand the situation.
Sungmai's interrogator explained that Wang Lihong was the one who chose their current location as a temporary base.
And the one who had her investigated.
With a look of dawning horror, Sungmai revealed, that was all Wang Lihong. Her interrogator responded with a single, chilling word, "What?"
The interrogator then delivered the final blow, that is, "You've been discarded." The interrogator's face, now fully revealed, showed a sinister smile, his red eyes gleaming. The word impossible echoed in the air, a stark declaration of the situation's gravity. A woman with brown hair, her expression fierce, exclaimed, "There's no reason why Wang Lihong would throw us away."
A man with silver hair calmly responded, "TSK, think what you'd like."
He continued, his voice devoid of emotion, "I just have to handle the work I'm tasked to do cleanly." The silver-haired man walked away, leaving the brown-haired woman and a red-haired man bound and helpless on the ground.
Then,
the silver-haired woman extended a hand towards the bound red-haired man. A purplish energy emanating from her fingertips as she touched his forehead. The red-haired man's eyes widened in surprise as he felt a surge of power.
A close-up revealed the intensity of the energy transfer.
The silver-haired woman then lowered her hand, a faint smile playing on her lips. The silver-haired man's magic surged into the red-haired man, a wave of purple energy engulfing him, leaving him momentarily stunned by the sudden power. Meanwhile, Wang Lihong and the brown-haired woman watched in shock as the silver-haired man's actions unfolded. Wang Lihong, his expression hardening, questioned the silver-haired man's motives, wondering if he knew more about Park Do-hyuk than he let on. The silver-haired man, seemingly unfazed, simply responded with a cold glare, his thoughts obscured by a veil of mystery. The brown-haired woman, witnessing the escalating tension, cried out in fear, her pleas lost in the growing chaos. The silver-haired man's crimson eye glowed intensely as he smirked, a cruel satisfaction evident on his face. He muttered something about the brown-haired woman, his words laced with menace. A subtle shift in his posture suggesting a hidden power at play. His expression remained enigmatic, betraying little of his true intentions. Wang Lihong, observing from a distance, listened intently as the silver-haired man spoke to the brown-haired woman. He learned that after waking up in the hospital, many issues were dealt with, including the processing of Ebonar's corpse by the KBI.
The silver-haired man had somehow managed to acquire it.
The brown-haired woman, though still visibly shaken, stood beside Wang Lihong, her eyes darting nervously between him and the empty space where Ebonar's body had been. Meanwhile, the silver-haired man, his expression unchanged, revealed his success in obtaining Ebonar's blood, a crucial component for his creation. He had successfully crafted a legendary rank dimensional stone, a powerful artifact that hinted at his far-reaching ambitions. Following his recovery, the silver-haired man dedicated himself to studying the spells Taepong had discovered for him. He meticulously examined the trophies left behind by Ebonar, gaining valuable insights into his defeated foe's power. The examination revealed that he now possessed 12 dimensional fragments, granting him a 60% damage increase against Karlin ogres, and unlocking access to specific dungeons, Desmond B, Rentuz A, and Rentuz B. Park Do-hyuk, his expression grimly determined, stood poised, a surge of power emanating from him, absorbing the vitality of Ebonar's heart. The act caused a visible shift in his stats. His physical defensive power increased by 200, and his magic defensive power also increased by 200. He obtained the title Dimensional Guardian, gaining the ability to strengthen both ordinary and unique spells once.
Furthermore,
he learned Ebonar's Absorb skill through experience, and also gained the unique spell Transcend Wizard's passive strength skill, increasing spell efficiency based on his intelligence level.
The cooldown is 10 seconds.
His growth was significant, a testament to the power he had absorbed. His stats reflected this dramatic increase. The Deus Market title card appeared, indicating a shift in location. An exterior shot showed the Deus Market building at night, a modern structure with a distinctive abstract sculpture in front. Inside, two men in suits prepared to unveil something covered by a red cloth. One of them announced, "You've waited a long time." The cloth was partially lifted, revealing only a glimpse of what lay beneath. Then dramatically pulled away to reveal the item for sale. For sale. 5 unique weapons, offered by Park Do-hyuk, were displayed for the upcoming auction. Their images filled the screen, each glowing with an otherworldly light. The audience reacted with gasps of awe and excitement, their collective wah-wah echoing through the hall. The auctioneer, standing at the podium, announced that the starting price for this lot would be 80 billion won. From a distance, Wang Lihong observed the scene, his expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The brown-haired woman, still visibly shaken, whispered Do-hyuk Appa to herself, her gaze fixed on the stage. She then added, almost inaudibly, that it had been a while since she'd last visited the Deus Market. Park Do-hyuk explained that he had acquired several items he wished to sell at the auction. The brown-haired woman, observing him, commented on the increasing value of his possessions. She noted that unique-grade weapons typically start at 100 billion, suggesting that his items were of significant worth. Park Do-hyuk and the brown-haired woman stood in the auction hall, awaiting the start of the auction. Do-hyuk further clarified that his items included an introductory book to magic circles from Sir Verhat and transcendent rank dimensional stones from Ebonar. A shadowy figure loomed behind him, hinting at the power and potential danger associated with his possessions. The brown-haired woman, her curiosity piqued, addressed Park Do-hyuk's companion, Appa, "There's a whale here interested in buying Appa's items.
Aren't you curious who it is?" He responded, "Is that so? Who is it?"
She pointed, "Look at the man sitting in the corner of the third row on the left." The brown-haired woman's eyes narrowed in concentration as she observed the mysterious bidder. Park Do-hyuk reacted with shock as a bid of 90 billion was announced, his jaw dropping in disbelief. The brown-haired woman watched, her expression unreadable, as the auction continued. The auctioneer, a man with neatly combed brown hair and sunglasses, held the microphone, his voice echoing through the hall.
He announced, "I hear higher?"
A mysterious bidder, unseen, offered a staggering counter-proposal. "Let's combine all 5 weapons for 650 billion won, how's that?" A hand, belonging to the mystery bidder, gestured decisively, confirming their bid. The brown-haired woman in the audience reacted with a visible start, her eyes widening in surprise at the unexpected bid. A young man with dark hair and striking blue eyes stood beside a woman with dark hair styled in pigtails, her expression serious.
The woman questioned, "That man?"
She continued, explaining, "He's on a different level from the other awakens here at the auction."
The woman revealed, "That's right, he's Urian, an SS rank awakened from Germany."
The brown-haired woman sat with her arms crossed, a confident smirk playing on her lips. The brown-haired woman, her green eyes gleaming with amusement, observed the auction with a knowing smirk. The auctioneer announced that 650 billion had been bid,
and asked if anyone wished to bid higher. The audience, a sea of formally dressed individuals, remained silent, their faces obscured by the dim lighting of the auction hall, until the auctioneer declared the auction closed. The brown-haired woman asked the man, "Appa, are you leaving now?" He responded, "Then, next time I want to have a long talk, so if there's time, how about getting a drink together?" She replied, "Oh? Then before the dungeon clear begins in earnest, let's make some time." He agreed, "Then it's a promise." She stated, "I have to go clean up so I'll leave now." The brown-haired woman proposed a meeting, suggesting that enough time for coffee would suffice. She then pulled out her phone. A brief, indistinct sound effect accompanied the action.
And the focus shifted to a discarded can. The brown-haired woman addressed Park Do-hyuk, inquiring about his public image and acknowledging his recent rise to fame due to the scroll. Park Do-hyuk confirmed his increased notoriety, attributing it to the scroll's influence. A brown-haired woman addressed Park Do-hyuk, stating that her reason for coming to Korea was to deliver a warning. As an executive of the WBI, Park Do-hyuk, intrigued, questioned the woman's affiliation with the WBI. The woman then asked Park Do-hyuk if he recognized a particular face, showing him a picture on her phone.
The image displayed was of Kon Yinhan, the White Lotus Guildmaster.
News of a death reached Park Do-hyuk. A corpse had been discovered only hours prior. The brown-haired woman explained that this was the work of Ant Ghost, a dangerous individual, and that Park Do-hyuk's name had been added to their list of targets. Park Do-hyuk, now aware of the threat, silently processed the warning. The brown-haired woman confirmed that his carefree days were over. Her intense gaze left no room for doubt. A brown-haired woman handed Park Do-hyuk a device, instructing him, "This is a contact accessory.
If Ant Ghost finds you, call me immediately."
Park Do-hyuk replied, "Thank you, I will be careful."
As he left, the woman added, "Thanks for lending me some time."
Outside the Deus Market parking lot, Park Do-hyuk stood near a military vehicle.
He observed the vehicle before walking away, a thoughtful expression on his face. A bright light erupted, momentarily blinding.
The Korean characters now appeared in the center. Park Do-hyuk shielded his eyes, the intense glow reflecting in his dark hair.
As the light intensified, revealing a city skyline in the distance.
Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted around him. Explosions rocked the area as he was caught in the crossfire. Park Do-hyuk, reacting instinctively, vanished in a blur of motion. Park Do-hyuk, utilizing an unknown ability, moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion leaving a trail of orange energy in his wake. The sudden burst of power leaving him breathless and slightly disoriented. Park Do-hyuk, exhausted but alert, found himself pursued.
He braced himself. A fiery projectile hurtling towards him, the heat intense on his skin.
He reacted instantly, his body blurring as he evaded the attack with impossible speed. A blast of energy narrowly missing him as he countered with a swift blow, sending his attacker reeling.
Do-hyuk, using his enhanced speed, vanished into the night.
Park Do-hyuk found himself the target of a coordinated ambush, multiple figures descending upon him from above. His attackers shouting a battle cry, their intent to overwhelm him with a simultaneous assault.
But Do-hyuk reacted instantly, unleashing a wave of energy that repelled his opponents. He moved with speed and precision, dodging their blades,
countering their attack with a swift and decisive strike, leaving them momentarily stunned. One attacker, caught off guard, was sent flying backward by the force of Do-hyuk's counter. Park Do-hyuk stood alone under a crescent moon, a green aura swirling around him. A voice echoed in his mind, revealing a chilling truth, including the ones who are hidden, there are 13. The scene shifted to show Do-hyuk surrounded by 13 shadowy figures, poised to attack.
Do-hyuk, anticipating the ambush, activated his Dimension Door ability,
vanishing in a flash of light as two attackers clashed in his place.
Leaving his pursuers stunned and shouting, he disappeared? Do-hyuk reappeared behind one of the attackers, a blue energy emanating from his hand, ready to strike.
Park Do-hyuk, having just evaded a large-scale ambush, stood his ground, a surge of dark purple energy enveloping him. His eyes glowing with an unnatural light as he prepared to unleash a new ability. The word disintegrate appeared above his head, a clear indication of the spell's name. A system message appeared, confirming that disintegrate was a 6th-class spell, capable of disassembling and dissolving a single opponent. With a focused expression, Do-hyuk unleashed the spell, his fist crackling with purple energy. The force of the spell obliterating two of his pursuers instantly. Purple particles scattered across the ground where they once stood.
One of the remaining attackers, witnessing the devastating power of Do-hyuk's spell, muttered in disbelief, "Is that the power of a spell?" Do-hyuk responded calmly, "Don't get flustered." One of Park Do-hyuk's pursuers observed his spellcasting, commenting that he couldn't keep spamming such a powerful spell and was likely just trying to confuse them. Meanwhile, another attacker, his eyes narrowed in suspicion, recognized a familiar voice. The voice belonged to Kim Hoon, a member of the guild, whose identity was revealed as he confronted Do-hyuk. Kim Hoon, enraged, confronted Park Do-hyuk, expressing his fury and resentment over past humiliations. Do-hyuk, showing a smirk despite his injuries, seemed amused by Kim Hoon's anger. Do-hyuk's amusement stemmed from the fact that Kim Hoon had dared to confront him directly, a bold move Do-hyuk found unexpected. Kim Hoon confronted Park Do-hyuk, his words laced with venom, "Seems like you really want to die." Do-hyuk, his expression grim, explained, "Because of you, I become the most wanted criminal and am having such a hellish time. To think I'd be fortunate enough to see you here enjoying the auction." Kim Hoon's eyes glowed with an eerie purple light as he declared, "I'll kill you for ruining our plans." Kim Hoon gave the order, "Go." His masked assassins, wielding glowing purple blades, charged towards Do-hyuk. Park Do-hyuk found himself surrounded by Kim Hoon's assassins, their blades glinting menacingly under the dim streetlights. A cold fury ignited within him as he glared at his attackers. "You were asking for it," he thought, his eyes blazing with a supernatural light. The assassins lunged, their blades flashing in a deadly dance, but Do-hyuk met their assault with a burst of speed and power. Activating his unique spell, Transcendence. A surge of energy coursed through his body, and he unleashed a wave of fiery energy, incinerating his opponents in a blinding flash. Do-hyuk landed gracefully, the smoke clearing to reveal his victory. Park Do-hyuk, victorious in his recent confrontation, hovered above the scene of the battle, a faint blue aura surrounding him. The aftermath of his transcendence spell leaving several of Kim Hoon's assassins incapacitated on the ground. One of the surviving assassins, obscured by smoke, shouted in frustration, "Shit! We can't see because of the smoke." Park Do-hyuk, his eyes glowing an eerie green, observed the scene with a calculating gaze. A sudden burst of energy emanated from him. As remaining assassins were swiftly dispatched, their forms dissolving into ethereal wisps, Park Do-hyuk unleashed a burst of energy, his body radiating power. The force of the attack rippling outwards, easily overpowering the remaining assassins. Kim Hoon, observing from a distance, muttered to himself, "That bastard, there's no way," when he jumped, that first time. He pondered, did he figure out the positions of the ranged awakens then? The scene shifted to show Park Do-hyuk, slightly wounded but clearly victorious, standing amidst the fallen bodies of his attackers. Two assassins engaged in combat, one wielding a sword, the other a staff. A voiceover stated, "The bastard knows all of our positions." The sword-wielding assassin focused on protecting a ranged attacker, his internal monologue echoing, "Fight whilst protecting the ranged." Park Do-hyuk, observing the scene from a distance, saw the two assassins and the ranged attacker. A smirk playing on his lips as he internally mused, "What good timing." He then unleashed a burst of energy. The blue energy emanating from his hands as he swiftly moved to engage the assassins. An assassin, cloaked and masked, activated a spell. The text on screen read, "Third-class spell hold person. Bind every person within a 5 m radius for 20 seconds. The ground beneath him cracked and exploded outward in a small concussive blast. As a warning to those nearby, a voice shouted, "He's coming." Park Do-hyuk, observing from a distance, saw the assassins moving in. He prepared to engage. Two assassins lunged at him, swords drawn. But Do-hyuk moved with incredible speed, dodging their attacks and leaving trails of purple energy in his wake. Park Do-hyuk, engaged in a desperate struggle against multiple assassins, expertly dodged a series of swift attacks. His movements fluid and precise as he weaved through the deadly blows. A surge of power coursing through him as he prepared his counteroffensive. With a fierce shout, Do-hyuk unleashed a fourth-class spell, Firewall, a powerful wall of flames erupting from the ground. The intense heat engulfing the area, creating a formidable barrier against his pursuers.
Park Do-hyuk, empowered and engaged in defensive combat, activated Firewall, a 4th-class spell. A brilliant blue energy field erupted around him, forming a hexagonal barrier, deflecting an incoming fiery attack with a resounding clang. The force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards, and Do-hyuk braced himself against the intense heat, a grimace contorting his features as he strained against the overwhelming power of the attack. Park Do-hyuk, strained from his previous defensive maneuvers, focused intently, his expression grim. A surge of blue energy enveloped him as he prepared to unleash a powerful counterattack. The panel displays the name of his spell, Reversal, a 7th-class spell capable of reflecting opponents' attacks by consuming their magical power. The spell erupted in a blinding flash of light and energy, reflecting the incoming attack with immense force, sending the opponent reeling backward, the force of the reflected magic sending tremors through the ground. The aftermath of a powerful magical confrontation is depicted, with streaks of light and energy fading across the panel. A figure, presumably Park Do-hyuk, is shown tumbling through the air, the force of the impact evident in his body's trajectory. He crashes to the ground, his body impacting with a visible thud. Dust and debris are kicked up by the force of the fall. Park Do-hyuk lies on the ground, defeated but alive. His sword lies a short distance away, broken. Despite his injuries and exhaustion, a grim determination crosses his face as he speaks. "Did you think that if I die, everything will be over?" He continues, his voice laced with a weary resolve. "No, there'll probably be more enemies going forward. For as much as I'll make friends, there'll also be people who hate me." Park Do-hyuk, battered but still standing, heard a chilling voice echo in his ears. "This is just the start, Park Do-hyuk. I'll be waiting for you in hell." The words hung in the air, a grim promise of future conflict. He stood, his body aching, but his resolve hardened. He began to walk away, a determined gait despite his injuries. The city lights blurred in his vision. His gaze was distant, focused on the challenges that lay ahead. He would not be broken. Park Do-hyuk stood over his fallen opponent, a man in tactical gear, his breathing ragged but his eyes sharp. He appeared to be contemplating his next move, his expression unreadable. A silent question hanging in the air: should he continue? A surge of energy emanated from Do-hyuk, a faint blue glow surrounding him as he considered his options. Two figures watched from a distance, hidden in the shadows, observing Do-hyuk's actions. Park Do-hyuk, his face partially obscured by a mask, stood defiantly before two masked opponents. Their weapons, a katana and a tanto, lay discarded on the ground, a testament to his recent victory. The defeated opponents raised their hands in surrender as Do-hyuk commanded, "Surrender." The scene shifted to focus on the fallen weapons, emphasizing the finality of the confrontation. Do-hyuk turned, his attention drawn to a woman in a business suit running towards him. She approached cautiously, her expression unreadable, as he continued his departure. The next day dawned over the KBI Seoul branch, where a report was being presented. This was all the information they had regarding yesterday's battle. A female agent listened intently, questioning the details of Kim Hoon's death and the fate of his underlings. The agent confirmed that the two who surrendered had been arrested by their people. Further investigation of the scene revealed that the A-rank awakened, Kim Hoon, couldn't even lift a finger against the opponent. The KBI agent, reviewing security footage, muttered to herself, "I'm looking at the CCTV now as well. It appears that Park Do-hyuk reversed Kim Hoon's sword slash. Did you see that?" "Yes." It initially seemed Kim Hoon's attack would be successful, but then the skill was reversed back onto him. The agent, thoughtfully, addressed someone off-panel, "Mr. Day." "Oh." The female KBI agent, seated at her desk, reviewed the security footage of Park Do-hyuk's recent battle. She muttered to herself, "Keep the information about Mr. Do-hyuk's spells on the down low. No good will come of knowing too much about the way that the spells work." A subordinate approached her desk, expressing concern. "But branch manager, is it really okay? If it's like this, if Mr. Do-hyuk goes abroad, he could just take everything we've given him and run off. The branch manager, a man with intense red eyes, considered this possibility.
Branch manager. A KBI agent, concerned, questioned her superior, Mr. Daecho, about any undisclosed information regarding Park Do-hyuk, suspecting there were details being withheld about his abilities. Mr. Daecho, appearing apprehensive, asked for the agent's trust.
The agent, displaying a determined expression, instructed Mr. Daecho to focus on wanted criminals from the White Lotus and Wooden Soul Guilds, leaving Park Do-hyuk's case to her.
Mr. Daecho, understanding the implications, agreed.
A KBI agent, her expression serious, addressed the branch manager. She instructed him to focus on other cases, keeping the Park Do-hyuk case confidential and under her sole jurisdiction. The panel displayed the official title, WBI Korean KBI Headquarters, Director Lee Jane. Park Do-hyuk stood on a city street corner, using his phone.
He appeared to be waiting for someone.
Meanwhile, Sung-mi reflected on their upcoming conversation, surprised by the topic he was about to bring up.
Sung-mi asked Do-hyuk if he was free this weekend.
Do-hyuk replied that he was, prompting Sung-mi to hesitantly continue. She then proposed meeting up, contingent on his availability that weekend.
Sung-mi, blushing deeply, nervously presented Park Do-hyuk with a proposition, "Will you go on a date with me?"
Her hopeful gaze lingered on him, her heart pounding with anticipation, as she awaited his response. Moments later, she spotted him from afar,
and exclaimed, "Do-hyuk appa, you're here already?"
Park Do-hyuk, appearing somewhat surprised, observed her from a distance. Sung-mi approached him, her excitement palpable as she walked towards him. Sung-mi, dressed in a new outfit, pondered her appearance, questioning if it suited her. Park Do-hyuk, upon seeing her, complimented her, mentioning that if he had known she would look so pretty, he would have dressed up more as well.
Sung-mi responded that his appearance was always cool, even now. Do-hyuk showed a pleased expression. Sung-mi called out to him, saying, "Appa, wait." Their hands clasped together, signifying a new stage in their relationship.
Sung-mi, her heart pounding, confessed her feelings to Park Do-hyuk, a blush rising on her cheeks as she shyly awaited his response. Park Do-hyuk, visibly moved by her confession, gently took her hand. A look of quiet understanding passed between them as Sung-mi whispered a soft okay. Their intertwined fingers symbolized the beginning of their relationship.
As they walked hand in hand, a sense of joy and anticipation filled the air.
Park Do-hyuk, pleased in holding Sung-mi's hand, smiled and said that their schedules would get busier soon, so they should enjoy themselves properly today. Sung-mi, equally happy in holding his hand, responded with a cheerful okay.
The couple excitedly rode a roller coaster together, experiencing the thrill of the ride, their laughter echoing amidst the screams and the rush of wind. Park Do-hyuk, concerned for Sung-mi's enjoyment, asked, "Sung-mi, how is it? Are you having fun?" Sung-mi responded, "Yes. It's enjoyable to spend time leisurely like this."
Do-hyuk, noticing they had only been on rides he chose, suggested, "It feels like we've only been going on the rides I wanted.
Is there anything you'd like to ride?"
Sung-mi, after a moment of thought, declared, "Then
I want to ride that Ferris wheel." Do-hyuk, excited by Sung-mi's suggestion, showed his enthusiasm. The Ferris wheel loomed large against the setting sun, its brightly colored gondolas gleaming. A breathtaking spectacle that promised a unique perspective of the amusement park below, and a romantic setting for Park Do-hyuk and Sung-mi's date.
Park Do-hyuk and Sung-mi sat comfortably in a Ferris wheel gondola, enjoying the slow ascent. Their conversation light and easy, punctuated by shared laughter and comfortable silences. Sung-mi gazed out at the panoramic view, a soft smile playing on her lips. She felt content and at peace. Park Do-hyuk and Sung-mi enjoyed the Ferris wheel ride, gazing at the city lights below.
Sung-mi commented on the beautiful view, their hands clasped together.
Sung-mi blushed, a quiet smile playing on her lips as she admitted that he was right.
her eyes sparkling with unspoken feelings. Park Do-hyuk, noticing her reaction, felt a surge of warmth and affection.
Mizu, observing from a distance, muttered in disbelief as he witnessed Park Do-hyuk and Sungmi sharing a tender kiss on the Ferris wheel. "Just let them kiss, damn it," he exclaimed, his words a mixture of exasperation and begrudging acceptance. Park Do-hyuk and Sungmi rode a train. Their conversation implied a romantic tension. As they arrived at an amusement park at night, the atmosphere was quiet and dark. A wide shot showed the amusement park's nighttime landscape, with roller coasters and buildings visible in the distance, and a carousel in the foreground. The park appeared mostly deserted. Sungmi noted that the entire amusement park seemed to have experienced a blackout. A sudden blackout plunged the amusement park into darkness, leaving Park Do-hyuk and Sungmi in the dim light. Do-hyuk suggested they wait patiently for the power to be restored. Sungmi, however, appeared distressed, prompting Do-hyuk to ask if she was all right. She responded that it was nothing. Sungmi's distress continued, her internal monologue revealing her frustration at the inopportune timing of the blackout. She lamented the lost opportunity, a chance she had worked hard to secure.
A bright, ethereal light enveloped Sungmi, the word light appearing above her as the glow intensified. The light pulsed, bathing her in its radiant energy, finally subsiding, leaving Sungmi seemingly restored to her normal state. Park Do-hyuk approached Sungmi with concern, asking, "Sungmi, are you feeling better now?" Sungmi, still slightly disoriented, responded with confusion, "What? What are you talking about?"
Park Do-hyuk, noticing Sungmi's head was down after a recent blackout, voiced his concern, stating that he assumed she was afraid of the dark. He then inquired if she was worried about something. A sudden, bright light filled the train car, as the train experienced a momentary power surge. Park Do-hyuk, concerned, called out to Sungmi. He found her sitting on a bench, seemingly recovered from her previous weakened state, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Her expression was one of quiet contentment. Sungmi simply replied that nothing was wrong. Following the previous assassination attempt, Park Do-hyuk and Sungmi relocated to a new, more secure training facility, a place offering enhanced security measures and a spacious training area designed for their rigorous training regimen. The new facility boasted a large, state-of-the-art training room, perfectly suited to their needs. Meanwhile, Park Do-hyuk, observing Sungmi's continued training despite the recent trauma, expressed his concern. He questioned whether her continued training was wise given the circumstances. Park Do-hyuk stood in a dimly lit hallway, a word appearing above his head, "Haze." A small, glowing blue kitten with one red and one blue eye appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. The kitten lunged forward, its glowing form enveloping Do-hyuk's face. Do-hyuk, startled, questioned, "What's this? Why are you acting like this?" He gently cradled the glowing kitten, his expression a mixture of confusion and concern. A young woman with blue hair, her face partially obscured by a bandage, clutched at a large, glowing blue creature resembling a wolf or feline. She gasped, a soft "ah" escaping her lips, the creature's immense tail sweeping across the floor as she struggled to maintain her grip. Her eyes closed in pain and exhaustion. Park Do-hyuk, his expression one of concern, appeared in the next panel. A Korean syllable, likely an expression of surprise, floated above his head. He gently covered the injured woman with a blanket, his actions suggesting a desire to help and protect her. He then reflected on his current skill level, noting that he should repair and upgrade her equipment while he had the opportunity. Park Do-hyuk found himself in a hangar-like space, facing two deactivated mechs. One was larger and more heavily armored than the other. He observed them carefully, considering his next course of action. He internally mused that he should utilize any remaining resources available to him. He held a glowing blue crystal, seemingly a component from the injured woman's equipment, and began interacting with a complex digital interface, likely to initiate repairs on the damaged mechs. His actions were swift and precise.
Do-hyuk planned to prioritize repairing Akron, one of the mechs, starting immediately.
Akron's repair process continued, reaching 40% completion.
Park Do-hyuk's golem mech, previously ranked as a golem, was upgraded to battle golem rank. Observing the golem's upgrade, Do-hyuk decided to enhance his drone as well.
Using a digital interface, he initiated the upgrade process, successfully promoting his drone from drone to battle drone rank.
A surge of energy emanated from Do-hyuk's upgraded drone.
Park Do-hyuk, having completed the upgrades to his golem mech and drone, felt a surge of satisfaction.
A powerful blue energy pulsed from his body.
Meanwhile, Akron remained under repair, her expression a mixture of weariness and slight annoyance. She seemed lost in thought, her eyes distant and unfocused. Akron's gaze hardened slightly as she considered something. Resting comfortably in her room, Akron appeared to be recovering well, though still slightly weary. A sudden thought seemed to strike her, causing a slight shift in her expression.
She muttered, "Appa?"
Park Do-hyuk stood silently, a faint ethereal glow emanating from his form, as Hayes approached cautiously. He seemed lost in thought.
Hayes, noticing his sleepless state, questioned him, her concern evident in her expression.
"Still haven't slept?" she asked.
Do-hyuk simply replied, "Ah, Hayes. Well, the effect of the relic means I don't have to sleep." Intrigued, Hayes pressed further, "Then what did you do all night?"
A sudden burst of speed blurred Do-hyuk's image as he seemingly teleported a short distance, a playful smirk on his face.
A towering battle golem, designated Akron, materialized, its metallic frame shimmering with an ethereal blue energy.
Its imposing form filling the frame, the caption clearly identifying it as a battle golem. A smaller, sleeker battle drone, Irene, emerged, its crimson armor contrasting sharply with Akron's gray.
Its design suggesting superior agility and speed compared to the bulkier golem. Park Do-hyuk and Hayes stood amidst a flurry of blue energy trails, the effects of Do-hyuk's recent activities clearly visible.
3 advanced drones, their designs hinting at significant firepower, approached rapidly. A squadron of sleek, futuristic drones zipped across the sky, their propellers a blur of motion. Meanwhile, Park Do-hyuk stood confidently, 2 powerful mechs flanking him.
He assessed the approaching drones, a thoughtful expression on his face.
Do-hyuk observed the drones, commenting, "I think they're sturdier and much cooler than the first time I saw them." Hayes, her blue hair a striking contrast to her light blue jacket, stood near a mech, cradling a small, white cat. She seemed alert, but also calm.
Do-hyuk addressed Hayes, noting, "Hayes, I see you've been training hard as well. Your magic power has definitely grown."
A surge of magical energy emanated from Hayes as she stood ready, her cat still safely in her arms. Hayes, her eyes burning with determination, declared that she wouldn't rest until her revenge was complete. A surge of magical energy visibly crackling around her, a testament to her unwavering resolve. Park Do-hyuk informed Hayes that, following their recent battle, including the Desmondby dungeon, several locations had been revitalized, requiring immediate preparation for their next mission.
Emphasizing the uncertainty of obtaining similar results as their last Desmondby dungeon expedition.
Hayes, clutching a small plush toy, listened intently as Do-hyuk spoke, her expression resolute.
Do-hyuk, sensing Hayes's unwavering commitment, nodded in acknowledgement.
He knew she would train diligently for the upcoming challenges. Park Do-hyuk received a late-night call from Yunseo. He questioned the urgency of the call, inquiring why he was being summoned in the middle of the night.
And listened intently as Yunseo relayed the information.
The news clearly shocking him. Park Do-hyuk, on a late-night call, looked surprised as he questioned, "What did you say?"
Yunseo, holding a small cat, stood nearby. He listened intently as Yunseo explained something, then responded, "Ah, right. That's okay. Then, I can just choose, right?" Do-hyuk continued his conversation,
his expression turning serious as Yunseo spoke. He seemed to be considering her words carefully. Yunseo, her face partially obscured by a bandage, stated firmly, "When it becomes certain, I'll contact you."
Yunseo, slightly injured but determined, approached Park Do-hyuk with a question, "Appa, what's the matter?" She explained that a dungeon commission from the KBI had come in for him, specifying the location as Hayes. Park Do-hyuk, thoughtful and decisive, checked his phone, processing the information. He then turned to Yunseo, asking, "If it's alright with you, do you want to go with me?" Yunseo readily agreed, replying, "Yes, if it's with Appa, I'll go." She added thoughtfully, "But for them to be asking for Do-hyuk Appa, whose skill utilization is really high, it must be quite a difficult dungeon, huh?" Park Do-hyuk and Yunseo stood on a city street. Yunseo explained, "It's an unbalanced dungeon on Jeju Island." Do-hyuk, intrigued, questioned, "Unbalanced dungeon?" Yunseo, slightly injured but determined, nodded, her expression serious. Her white cat companion watched from beside her. Yunseo continued, explaining the dungeon's unique restrictions, limited participants, specific participant requirements, and a designated rank restriction. The dungeon was limited to 5 participants or less. Do-hyuk, after considering the information, responded, "I understand. I'll get prepared for it." He checked his phone, seemingly reviewing details of the mission. Park Do-hyuk and Yunseo concluded their discussion. "Till then, let's train together, with our connection as the focus whenever there's time," Do-hyuk stated, to which Yunseo affirmed. A phone call was received. The caller identified herself as Mi Sungmai. Mi Sungmai, unable to sleep, was sitting on the edge of her bed when the call came in. "Sungmai?" the caller asked. The caller continued, "It's past midnight in Korea, so I thought you wouldn't be picking up, but you were awake?" Sungmai responded, "Yes. I couldn't fall asleep, so I got up." A late-night phone call finds Sungmai still awake. The caller, seemingly concerned, remarks that her date must not have gone well. And Sungmai confirms this with a simple, resigned "So, that's what happened." The scene shifts to London, England, where a woman with vibrant red hair is shown. Addressing Sungmai by name and offering words of comfort, "Don't be too upset." The woman continues, advising Sungmai to focus on efficiency and simplicity in her approach, rather than dwelling on external factors. Sungmai, listening intently, agrees. An unnamed woman offered words of encouragement to Sungmai, advising her that she has more than one chance and urging her to stay strong. Sungmai, slightly dejected but receptive to the advice, listened intently as the woman explained that she would be hanging up soon due to an impending attack. The call ended, leaving Sungmai with a thoughtful expression. Later, Sungmai received another call. A woman's voice, identified as Uni, conveyed good news, prompting Sungmai to express her gratitude for the call. The call concluded, indicated by a beep sound. Sungmai, reflecting on the conversation, concluded that Uni was correct. Sungmai walked barefoot across the floor, her mind preoccupied. She reflected, "Let's not overcomplicate things." A text message appeared on her phone at 7 a.m. from someone named Do-hyuk Appa, asking, "Sungmai, do you have time right now?" Sungmai's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected message from Do-hyuk Appa. Her expression showed a mix of anticipation and slight nervousness. Sungmai's eyes widened in amazement, her expression a mixture of surprise and wonder. "Whoa," she exclaimed. A helicopter descended rapidly from the sky, approaching the surface of the ocean, and landed gracefully near a picturesque island. Peering out from the helicopter, Sungmai gasped, "So this is the sea. I've only ever seen it in pictures. I never thought it would be so beautiful in real life." A young man, presumably Do-hyuk Appa, smiled gently beside her, sharing in her awe of the breathtaking vista. Sungmai, her face a picture of wide-eyed wonder, stared blankly ahead, a trail of thought bubbles escaping her lips. She apologized to Do-hyuk Appa, explaining that, having never traveled far during her time in the Desmond Empire, the trip had unexpectedly excited her. Do-hyuk Appa reassured her, stating that it was alright and that he would have gone sightseeing too if not for the ongoing dungeon attacks. A system message appeared, announcing their imminent arrival. "Park Do-hyuk, Hayes. We'll be arriving soon." Do-hyuk Appa's voice cut through the air, his words sharp and clear. "Arrived?" Sungmai gazed up at the imposing structure, her voice a soft whisper. "So this is KBI's Jeju branch office? A helicopter descended, its blades a blur against the bright sky, landing smoothly on the helipad marked with a large H. The KBI Jeju branch sign was clearly visible. The helicopter's doors opened, revealing Do Hyuk Appa and Sung Mai exiting the aircraft.
They walked towards the building, hand in hand, their arrival marking the beginning of a new chapter. Sung Mai and Do Hyuk arrived at the KBI Jeju branch office, where they were greeted with a welcoming "Welcome, you too." Lee Jae-hai, their guide for the day, introduced herself as a member of the KBI Jeju branch and informed them that their seniors had already arrived. Do Hyuk, slightly concerned, questioned if they had arrived too late. But Jae-hai reassured them, stating that their arrival was perfectly timed.
Lee Jae-hai, a KBI agent, confirmed, "Yes. I'll take you there right now." Sung Mai, slightly anxious, waited at the Jeju branch office while Jae-hai processed her request. Jae-hai informed Sung Mai that Do Hyuk Appa would be arriving shortly. Jae-hai responded with a simple, yes. A beat of silence passed between Sung Mai and Jae-hai. Before Jae-hai expressed concern, asking Sung Mai, "Miss Sung Mai, are you feeling alright?" Sung Mai, slightly anxious, sat at a desk in the KBI Jeju branch office.
A colleague, Lee Jae-hai, approached, her expression concerned, and inquired about Sung Mai's well-being.
Sung Mai responded that she was fine, though her tone suggested otherwise.
Lee Jae-hai offered Sung Mai the option to start work the following day if she wasn't feeling well. Sung Mai insisted she was in good condition, but a lingering hesitation was evident in her expression and posture. Suddenly, Do Hyuk Appa arrived at the office, accompanied by Yunseo. He greeted Sung Mai, noting a change in her appearance since their last meeting. Do Hyuk Appa's observation highlighted the subtle shift in Sung Mai's demeanor, leaving the exact nature of her unease still unclear. Sung Mai reflected on her past appearance, recalling, "I dolled myself up and had hair extensions back then." A smirk played on Yunseo's lips as she uttered a single word, "Aha." Yunseo entered the KBI Jeju branch office, her arrival causing a slight stir among the staff. Sung Mai, seated at a table, watched Yunseo approach. Yunseo, addressing an unseen individual, suggested, "Shall we begin with the introductions?" Yunseo continued, introducing a new character, "This is John Ixon, who'll be fighting with us." A close-up on a man's face, his lips curved into a subtle, knowing smile. John Ixon, a powerfully built B-rank warrior, stood confidently before the group. He declared, "I look forward to working with you all." John Ixon, a newcomer to the group, introduced himself, stating that he looked forward to working with them. Do Hyuk Appa responded in kind, expressing similar sentiments of eagerness for collaboration. Sung Mai, observing the interaction, noted John Ixon's height. She commented on his stature, pointing out that he was quite tall. John Ixon, a powerfully built man with vibrant red hair, stood before a younger individual. His imposing stature was immediately apparent. The next panel revealed John Ixon's profile, 39 years old, wielding two large battle axes as his weapons of choice. A female character, partially visible, was shown briefly. The narration indicated that, like her, John Ixon could simultaneously deliver both physical and magical attacks. A close-up showcased one of John Ixon's glowing battle axes, its red and blue energy crackling with power. The younger man, observing John Ixon's imposing figure, politely suggested that, given the age difference, they could speak casually. John Ixon, in response, simply asked if he should proceed with whatever task was at hand. John Ixon and Sung Mai walked, their footsteps muffled by the mist. The path ahead obscured by an unnatural green haze. Until they reached a clearing. John Ixon's expression shifted, a mixture of awe and apprehension. His eyes widened as he whispered, "This is the unbalanced dungeon." The vast, snow-capped peaks of the unbalanced dungeon loomed before them, a breathtaking and ominous sight. John Ixon, awestruck by the sheer scale of the unbalanced dungeon, remarked on its spacious interior. Sung Mai, ever observant, stood beside him. John Ixon explained that the size and terrain of a dungeon vary according to its rank. A surge of blue energy enveloped John Ixon.
As he prepared to enter the dungeon, a determined expression on his face.
He launched himself forward, propelled by a powerful burst of energy. John Nixon, his face etched with determination, muttered to himself, "If I had one of those, it'd be much easier to attack." He continued, his voice laced with a hint of weariness, "Who knows for how much longer will I be able to lug this body around to attack dungeons?" His companion, seemingly younger, offered reassurance, "No way, Hyung, you're still at your peak." A drone, surveying the area, relayed its findings, according to the results of the search within the drone's range.
It descended rapidly towards a canyon below. John Nixon's companion spoke again, "We won't be able to rest inside the canyon. So let's prepare well here before departing." John Nixon nodded in agreement. John Nixon, weary but resolute, felt the effects of Do Hyuk's buff.
A surge of power that elevated his rank significantly.
He felt invigorated. John Nixon, now significantly stronger, addressed his team,
requesting that Miss He-Eyes, a summoner, protect his rear while they proceeded. The party, comprised of John Nixon, Miss He-Eyes, and 2 other members, moved forward in formation. John Nixon, accompanied by Miss He-Eyes, moved cautiously through the unbalanced dungeon. The air hung heavy with an almost palpable tension.
John Nixon issued orders to his party members.
Yunseo was instructed to maintain a constant watch on the upper field of vision, while Miss He-Eyes was tasked with guarding their rear using her summons. As they proceeded, John Nixon's senses sharpened, picking up a subtle scent in the air.
A faint, almost imperceptible odor that piqued his curiosity.
John Nixon paused, his expression shifting to one of heightened awareness. He sensed something was nearby, something significant. Suddenly, a distinct scent reached his nose.
"I smell,"
he muttered, his eyes narrowing in suspicion.
Deep within the unbalanced dungeon, John Nixon paused, his senses alert. A familiar scent hung in the air.
A scent he recognized from a previous encounter. Behind him, Yunseo and Sungmai remained vigilant, their eyes scanning their surroundings.
Yunseo's expression shifted to one of sudden alarm.
A question mark formed on her face as she registered something unexpected.
From the front, a monstrous form emerged, a 3-headed, purple monstrosity hurtling towards them. The creature was identified as an eroded renegade, an A-rank threat.
Its multiple heads snarled, revealing rows of sharp teeth, as it charged with terrifying speed.
The text "Eroded Renegade A-rank" confirmed the creature's classification and danger level.
Sungmai, her expression a mixture of alertness and apprehension, called out, "Appa." Yunseo, her voice sharp with alarm, warned, "They're coming from the back as well." A monstrous wolf-like creature emerged from the shadows behind her, its eyes glowing menacingly. The creature lunged forward, its claws extended, as Yunseo braced herself for impact. 2 more shadowy figures appeared, their forms indistinct in the gloom.
John Nixon, recognizing the familiar scent of the approaching monsters, shouted, from the rear, "Ixin Hyung and Sungmai, please keep them at bay for a bit." Sungmai and John Nixon moved to intercept the approaching monsters. Sungmai responded curtly, "Yes, got it."
Sungmai engaged the monsters, her movements swift and precise as she deflected their attacks with her shield. Sungmai, engaged in fierce combat, deflected a monster's blow with her energy shield. The impact sending shockwaves through the ground as she braced herself against the force. Her expression hardening with determination as she prepared her counterattack.
John Nixon, observing the battle, saw an opening and swiftly moved to support Sungmai. His powerful swing connecting with the monster's flank.
The force of the blow sending the creature reeling back, momentarily stunned. John Nixon's face was grim, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he surveyed the battlefield. He muttered to himself, "There's a lot of them coming." With a powerful surge of energy, John Nixon drew his weapon, whirling it in a rapid, circular motion, releasing a wave of energy that sliced through the approaching monsters. The attack was swift and decisive, leaving a trail of defeated foes in its wake. John Nixon's boots pounded the ground as he moved with practiced ease, his movements a blur of controlled power. A wave of grotesque, red-eyed monsters surged forward,
their forms vaguely humanoid but undeniably monstrous.
John Ixon's eyes narrowed as he saw the new threat, a guttural "what's that?" escaping his lips. A monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, its form vaguely insectoid, radiating a menacing red aura. The creature descended, its massive form casting a shadow over the smaller monsters.
Its gaping maw opened, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as it prepared to attack. A crimson tide surged from a fissure in the earth, its surface bubbling ominously, revealing a monstrous, pulsating mass of flesh and tentacles.
John Ixon, his face grim, braced himself, his greatsword held ready.
"How am I supposed to catch this guy?" he muttered to himself, facing a formidable foe.
A powerful energy blast erupted from his hand, aimed at the colossal creature. But the creature remained unfazed, a heavily armored figure emerging from the depths of the crimson pool. A powerful, armored figure emerged from the crimson entity, its form vaguely humanoid but imposingly mechanical.
Energy crackled in its hands. Its glowing blue eyes fixed on John Ixon, a silent challenge in its gaze. John Ixon, facing this new threat, braced himself. He launched a swift attack.
But the armored figure effortlessly deflected the blow, sending Ixon flying with a powerful blast of energy. The crimson entity pulsed, a new, more powerful form beginning to coalesce within its depths. From a monstrous crimson entity, a powerful, armored foe emerged,
its colossal legs impacting the ground with earth-shattering force.
John Ixon, tactical and engaged in fierce combat, found himself facing this new threat. A blinding energy blast struck him, sending him flying. The armored figure loomed, its visor glowing with menacing energy. It moved with terrifying speed, a blur of crimson and blue energy.
A powerful shockwave erupted outwards, radiating blue energy,
the force of the blast tearing through the landscape as it expanded.
A powerful, armored figure, radiating blue energy, appeared before John Ixon, and with a swift, brutal attack, sent him flying backwards, the impact of the blow leaving a trail of energy in its wake.
The armored figure continued its advance, its movements sharp and precise,
leaving John Ixon injured and vulnerable on the ground. John Ixon faced a formidable foe, a powerful armored enemy. The enemy unleashed a devastating attack,
sending John Ixon flying through the air with a powerful blast of energy. The force of the blow was immense, leaving him injured and vulnerable.
More armored figures appeared, their presence ominous and threatening.
John Ixon, already injured, braced himself, his powerful arms tensed as he prepared for another attack.
He unleashed a devastating attack, hoping to eliminate his multiple armored foes with a single blow. But to his astonishment, one of the enemies remained unharmed, its resilience defying his expectations. The monstrous enemy revealed its true form, its feet a horrifying display of countless skulls.
John Ixon's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned whether the red object he saw was the creature's true body. The creature's rapid regeneration further fueled his shock and concern.
John Ixon, assessing the regenerating enemy, declared that the red object on its body was its weakness.
A sentiment echoed by his companion, who agreed that the object seemed to possess magic resistance. Ixon devised a plan. He would use golems to lure the enemy, creating an opening for his companion to attack its vulnerable point. Revealing a horrifying detail, the enemy's foot was adorned with numerous skulls. Meanwhile, Ixon's companion prepared to attack, using a provoke skill to time their strike precisely.
Dohyakappa, witnessing the unfolding battle, urgently shouted for Akron and Irene to protect Sungmai. Akron and Irene, having received Dohyakappa's orders, silently acknowledged their mission to protect Sungmai.
Meanwhile, Sungmai found herself facing a sudden onslaught of grotesque, monstrous creatures, their clawed hands reaching for her as she raised her shield in defense. The impact of their attack sending shockwaves through her body. One of the creatures lunged forward, its sharp claws aimed at Sungmai. But Akron intervened, his powerful blow sending the creature flying back with a burst of energy. Sungmai, her face set in grim determination, braced herself, a fierce glint in her eyes.
Now, she commanded, activating her shield.
the energy surging around her as she prepared for the onslaught. The shield glowed intensely, a vibrant pink light radiating outwards. A powerful force ready to meet the monstrous creatures that surrounded her. With a battle cry, she charged, the ground trembling under the impact of her attack. The monstrous creatures, their eyes glowing menacingly, lunged forward. But Sungmi met their assault head-on, her shield deflecting their blows. "Do it now," she urged, her voice filled with urgency. Her determination unwavering as she fought to protect herself and those she cared for. The battle raged on. Sungmi, in the midst of a fierce battle, was sent flying backward by a powerful blow. The force of the impact leaving a crater in the ground. A monstrous foot descended from above. As Sungmi braced herself for another attack, her eyes narrowed, a fierce determination etched on her face. Suddenly, numerous monstrous arms erupted from the earth, surrounding Sungmi. Their grip tightening. Sungmi's expression shifted to one of surprise and alarm as she registered the threat. Arms from under the ground? She reacted instantly, leaping upwards to avoid the grasping claws. Sungmi, surprised but still fighting, braced herself as monstrous creatures emerged from the ground. A powerful blue energy erupted from her, propelling her upward. She soared through the air, propelled by the force of the blast. Dohyakappa, seeing his opportunity, shouted, "Nice timing. Now, throw me up like this." Dohyakappa's mech responded instantly, understood. With a powerful thrust, Dohyakappa was launched into the air, following Sungmi's trajectory. Dohyakappa, his face contorted in exertion, gripped his weapon with both hands. A surge of golden energy enveloped him as he channeled his power, unleashing a devastating blow that sent a shockwave through the air, shattering the ground around him. Dohyakappa, his expression grim, braced himself as he prepared for the next attack. A golden energy crackled around him, intensifying his power. Dohyakappa unleashed a powerful energy blast, the searing energy arcing through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake. The force of the blast impacted with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves that rippled outwards. Dohyakappa's expression hardening with grim determination as he prepared for the next attack. A large, ornate stone basin sits in the center of a cavernous chamber, emanating a faint green glow. The green light intensifies, swirling and coalescing into a concentrated orb of energy, which then erupts in a violent burst of green flames. A cloaked figure stands before the basin, seemingly unaffected by the intense energy. The green energy dissipates, leaving behind only shattered fragments of red stone. The cloaked figure speaks, "The toy I created is broken." A messenger burst through a dark archway, urgently calling out, "Sir Odium, there's trouble." He sprinted across the courtyard, leaving a trail of green energy in his wake. As he delivered a breathless report, "Intruders have appeared, and the renegades placed in the canyon are being destroyed." The cloaked figure, Sir Odium, calmly responded, "Enough. I already know." A faint green glow emanated from a cauldron-like object before him. The cloaked figure, overseeing a cauldron of bubbling green energy, mused, "Rather than that, is it too much for you all alone to handle?" A subordinate, his face partially obscured, responded, "That's correct. We cannot stop them with just us." The cloaked figure, his red eyes gleaming, pressed further, "You're not scared, right?" The subordinate flinched, visibly intimidated by the cloaked figure's intensity, prompting a dismissive retort from the cloaked figure, "I have no need for such cowardly and weak subordinates." With a swift motion, the cloaked figure unleashed a surge of green energy, engulfing the subordinate. The cloaked figure stood over a fallen subordinate, a male figure lying prostrate on the ground. A faint green energy emanating from the cloaked figure's hand as he spoke the word "resurrect." The green energy surged, engulfing the fallen subordinate. And with a blinding flash of light, the subordinate was resurrected, standing before the cloaked figure, now fully restored and seemingly unharmed. The cloaked figure then vanished in a swirl of green energy. A cloaked figure, emanating an aura of dark power, stood before a gaping chasm. From the depths, green energy surged forth, forming spectral, clawed hands that clawed at the ground. The energy coalesced into several grotesque, resurrected beings, their forms writhing and contorting as they rose from the green miasma. The cloaked figure issued a command: block all exit paths and eliminate all intruders. The cloaked figure, seemingly unfazed by the newly resurrected beings, calmly stated, "I will deal with them soon." Rain lashed against the entrance of a dark cavern. Inside, a young man, seemingly surprised, muttered to himself, to think it would be raining inside a dungeon. It was a good decision to leave the canyon as quickly as possible. But they hadn't brought much food with them. Sungmai and Dohyakappa continued their escape. Sungmai, catching her breath, called out to Dohyakappa, asking if they could talk for a moment. Sungmai and Dohyakappa sat together near a small fire in a dark canyon, resting after their escape. The flames flickered, casting dancing shadows on their faces. Dohyakappa, noticing Sungmai's restlessness, asked, "You weren't sleeping?" Sungmai shook her head, replying, "I can't sleep." Dohyakappa, concerned, said, "You're the one who suffered the most in the team today, so you should get some rest." A close-up on a teal, triangular emblem embedded in a dark garment. The background is blurred, suggesting movement or a hazy environment. Sungmai, unable to sleep, confesses her insomnia is not due to tiredness. She explains that she is restless and sits beside Dohyakappa near a fire. The two sit in companionable silence. Sungmai hesitantly calls out to Dohyakappa and begins to reveal something she wanted to say on the Ferris wheel. She nervously fidgets as she continues her confession. Sungmai, her heart pounding, confessed her feelings to Dohyakappa. "Appa, I'd like you to become my boyfriend." Her cheeks flushed crimson as she anxiously awaited his response. Dohyakappa, taken aback by the sudden confession, paused before responding. He then asked, "Would you, please go out with me?" A hopeful smile spread across Sungmai's face, while Dohyakappa's expression remained thoughtful. Sungmai announced their return, stating, "Dohyakappa, we're back." Dohyak responded that it was time for them to change shifts. The group gathered around a small campfire, preparing to rest. As the night settled in, the next morning dawned, the rain miraculously ceasing as the day brightened and the wind died down. As their teamwork improved, their attack speed increased. Their combined assault was swift and precise. But midway through their advance, they were suddenly ambushed by the reanimated corpses of those who had previously attempted the dungeon. Having calmly dealt with their pursuers, a lone figure, presumably the protagonist, stood amidst a desolate landscape. He was joined by two other individuals, forming a small group as they continued their journey. They reached a massive, imposing structure, identified as the entrance to an altar situated atop a mountain. Approaching the entrance, they were met with a surge of green energy. The green energy manifested as a shimmering pool, obscuring their path. Despite the energy, the group pressed forward, seemingly unfazed by the mystical barrier. A monstrous roar echoed through the desolate landscape. The creature's words, laced with a chilling urgency, sent shivers down their spines. "We cannot let them reach Sir Odium." Companion 2 observed, his brow furrowed in thought. "It seems like that one is different from the other monsters." "It seems to be saying something?" The protagonist and his companion stood before the ominous presence, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Companion 1, his voice low, revealed a piece of crucial information. "Odium, in my D rank up attack, he was definitely the head priest of the temple before it was corrupted. But now, he's Vandella's subordinate." The revelation cast a long shadow over their mission. The protagonist, his expression unreadable, muttered to himself, "To think he'd be the dungeon boss here." Companion 1, her voice laced with surprise, questioned, "Dohyakappa?" Companion 2 observed the scene, her gaze fixed on the mysterious figure before them. She commented thoughtfully, "It's fascinating that a renegade has the command of language." But quickly added, "But I don't think he has anything to say to us." The three companions stood together, a sense of determination hardening their features. They prepared to eliminate the unexpected dungeon boss. The unexpected dungeon boss revealed itself to be a horrifying skeletal figure, surrounded by shadowy, cloaked figures, emanating an eerie green aura. Its skull-like face accentuated by a monocle, adding to its unsettling appearance. The Korean characters hoi 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 seemed to emanate from the boss itself. Meanwhile, the protagonist and companion 1 engaged the boss, the latter using a shield to deflect an attack from the boss's monstrous form. As companion 2 observed, noting the boss's unusual linguistic abilities. The boss's attack continued, its monstrous form lunging forward. Companion 1, using a wolf-like companion, attempted to counter the boss's attack with a powerful strike. But the impact resulted in a blinding flash of light, leaving the outcome uncertain. The protagonist, bracing himself, raised his shield as a powerful blow impacted it. A blinding flash of light erupted as the protagonist and companion 1 launched a combined attack. The force of their assault sent shockwaves through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A shadowy figure, cloaked and ominous, appeared before the protagonist. The figure's words echoed the protagonist's exhaustion. He didn't even manage to delay them, huh? The figure's foot came down heavily, a clear sign of its power and intent. The figure addressed the protagonist, its voice laced with suspicion. Otherworldly beings, have you also come to kill me? The protagonist, though weary, stood firm. His inner thoughts revealed a history of conflict. Until now, all who have sought me out have come for my life. Of course, they have all fallen to hell. There is no salvation for them. His gaze hardened, a steely determination settling in his eyes. The figure, sensing something different about the protagonist, spoke again, its tone shifting. Ho, you are different from those I have seen before. Did you kill Isaac? Surrounded by a brilliant blue aura, the protagonist stood defiantly, his gaze unwavering. The mysterious figure's voice echoed, questioning his power and the source of his strength. It was impossible for him to achieve such feats alone. The protagonist's eyes narrowed, revealing his resolve as he revealed the name of his benefactor, Deus, a being actively working against the antagonist's plans. A pointed question hung in the air, do you know? The scene shifted to a chessboard, illustrating the precarious position of the protagonist and his allies. They were mere pawns in a larger game orchestrated by powerful entities. The protagonist's grim assessment concluded the scene. Once their usefulness ended, they would be discarded without hesitation. The protagonist, along with 3 other figures, a woman with purple hair, a man with red hair, and another man with blue hair, stood before a cloaked figure emanating a vibrant green aura. The cloaked figure, Deus, revealed his thoughts. After being left alone in this world, he had a thought. This was a test because he didn't trust Sir Vendela in the first place. Therefore, Deus declared that he would remove creatures like them, who had become containers. The green energy intensified around Deus, signaling his power and intent. Deus's shadowy hand reached out, tendrils of green energy snaking towards the protagonist. As Deus declared, I will have the opportunity to return to my original world. A bright green light enveloped Deus's hand, radiating power. Meanwhile, Deus, cloaked in shadow, ascended, a surge of green energy lifting him upwards. His ascent accompanied by the words, tears of despair. The green energy intensified, forming a vortex around Deus as he vanished. The protagonist, still reeling from Deus's revelation, stood alone, a green energy swirling around him. A description of the tears of despair debuff appeared before him, detailing its debilitating effects. He resolved to proceed with the plan, despite his uncertainty. A mysterious figure, wielding a purple energy shield, was thrown back by a powerful force. The protagonist, observing the scene, expressed his suspicion of their hidden motives. The protagonist, his back to the viewer, stood before a dark, imposing structure. A faint blue energy pulsed around him. A stark contrast to the ominous green energy emanating from the mysterious figure who appeared before him. But you won't be able to escape from here, the figure declared. The mysterious figure, cloaked in radiating green energy, advanced menacingly. A purple energy flared around the protagonist as he braced himself for the attack.
and the figure unleashed a powerful attack, shouting, "Die!" The mysterious figure, cloaked and radiating an ominous green energy, unleashed a powerful attack. A wave of raw power that surged towards the protagonist. The protagonist, eyes wide with alarm, braced for impact. The mysterious figure one, cloaked and hooded, raised a hand, a malevolent green energy coalescing within its grasp. The energy intensifying, forming 3 distinct orbs of raw power. Before unleashing a concentrated beam of energy that shot forth with terrifying speed. The beam streaked across the battlefield, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake, as the protagonist braced for impact. The young woman's eyes, wide and alert, focused intently on something unseen. A young man, seemingly unconscious, was roused by a voice calling, "Wake up!" A warning cry pierced the air, "Be behind you!" A sudden, powerful attack launched toward the young man. He barely managed to react in time, pulling the young woman down with him as they narrowly avoided the strike. The attack whizzed past them, leaving streaks of green energy in its wake. The young woman, eyes wide with alarm, sprinted past the protagonist, narrowly avoiding a wave of emerald energy, which exploded outward from the mysterious figure one, a powerful blast that ripped through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The force of the attack sent tremors through the ground. The mysterious figure one, cloaked and ominous, hovered in the air, his attack seemingly successful. Green energy pulsed around him. The young woman, thrown back by the force of the blast, landed hard, her body impacting the ground with a thud. The young woman, already injured, urged the protagonist, "Don't worry about me and just run." The protagonist, heeding her warning, attempted to flee. But a barrage of energy blasts from the mysterious figure one pursued him relentlessly. The mysterious figure one, confident in his attack, taunted, "Do you think I'll let you do that?" Another wave of energy blasts erupted from the mysterious figure one, narrowly missing the protagonist as the young woman, using her shield, bravely attempted to deflect the attack, but was ultimately struck and sent tumbling. The mysterious figure one, confident in their power, uttered a single word, "Absorb." A surge of purple energy erupted from the figure, forming into a powerful beam aimed directly at the protagonist. The protagonist, reacting swiftly, deflected the attack with a shield, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, leaving the young woman looking on in shock and concern. The mysterious figure one remained obscured, their face hidden by a dark hood, their intentions unclear. Meanwhile, the young woman focused her energy, a purple aura swirling around her as she prepared for something. The protagonist, narrowly avoiding a devastating energy blast, braced himself, summoning his own energy to deflect the attack. The force of the collision sending shockwaves through the air. The mysterious figure one, cloaked and ominous, sneered, "To think you'd keep blocking me." The protagonist, resolute, countered, "I can't let you pick on the others." His determination hardening as he prepared for the next assault. The scene opens with a title card, minutes before the boss battle. The temple's inner path. The protagonist, accompanied by the young woman and another warrior, stands in a dimly lit corridor. The protagonist's expression is serious, his gaze fixed ahead, as he walks down a long, dark hallway within the temple. The atmosphere is tense, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. The protagonist stops abruptly, turning to address his companions. He requests a moment before they engage the boss. The young woman observes the protagonist from behind, her expression unreadable as he pauses before the final confrontation. The protagonist, his expression serious, announced, "I'll give you an explanation about the attack on Odium." The young woman, observing the scene, questioned, "Odium? Is this perhaps about the boss?" The protagonist responded, "Yes. I'm sure there's a lot that you're curious about, but I'll receive your questions later. First, there are 4 rooms inside the temple." He then explained the layout of the temple, pointing to a diagram showing 4 rooms, 3 surrounding a central chamber where the boss resided. Detailing the strategy, we need to remove the magic stones in the 3 rooms surrounding the boss. The diagram now showed glowing green lights indicating the removal of the magic stones, concluding, "That way, we'll be able to defeat the boss."
The protagonist addressed Hiai's and Yunseo, outlining their separate mission. Firstly, Hiai's and Yunseo, you two are going to take a different path from the rest of us. He continued, pointing towards a hidden passage. It's there. Once you get to that place by following the path. Hiai's and Yunseo sprinted off, following the indicated path. Arriving at a chamber where a glowing magic stone pulsed with power, guarded by a massive stone statue. The protagonist explained, there will be the magic stone that's gathering magic power. It will be protected by stone statues. He further detailed the challenge, each stone statue has a different pattern. And specified the weakness for Hiai's and Yunseo's assigned statue, in Hiai's and Yunseo's case, rage. The protagonist outlined the plan, assigning roles. Sungmai, known for her speed, would be the primary attacker, while John Nixon would focus on defense, utilizing his superior defensive capabilities. Their ultimate objective being the retrieval of a magic stone brimming with magical energy. The protagonist explained that if the stone fills completely, all life within the temple will vanish, therefore, they must retrieve it before it's too late. A fiery image of the temple's destruction flashed before their eyes, underscoring the urgency of their mission. Reinforcing the need for immediate action to prevent catastrophic consequences. The protagonist, his expression serious, contemplated the mission ahead. A cloaked figure, radiating an intense green energy, materialized before him. The figure launched a swift attack. A blinding flash of green light engulfed the area. The protagonist, agile and quick, evaded the attack. The attack was identified as a force missile. The protagonist, in a desperate attempt to evade capture, reached out, and a bright blue energy portal opened before him. He plunged through the swirling energy, disappearing into its depths. His pursuer, cloaked in shadow, watched him go, a chilling question echoing in the air, how long are you going to keep running for? The pursuer continued, adding, that stigma can't be healed either. The protagonist reappeared, breathless and crouched low, within a protective energy field. A close-up on the protagonist's face reveals a new mark, a death stigma, appearing on his skin. The accompanying text explains that this mark will remain until Odium's death, and that the subject's stamina recovery will be replaced by a stamina drain effect. The scene shifts to show a green, swirling portal opening in a dark, stone chamber. The portal expands, its energy pulsing with an otherworldly glow. A disembodied voice, laced with disdain, cuts through the air, you're being careless. Suddenly, a cloaked figure, eyes glowing red, attacks the protagonist with a burst of green energy. The attack connects, leaving a dark smear on the ground as the protagonist is seemingly struck. The protagonist, his face contorted in pain, unleashed a surge of green energy from his hand. A wave of power that crackled with raw intensity. As he braced himself against the cloaked figure, the figure inquired, how's the pain in your shoulder? The cloaked figure explained, you're feeling this pain because you have a weak human body. Multiple beams of green energy erupted around the protagonist and the cloaked figure, intensifying the already charged atmosphere. Grimacing in pain, the protagonist clenched his jaw, his death stigma flaring. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure unleashed a barrage of emerald energy blasts. Each strike precise and powerful, aimed at overwhelming the protagonist. The cloaked figure's voice echoed, let's see how long you can hold out for. Overwhelmed by pain, the protagonist pleaded, please, just quickly break the stone statues. A desperate plea born from a desperate situation. The cloaked figure's attack continued, a green energy sigil forming around him. The protagonist, still reeling from the intense pain and the effects of his death stigma, felt his surroundings begin to crumble around him. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone, and glowing green energy pulsed outwards. Why is my residence falling apart like this? He wondered, his thoughts a mixture of confusion and alarm. The cloaked figure watched, a smirk playing on their unseen lips. But my stone statues shouldn't have been easy to defeat, the figure mused, revealing a hint of surprise at the protagonist's resilience. You have no idea how long I attacked you in DNF. The cloaked figure's voice echoed, a chilling reminder of the protagonist's past struggles. Grimacing in pain, the protagonist, his death stigma flaring, demanded, what are you even saying? The cloaked figure calmly explained, "The time your residence would begin to disappear." A sinister green energy pulsed around him as he continued his assault. The protagonist's eyes blazed with determination as he thought, "I was waiting for this moment." With a roar, he unleashed Sunfire, a wave of intense heat engulfing the area. The resulting explosion rocked the surroundings, a blinding flash of light momentarily obscuring the scene. He-Eyes and another warrior stood before a formation of glowing orbs, two wolf-like creatures flanking them. As they prepared to approach a central point, the warrior noted that the many stone statues scattered around had weakened their offensive capabilities. The warrior stated that with their offensive power diminished, approaching the magic stone would be easy. She then informed He-Eyes that she would proceed ahead, leaving the support to her. He-Eyes nodded in acknowledgement. He-Eyes, supporting another warrior, launched a swift attack, a flurry of blows aimed at the approaching magic stone. The force of her strikes creating a dazzling display of red energy. She moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion as she weaved through the energy blasts. Her strikes continued, a relentless barrage aimed at disrupting the magic stone's approach. Each blow precise and powerful, a testament to her skill and determination. He-Eyes' face, grim and determined, reflected her unwavering focus on the task at hand. He-Eyes, focused on protecting the approaching warrior, launched a powerful attack towards the oncoming magic stone. Summoning a brilliant, azure Lock-Eye shield to deflect the magical energy. The resulting collision created a blinding flash of light and energy. The warrior, shielded by He-Eyes' magic, continued their advance. The force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A magical blast erupts from the magic stone, radiating intense energy outwards. The force of the blast impacting the ground with destructive power. As another warrior continues their advance, seemingly oblivious to the danger, He-Eyes, ever vigilant, prepares to intercept the incoming attack, raising her Lock-Eye shield to deflect the magical energy, successfully shielding the warrior from harm. The blast dissipates harmlessly. A powerful blast of energy erupted from the magic stone, scattering fragments in all directions. The glowing green shards radiating an ominous aura. Yunseo moved swiftly, dodging the scattered fragments of the magic stone. While Sungmai received tactical instructions, the stone statues they would face were fast but had low resistance. Yunseo stood ready, sword and shield at the ready, facing a colossal, radiant figure emanating golden energy. She braced herself. As tactical instructions Sungmai had relayed echoed in her mind, the stone statue's attack patterns were predetermined. If she could counter them, she could survive even as a tank. And so, she moved with precise timing, deflecting the initial energy blasts with her shield, countering each subsequent attack with calculated sword strikes. Her movements a blur of controlled power and precision as she danced through the energy attacks, leaving her momentarily breathless but unharmed. Yunseo's eyes glowed with fierce determination as she unleashed a blinding flurry of strikes, a wave of energy erupting from her blade, her attack leaving a trail of shimmering light. The force of her assault shattered the stone statues, sending fragments flying across the chamber. Yunseo, already empowered by her previous victory, channeled her energy, preparing for another attack, releasing a concentrated blast of energy, the force of which obliterated the remaining stone statues. Yunseo stood amidst the wreckage, her expression resolute and determined. A wave of heat washed over the area as the energy dissipated. The aftermath of her attack left a trail of destruction in its wake. Yunseo unleashed a wave of energy, a brilliant blue surge that crashed against the remaining stone statues. John Ixon, observing from a distance, noted the statue's high resistance to attacks. The statue Ixon SSI will be fighting has high resistance, so it'll be difficult to destroy, he thought. However, he also considered that a combined magical and physical assault could prove effective. But if John Ixon SSI attacks with a combination of magic and physical attacks, dealing with it is entirely possible, he mused.
Meanwhile, John Nixon prepared, readying his weapon, imbued with a golden aura.
Ready to face the formidable challenge ahead. John Nixon, bracing himself, channeled his energy, preparing for a powerful attack against the highly resistant stone statue. He slammed his foot down, the ground cracking under the force of his energy, releasing a blinding golden beam of energy that shot towards the statue. The beam struck the statue, causing deep cracks to spread across its surface. The statue shuddered violently under the impact, its stone body beginning to crumble. Finally, with a deafening roar, the statue shattered into countless fragments.
A wave of intense energy, a brilliant golden hue, erupted from John Nixon,
the force of it radiating outwards in a swirling vortex, leaving behind only the lingering heat and the echo of its power. John Nixon, his back to the viewer, stood poised, twin blades held aloft, ready for any remaining threat.
The aftermath of his devastating attack settling around him, a testament to his overwhelming strength.
A cloaked figure, seemingly observing the scene from a distance, questioned John Nixon's continued struggle, stating, "Why do you keep struggling needlessly? You'll just have to wait and find out whether it's needless or not."
John Nixon, eyes glowing with renewed determination, muttered to himself, "Reinforced intelligence."
Another warrior, seemingly assisting John Nixon, was caught in a swirling vortex of red energy.
"With the effect of AoE strengthening, I can move this arm again."
John Nixon, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, unleashed a surge of power.
John Nixon, his face contorted in fierce concentration, unleashed a surge of energy from his hand, a fiery red aura crackling around his fist.
A fireball, labeled in Korean and English, erupted from his palm, hurtling towards an unseen target. The trajectory of the fireball was depicted by a stylized graphic. A green projectile, seemingly magical in nature, streaked across the sky, heading towards the fireball. The green projectile collided with the fireball, resulting in a powerful explosion that sent debris flying in all directions.
John Nixon, empowered by his newfound determination, channeled his inner fire, his hand crackling with intense heat.
A searing energy emanating from his palm as he prepared for his next attack. From the depths of the chasm, a monstrous figure emerged, its form partially obscured by shadow and mist,
its eyes glowing with malevolent red light.
"This bastard dares," it roared, its voice echoing through the cavern. The creature lunged forward, its movements surprisingly swift despite its size.
But John Nixon's attack struck first, a wave of intense heat engulfing the monster, incinerating its flesh and leaving behind only charred remains.
A hulking, monstrous figure, cloaked in an aura of menacing green energy, materialized before John Nixon.
John Nixon, observing the creature from a distance, felt a surge of urgency.
"I have to get rid of that guy before he does anything," he thought, his resolve hardening. He channeled his power, readying a new attack. The words "force missile," fireball appeared above his head as he prepared to unleash his fiery projectile. A brilliant, searing fireball erupted from his hands, the intense heat and force of the attack obliterating the monster and the surrounding area.
John Nixon, victorious from his previous encounter, unleashed a torrent of fire, engulfing the monstrous foe. The intense heat incinerating the creature's green, clawed hand as it reached for him.
The monster, wounded and enraged, hissed, "I wanted to relish in your pain slowly,
but I will now send you to hell with this."
It lunged forward with renewed ferocity.
A monstrous figure, cloaked in shadow and radiating malevolent energy, revealed itself. Its voice, laced with cruel intent, echoed through the desolate landscape.
"I wanted to relish in your pain slowly, but I will now send you to hell with this," it declared, its eyes burning with a hellish fire. The creature unleashed a devastating attack, a surge of raw, green energy erupting from its core, the force of the blast causing the ground to tremble and crack under the immense pressure.
A wave of destruction that threatened to engulf everything in its path. The protagonist stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy, emanating a faint blue glow.
The ominous green energy pulsed around him, forming strange patterns in the air. His gaze fixed on the eerie spectacle, he recognized a similarity to the renegade forces encountered earlier in the dungeon. It's similar to the renegades that I saw in the early stages of the dungeon, he thought. His eyes narrowed, a sense of unease washing over him. A massive, pulsating mass of skulls materialized before him, glowing with an eerie green light. The skulls seemed to writhe and shift, forming a grotesque, living structure. The protagonist, uneasy but observant, faced a monstrous creature unlike any he had encountered before. Its form was grotesque, a hulking mass of dark flesh adorned with countless skulls, radiating a chilling green energy. The sheer scale of the being dwarfed him, its immense size filling the desolate landscape. The creature's power was palpable, a tangible force that pressed down on the protagonist. Its multiple, glowing red eyes fixed on him, promising a swift and brutal end. The creature's menacing presence was undeniable. This was an enemy of a completely different caliber. The monster roared, "I will crush you." Its fist, crackling with green energy, began to descend. A devastating blow aimed squarely at the protagonist. The force of the impending attack was immense, threatening to obliterate him. But the protagonist braced himself, ready to meet the challenge head-on. The impact was imminent. A monstrous creature, its form vaguely canine but undeniably monstrous, lunged forward, unleashing a wave of searing green energy. The title card for Solo Spellcaster appeared, briefly interrupting the action. A dark, rain-swept scene unfolded, the ground littered with debris, suggesting a recent battle. More debris rained down, indicating the ongoing conflict. Two women, their expressions grim, hurried through the downpour. It's probably being caused by a powerful magic in the center. Let's hurry, one of them urged, her voice filled with a sense of urgency. A warrior with vibrant red hair braced himself, his muscles tense as he prepared for an attack. A monstrous figure emerged from the smoke, its multiple arms and menacing features clearly visible. The creature's presence filled the scene with palpable dread. The creature advanced, its powerful fist slamming into the ground, creating tremors and cracks in the stone floor. Even hidden within the smoke, the warriors knew they were in grave danger. The creature's power was overwhelming. The creature's voice boomed, "Even if you try to hide within the smoke." It unleashed a wave of dark energy, its many arms extending to ensnare its prey. The monstrous creature unleashed a wave of dark energy, declaring, "You cannot avoid my attack." Two warriors were instantly struck, their bodies engulfed in the dark energy, leaving them incapacitated on the ground. Another warrior was caught in the attack, the dark energy piercing his back. A final warrior, however, managed a desperate dodge, narrowly escaping the brunt of the attack. The warrior, his face grim, channeled his energy, a bright blue aura surrounding him, readying a powerful force missile. He launched the attack, a searing beam of energy rocketing towards his foe, the blast impacting with tremendous force. The resulting explosion engulfed the area in a blinding flash of light. He stood, exhausted, the aftermath of his attack settling around him. Surrounded by shadowy, clawed hands emanating a malevolent green energy, the dark-haired warrior crouched low, bracing for impact. The monstrous creature loomed, its attack a wave of searing green energy. A title card appeared, reading, "With this level of magic." The dark-haired warrior, deflecting the attack, declared, "You cannot break through my defenses." A burst of green energy erupted from him as he countered the attack, sending a shockwave that impacted the monstrous creature. The monstrous creature, its shadowy form looming over the dark-haired warrior, unleashed a devastating attack. "I'll crush you like this," it roared, its energy crackling menacingly as it attempted to crush the warrior. But the warrior, despite the pain, gritted his teeth. "I can't drag things out anymore," he muttered, his stamina dangerously low due to a severe hemorrhage, as indicated by an on-screen message, "Due to hemorrhage, your stamina has fallen to less than 10%. The dark-haired warrior, despite his critical condition, glared at the creature with fierce determination. "Those dirty hands," he spat, his anger fueling his last reserves of strength. With a final surge of adrenaline, he mustered the strength to break free, shouting, "Let go," as he unleashed a desperate counterattack. The warrior's desperate counterattack, though fueled by sheer will, was a last-ditch effort. He managed to break free from the creature's grasp, but his movements were clearly hampered by his injuries. The monstrous creature, surprised by the warrior's return, expressed its disbelief. "I didn't expect you to come back already." Despite his critical injuries, the dark-haired warrior mustered his remaining strength. Readying his shield for a final, desperate counterattack, he unleashed a powerful shield bash, the impact of which sent a shockwave through the creature,
stunning it momentarily and creating an opening for escape. Dovia Kappa. Now! A young woman's urgent plea spurred Do-hyuk into action,
his eyes blazing with determination as he prepared to counterattack. Do-hyuk unleashed a powerful energy blast, the force of which shattered the surrounding stone, sending cracked spiderwebbing across the monstrous creature's arm and creating an opening for his escape. A blinding flash of emerald energy erupted from the dark-haired warrior, propelling him across the jagged terrain as he escaped the clutches of the monstrous creature,
leaving a trail of shimmering energy in his wake.
Grimacing in pain, he stumbled, his escape clearly costly. Meanwhile, the monstrous creature, momentarily stunned by the blast,
regained its footing, its eyes burning with renewed fury.
It roared, a sound that shook the very foundations of the ancient castle. The dark-haired warrior, battered but defiant, unleashed a concentrated burst of energy, the raw power of the blast tearing through the air,
striking the monstrous creature with devastating force.
"No matter how much you struggle, you will never be able to break my barrier," the creature roared, its words echoing the unshakable confidence in its defenses, even as it recoiled from the impact. The energy blast created a blinding flash, momentarily obscuring the scene, leaving behind only a trail of shimmering, dissipating energy as the warrior escaped. Meanwhile, the dark-haired warrior, having created a diversion, launched a swift attack. The dark-haired warrior, his eyes blazing with determination, stood defiant. His escape had left him wounded, but his spirit remained unbroken. He channeled his energy, his hand glowing with an intense blue light as he muttered the incantation, "Enchant weapon."
The blue energy surged, engulfing his weapon in a brilliant aura.
He unleashed a powerful, concentrated blast of energy, aiming for the monstrous creature's barrier. The energy tore through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering light. The impact shook the very ground, a blinding flash momentarily obscuring the scene. The dark-haired warrior had created a diversion, buying himself precious time to escape. The dark-haired warrior, despite his wounds, channeled his remaining energy, his eyes blazing with determination, releasing a powerful blast of energy from his enchanted weapon. The force of the attack shattered the surrounding stone, creating a blinding flash and a shower of glittering fragments. Exploiting the momentary distraction, the warrior launched himself upwards, leaping over the weakened barrier and escaping the monstrous creature's grasp. The dark-haired warrior, his face grim, declared, "This is the end." With a final surge of energy, he unleashed a powerful blast, propelling himself away from the monstrous creature's weakening barrier. The dark-haired warrior, wounded and exhausted, stumbled through the lingering smoke,
leaving behind a trail of destruction.
The monstrous creature's attack had left its mark, but the warrior had managed to escape.
He thought, that could have been dangerous.
The close call left him shaken. A system message appeared, "Due to hemorrhage, your stamina has fallen to less than 5%, a stark reminder of his injuries." As he collapsed, two figures emerged from the shadows, one of whom exclaimed, "Did well." A voiceover reflects on the timing of John Nixon's arrival, stating that if he had been even a moment later, the situation would have been far more perilous. John Nixon and the dark-haired warrior exchange words.
John Nixon notes their fortunate timing, having arrived immediately after the dark-haired warrior's battle.
The dark-haired warrior, slightly surprised, acknowledges their swift arrival, expressing some unexpectedness at their speed. Unknown Ally 1 and Unknown Ally 2 explained that their quick response was due to the dark-haired warrior's earlier instructions on how to defeat the monstrous creature. Unknown Ally 1 and Unknown Ally 2 continue to converse with the dark-haired warrior, while John Nixon observes them. Unknown Ally 2 expresses her gratitude and admiration for the dark-haired warrior's efforts, praising his hard work.
Sungmai expressed gratitude towards the dark-haired warrior. You too, Sungmai. You threw me the sword at just the right time, even though it became like this after I recovered it. The dark-haired warrior explained his actions, stating, I just acted accordingly because I remembered that the monsters in the canyon were strong against magic. His eyes widened in surprise as he noticed a persistent mark on his face. A lingering stigma that refused to fade. Why is this still on me? A detailed explanation appeared. Death heal, stigma. Engraves a death stigma that will not disappear until odium dies. The subject's stamina recovery effect will become a stamina draining effect instead. Sungmai, propelled by urgency, charged forward, her shield raised. A green energy crackling around her as she shouted, Get out of the way! The dark-haired warrior, startled by her sudden movement, barely managed to raise his shield in time. Sungmai's shield collided with his, the impact sending a shockwave through the ground. The force of the collision sent both warriors reeling, a cloud of green energy obscuring their vision, leaving them momentarily stunned, facing each other amidst the lingering green energy. Sungmai's attack sent the dark-haired warrior sprawling across the ground. A powerful blow that left him stunned and slightly injured. He crashed into a wall, the impact echoing through the desolate area. Sungmai, despite a minor injury of her own, maintained her fighting stance, her eyes fixed on her opponent. Her face contorted in a grimace of determination, Sungmai shouted a warning to the dark-haired warrior. The warrior, still reeling from the impact, barely registered her words before she launched another attack. A swift, precise strike that connected with his jaw, sending him reeling once more. Do-hyuk, his face marred by cuts, glared at Sungmai. He was clearly injured but still defiant, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. A desperate plea escaping his lips as he called out to her, Do-hyuk appa. Sungmai awoke in a hospital bed, her body still bearing the marks of recent battle. She lay there, eyes fluttering open. Her gaze slowly focusing on the unfamiliar ceiling above. A single thought crossed her mind. This is a hospital, she wondered, her mind still clouded by the events of the past few days. The question of how long she had been unconscious lingered in her thoughts. How long have I been out for, she mused, her eyes scanning her surroundings. A voice then answered her unspoken question, It's been exactly 3 days. Sungmai awoke in a hospital bed, her eyes fluttering open. Her gaze unfocused as she took in her surroundings. A blurry image of a shadowy figure and faint green lights flickered in her memory. A young man, presumably a visitor, sat nearby, calmly eating. Ah, right. The dungeon, what happened to the dungeon, she asked, her voice still weak. He explained, the attack that hit you was that bastard's final blow. But he was destroyed right after making that attack. A grim expression crossing his face as he continued to eat. Afterward, the loot was gathered and they left the dungeon. A young man offered Sungmai food, advising her to focus on recovering. Sungmai, still weak, expressed her gratitude for the food. She accepted the offered food. The young man watched her eat, his expression unreadable. The young man then addressed Sungmai, reminding her of a previous hospitalization after she fainted. A flashback showed Sungmai unconscious, implying the severity of her previous injuries. Sungmai, her face etched with a mix of anger and gratitude, recalled a past event, the young man's bravery in protecting her from a dungeon boss. A memory that brought a fresh wave of emotion. Now, in a hospital room, the young man offered her a meal. She accepted, but her words revealed lingering self-blame, I just keep giving you trouble. The young man, observing her, showed concern. A subtle shift in his expression hinted at unspoken worries. Sungmai, still recovering in a hospital bed, weakly reached out to take a plate of food from the unnamed young man. She murmured, Appa. The young man looked concerned as he asked Sungmai, Can you tell me your answer to the question from back then? The young man's expression shifted to one of pensive contemplation as he recalled the past event. He thought, back then. A flashback showed Sungmai in a different setting, looking distressed. The young man watched her from a distance, his face etched with worry. Sungmai whispered, Appa.
Sungmai, still recovering, sat across from a young man. He appeared concerned, his gaze soft as he observed her. Her expression clouded with a mixture of sadness and distress. A faint blush colored her cheeks. "I'm sorry," she whispered, the words barely audible. Her gaze was downcast, her shoulders slumped.
The young man's concern deepened.
"I had no idea about how you felt about me," he said, his voice gentle but laced with regret. Their hands met, a fork lying between them, a symbol of a shared, painful past. The young man, leaning in close, confessed his feelings to Sungmai. "I like you." Overcome with emotion, Sungmai, tears welling in her eyes, reached out and took his hand.
"Please be my." The young man's expression softened, a look of understanding and acceptance dawning on his face.
Sungmai smiled, a genuine smile that reached her eyes, a weight lifted from her shoulders. A man with silver hair and dark eyes stood silhouetted against a fiery orange and purple sky.
He mused, "It's been a while since I've entered Korea in this way."
A puff of smoke appeared around his feet as he seemingly materialized, revealing his lower legs wrapped in bandages. He was barefoot.
He stood on a rooftop, surveying the cityscape below. He appeared to be waiting for someone. His expression shifted, a hint of annoyance crossing his features. He muttered, "If it wasn't for you, a wanted criminal, I would have entered comfortably." A woman's voice echoed in his mind, "How does it feel to be back in your homeland after all this time?"
A young woman with brown hair, her face streaked with tears, appeared distressed. Bandages covered parts of her body, hinting at recent injury.
The name Min Sunyul appeared below her, a question hanging in the air.